Chapter 52:39. As the old man's voice fell, swish, the clouds stopped and the rain stopped, revealing the night sky. The bright moon was like a wheel, hanging high in the sky. Under the moonlight, hundreds of grass were lush, and inexplicable wildflowers poked their heads out from the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Hua smiled, clapped his hands, and said, "As expected of a cultured and refined person, even the scenery that you normally like is something that we mortals envy. Last time, you came and left in a hurry, but you have eyes but can't see." Hearing Xiao Hua's praise, the three old men squeezed out a smile, looking very similar to the Thunder Immortal from before. At this moment, the sound of wind whistling came out from under the three old men, and the originally calm water of the heaven lake suddenly surged with waves. The three old men did not dare to be negligent. One of them emitted a Buddhist light, and the 9 lotus platforms surged out from under his feet. The lotus platforms rotated, and hundreds of golden runes appeared. The golden runes fell into the water and gradually suppressed the waves. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, another gust of wind appeared under the other old man. The silver light under this old man's feet shone brightly, and a light shadow that looked like a seal madly crashed into the water, instantly calming the waves. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, could it be that you are blocking the cultivators of the Tai Ching sect's heaven, earth, and human peaks?" "That's right," the third old man replied indifferently. "This old man suppressed you like this before." Demon Sovereign sure shrugged and asked curiously, "Why are you suppressing them? Not letting them pass?" The old man replied without thinking, "What is the purpose of not letting them pass?" Demon Sovereign sure asked. The old man glanced at Demon Sovereign sure, and the corner of his mouth curled up as if he was disdainful. He replied, "Naturally, it is to not let them discover the secret inside." Cough, cough. The old man in the middle coughed again and said, "Aren't you talking too much?" Demon Sovereign sure laughed and said, "Ha ha. Isn't this just deceiving yourself? Aren't we already standing in front of you? Why are you still blocking them?" "Ah, that's true." The old man was stunned for a moment before blurting out. At this moment, the waves on the heaven lake rose again. Xiao Hua and the others could clearly see the figure of the celestial being flashed in the water. "Since you've already discovered our secret, do you still want to leave this place alive?" The old man on the left sneered and raised a finger. Boom! The phantom of Mount Meru appeared in the sky. It was as if the sky was falling down, suppressing Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua was not nervous at all and did not say anything. Demon Venerable sure sneered. He raised his finger and pointed at the water shadow in the heaven lake and said, "They also know that we have come here. Since we have discovered your secret and cannot return, doesn't that mean that they also know? Since they knew about it, and the cultivators of Dawn Rain Continent also knew about it, how could this secret of yours still be considered a secret? Since it's no longer a secret, what's the point of suppressing us?" Ah, the old man on the left was also stunned. As he hesitated, Mount Meru stopped in midair. However, the suppressive force continued to descend and did not relax. "Don't talk nonsense with them. Suppress them first," the old man in the middle hurriedly ordered. "All right." The old man on the left was obviously a Buddha erased spirit. He agreed and pointed again, but before he could activate Summer Mountain, Demon Venerable sure laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist, why do you want to suppress us? I heard from fellow Taoist Xiao that your Summer Mountain is used to suppress soul cultivator shaman kings. We are either Taoist cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, or Yao cultivators. Oh, I'm even a devil. Which one of us is a soul cultivator?" That's true." The Buddha array spirit looked at the old man in the middle and replied, "They are not shaman kings. Why should I suppress them?" The old man on the right was obviously a demon array spirit. He also echoed, "That's right. They and the cultivators on the pillars also know about our secret. There's no point in suppressing them, right?" The old man in the middle was naturally the array spirit of the Taoist array spirit. He was a bit flustered and exasperated as he shouted, They said they're Taoist cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, and Yao cultivators. You believe them. Why don't I know who is a Buddhist cultivator and who is a Yao cultivator? Namo Mithra Buddha. Namo Mithra Buddha put his palms together and said, "This poor monk is a Buddhist cultivator. Ioyo, you are a Buddhist cultivator." Hearing this, the Buddha array spirit's tone was overjoyed. His figure shook rapidly, and he had already turned into Namo Mithra Buddha. He shouted, "Like I said, in this world, other than soul cultivators of shaman kings, there are only Taoist cultivators. Why don't I see the shadow of my Buddhist cultivator?" You. The demon array spirit was also envious. He glanced at everyone and said anxiously, "Which one of you is a Yao cultivator?" "I am." Feng Wu flapped her wings and said with a smile. "Huh." The demon array spirit laughed and immediately turned into the same appearance as Feng Wu. It looked like Feng Wu was looking at bronze mirror. "Humph." The array spirit snorted and was quite disdainful. "You really have shallow vision." At this time, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "How should I address you, three Taoist friends?" "Xiaohua, we don't have a name yet." The Buddha array spirit was familiar with Xiaohua and replied. Xiaohua touched his chin and said hesitantly, "This is not good. We all have a name. If you don't have a name, how should we address you? Help us give a name." The demon array spirit flapped his wings and shouted as if he liked it very much. "This is a bit difficult." Xiaohua was in a difficult position and said, "Three Taoist friends are of noble birth and have elegant character. Saying a common name would be insulting to the three of you." "Whatever." The array spirit was also moved and replied, "I heard the shaman king say that a name is just a code-name." "I understand," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist is born from Tao, but let's call you Tao." "Good name." Xiaohua's Tao word made the array spirit's heart itch. He looked around and said, "From now on, I will be called Tao." When has the space of the three great immortal array cores of the 18th layer of hell been so lively? The demon array spirit and the Buddha array spirit also forgot the purpose of Xiaohua and the others and shouted happily, "What about us? What about us? Fellow Taoist was born from Buddha. Naturally, you can be called Buddha." Xiaohua pointed at the Buddha array spirit and said with a smile, "Good, good, I will be called Buddha." The Buddha array spirit laughed loudly. The demon array spirit at the side rolled his eyes and said, "Then should I be called Demon? Fellow Taoist is awesome." Xiaohua gave a thumbs up and said, "Fellow Taoist is still a bit away from having human nature." "Ha ha ha." The demon array spirit laughed wildly and said, "Like I said, I am the closest to human nature." After the three array spirits got their names, they were all happy. The Mount Meru above the space had already disappeared. The sky was filled with stars, and they were all laughing. Xiaohua looked at Demon Sovereign Sure, and then cupped his hands and said, "Three Taoist friends, I came here today to discuss some matters with the three of you." "Discuss matters?" The Buddha array spirit said curiously. "You're not here to break the array?" "Break the array?" Xiaohua touched his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Buddha, others do not know I's strength, but how can you not know? With the strength of us mortal realm cultivators, how can we break the array? Not to mention other things, with your heart, this Mount Meru smashing down without anyone knowing, who can withstand it?" "That is also true." The Buddha array spirit answered very satisfactorily. However, after a moment, he asked again, "But if you're not here to break the array, what have you been busy with on the array pillars these days?" "Sigh," Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. "You have misunderstood. Isn't it all for Ziming?" Just as Xiaohua said Ziming's name, the Buddha array spirit suddenly woke up. In midair, the image of Mount Meru appeared again and suppressed Xiaohua again. Xiaohua was not nervous at all and said with a smile, "Buddha, don't be anxious. Isn't this space your world? After I've finished talking, it won't be too late for you to make your move." The array spirit waved his hand and said, "Buddha, you are too reckless. Since they came in without our consent, how can they go out again?" "Tao," the Buddha array spirit said, You also know they took advantage of the time when we were suppressing the array pillars and were not free to save that Ziming. In this sealed space, there is no one to suppress anymore. Buddha, Xiao Hua hurriedly said. You have misunderstood. This humble Taoist is doing this for your sake. For our sake? The Buddha array spirit was puzzled and asked curiously, say it first. With that, the image of Mount Meru stopped above Xiao Hua and the others. I told you about human nature last time. Xiao Hua touched his nose and seemed to be a little ashamed. He explained, but no matter how I explained, you didn't seem to understand. Even in the end, you were also confused. Yes, yes. The demon array spirit also shouted. We were also confused. Damn it. Xiao Hua cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that there were two array spirits peeping in this space. However, Xiao Hua still had a smile on his face and said, so after I returned to the Dawn Rain continent, I thought hard and even gathered all the cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent to discuss this matter with them. They were also in a difficult position. The word human nature is easy to write, but to really explain it is troublesome. Then, coincidentally, I met this fellow. Xiao Hua pointed at Demon Lord Shi and said, his experience is very similar to the three of you. I talked with him for 10 days and 10 nights and learned a lot. I already have some ideas, so I gathered some cultivators. We're looking for the three of you at the 3 peaks of Tai Ching's sect, heaven, earth, and mortal. I want to tell you about this, Xiao Hua said while looking at the 3 array spirits. He was already familiar with the expressions of the clones of Taoist, Witch, and Thunderclap Immortal, so he could already judge what the 3 array spirits were thinking. Seeing that the 3 array spirits didn't move, he knew that although there were many loopholes in his words, it was still quite perfect for the 3 array spirits who didn't step into the mortal world. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qijian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, reward, and thank all forms of support. Chapter 5240. However, the formation spirit said curiously, Xiao Hua, your words are indeed a lie. You did not know of the existence of demons and me. How could you be looking for the 3 of us? Immortal friend is wrong. Xiao Hua laughed. I am naturally only looking for Buddha, but with 2 immortal friends here, how can I only say Buddha? Wouldn't that make I seem impolite and inhumane? Oh, the formation spirit nodded and did not ask any more questions. Xiao Hua said again, this fellow was also a demon formation spirit, but by chance he swallowed a demon. And then you're also a formation spirit? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, the 3 formation spirits were shocked and looked at Demon Venerable Shi and shouted, why can't we see it? Demon Venerable Shi laughed and said, very simple, because I already have a human nature. As he spoke, the demonic chi around Demon Venerable Shi surged, revealing the demon formation spirit. The vast and mysterious aura of the demon formation instantly occupied the space. Demon Venerable Shi originally swallowed the demon formation spirit, and this demon formation was naturally not fake. When the 3 formation spirits saw this, they felt a sense of familiarity, and the demon formation spirit shouted, Demon Venerable Shi, quick, tell me how you gained a human nature. It's not that hard, but it's not that easy either. Demon Venerable Shi didn't put away the demon array. Instead, he was talking inside the demon array, inside the bloodlight. The 100 forms of life and love in the mortal world appeared again. It was like Demon Venerable Shi's experience, and also like Demon Venerable Shi's travels. The 3 array spirits watched for an hour. In this hour, the 3 formation spirits did not say a word and stared at any scene. If they had saliva, they would have already drooled. When the last scene was over, Demon Venerable Shi withdrew the demon formation spirit and remained in his human form. With a face of disdain and a slanted gaze, he looked at the 3 formation spirits and sneered. The ancients have a saying, reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles. Walking 10,000 miles is not as good as reading countless people. How can it be possible for you to be a frog in a well, waiting for humanity to descend? Only by going out, seeing the outside world, experiencing the world of mortals. Can humanity be born? Sigh, that's right. Xiaohua also sighed and said, after listening to this fellow Taoist's words, I suddenly realized that all the things I said to fellow Taoists before were actually what I obtained during my usual travels. I only relayed them to fellow Taoists, but fellow Taoists didn't experience them. So how could you promote human nature? After he finished speaking, Xiaohua raised his hand and waved. Within the light and shadow, countless men and women in various states of life appeared. He then said, this is a place in the Dawn Rain continent called Yangzhou. It seems to be a place that cultivators like to go. When they reach a bottleneck in their cultivation, if they go there, they will gain some benefits. Many people who were attached to the culture left behind poems there, such as old friends in the West leave the Yellow Crane Tower. Fireworks go down to Yangzhou in March, and the green hills are faintly discernible. The Jiangnan grass has not withered at the end of autumn. On the night of the 24 moonlit bridges, where can the jade person teach to play the flute? Deep trees grow in the twilight. The setting sun sets on a small building. Who knew that the song on Jusha Road is Yangzhou? 13 years of beauty, budding hair at the end of February. 10 miles of Yangzhou's road in the spring breeze. Rolling up the bead curtain is not as good as the desolate Jianghu carries wine. The waist is slender and the palm is light. 10 years of Yangzhou dream, winning the brothel's reputation, and so on, are all popular. After I heard this fellow Taoist's words, I immediately thought of this. That's why I hurriedly thought of a way to come here and invite the 3 fellow Taoists. It's also a coincidence. Demon Venerable Sure at the side pointed at Feng Wu, Thunderbolt Immortal, and Methriel Buddha, and said with a smile, these 3 are also confused people, unable to find their own human nature. They wanted to ask I for advice, so I also brought them along. Thunderbolt Immortal said unhappily, fellow Taoist, you said you want to bring us to Yangzhou to find some wind, flower, snow, and moon, to find some human nature. Why did you come here? Previously, you brought us to fly to some mountain peak. That's fine, we all listened to you. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Demon Venerable Sure raised his hand and said, you can ask this fellow Taoist. Previously, I followed him to these 3 peaks first. Sigh, I'll be honest with you. Feng Wu's face showed a worried expression and said, I have been looking for human nature for a long time, but I didn't see any results. Later, I heard that Tai Ching sect's 3 peaks of heaven, earth, and human are connected to the 9 heavens, where immortals can be seen. I immediately rushed to Tai Ching sect and met this fellow Taoist on the way. Previously, I didn't understand that he also obtained the human nature array spirit, so I asked him to go to the 3 peaks with me. In the end, we didn't find any immortals, but I felt that through the immortal array, I actually had a feeling that I didn't understand, so I let you all try. Lies were naturally lies. Sometimes it was difficult to justify oneself. Although Xiao Hua and his clones had already discussed for a long time, it was inevitable that there would be mistakes. Hearing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly interrupted and said, fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. Listen till I explain. Afterwards, I had some selfish motives. I want to borrow your strength to find these 3 fellow Taoists. Namo Methriel Buddha. Methriel Buddha said kindly, it's fine as long as we can find human nature. Since we found them, let's go together? Thunderbolt Immortal said coquettishly, we're all in the same boat. Why do we need to know each other when we meet? But the Buddhist array spirit, who hadn't spoken for a long time, stammered, but I want to suppress. At this point, the Buddhist array spirit didn't know what to say, because there was no shaman king or zimming in the Buddhist array space. Xiao Hua hurriedly said with a smile, yes, I know fellow Taoist difficulties, so I asked a fellow Taoist to invite zimming out. On one hand, I fulfilled I's long-cherished wish, and, on the other hand, didn't I also solve fellow Taoist worries? This is what I's been wanting to say. I understand. This is called killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thunderbolt Immortal said with realization, I seem to be a bit closer to human nature. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, looks like you'll definitely be able to achieve human nature in Yangzhou. Same to you. Same to you. Thunderbolt Immortal was immensely proud. Even if there's no Shaman King, there's still the statue of the Shaman King. The Buddhist array spirit still hesitated. The demonic array spirit didn't wait for the Buddhist array spirit to finish speaking and shouted, "This is all nonsense. We're array spirits. How can we leave the array? We can't go to Yangzhou. We can't experience the world of mortals." Isn't that simple? Demon Venerable sure smiled and said, "You just need to devour those who haven't achieved human nature yet." When Demon Venerable sure said this, his face suddenly showed surprise, and he turned to look at Xiao Hua in disbelief. As if he understood something, a strange smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face, and his figure flashed, leaving Demon Venerable Sure and Thunderbolt Immortal's side, landing beside the three array spirits, and said with a smile, "As expected of an array spirit who has achieved human nature, you can actually understand I's thoughts." "What do you mean?" The three array spirits didn't have enough brains. They looked at Xiao Hua in confusion, and then at Demon Venerable Sure. After all, Demon Venerable Sure hadn't finished speaking. "Damn it!" Feng Wu suddenly roared, spreading his wings, and was about to fly towards the hole where he fell, shouting, "Xiao Hua, you dare to scheme against me." That's right. Thunderbolt Immortal was also angry. He waved his hands, and two thunderbolts shot toward Xiao Hua, shouting, "You dare to trick us into coming here to be devoured by the array spirits. I'll kill you first." Hearing this, Xiao Hua's palms were sweaty, and his heart was hanging in suspense. After all, before looking for the flaws in the array, he didn't know that the three immortal arrays had three array spirits, and he didn't avoid any of his actions, so it was already seen by the three array spirits. Now, he was trying to cover up a lot of lies, and it was very easy to be exposed. In particular, since there were three array spirits, if they couldn't devour Thunderbolt Immortal, Feng Wu, and Mithriel Buddha at the same time, Xiao Hua couldn't do anything, and could only take the risk to let the three doppelgangers devour the three array spirits. But inside this array, if the three array spirits didn't take the initiative, how could the three doppelgangers devour the three array spirits? Seeing that the three array spirits were still confused, Mithriel Buddha had no choice but to say angrily, "Xiao Hua, this poor monk trusted you so much, but you actually used this poor monk as a sacrifice to these three inhumane things. You can also give your life." Saying this, Mithriel Buddha raised his hand, and Buddhist lotuses fell toward Xiao Hua, covering the Buddhist array spirits within. The demonic array spirit was the cleverest. When it saw the Buddha aura, it was as if it had just woken up from a dream. It shouted in surprise, I understand. If I devour them, won't I have a body? Won't I be able to leave this damned array? Won't I be able to go to Yangzhou to find humanity?" Saying this, the demon array spirit's figure suddenly changed and unexpectedly turned into a huge array. This array emitted a desolate aura, and a strange light and shadow fell on Feng Wu's body like growth rings. Feng Wu's escaping demon body immediately twisted and could no longer move. Clear Song of Time. Xiao Hua was shocked and looked at Feng Wu worriedly. "Haha." The Buddhist array spirits also laughed and said, "I also understand if I devour this monk, I will also have a body and can also fly away freely like the shaman wand." Saying this, the Buddhist array spirit's Buddhist light also flourished. This Buddhist light actually drowned out Mithra Buddha's Buddhist light, and a huge Buddha statue appeared from the Buddhist light. This Buddha statue penetrated heaven and earth, and in its hand was a Mount Meru. Roar! The array spirits were even more direct. With a loud roar, their figure had already disappeared, and a huge five-colored light was produced. This five-colored light annihilated the five elements, revealing a pitch-black void, and inexplicable fluctuations overflowed. "Run!" Thunderbolt Immortal was shocked. With a low roar, he turned around and flew away. Mithriel Buddha and Thunderbolt Immortal did the same. They did not dare to neglect Xiao Hua and flew towards Feng Wu's location. Unfortunately, before they could fly more than 10 zhong, the three avatars nearby produced a copious amount of power, as if three big hands imprisoned the space of the three avatars. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qijin to subscribe to support, cast a monthly vote, cast a recommendation vote, collect, reward. Thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 52-41. Seeing that the confinement force was so strong that the three Supremes were unable to move, Xiaohua thought that he was lucky because the three array spirits did not confine the entire space. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The three doppelgangers' eyes were about to crack as they roared. Xiaohua, I'm not done with you. The demon Lord Sure at the side shrunk his neck, looking as if this matter had nothing to do with him, looking very lifelike. Ha ha ha! The three array spirits fiercely pounced, and the three immortal arrays immediately swallowed the Thunder Immortal, Buddha Methria, and Feng Wu. Xiaohua watched without blinking, sensing the situation of the three doppelgangers. The demon Lord Sure also secretly clenched his fist at the side. But suddenly, the three array spirits stopped and looked at Xiaohua at the same time. They revealed a strange smile and said, Xiaohua, are you trying to lure us to devour these cultivators so that you can break the array? Unfortunately, we forgot to tell you that we have no way to leave the array. As long as the array is not broken, there will be restrictions preventing us from leaving. Moreover, as long as we leave or the array pillars collapse, the entire Dawn Rain continent will be annihilated by the three arrays. Ha, but we still have to thank you for giving us three bodies. After that, we will go to Yangzhou to take a look. The three array spirits' wild laughter echoed in the space. However, it was only for a moment before the three of them became furious again and shouted, Damn it! You dare to counterattack us? Who do you think you are? I want to see who is more powerful. Damn it! Seeing this, Xiaohua also secretly cursed. He did not expect that the three array spirits who looked like fools would actually pretend to be pigs, to eat tigers, and backstab him. Especially, the three array spirits could not leave the array, and the three array pillars could not be pushed down. After all, if the two moved, the entire Dawn Rain continent would be wiped out by the immortal array. Big brother. The demon Lord Sure did not care about pretending anymore. His body surged with demonic energy as he shouted, What should we do? Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly as he tried to think of a countermeasure. However, after a short while, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and jumped into the heavenly lake. Demon Sovereign Sure was stunned. Then he looked at the three clones that were completely covered by the three formation spirits and jumped in as well. This was not out of Xiaohua's expectations. With a flash of light in front of his eyes, he had already landed on the heavenly peak, and Demon Lord Sure immediately appeared beside him. Big brother, the Demon Lord cried out, Why did we come out? Reverend Yin, with a gloomy face, Xiaohua raised his voice and said, Get ready. Listen to my command. All right. Reverend Yin had long been prepared. When he heard Xiaohua's voice, he understood the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, he raised the Pangu axe. Demon Venerable Sure also understood Xiaohua's meaning and anxiously flew to the human peak in the distance and took out Devil Blade Sure. Xiaohua took out the Wishful Steel Staff. His mood was heavier than the Wishful Steel Staff. He knew in his heart that if the staff did not go as he wanted, then all the creatures in the Dawn Rain continent would be killed. Even if he had the space now, he was afraid that he would not have the time to take these creatures in. What if I send all the cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent into the space first? What if I persuade the three formation spirits in the sealed space a few more times? Who knows, they might be willing to cooperate with me. What if I wait until the time of their ascension? What if, all kinds of distracting thoughts poured into Xiaohua's mind, making him not dare to wave the Wishful Steel Staff. He was afraid that he would be like Ing Kuei, who would be hated for eternity. Time stopped here, and even the wind did not dare to blow. The life and death of the Dawn Rain continent or the three continents would be decided in the next moment. Xiaohua takes a deep breath, takes a deep look at the earth, and says, The heavens have a spirit and can bestow the sin of the destruction of the Dawn Rain continent upon me. The earth has a heart and can also inflict the suffering of the common people upon me. I am willing to use my future generations to repay my sins today." When he finished speaking, Xiaohua raised the wishful steel staff high. Reverend Yun raised the pango axe, and Shimurong raised the fiend saber. Without saying a word, Xiaohua, Reverend Yun, and Shimurong smashed their magical items onto the three peaks at the same time. Under the wishful steel staff, the huge peak was like a piece of tofu. Even though the Buddha's light on the peak was shining brightly, even though the Buddhas were crying sorrowfully, and even though the dragons were roaring, all these strange phenomena were shattered by the staff, and the heavenly peak collapsed. At the same time, Shimurong's fiend saber had also slashed across the human peak. It was a very sharp fiend saber. With a flash of the blade and a surge of demonic aura, tens of thousands of spiritual beasts of the five elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth flew out and roared crazily. Inexplicable runes surged out from the mountain peak, and tens of thousands of spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into the mountain peak. However, these lights were all cut in half by the demonic blade. Wherever the demonic blade passed, everything was destroyed. The human peak did not seem to have changed, but a hair-thin crack had appeared in the middle of the human peak. The huge mountain peak had actually been split in two by the demonic blade. Boom! Reverend Yun's pango axe had the greatest momentum, as if Di Ting had cut the supreme peak in half in the primitive continent in the upper realm. Above the earth peak, the brilliance of the stars and the moon shone brightly. Thousands of stars rushed out from the earth peak, turning into shooting stars and slamming into the pango axe. Unfortunately, before they could touch the axe, they had already turned into powder and drifted away with the wind. Boom! 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 The heaven, earth, and human peaks collapsed, and the earth began to shake violently. Mountains collapsed, rivers flowed backward, lakes caved in, and trees toppled. Looking up into the sky, the clear sky turned dark in an instant, revealing all the stars, the sun, and the moon. However, whether it was the sun, the moon, or the stars, or the darkness, they all had a blood-red hue. Right after that, about 10,000 feet above the heaven, earth, and human peaks, where the space was broken, a purple ribbon-shaped void emerged, as if a colossal creature had shrouded the earth. Looking into the distance, the same purple ribbon-shaped void also emerged in other places, and an enormous restrictive force had completely shackled the Dawn Rain continent. Damn it! Looking at the huge, purple ribbon-shaped void slowly descending with the restrictive force of heaven and earth, Xiaohua could not resist it, and the earth seemed to be unable to bear the weight of the ribbon-shaped void, causing it to collapse. Xiaohua could not help cursing under his breath. Is this the apocalypse mentioned by the formation spirits? Right at this moment, above Xiaohua's head, where the eye of the formation was located, Mithriel Buddha, World-Honored One, Feng Wu, and Lightning Reverend revealed themselves. With a sneer on their faces, they said, "Xiaohua, do you know what it means to go for wool, but come home shorn? Now, the Dawn Rain continent has been destroyed, the immortal formation has been activated, and we are free." Unfortunately, before the three formation spirits could finish their words, their expressions changed drastically again as they cried out in shock. "You still don't want to give up? The great formation still hasn't fallen. We still can't." Xiaohua did not hesitate at all, and his mind, which had already been left there, suddenly swept out. At the same time, Mithriel Buddha, World-Honored One, Feng Wu, and Lightning Reverend also simultaneously urged their figures to connect with Xiaohua's mind. Demon Venerable Shur once again brandished his demonic blade, ruthlessly slashing towards the eye of the formation. Swish! The demonic blade seemed to have cut something, and also seemed to have slashed at the void. No matter what, following the demonic blade's passage, Feng Wu, Lightning Reverend, and Mithriel Buddha, World-Honored One, whose figures had already begun to blur, suddenly disappeared. "Quick, protect eye!" Xiaohua roared and immediately closed his eyes. Speaking of which, it was also strange. The instant Mithriel Buddha, World-Honored One, Feng Wu, and lightning Reverend disappeared, the earth suddenly stopped shaking, and the falling purple ribbon-shaped void also stopped in midair. However, these ribbon-shaped ribbons that could tear the earth apart did not disappear. "I'll do it!" Demon Venerable Sure roared, and his figure once again turned into a demonic formation, protecting the space near Xiaohua. That demonic blade even more radiated cold light in all directions, standing upright in the air. "I'll do it too!" Celestial Being and Huang Tong yelled, and also flew over. Woo-woo! At this moment, the sky shook and a fierce wind blew. Circles of clouds appeared out of thin air and gathered towards the Million Meng Mountains. Boom! In the distant ruins of the Buddhist sect, another earth-shaking roar could be heard. A huge Buddha's light soared into the sky, majestically crossing the vast sky, and landed near the Witch God Ridge. When the Buddha's light entered the earth, buzz! The void near the Witch God Ridge shook, and a huge Mount Meru gradually appeared from the void. Under the Buddha's light, its roots were uprooted from the ground, and it flew towards the sky. Namo Mithra Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha. Wherever Mount Meru passed, thousands of Buddhas appeared, and each of them chanted Buddha's name respectfully. As the Buddha's light swept past, the huge purple ribbon-shaped void began to break and shatter, turning into strange runes and hiding in the void. Although the Donrain continent was huge, Mount Meru flew from the Million Meng Mountains to the ruins of the Buddhist sect in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. When Mount Meru landed, the earth shook, and the sealed space of the Million Meng Mountains and the Wuming Mountains collapsed, slowly turning into nothingness. The earth had just regained its calm, but above the sky, the blood color did not disappear, and the sun, moon, and stars were still shining without any light. Woo-woo! Countless rays of light, the power of the stars, and the moon gushed out from the ruins of the Buddhist sect. The huge Mount Meru shook again. It began to spin above the Sea. As Mount Meru flew, the dark sky mixed with the blood color cracked like an eggshell, giving birth to a blinding light. In the heart of this light, the sun, moon, and stars swayed and fell. These stars had a long tail, tearing the sky apart, and fell to the east of the Sea. Whoosh! After the sky was torn apart, countless jade-green water fell from the cracks, pouring into the Sea. Within the waterfall, the billions of stars fell where the water and sky intersected. Above the Sea, thunder rumbled. Roaring flames and lightning poured down, drowning the waterfall, and rushed into the world barrier. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it, Qi Dian. Vote for it. Vote for it. Give a recommendation vote. Collect it, and give it a tip. Thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 5242. Boom, boom, boom. In the east, it was as if a giant hand of heaven and earth had grabbed the horizon. It was extremely distorted, and a rumbling sound was heard. However, in the blink of an eye, the distortion suddenly disappeared. The sky was still the sky, and the sea was still the sea. The lightning and fire also gradually calmed down. Whoa! The fierce wind rose again, as if it had swept the heaven and earth, and blew towards the easternmost part of the Sea. Reverend Yin wielded the Pangu axe, but he was powerless to move it anymore. After putting it away, he hovered in midair and quietly observed the strange phenomenon around him. When he saw a strong wind blowing, he could not help but feel delighted and said, "Excellent! It must be because the great array was broken, and the abnormal spiritual energy of the Daybreak continent rushed into the three continents." Not only that, before Reverend Yun's voice could fade away, Xiao Hua's familiar voice rang out in his ears. The sealed space between Yilin continent and Donrain continent has vanished as well, and the natural energies there are rushing towards the three continents. Fellow Taoist, Reverend Yin hurriedly turned and asked, "How did it go?" "Ha!" Xiao Hua laughed heartily. "Once you enter the Xiao clan, you're as deep as the ocean. From now on, you're an old friend." Even Taoist Jing Ru knew this, So how could the three great array spirits not know? Right now, the three fellow Taoists are teaching them how to write the character Shao. Fellow Taoist, the celestial called out from his side. The spatial fault is gone, and I can see extremely far away. Just as the celestial finished speaking, boom, 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 a deafening sound of thunder once again resounded in the sky. Layers upon layers of purple phantoms appeared above everyone's heads. A deep feeling of fear that pierced deep into the hearts of Xiao Hua and the others involuntarily emerged. Not good. Xiao Hua was extremely anxious, and he cried out, "The immortal formation has collapsed, and the heaven and earth laws of the four great continents have been restored. I'm afraid we can't stay here for long. Quick, let's end the karma before the laws of heaven and earth are complete. Go!" Huang Tong charged into the sky. Her sharp claws tore through the void. Reverend Yun and the others were also exercising the escape art of space and preparing to flee to the West Ocean. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua sent out his divine will and saw that Xiang Zhili, Wuqing, and Shui Yingying were waiting for him with the black bear and Yuanya in the distance. He sent a voice transmission to Yuanya, Xiang Zhili, and the others, then sent the black bear back into his space. Although Xiang Zhili and the others knew that Xiao Hua was going to leave after breaking the formation, they were still reluctant to part with him. But it was a pity that Xiao Hua dared not to stay any longer. He waved his hand at them, tore open the void, and left with Reverend Yun and the others. On the West Sea, on the First Dawn Reef Plain, several 100,000 Fortune Gates disciples were lined up in a dense formation high in the sky. The entire formation of Fortune Gates disciples was in the shape of fire crows. Crimson flames covered the sky as they rained down in all directions. Underneath the flames, countless world-extinguishing mayflies surrounded the Fortune Gates disciples, and as if they were starving, they pounced on the Fortune Gates disciples one after another. Pa 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 pa. As the flames fell, a small portion of the world destruction ephemera's bodies rapidly expanded before exploding. However, even more world destruction ephemera's bodies did not explode. Instead, they became even more arrogant. The world-extinguishing mayflies' sharp claws were like sickles used to harvest rice. They raised their claws one after another, and not only did they block the flames, even the void gradually shattered. "Listen to my command." Seeing that the flames were ineffective, Princess Zixia's voice rang out from within the formation. "Gather!" Swoosh. Under her command, the formation of fire crows shone brightly. Not only did this light not force the world-extinguishing mayflies to retreat, it even caused them to swarm forward. However, in just a few breaths' time, the light was suddenly extinguished. However, the flames still remained outside the formation of the formation. The world-extinguishing mayflies frantically devoured the flames, and some of them even tore each other apart. Taking advantage of this gap, the Fortune Gates disciples' formation also shrank. After half a cup of tea's time, the Fortune Gates disciples' formation was rearranged. The world-extinguishing mayflies had also finished devouring the flames and once again pounced on the formation. "Attack!" Princess Zixia's voice rang out once again. Buzz, buzz. The Fortune Gates disciples' silhouettes flickered, and the space trembled slightly. More than 1,000 smaller fire crows flew out from the formation and pounced on the world-extinguishing mayflies. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the formation's attack was extremely effective. More than half of the world-extinguishing mayflies were actually killed. Surround. The attack had only lasted for a short while before Princess Zixia gave another command. More than half of the formation changed again, forming a giant leopard. It was actually the heart-cleansing winnowing basket formation. They surrounded the remaining 30% of the world-extinguishing mayflies, and then the rest of the formation attacked once again. Boom, boom. Loud explosions rang out once again, and more than half of the 30% of the world-extinguishing mayflies were killed. Phew! Seeing that more than half of the world-extinguishing mayflies had been killed, Princess Zixia stood in the middle of the formation. She held the Northern Mystic Essence water control flag in her hand and inwardly sighed in relief. Although there was a smile on her pretty face, her haggard state was obvious at a glance. XINXN, be careful. Right at this time, Princess Qingqing's voice rang out from another formation in the distance. Princess Xixia was alarmed, and without any hesitation, she waved the Northern Mystic Essence Water Control flag in an attempt to protect herself. But right at this moment, a several hundred zhang long world extinguishing mayfly's hind leg stretched out from the void and strangely stabbed into the Mystic Essence Water Control flag. Damn it! Princess Xixia's expression instantly changed, and her body swayed as countless splashes of water appeared on the surface of her body. Pooh! Although the splashes of water protected Princess Xixia, one of the world-extinguishing mayfly's hind legs thorns still tore at Princess Xixia's clothes. A four-colored radiance flashed, and blood and flesh fell down along with the radiance. See? Princess Xixia sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain, and her body trembled. The world-extinguishing mayfly's thorns had not only injured Princess Xixia's arm, but also her soul. However, before Princess Xixia could cry out in pain, her expression changed again. This was because in the distance above Princess Qingqing's head, another several hundred zhang long world-extinguishing mayfly's hind leg flashed past, as if it was about to reach out. Princess Xixia ignored the pain and didn't have time to warn her. Her figure flickered, and she waved the Mystic Essence Water Control flag again. Lotus-like splashes of water flew through the void and rapidly fell on Princess Qingqing's head. You? Princess Qingqing was stunned when she saw Princess Xixia suddenly attack, and her expression changed slightly. But when she saw that the world-extinguishing mayfly's hind leg had been blocked by the splashes of water, her face became even paler. Princess Qingqing understood very well. With such a large hind leg, wouldn't the world-extinguishing mayfly be several thousand zhang long? That was the strength of a 9th-grade origin energy expert. It wasn't something she could block. Princess Qingqing stuck her tongue out at Princess Xixia and exaggeratedly let out a long sigh. Princess Xixia looked at her older sister's appearance and also revealed a trace of smile. It was as if she had seen the two of them mischievously when they were young. Unfortunately, before Princess Xixia's smile could bloom, it froze on her face again. This was because below Princess Qingqing, several world-extinguishing mayfly's thorns had reached out and were stabbing towards Princess Qingqing's body at lightning speed. Big sister. Princess Xixia didn't know how many years she had not called out this name, but at this moment she had already blurted it out. The world-extinguishing mayfly's thorns were faster than lightning, and their sharpness was even more bone-chilling. As soon as they appeared, Princess Qingqing had already sensed them. She looked at Princess Xixia with a gratified expression, as if she was enjoying being called Big Sister. Princess. Not far from Princess Qingqing was naturally Yuxiajing. She wanted to move and block the thorns for Princess Qingqing, but her cultivation was too low. Before she could finish her words, the thorns were already less than a few feet away from Princess Qingqing's body. Humph! At this critical moment, a cold snort sounded from the battle formation. Countless pillars of qi turned into 5 qi righteous lightning and descended. In the distance, where the Fortune Dao Palace was located, a 5-colored radiance soared into the sky. Wen Chu sat on the fortune throne and appeared from the radiance. The 5 qi righteous lightning had already sealed the space around Princess Qingqing. As the lightning struck the void, a series of crackling sounds rang out. Several of the world-extinguishing mayfly's thorns were knocked askew. Unfortunately, even so, the thorns did not break. They arrogantly slashed through other places and cut off the arms of several Fortune Dao Palace's disciples. Then, when Shu raised his hand, and the heaven and earth pagoda flew out, it turned into a mountain and suppressed the void. Boom, 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 boom. Loud explosions rang out as the void was torn apart. 2 giant world-extinguishing mayflies were forced to reveal their figures. One of them was bloated and overflowing with light. Disperse. Princess Xia hurriedly ordered. The battle formation's disciples scattered in all directions. Boom! The world-extinguishing mayfly exploded. Powerful shockwaves tore apart the void that had yet to recover. Even the world-extinguishing mayfly that was absorbing the heaven and earth pagoda's 5 righteous lightning was overturned. Fortunately, Princess Xia had given the order in time. Only a few hundred disciples were injured. The rest, other than rolling around in the shockwaves, were unharmed. Sigh. When Chu looked at the heaven and earth pagoda, then slapped the fortune throne beneath him. Wong wong. The fortune throne emitted a buzzing sound as a guillotine light shot out from it, falling on the world-extinguishing mayfly. Puff! The brilliant light landed, but the world-extinguishing mayfly's body was not cut in half. On the contrary, it grew bigger and brighter. Fall! When Chu pointed at the heaven and earth pagoda, and the heaven and earth pagoda followed him like a shadow. Boom! Finally, the world-extinguishing mayfly could not hold on any longer. Its body shattered and exploded. 2 world-extinguishing mayflies with 9th grade essence force cultivation were killed, and the remaining world-extinguishing mayflies were annihilated by the Fortune Tao Palace's disciples. Although, when Chu sat high above on the throne of creation, he only watched quietly without saying anything. Princess Xia still had a lingering fear in her heart as she took out another command flag and waved it. Form the formation and rest. The disciples obeyed and retracted their magic power. They consumed medicinal pills and rested. Princess Xia put away the command flag and hurriedly took out some medicinal pills from her storage ring. Princess Qing pondered for a moment, then flew over to Princess Xia's side. She asked with concern, Xin, how are your injuries? P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian. Vote for it. Vote for it. Give it a recommendation vote. Collect it or give it a tip. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 52:43. The word "new" warmed Princess Xia's heart, but she still raised her head and said indifferently, It's just a flesh wound. It's nothing. Princess Xia then added, Oh, I have to thank you for your reminder. Tsh. Princess Qing snorted and said, No need to thank me. If I wasn't worried that Taoist Xiao wouldn't be able to find you, or that the lightning Taoist would blame me, I wouldn't have reminded you. Princess Xia smiled faintly at Princess Qing's stubbornness and didn't say anything else. She watched as the remains of the 2 mayflies fell into the western sea, and many disciples flew down in an orderly manner to collect the remains of the other mayflies. After a while, she said worriedly, Yu Xiajing, have you noticed that the number of world-exterminating mayflies attacking our Fortune Tao Palace has increased? Moreover, the number of Thousand Zhonglong mayflies has increased by several times. Yu Xiajing was stunned for a moment, but she immediately understood. She smiled and looked at Princess Qing. Your Highness, this servant doesn't understand these things. Please explain it to Princess Xia. Princess Qing rolled her eyes at Yu Xiajing and ignored her. She looked at Wen Chu and said, Third Sect Master, I also feel that the number of world-exterminating mayflies attacking our Yuanxi Reef has increased. Could it be that all the living beings on the 3 mainlands have been killed? Wen Chu looked at the 2 princesses with amusement and rubbed his nose. He floated down from the fortune throne and said with a smile, That's not the case. Although there are many living beings on the 3 mainlands, none of them have condensed spiritual energy. Before we are killed, they shouldn't be attacked on a large scale. The reason why the world-exterminating mayflies are attacking our Fortune Tao Palace is because they know that the Yuanxi Reef was originally a Fortune Gate disciple. These low-grade world-exterminating mayflies might not have intelligence, but 8th and 9th grade Origin Chi Realm mayflies definitely have intelligence. Moreover, the number of world-exterminating mayflies must have increased several times in the past few decades. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find our Fortune Tao Palace so easily in the boundless Western Sea. What a pity. Princess Xia looked at the nearby Fortune Gate disciples and sighed. Although our Fortune Gate's recruitment speed is fast, it still can't catch up to the world exterminating mayflies. At this rate, we won't be able to last 100 years. That's right. When Chu looked worried as he looked to the east. If our Fortune Gate is already like this, the Immortal Palace, Lightning Temple, and the 1,000 Demon Sacred Grounds, although our Fortune Gate has built many transmission arrays in the 3 continents, because of the world-destroying mayflies, the cultivators of the various sects don't dare to use the transmission arrays unless it's an urgent matter. Princess Zixia nodded and said, I wonder how the Immortal Palace is doing now. Princess Qingqing's face was somewhat gloomy. Although she had been banished, she still missed her mother. The sky and the sky, 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 and the sky, to the clouds, 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 sea to the sea. The sky to the sky, sky, sky to the sea to the tts to look to both Princess Qingqing and Princess Zixia looked at the sky, their eyes filled with longing and anticipation. When Chu couldn't help but look up. It's been 56 years, Princess Zixia whispered. I wonder when they'll be able to break the formation and return. It's 56 years, 9 days, and 8 hours. Princess Qingqing immediately retorted. Princess Zixia smiled faintly, knowing that Princess Qingqing's longing for the Lightning Reverend was deeply engraved in her bones. She smiled and said, all heroes in this world will appear at the most critical moment. My Fortune Gate's first master and second master are peerless heroes. They want to save the lives of the 3 mainlands. So naturally, they will break through the formation and return at the most critical moment. That's right. Princess Qingqing lamented. There's still a long way to go before the end of the 3 continents. I'm sure they're still wandering around there. When Chu smiled bitterly, blaming Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal was the same as blaming him. He explained, fellow Taoist Xiao and the others know the way from the 3 continents to the 10,000 demon world, but they don't know how to get to the Dawn Rain continent from the 10,000 demon world. Therefore, they have to find a way to go from the 10,000 demon world to other places before they can return. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Princess Qingqing pouted and said, then let them slowly search. By the time they find the way back, we'll all turn into bones. Even if we turn into bones, we'll still harass them at night. Princess Zixia seemed to have thought of something and giggled while covering her mouth. Princess Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then giggled as if she had thought of the same thing as Princess Zixia. She stomped her foot and said, that's right, we'll turn into ghosts at night and scare them to death. Who told them not to return in time? Before Princess Qingqing could finish her words, when Chu's expression suddenly changed. He pointed at the heaven and earth pagoda in the distance and shouted, disciples, quickly get into formation and face the enemy. Princess Zixia was naturally the commander of the battle formation. When she saw that when Chu had overstepped his authority, she was shocked. When she saw the heaven and earth pagoda protecting her and Princess Qingqing, she was even more shocked. She hurriedly scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, dozens of thousands of feet large world-destruction mayflies appeared in the void from all directions. They were even more imposing than the Thunder Ship and surrounded the Yuanxi Reef Plain. Behind these enormous world-destruction mayflies were hundreds of feet large and hundreds of feet large world-destruction mayflies that were densely packed together. It was almost impossible to count the number of world-destruction mayflies that surged out. The energy fluctuations emitted from these world-destruction mayflies were like the aura of death that rushed towards the Fortune Dao Palace. It was even more ferocious than the waves of the West Sea beneath everyone's feet. Even the Fortune Gate's disciples who had been fearless in the battle earlier had turned deathly pale at this moment. Today's battle, when Chu stood in the air, looking at the Fortune Gate's disciples rushing out after hearing the news, he said in a clear voice, today's battle will not end until one of us is dead. Disciples present. Whether it was the disciples in the formation or the disciples flying in the air, all of them responded in unison. You are the Fortune Gate's pride. This seat is proud of you, and so are the sect master and the other masters. When Chu looked at the world destruction mayflies that were also forming the formation and said word by word, "Go kill the world destruction mayflies. This seat will not forget you, and the other masters will not forget you. Moreover, today, this seat will make a promise on behalf of the fourth master. Since you have sacrificed yourself for the Fortune Gate in this life, you will definitely become a Fortune Gate's disciple in your next life. Thank you, sect master, and the other masters for your kindness." The Fortune Gate's disciples had long known that the fourth master was the Methriel Buddha. Now that they heard Wen Chu's promise, their morale soared even higher. They shouted loudly and rubbed their fists, ready to fight to the death with the world destruction mayflies. Since that's the case, let's go and kill until the world turns upside down. Princess Qingqing's blood boiled as she shouted, wanting to charge out. Princess Xia smiled and said, "It's the same whether you go or not. Even with the heaven and earth pagoda's protection, if the third master can't hold on, we will still die." "That won't do." Princess Qingqing shook her head and said, "If Lightning Lord knows that I'm hiding behind others and not fighting, he will look down on me. With the Methriel Buddha on both sides, what are we afraid of?" "Your Highness." Yu Xiaojing smiled and said, "If you reincarnate, you won't be Princess Qingqing anymore. How will the second master know you? For the sake of the second elder sect master, you can't take the lead." Princess Qingqing hesitated at the mention of Lightning Lord. Princess Xia looked at the world destruction mayflies that were pressing down like dark clouds and took a deep breath before saying, "Our strength is not comparable to the Fortune Gate's disciples. Taking the lead and fighting will only distract them. If the Fortune Gate is destroyed, we won't live alone, so there's no need to disturb their battle formation." "Damn Lightning Lord." Princess Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, "In the future, at night, I will definitely," as she said that, Princess Qingqing looked at the west of the West Sea with hatred. However, when she looked at the west, she was stunned on the spot. She didn't know whether it was joy or fear in her eyes. She tried to lift her right arm, but it seemed to be very heavy, and she couldn't raise it. Princess Qingqing didn't say anything. Princess Xia naturally felt that something was wrong. She also looked towards the west and saw that the gloomy sky in the west had now completely covered the sky. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge mountain range. This mountain range was extremely heavy, separating the heavens and earth. "They're making their move." When Chu looked up, and his calm heart couldn't help but rise to his throat. He muttered under his breath, but he didn't focus on that direction. Instead, he released his divine sense to check the world destruction mayflies battle formation. Princess Qingqing and Princess Xia were puzzled when they saw mottled purple streaks appearing in the darkness. However, in just a few breaths' time, waves of apocalyptic aura swept past them. When Chu's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but look to the west. When Chu's expression changed drastically, because after the apocalyptic aura appeared, the world became chaotic. Countless ripples in the sky condensed into the shape of rings and began to spread toward the three continents. On the surface of the West Sea, the apocalyptic aura of the five elements couldn't be suppressed and rushed out. Countless giant whirlpools appeared on the surface of the sea. The center of the whirlpools wasn't the usual ripples on the water, but the dark void. What was special was that there was a faint rumbling sound. The earth began to shake and the mountains began to tremble. Although the sound was very far away and the tremors didn't reach him, Wen Chu's heart instantly sank. He could clearly feel the despair coming from the aura on the other side of the world. P.S. Fellow cultivators who like this book, please subscribe to it at Yin. Vote for it, give it a tip, and thank you for all your support. Chapter 52-44. Wen Chu Palace Master. Princess Qingqing also sensed something and hurriedly called out, What's going on?" Princess Xia also cried out, "This doesn't seem like a sign of breaking the array." Wen Chu laughed loudly. He had long concealed the shock in his heart and said loudly, "Don't worry, this is a sign of breaking the array. Those are 3 immortal arrays, If it wasn't for such a big commotion, how could it be broken? Ha! Princess Ching Ching clapped her hands and laughed. Lightning, good job. This concubine's eyesight was right. Disciples. When Shu turned his head and ordered, "Our Fortune Gates sect master is breaking the array, so we can focus on killing the world, destroying mayflies. As long as we pass through this final hurdle, this calamity will be over." Yes. The group of disciples' courage soared as they quickly got into formation and prepared to face the world-destroying mayflies. As for the world-destroying mayflies, they seemed to have been disturbed by the fluctuations in the sky. More than a dozen ninth-grade origin energy mayflies swam around hesitantly. But after half a cup of tea's time, a torrential wave of fluctuations came from a distance. All the mayflies seemed to be excited as their bodies grew bigger and they started to surround the Fortune Gates disciples. Just as when Shu was about to give the order to seize the initiative, Princess Xia shouted again. Not good. When Shu turned his head and saw a pitch-black barrier rapidly spreading towards the sky. Not only did it occupy the sky above the West Sea, but it also rushed towards the 3 continents. However, when it reached the Fortune Gates Palace, the darkness had already turned gray. The color of the sky seemed to have faded, revealing the sun, moon, and stars. Strangely, these suns, moon, and stars were different from before. They were all colorless. Not good. When Shu was shocked, he thought that the Dawn Rain Continent's calamity had affected the 3 continents. But just as he was thinking, boom, a loud explosion sounded as a colorless pillar of light shot out from the pitch-black barrier and tore it apart. Then, strands of starlight shot out from the pillar of light, piercing towards the colorless sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Ooh! A strange whistling sound came from the distant horizon as a gale raged. Rays of starlight shot out from the pillar of light. The starlight and moon's power had landed on the sun, moon, and stars, causing indescribable distortions to spread across the horizon. The previous apocalyptic fluctuations were all shattered by this light. Boom! Just as the light spread out, the sun, moon, and stars in the sky above started shaking, the 3 continents, and the West Sea's waves. When Shu, Princess Xia's palace master's hall master. Namo Amitabha. Namo Dipankara archaic Buddha. 2 Buddhist chants resounded from the creation Tao Palace. The Mahavarakana Buddha Lord and the Dipankara archaic Buddha Lord flew out with the bodhisattvas and heavenly kings. The Mahavarakana Buddha Lord's face was filled with joy as he said, "Congratulations to Wen Chu Palace Master for Tao Master Zhao's return." Wen Chu knew that the Thunder Sound Temple had arrived through the Creation Gate's teleportation formation in the Pure Land. He smiled and said, "Congratulations to you too." As the 2 exalts were speaking, boom! Another blinding light shot out from the pitch-black barrier. At first, it was like the eye of a needle. Then it turned into a fist, and finally, it was like the morning sun. Buzz! With a loud sound, thousands of stars trembled and broke free from the sky, falling towards the light. Ha-ha! The golden-winged great rock and scarlet flame, vermilion birds' laughter resounded from the Creation Tao Palace. The sages of the Great Sage Hall had also arrived with the demon race. At this moment, the light within the pitch-black barrier shattered and turned into thousands of fireflies that fell into the pitch-black darkness. These fireflies separated from the falling stars, moon, and stars, and the long gashes of light tore the pitch-black barrier into pieces. However, even though the barrier seemed to have been torn into pieces, it still stubbornly stood between the heavens and the earth. Boom! Under everyone's anticipation, a mountain peak emerged from the light. Then, the entire mountain shattered the barrier and shot into the sky. The Buddha radiance on the mountain was like the sun rising from the east, illuminating the entire horizon. Mount Meru, the Mahavarakana Buddha Lord and the Dipankara archaic Buddha Lord were stunned. They actually forgot to chant the Buddhist chants and screamed out loud, "Amitabha, it really is Mount Meru." Compared to the 2 Buddha Lords, Chunzong was naturally closer to Mount Meru. He knelt on the bow of a boat, with a peaceful expression on his face. Looking at the various phenomena in the west, he said, "That is the true Western paradise in my heart." Umaba, on the boat, heaven-devouring monkey and the six-eared macaque respectfully placed their palms together. However, before they could finish their words, heaven-devouring monkey's expression changed drastically. He raised his head in shock and looked at Mount Meru in the distance. Currently, Mount Meru swept across the sky like a blooming epiphyllum. It started to retract its Buddha radiance and its mountain shape. Slowly, it disappeared into the void. A calm, peaceful, benevolent, and amiable aura started to descend upon the three continents from the void. However, what was different from this aura was that at the intersection of the sea and the sky, billions of stars collided with each other. The sound of thunder was deafening. Roaring flames and thunderbolts covered the sky as they pounced towards the West Sea. After the thunderbolts and flames, boundless jade water seemed to have descended from the heavens. Previously, waves of 10,000 feet high crashed towards Chun Zhang's boat. Heaven-devouring monkey didn't hesitate. He reached out his hands and grabbed Chun Zhang and the six-eared macaque. Then, he activated his body and flew towards the east. However, the space behind Tun Tian became extremely distorted before he could even teleport. It was as though a large hand had grabbed the sky, emitting a rumbling sound that seemed to split the world apart. Everywhere this large hand passed, everything within hundreds of thousands of miles would be imprisoned. Tun Tian could not even move his body even a little. Then, a gust of wind swept across the heavens and earth, tearing apart the restrictions of heaven and earth. Heaven-devouring monkey was blown towards the sky. At the same time, in the void near heaven-devouring monkey, a dozen Fortune Gates disciples appeared with pale faces. Like heaven-devouring monkey, they couldn't circulate their magic power and could only drift along with the wind. Damn it, heaven-devouring monkey couldn't circulate his divine ability, so he was like a fallen leaf in the wind. The only thing he could do was to grab Chun Zhang and the six-eared macaque tightly, not daring to relax. As the gust of wind blew past, heaven-devouring monkey heard a series of puff, puff, puff. In the void to his left, a series of strange energy fluctuations spread to the three mainlands along with the wind. Umaba, Chun Zhang's vision was spinning as he was held in heaven-devouring monkey's hand. However, when he saw more than a dozen world-extinguishing mayflies exploding like firecrackers in the gust of wind, his face lit up with joy as he chanted, "The three mainlands crisis has finally been resolved. Namo, great merciful Bodhisattva, has finally achieved enlightenment." At this time, a voice that Chun Zhang was very familiar with came from a distance. "Chun Zhang, you're already here? Looks like you're not slow, Following this voice, the gust of wind in the void to his left disappeared, and Xiao Hua's figure appeared beside heaven-devouring monkey. "Welcome, Sect Master." More than a dozen Fortune Gate disciples landed in the air, overjoyed as they saluted respectfully. Xiao Hua smiled slightly and raised his hand to help them up. "So it's you guys who are escorting Chun Zhang. Thank you for your hard work." Namo Amitba. Disciples greet Namo, great merciful Bodhisattva. Heaven-devouring monkey and the six-eared macaque did not hesitate and knelt in midair. Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard the two Buddhist sects' demonic beast race disciples address him as such. He helped the two of them up and said, "With wisdom in your heart, you are born with Buddha nature. Congratulations. Many thanks for Bodhisattva's enlightenment." The two demonic beast race disciples stood up and thanked him. "Greetings, Bodhisattva." Compared to his two disciples, Chun Zhang was more excited. He clasped his hands together and saluted. "You've worked hard." Xiao Hua looked at Chun Zhang and naturally thought of Xiao Xinrui. He helped Chun Zhang up and said, "Seeing the Western paradise in front of us, this monk will not say anything more. When you set foot on Dawnrain mainland and preach Buddhism, why don't you pay a visit to Yellow Flower Ridge?" Yellow Flower Ridge. The name of a distant place and his yellowed memories made Chun Zhang absent-minded. He couldn't help but whisper, "Is she all right?" Haha, very good, very good. Xiaohua laughed heartily. Very good, but I'm just short of meeting you. With that said, Xiaohua waved his hand, and a flying boat appeared in the air. He said, whether you take the flying boat or the sea boat, it's up to you. Your two disciples will help you. Once you're here, my Fortune Gate disciples no longer need to follow you. You'll have to walk your own path in the future. Thank you, Uncle. Chun Zhang's eyes were filled with tears as he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Nephew can't send you off. I hope Uncle will forgive me. Go, go. Xiaohua's eyes were also filled with warmth. He knew that there was one less karma on Donrain mainland. After helping Chun Zhang up, he waved his hand and disappeared in a flash. Farewell, enlightened master. Heaven-devouring beast and the six-eared macaque hurriedly bowed. Then, the Fortune Gate disciples came to greet them and bid farewell. Without the world-extinguishing mayflies, the West Sea was naturally heaven-devouring beast territory. When they arrived at Donrain mainland, there were also Fortune Gate disciples there. After everyone left, heaven-devouring beast looked at the flying boat and asked, Master, are we going to drive the flying boat to Donrain mainland? No, Chun Zhang said firmly. Sail the West Sea, inch by inch. All right. Heaven-devouring beast didn't hesitate and brought Chun Zhang and the six-eared macaque onto the flying boat. The flying boat fell like a meteor and sank into the torrential waves on top of the Fortune Dao Palace. When the Mahavarakana World Lord and the Dipankar Archaic Buddha World Lord saw Mount Meru, they were dumbfounded. Before they could bow, Mount Meru had already fallen into the void. On the surface of the sea, raging winds blew. As the winds blew, billions of world-extinguishing mayflies exploded from the void like dust. They turned into real dust and slowly drifted down. The explosions were like fireworks that spread from the west to the east, north to south, and gradually covered the entire heavens and earth. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Chidian. Vote for it. Vote for it. Give it a recommendation vote, bookmark it, and give it a tip. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 52:45. Princess Zixia felt a gust of wind blowing against her face, and even the heaven and earth pagoda's multicolored light that was protecting her body flickered slightly. Then, she saw the world-destroying mayflies that had surrounded the Fortune Gate's disciples earlier, as if they knew that doomsday had arrived, and they hurriedly fled. However, before they could disappear into the void, all of the world-destroying mayflies emitted a golden light, and within the golden light, their bodies rapidly expanded. Boom, boom, boom. From big to small, from 1,000 jong to a few feet, from 9th grade to 1st grade, all of the world-destroying mayflies exploded. This explosion was different from before, as they directly turned into dust, leaving no trace behind. The gust of wind continued to blow mercilessly, bringing the hope of all the living beings in the 3 continents, as well as Princess Zixia and Princess Qingqing. They couldn't care less about the gust of wind that killed countless world-extinguishing mayflies. Instead, they turned to look at the source of the gust of wind, the source of hope, the source of life for all living beings. Other than the gust of wind, there were only explosions. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion as they stared at the distant sky, anticipating the appearance of a hero. Whoosh! Light flickered and rosy clouds overflowed. Xiaohua, clad in a Taoist robe, stepped on the clouds and arrived. Behind him, enlightened being Yun, Taoist sorcerer, heavenly being, and Huang Tong also revealed their figures. Although they didn't reveal their avatars, their figures were comparable to the heavens and earth in everyone's eyes. Disciples welcomed sect master and masters. The Fortune Gate's disciples bowed in unison, their eyes brimming with tears. Thank you, enlightened being Xiao, for saving the world. The Mahavarakana Buddha, the Dipankara Archaic Buddha, and the Thunder Temple's Bodhisattvas and heavenly kings bowed respectfully. Thank you, enlightened being Xiao, for saving the world. The golden-winged great rock, the scarlet flame vermilion bird, and the other demon kings bowed respectfully. Thank you, enlightened being Xiao, for saving the world. The voices of Dragon Island's Ao, Jia, Aoe, and the others resounded from the Fortune Gate's Dao Palace. Thank you, enlightened being Shao, for saving the world. Just as Dragon Island's voice fell, the masters of the Prime Clarity Palace, Grand Clarity Palace, and Jade Pure Palace rushed over with Tai Bai, Jinxing, and Sunday. They flew out from another location in the Fortune Gate's Dao Palace and shouted. The supremes of the various sects didn't call Xiao Hua by any other name, only calling him Daoist Xiao. Evidently, this was a form of respect, and they didn't dare to call him names with ulterior motives at this moment. Xiao Hua looked around and raised his hands, smiling as he said, "Everyone is too polite. Saving the world is saving the Fortune Gate itself. Moreover, saving the world is not this Zhao's merit alone. The merit of these Dao friends behind this Xiao is also the merit of various forces. This Xiao does not dare to falsely claim it. Thank you, Jinren Xie. Thank all the Supremes." The Supremes did not know the names of Tian Run, Huang Tong, and Daoist Wu, so they simply called them Supremes. "You flatter me." The clones replied with smiles on their faces. "Xiao, Daoist Xiao." Princess Qingqing's face was already deathly pale when she didn't see Daoist Thunderclap. Her lips trembled as she asked, "Lei? Thunderclap? Don't worry," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "The Thunderbolt Immortal had another fortuitous encounter, and he will be able to meet you soon. Furthermore, you can rest assured that he will definitely fulfill his promise." Swoosh! Tears fell uncontrollably from their eyes. What promise of marriage? Not a single word of peace made Princess Qingqing feel at ease. Then, the golden-winged Great Peng also came to his senses and asked anxiously, "My Phoenix Sage? Mithria Buddha of the world?" Samantabhadra Bodhisattva asked. "Don't worry." Xiao Hua raised his voice and said, "They are all." Just as he said this, Xiao Hua raised his brows and waved his hand to take out the Kunlun mirror. Under the urging of his magic power, the Phoenix Parasol tree spread its wings and flew out. The Thunderbolt Immortal also stepped on lightning and moved. However, just as the Mithria Buddha of the world revealed his Buddhist light, boom, 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 countless densely packed sounds rang out as strands of faith power mixed with dense golden threads surged out. "Namo Amitabha, congratulations, junior brother," Mahavarakana Buddha of the world said with a smile on his face. "Your cultivation in this life has reached perfection. The gate of heaven has opened, and the light of guidance is about to descend." Namo Mithria Buddha. Mithria Buddha of the world chanted and disappeared into the Kunlun mirror, not showing himself. Seeing this, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva anxiously said, "Buddha Lord." Xiao Hua kept the Kunlun mirror and smiled. "Everyone, don't be anxious. I had previously discussed with Mithria Buddha of the world. We still need to help the Immortal Palace to lay down the 9 provinces grand formation on the hidden Immortal mainland. Mithria Buddha of the world had already agreed. He doesn't want to come out now, because once he comes out, the gate of heaven will guide him. He's afraid that he won't be able to lay down the formation and affect the people of the hidden Immortal mainland. Right? Namo Amitabha. Mahavarakana Buddha of the world chanted, "Junior brother is indeed merciful. This Lord can't be compared to you." Namo Mithria Buddha. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva of the world clasped his palms together and said respectfully, "This disciple will serve you forever." The Dipankara archaic Buddha of the world looked at Daoist Xiao and said, "Daoist Xiao has returned to save the world. Your merit is immeasurable. Please rest for a while. Our various religions will discuss and erect a monument for you, the Exalts and the Fortune Gate to celebrate." When the various religions were mentioned, Xiao Hua instantly understood. A few decades ago, the various religions had made preparations to destroy the world. They had selected the elites of their younger generations for him to bring out of the 3 continents. As such, Xiao Hua hurriedly looked at the Dipankara archaic Buddha of the world, the golden-winged Great Rock, and the 3 Purities Palace's Lord, and told them about the situation in the 10,000 demon realm. Namo Amitabha. The Dipankara, archaic Buddha of the world, couldn't help but bow respectfully again. Taoist Zhao's merit is immeasurable. If we don't erect a monument for you, how can we express our gratitude? I wouldn't dare. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This is what I should do. We have already discussed this. Please don't decline, Taoist Xiao." The Dipankara, archaic Buddha of the world, smiled and said, "We'll take our leave first. Firstly, we need to prepare for the monument. Secondly, we need to prepare for the descent of our Buddhism's future Buddha, Lord's second transmigration golden body. The small, exquisite temple and the thunderclap temple will become one again. Farewell, Buddha Lords." Xiao Hua and the others hurriedly bowed. The Mahavarakana Buddha of the world, the Dipankara archaic Buddha of the world, and the thunderclap temple's Buddhas stepped on Buddha lights and left. Namo Mahavati, Samanabhadra, and the other small, exquisite temple's Buddhas stayed behind for a while. The Maitreya Buddha of the world also allowed them to return to the great snowy mountain. Fengwu didn't seem any different from before after obtaining her demonic nature. The golden-winged great rock and the scarlet flame vermilion bird respectfully greeted her. Fengwu glanced at the golden-winged great rock and smiled. "Congratulations, Rock Sage. It seems like you're already on the verge of shattering the void. Soon, you'll be able to leave the 3 continents." That's right. The golden-winged great rock didn't hide anything and chuckled. "Isn't this a gift from the Phoenix Sage?" Before the Phoenix Sage returned, this sage couldn't sense it at all. Just now, after the formation was destroyed, this sage sensed the power of the stars. The stars corresponding to this sage are currently moving towards the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. "Don't be careless," Fengwu exhorted. "In your last days, you must guard your will. Don't be disturbed by the power of the stars." The golden-winged great rock's heart trembled. He nodded and said, "This sage understands. The 3 continents are being harassed by the world-destroying ephemera, and the power of the stars has changed recently. I'm afraid it's not good for the Phoenix Sage to shatter the void. Quickly return to the Great Holy Hall." Fengwu pondered for a moment and said, "Use the Great Holy Hall's power to straighten out the star traces in your body." "All right." The golden-winged great rock didn't dare to delay and replied, "I'll go with you." This sage has also promised Taoist Xiao. Fengwu smiled and said, "This sage will return to the Great Holy Hall after helping Taoist Xiao lay down the 9 prefectures' grand formation." "All right." The golden-winged great rock cupped his fists and said, "Then this sage will leave first." The 1,000 Demons' sacred realm's demonic beast experts cupped their fists and bid farewell to the Fortune Gates group. "Congratulations, Sheng Long. Congratulations, Master Long." Dragon Island's Ao Jia, Ao E, and the rest went up to congratulate. That smiling face of Xiao Hua's seemed to be a trap. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. I wonder how is Ao Sheng." Hearing Xiao Hua mention Ao Sheng, how could Ao Jia not know that Xiao Hua was reminding him of Long Yu's matter? He smiled and said, "Master Long is thinking too much. This old man came here to congratulate Master Long for saving the world. I have no other intentions." That's good, that's good." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Since Grand Elder is here to congratulate me, do you have any gifts?" That Ao Jia smiled faintly as if he didn't hear Xiao Hua. He turned to Taoist Xiao and said, "When will Sheng Long be free? Why don't you make a trip to the Dragon Island? This old man still has some matters to discuss with Sheng Long in the Dragon Territory." Xiao Hua didn't mind Ao Jia's shameless disregard of his question. He turned to look at Princess Zixia. Princess Zixia smiled and didn't step forward. She only looked at him indifferently, as if she was admiring a peerless legend. There was no fanaticism, no inferiority, and no estrangement in her eyes. There was only deep love. "Zixia," Xiao Hua called out in a low voice. Fairy Hong Xia's figure flashed in front of him again. Princess Zixia smiled and flew over, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. I knew you would definitely come back. You are my hero, and also the hero of the billions of people in the 3 continents. Xiaohua opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but all of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. High up in the sky, faint threads of lightning transformed into a net, and a restrictive force descended like a light mist. Xiaohua's expression changed, and he hurriedly urged his magic power. Following the movement of the secret technique, the power of lightning gradually disappeared. Sensing that the secret technique had activated his bloodline, Xiaohua knew that he had reached the final step. He could no longer use the secret technique to hide his cultivation, and Inkuei's emperor's armor could no longer help him resist the lightning. Although Princess Zixia wasn't within the lightning, when she saw Xiaohua's expression change, she naturally understood something. She took the initiative to hold Xiaohua's hand and said in a low voice, "Did you see her?" "I saw her." Xiaohua knew that Princess Zixia was asking about Fairy Hongxia. He nodded and said, "But the ending was extremely unexpected. At that time, I didn't understand, but later on, I gradually understood. I already know a little." Princess Zixia squeezed Xiaohua's hand and pointed at the sky with her chin. The Thunder Venerable hugged Princess Qing tightly. He didn't say anything and just said with a smile, "You take care of your business first. We'll talk about our matter later." P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it a tip. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 5246. Good. Xiaohua smiled. "I have a surprise for you, but I can't tell you right now." "Oh, surprise?" Princess Zixia was quite puzzled. She didn't know what kind of surprise could there be at this time. However, Xiaohua didn't explain. He let go of Princess Zixia's hand and flew to Wenchu's side. The people surrounding Wenchu were naturally people from the Immortal Palace. When they saw Xiaohua flying over, they hurriedly bowed. The face of the master of 3 pure palace was full of reverence. The merit of saving the world wasn't something that could be obtained with strength. It was more of an opportunity. They already didn't dare to put themselves in the same position as Xiaohua. Everyone is too polite. Xiaohua hurriedly helped everyone up and said to Sun Jian with a smile, "How is the immortal emperor?" Everyone from the Immortal Palace began to sweat. After all, the great elder of the Dragon Island, the great sage of the Great Sage Temple, and the 2 Buddhist lords of the Thunder Temple had all arrived. Only the Immortal Palace had sent the master of the 3 Purities Palace. Sun Jian replied, "Recently, the world-destroying mayflies frequently appeared in the hidden Immortal Continent. His Majesty was worried and sent many immortal soldiers and immortal generals to the lower realm. Although he saw something strange in the West Sea today, and since that Master Lei had returned, His Majesty was busy with official business and couldn't come to congratulate." Tai-Bai Jinxing hurriedly took out a flower basket and respectfully presented it, saying, "This is my Immortal Palace's congratulatory gift. Please accept it." Xiaohua looked at the flower basket and knew that there was something inside, so he took it with a smile and said, "Your Majesty is considerate. Since that's the case, please hurry back to the Immortal Palace and make preparations. I originally wanted to ask Buddha Mithriya to help me lay down the 9 regions great formation, but because his merit was too great, he didn't dare to show himself. Therefore, I want to ask your Majesty to do it personally." Hearing this, the Master of Supreme Pure Palace was overjoyed. "Master Lei, are you serious? Now, you can lay down the 9 regions great formation? What's wrong?" Xiaohua was startled and asked, "Did something happen in the hidden immortal continent?" Alas, the Master of Jade Pure Palace sighed, because the hidden immortal continent doesn't have the 9 regions great formation. When the void was blocked by the world-destroying mayflies, the continent had many earthquakes and many people died. If we don't lay down the formation, the immortal continent will be torn apart. "All right," Xiaohua nodded and said, "Fellow immortal, please return to the Immortal Palace first. After resting for a few days, I will head to the Immortal Palace." "All right, everything depends on you, Master Lei." The 3 Purities Palace Master and Tai-Bai Jinxing bowed and prepared to leave. They looked at Wenchu, And when Chu said with a smile, "You all can go first. I will deal with immortal Shao." The people of the Celestial Palace could not force him and bid him farewell. When the people of the Immortal Palace had left, the Great Elder and Second Elder of Dragon Island also came to bid farewell. Xiao Huat dealt with them carefully, fearing that he might make a mistake. Fortunately, Ao Jia did not make any special request even after he left, which made Xiao Hua feel very puzzled. He could not help but pull Reverend Yun aside and asked, "Great Elder never comes here without a reason. What is going on here today?" He has also sensed the power of the Dragon Realm, and is here to test I, answered Reverend Yin smilingly. "I knew it," Xiao Hua suddenly realized. This old man wouldn't come here just for the world-exterminating ephemera. Seeing that the people of various sects had left, Xiao Hua looked at Thunderbolt Reverend and said, "Second Master, we are going to sit on the throne of creation. You don't have to nag us here, do you? What can you do about it?" Thunderbolt Reverend turned his head. His appearance had already changed, and he now looked handsome and mighty. Defeated, Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. I have never seen such a shameless person. He actually made a fake face. "I like it." Thunderbolt Reverend smiled, and his eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions. "I like it too." Princess Ching Ching held Thunderbolt Reverend's hand, unwilling to let go. Xiao Hua smiled and walked to the front of the throne of creation, then slowly sat down. Boom! Boom! Loud rumbles rang out. Countless thunderbolts flashed on the throne of creation, almost piercing the sky. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua did not dare to release his divine ability at this moment, so he did not have the awe-inspiring aura he had before. "Let's go." Xiao Hua patted the throne, and several similar thrones emerged from the thunderbolts. They landed below Thunderbolt Reverend, Taoist Sorcerer Reverend Yin, Wen Chu, Feng Wu, Huang Tong, and the Celestial Being, and said, "We will sit in the Fortune Tao Palace for the last time." Whoa! At this moment, a chilly wind blew, and dark clouds appeared on the horizon. Ouch! Xiao Hua patted his forehead and came to his senses. He hurriedly stood up and said, "I forgot one thing. Although the world-exterminating ephemera has been crushed, the living beings they devoured are still not resting. This is a serious matter. We cannot delay." Wen Chu and the others also hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Mithria Buddha and the World Venerable cannot come out. Little brother will lend big brother a hand." Archdevil Shur whispered in the space. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then took out the Kunlun mirror and released Archdevil Shur, who had turned into a yellow-faced man, and said, "You have also cultivated the Twin Chi linking branches technique. Although you can't lay down the 9 provinces grand array, you should be able to restrain the vengeful souls. In that case, let's go." Thunderbolt Reverend had gained humanity and knew how precious life was, so he urged, "Order all Fortune Gate disciples to return to the Fortune Tao Palace." Xiao Hua ordered. He didn't let Lu, Yi, and the other disciples come forward to greet him. Instead, he brought his doppelgangers, and, just like in the 10,000 demon realm, he released his divine sense and connected with each other. The netherworld force also spread out along with the divine sense like a net, gathering the wandering souls scattered between heaven and earth that couldn't enter the reincarnation cycle into the inside of the space. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others leave in a hurry, Lu, Yi, and the other disciples went to the 3 mainlands to send messages. Princess Zixia looked at Princess Ching Ching and whispered, "Big sister, have you made a decision?" Princess Ching Ching's eyelashes trembled a few times, and she replied, "Little sister, we are finally going apart. I haven't heard you call me big sister for a long time. We have fought for our whole lives, and in the last few decades, big sister has understood that blood is thicker than water. Big sister is the shame of the Immortal Palace. I hope little sister will not take it to heart. You also take care of Imperial Mother for big sister." "How can that be?" Princess Zixia smiled faintly and said, "Without big sister as an opponent, little sister's life will also be boring." "Ah!" Princess Ching Ching exclaimed. You If you can accompany the Fortune Gate's second master, how can little sister not accompany the Fortune Gate's first master? Princess Xia replied, if little sister doesn't look after little sister, the Fortune Gate might fall into your hands. I am worried about darling Xiao. As for Imperial Mother and the other big sisters, we don't need to worry about them. Good. Princess Qing Qing's eyes lit up. She stretched out her hand and said, since that's the case, us two sisters will bet with them. And let's bet. Princess Xia looked at Princess Qing Qing's right hand and also stretched out her right hand. She smiled and said, behind Princess Qing Qing, Yu Xiaojing was very surprised. She didn't know what the two princesses were talking about, but she didn't dare to say anything. Even though Princess Xia and Princess Qing Qing had made up their minds, they still couldn't feel at ease. After all, Xiaohua and the Lightning Taoist had been gone for more than a month. The Fortune Gate's disciples had returned from various places. They had changed into new robes and were ready to pay respects to the Holy Lord in their hearts. The two princesses looked at the rising sun every day, waiting for the return of their sweetheart. It was very strange. Facing the world-extinguishing mayfly and missing him, the two of them might not be as worried as they were today. Unfortunately, the world-extinguishing calamity had passed, and their sweetheart was in the 3 continents. Not to mention the 3 continents. Even the 4 continents wouldn't be able to harm them. However, the two of them were still worried, afraid that something unexpected would happen and they wouldn't be able to see them again. On this day, the sun was already setting in the west. Princess Xia and Princess Qing Qing stood in front of the Fortune Gate Palace, accompanied by Baiyan and Yu Xiaojing. Not far away, Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, Jiang Hong, Wang Bianfei, Chang Yuan, and Yu Zhongquan were standing respectfully. Behind them, even more Fortune Gate's disciples were standing respectfully. Everyone held their breaths as they waited quietly. Suddenly, there was the sound of the wind, and a strange will swept over from afar. At first, it was like a gentle breeze, then it was like a drizzle. Finally, it was like the rising of the sea, and the raging waves beat against the shore. All the disciples were shocked, and Wang Bianfei could feel the netherworld origin force in his body. He hurriedly tried to activate his divine ability, but Xiao Hua's tired voice rang out. Oh, they've already returned to the Fortune Gate Palace? Haha, it seems like it's true. The Lightning Taoist's laughter also came from another direction. Following his laughter, the cold intent disappeared, and Xiao Hua and the others returned. Sect Master, please ascend to the Fortune Thrones. Fu Jiwen and the other disciples' faces were covered in tears as they shouted in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Several rumbling sounds rang out as several Fortune Thrones flew out from the Fortune Gate Palace. Xiao Hua and the others sat down, and with a flash of lightning, they returned to the Fortune Gate Palace. Shortly after, Xiao Hua's voice rang out, Disciples, enter the Fortune Gate Palace. Seeing that Lu Yi and the others had agreed and entered the Fortune Gate Palace in an orderly manner, Princess Xia hesitated, while Princess Qing Qing stood motionless in midair. Without Xiao Hua or the Lightning Taoist's orders, Princess Qing Qing would definitely not enter the Fortune Gate Palace. Your Highnesses, Jiang Hong flew over and said respectfully, Sect Master invites the two of you and Miss Yu into the Fortune Gate Palace. All right. Princess Xia and Princess Qing Qing smiled and followed Jiang Hong into the Fortune Gate Palace with Yu Xiaojing. Baiyan was a Fortune Gate disciple, so there was no need for a special announcement. There were many Fortune Gate disciples now, but after entering the Fortune Gate Palace, it didn't seem crowded. Seeing Xiao Hua, the Lightning Taoist, Wen Shu, Feng Wu, Taoist Yin, Heavenly Being, Archdevil Shi, and Huang Tong sitting on the thrones, the disciples didn't dare to be negligent. They all knelt down and said, Disciples respectfully welcome the Sect Masters. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it, Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it a tip. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 52-47. Get up. Xiao Hua and the others hurriedly raised their hands and helped the disciples up. Xiao Hua took the lead and said, "This old man doesn't have much time to wait, and I won't ask about the fortune gates matters in detail. This old man has heard from Third Master that all of you have done well. This old man is very pleased. Thank you for First Master's praise." The disciples were overjoyed. Fujiwen. Xiao Hua looked at the disciples below the stage and asked, "Can any of you tell who is the senior brother and who is the junior brother?" Fujiwen stepped out from the crowd with a wry smile on his face, reporting to First Master, "Your teachings are too good. All of us have strong magic power, and none of us died in the mouths of the world-extinguishing mayflies, so we still can't tell who is the eldest senior brother. These few days, we have already agreed that whoever ascends first will be the eldest senior brother, and so on." "All right." Xiao Hua was helpless listening to Fujiwen's words. He waved his hand and said, "You can decide this matter yourselves. Where is Jiang Hong?" "This disciple is here." Jiang Hong hurriedly stepped out and respectfully said, "May I know what First Master's decree is?" Xiao Hua did not speak. Instead, he looked at Enlightened Master Yun. Enlightened Master Yun said, "Jiang Hong, you have done a meritorious deed by guarding the West Sea Dragon Palace. This seat will confer you the title of West Sea Dragon King." With that said, Enlightened Master Yun bestowed the West Sea Dragon throne and other items to Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong's dragon body trembled with excitement. She received the dragon throne and respectfully knelt on the ground, saying, "This disciple thanks Sacred Dragon for the bestowal." Enlightened Master Yun said indifferently, "Although you are not the West Sea Dragon King, you have exercised the West Sea Dragon Palace's authority and carried out the West Sea Dragon King's duties. You have done many things in this world, and that's it. If this seat doesn't confer the title to you, who else can I confer the title to? This disciple understands. This disciple will spare no effort to guard the West Sea Dragon Palace well for our fortune gate." Jiang Hong stood up and returned to her seat. After that, Xiao Hua explained other matters, including the matters of the Imperial Thunder Sect, the Rejuvenation Chamber of Commerce, the Star-Plucking Pavilion, and so on. Finally, he said, "This old man and a few others have already investigated the 3 continents. All the world-exterminating mayflies have been killed, and there is not a single trace of them left. This is the ability of the sect master and the other masters, and also our fortune." Lu Yi and the other disciples felt relieved and said, "But..." Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment before saying, "The world-exterminating ephemera's mother insect should be different from these child insects, but we didn't find the mother insect. If it wasn't for the fact that the insect queen didn't exist in the first place, then the insect queen would have been killed." Sect Master Wang Bianfei hurriedly stepped out and said, "Disciple once went to the Immortal Palace under the order of the 3rd Sect Master. I heard from the Immortal Palace Inspector that they had searched the 3 continents, but they had never seen a trace of the insect queen. It's just a guess." Huang Tong smiled. "Since we haven't found anything, let's not talk about it." Xiao Hua nodded and looked at Lu Yi. "Where's Lu Yi?" "Disciple is here." Lu Yi hurriedly stepped out and saluted respectfully. Although the Dawn Rain continent's spiritual energy has resolved the 3 continents' calamity, this spiritual energy is fatal to us Dao cultivators. You are in charge of the Fortune Gates affairs, so you are responsible for our Fortune Gates disciples' cultivation in the future. Xiao Hua then briefly explained the situation on the Dawn Rain continent. This old man left Yuanya on the Dawn Rain continent, while Xiong, Yi, and Li Xiang led the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gates disciples to establish a sect on the Dawn Rain continent. Although you won't be together in the future, you are all Fortune Gates disciples, so you have to think and discuss our Fortune Gates disciples' cultivation in the future. Yes, this disciple understands. Lu Yi answered, "This is this old man's modified cultivation technique. Pass it to your disciples first." Xiao Hua said as he passed the various cultivation technique jade slips to Lu Yi. "Our Fortune Gate has already used the spiritual root selection method. It only needs to be slightly modified. This disciple thanks the sect master on behalf of the Fortune Gate's disciples." Lu Yi received the jade slips and knelt down to kowtow. The group of disciples kowtowed again to express their gratitude. Xiao Hua closed his eyes for a moment and felt that he had not missed anything. He turned to look at the lightning Taoist and the others and asked, "Does anyone have anything to say?" "No." Everyone pondered for a moment and then shook their heads. Xiao Hua looked around and said, "This old man has said what I wanted to say, but this old man's final warning is, in the future, all of you will have to walk on your own. Remember, the first rule of our Fortune Gate is that our Fortune Gate's disciples are most afraid of causing trouble. Anyone who is found to cause trouble must be killed." Yes, this disciple understands. Several senior disciples, including Gongshu, Exian, Zhai Xingzi, and the others, felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that Xiao Hua was talking to them, so they quickly bowed and answered. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "All right, all of you may rise. This old man's karmic ties with these fellow Taoists in the 4 continents have been settled, and we will be ascending soon. Those with profound cultivation can cultivate in seclusion for a few days. When we ascend in the morning, all of you can observe and comprehend." "Master!" All the disciples cried and knelt on the ground. They kowtowed 9 times and said, "Although we know that this is a joyous occasion, we are all reluctant to part. Don't act like a sentimental person." Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with tears as he smiled and said, "This old man will be waiting for all of you in the immortal world. That's right, this king will also be waiting for all of you in the heavenly court." When Chu also smiled, everyone cried for a moment, but after hearing Xiao Hua's command, they reluctantly left. Xiao Hua wanted to keep Lu Yi, Zhai Xingzi, and the others to say a few more words, but he could feel the immortal spiritual energy in his body surging like blood from time to time, so he did not dare to say much. He waved his hand and reluctantly let them leave. At this time, only Princess Qing Qing and Princess Zixia were left in the Fortune Dao Palace. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, but no one knew what he wanted to say. Princess Zixia smiled and said, "Since Fairy Hongxia is unwilling to accompany you, this concubine will accompany you. There must be someone watching over you, right?" Xiao Hua was overjoyed, but he hesitated and said in a low voice, "This is very dangerous. I don't know if it will work. If Big Sister can go, why can't I?" Princess Zixia smiled and said, "Moreover, don't you think that if I stay in the 4 continents, won't I be making trouble for Lu, Yi, and the others? The Immortal Palace has Imperial Father. I can't stop them. Also, I am a Confucian cultivator, and I ascended to the Heavenly Court. If I want to see the Wisdom Dao Palace's master, it will be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years later. But if I want to see you, it is absolutely impossible. Do you have the heart to abandon me?" Huh. Xiao Hua knew that Princess Zixia was different from Fairy Hongxia. He laughed loudly and stood up. He took out the Kunlun mirror and said, "Since that is the case, this Xiao will live and die with you." Yes. Princess Zixia's eyes were also filled with determination. "Live and die together. It's almost too late." When Chu urged. "All right." Xiao Hua didn't have time to explain. He activated the Kunlun mirror and sent Princess Zixia and Princess Qing Qing into the Shenhua continent. Just as he stood up, the Thunderbolt Venerable suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist, take you, Xiajing too. Without Princess Qing Qing, she can't stay in the Fortune Gate." Xiao Hua smiled, knowing that the Thunderbolt Venerable was really humane. He called for Yu Xiajing and sent her into the Shenhua continent. Xiao Hua stood up and looked at the Throne of Fortune. He smiled and said, "This Throne of Fortune will be left here. Let Lu, Yi, and the others sit on it. The waves behind surpass the waves before. We will be forgotten in the end." Feng Wu also smiled and said, "We should go to the immortal world to find our own thrones." At this time, Demon Venerable Shi didn't have any smile on his face. He took a step forward and walked in front of everyone. His gaze started from Xiao Hua, then the Thunderbolt Venerable, Wen Chu, all the way to Huang Tong. Xiao Hua's heart ached. He knew what Demon Venerable Shi wanted to do. He took out the Kunlun mirror and wanted to release the Methriya Buddha. However, Demon Venerable Shi quickly stopped him and said, "Big brother, don't let fourth brother come out. I will go in and bid him farewell. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. He kept the Kunlun mirror and looked at Demon Venerable Shi. Big brother. Demon Venerable Shi flew in front of Xiao Hua and raised his hands. Xiao Hua also raised his arms and hugged Demon Venerable Shi, patting his shoulder. Damn it, ninth brother. Thunderbolt Venerable's tears actually flowed out. He cried out, this feeling of being humane is really not good. Second brother. Demon Venerable Shi also flew over and hugged Thunderbolt Venerable. If you don't have humanity, how can us brothers be perfect? When he got Taoist Wu, Demon Venerable Shi asked, Sixth brother, have you sensed the place of ascension? Taoist Wu's face was calm as he replied indifferently. I've already said this in Meng Mountain. I don't know where to ascend. Then what is Sixth brother's plan? Demon Venerable Shi asked, why don't you go to the demon world with me? Taoist Wu shook his head and said, I can't go now. I still have to help Taoist Xiao set up the 9 provinces Great Formation. After setting up the formation, I will probably retreat to Meng Mountain to avoid attracting the attention of the other sections. In that sealed space, there is a statue of the 13th Great Soul Cultivator God. I will go to the statue to see if I can find the mystery of ascension. Then, I will probably wait for the future Shaman King in Meng Mountain. Of course, if I have the time, I will go to the demon world. Then I will wait for Sixth brother's arrival in the demon world. Demon Venerable Shi hugged Taoist Wu and said goodbye to Yunjinren. Seeing Celestial Being, Demon Venerable Shi smiled and said, Eighth brother, what about you? Celestial Being said heartlessly, I also don't feel any signs of ascension. When you asked Taoist Wu, I also thought about it. After helping Taoist Xiao set up the formation, I will go to the Tao Alliance and Heaven Alliance and go to the 10,000 demon world from their forbidden area. I don't like that crow, so I will cut a few of his feathers. When I'm tired of playing in the 10,000 demon world, I will go to the demon world. There's also a passage in the 10,000 demon world, right? Xiao Hua was sweating when he heard this. After Demon Venerable Shi hugged Celestial Being and Huang Tong, he looked at everyone reluctantly and bowed respectfully. Brothers, my path is not in the 4 continents. I will go to the demon world. Although I don't know what I will encounter in the demon world and what will happen after I ascend to the demon world, I will remember what you said just now. Since I am born from the same root, I will always have our fortune gay in my heart. If possible, I will also be in the demon world, and even Immerse will create the fortune gate. I hope that we can meet in the upper realm in the future, and then we will still be brothers. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian. Vote for it. Vote for it. Give it a reward. And thank you for all your support. Chapter 5248. G.A. Feng Wu couldn't help but cry out. I can't bear it anymore. Does the demon clan also know the pain of separation? I'm leaving. Demon Venerable Shi didn't answer. He looked at his clones, and tears appeared in his yellow-faced eyes like a human's. Damn it. Celestial Being cursed. Demon Venerable, you're too fake. How can the demon clan cry? Huh? Demon Venerable Shi laughed. Big brother, you're a human. I don't dare to not be a human. Let's go, let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, let's go. The road is under our feet. Maybe we'll be together again. Then, Xiao Hua and the others flew out of the Fortune Palace. The disciples didn't go far. Seeing them come out, they knelt down again and shouted, Farewell, Sect Masters. Xiao Hua and the others tore through the void and were about to fly to the Immortal Palace. At this moment, a vast divine sense swept across the western sky and fell on Xiao Hua and the others. It was surprised and then retreated like a tide. Oh, Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the source of the divine sense. They came quickly. Big brother, Demon Venerable Shi said, I'll go first. Okay, go. See you in the upper realm. Xiao Hua and the other clones watched as Demon Venerable Shi stepped into the void. Demon Venerable Shi went to the Dawn Rain continent, where he left the Sky Patrol City. He took Zhang Qingxiao with him and left her in Yellow Flower Ridge. Now, He was going to return to Yellow Flower Ridge and take Zhang Qingxiao to the demon realm through the crack in the Demon Imperial Valley. After the demon Venerable was killed, 30 minutes later, spatial ripples appeared in the sky, and several human cultivators flew out of the void. They were none other than the Yilin Continent's Dao Alliance's master, Elder Gu Qiong, Vice Alliance Master, Taoist Jian, Patriarch Yi Zhen of the Yi family, Bright Moon Householder, and Elder Peacock, Kong Chong. Ha! Welcome to the West Sea. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Both the cultivators of the Heaven Alliance and the Dao Alliance didn't dare to be negligent. They all saluted respectfully and said, "Greetings, Supremes." After greeting Huang Xiaolong, Old Man Gu Qiong looked at the Fortune Dao Palace in the West Ocean and smiled. "Is this Taoist Zhao's place? It's not a training ground." Xiaohua laughed. "It's just a place to stay. Since all of you came from the Dawnrain mainland, you must have seen the Fortune Gate there, which is also this Zhao's disciple." "We understand." Taoist Ji Yin hurriedly replied. "Taoist Zhao's kindness to the Yilin mainland's Taoist Gate is as great as the heavens. Taoist Zhao's disciples are our Taoist Gate's disciples. Although we brought our disciples to the Lost Land, we've already given orders not to harass the Fortune Gate's disciples." Fellow Taoist Ji Yin, Bright Moon Householder said with a smile, "Since Wu Meng's barrier isn't here, how could there be a Lost Land? The Yilin continent and the Xiaoyu continent were originally one. So in the future, it should be called the Xinyo continent." Immortal Ji Yin disdainfully waved his hand and said, "I'll go back and investigate. The so-called Aparagadania continent is the name of the Buddhism sect. We Taoists can just call it the Yilin continent." "Ha!" Xiaohua laughed and said, "Whether it's the Aparagadania continent or the Yilin continent, it's your business. It has nothing to do with this Xiao." Old Man Gu Qiong's heart skipped a beat, and he bowed and said, "This junior thanks Taoist Xiao. This junior has now resensed the immortal world's gate." "Very good, very good." Xiaohua nodded and said, "The immortal array has been broken, and the laws of heaven and earth have changed. It's normal for you to sense the immortal world's gate. However, this Xiao has to remind you that the immortal world's gate has changed because of the changes in the laws of heaven and earth. Now, it's changing the three mainlands through the West Ocean. When the changes in the laws of heaven and earth are complete, the immortal world's gate will probably close again." "Alas, this junior knows." Old Man Gu Qiong sighed and said, "This is the junior's business. I hope that senior's modified cultivation technique can give them new hope." "All right." Xiaohua looked at everyone and said with a smile, "This Xiao has urgent matters to attend to, so I won't entertain you. Now that the barriers of the four mainlands have been opened, and you're all Taoist sovereigns, you can go anywhere you want. Of course, the Taoist sects, Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and the demon race coexist in the four mainlands, so it's necessary for them to clash and get used to each other. Senior, what urgent matters are you going to attend to? We want to lend you a hand." Old Ancestor Yi hurriedly said. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, "This Xiao wants to go to the Immortal Palace to meet Immortal Emperor Go-Chun." "Fine, you're all Taoist sovereigns, so this Xiao will introduce you to him. In addition, this Xiao also wants to explain the matter of the Dawnrain continent to Old Ancestor Yi. After all, this Xiao killed your Yi clan's patriarch." Yi Zhen's face was filled with fear as he hurriedly said, "This junior already knows about this. My Yi clan has offended senior." "Huh." Xiaohua interrupted Yi Zhen and said, "Since you already know, then there's no need to say more. Xiao Mao has the bloodline of your Yi clan and is also my brother. We can be considered to be fated, so there's no need to say more. Let's go. Senior, please." Old Man Gu Qiong respectfully invited Xiaohua and the others to go first. When Xiaohua and the others stepped out of the void, they arrived at the Immortal Palace's southern heaven gate. This was Xiaohua's second time going to the Immortal Palace. Of course, this time, he would not be asked to find a passage like last time. When Chu could freely enter the Immortal Palace, and even his Lightning Master's crown could bring him in. However, when Xiaohua and the others came out, an inspector from the Immortal Palace was already waiting for them. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others appear, the inspector immediately sent out a message and respectfully flew over. He bowed and said, "Junior greets Master Lei, greets Scholar Palace Master, greets all the Supremes." Boom! Without waiting for Xiao Hua and the others to speak, a distorted light flew out from the void of the southern heavenly gate. Sun Jian led the troops to welcome them. It seemed that they had been waiting at the southern heavenly gate for a long time. After greeting each other, Sun Jian smiled and said, "Master Xiao is indeed a trustworthy person." His Majesty was pleasantly surprised when he heard Master Zhao's words. He has been waiting for Master Zhao's arrival at the Lingyun Palace. Speaking of this, Sun Jian looked at the Dao sect cultivators behind Xiao Hua, whose strength he could not see through, and was slightly stunned. Unfortunately, a meaningful smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face, and he did not explain. Instead, he asked, "Is His Majesty ready? I don't have much time left." Sun Jian's face turned awkward, and he said embarrassedly, "His Majesty." While he was speaking, the colorful light behind Sun Jian transformed into a rainbow bridge that passed through the distorted time and space and landed in front of Xiao Hua and the others. Seeing this, Sun Jian was overjoyed and said, "Master Xiao, His Majesty is already waiting at the Southern Heaven Gate. The Immortal Palace's ceremonial guards are also in front of the gate. I'm afraid His Majesty is feeling guilty that he did not go to the Fortune Taoist Palace before, so he personally came to welcome us." "Ha, fine." Xiao Hua went with the flow and said, "I won't make things difficult for you. I'll ask His Majesty after I see him." "Master Xiao Supremes, please." Sun Jian hurriedly stepped aside as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He raised his hand and respectfully invited Xiao Hua and the others to step on the Rainbow Bridge. The Rainbow Bridge was like a shuttle. Amidst the distorted light, the Southern Heaven Gate was already in sight. Seeing that the Southern Heaven Gate's aura was the same as before, and its brilliance was attracting people, Xiao Hua had a smile on his face as he urged his figure to fly to the other side of the Rainbow Bridge. Before Xiao Hua could stabilize himself, countless sounds of music, golden music, auspicious omens, and dancing dragons and phoenixes appeared in front of the Southern Heaven Gate. At the end of the auspicious light, 2 golden seats appeared. Immortal Emperor Gaochen, who was wearing a sun and moon imperial robe and a heaven and earth crown, and the majestic EC Empress, who was wearing a palace dress, were sitting on them. Their figures were different from before. They were only a few feet tall, but there were still countless inscriptions flying out from the void to their left, like Jiao dragons and flying phoenixes. They swam around the 2 of them, and a suppressive aura spread out from the monarch and empress. Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at the golden seats. He said to Old Man Gu Qiong, "Fellow Taoist, these are the masters of the immortal palace of the Confucian cultivators. They are Immortal Emperor Gaochen and the East Sea Empress." Old Man Gu Qiong and the others tidied their Taoist robes. After Immortal Emperor Gaochen and the others landed, Old Man Gu Qiong followed Xiao Hua and cupped his fists. "Greetings, masters of the Immortal Palace." Immortal Emperor Gaochen was puzzled. He looked at Old Man Gu Qiong and the others and asked curiously, "Minister Xiao, who are these immortal friends with 9th grade origin energy? Why do they look so unfamiliar?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "They're the masters of the Tao Alliance and Heaven Alliance of the Yilin continent. They heard that your Majesty has a Shi-Ji paperweight in the Immortal Palace, so they came with me to the Immortal Palace to borrow it." Old Man Gu Qiong was very astute. Although Xiao Hua didn't talk to him beforehand, he didn't show any change in his expression. He smiled and said, "Yes, there are many dangerous places in the Yilin continent. My Dao Sect's artifacts can't suppress them. I heard that your Majesty has a Shi-Ji paperweight, so I want to borrow it. Is it possible?" "Well," Immortal Emperor Gaochen hesitated as if he was reluctant. Beside him, the EC Empress smiled and said, "There is a saying in the Confucian cultivators. Isn't it a joy to have friends coming from afar? Although the Shi-Ji paperweight is precious, it is only a loan. Your Majesty can agree to it." Immortal Emperor Gaochen smiled bitterly and said, "The Shiji paperweight is not a good thing in the Immortal Palace. I have already given it to someone. Now that I want it back." The East Sea Empress was stunned. She hurriedly said to Old Man Gu Qiong, "How about this? I have a mountain river inkstone in the Immortal Palace that can suppress ghosts. I will send someone to get it. My Immortal Palace has been rude, so I will give it to you. What do you think?" "Thank you," Old Man Gu Qiong said, seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything. "I have already prepared a gift for you. I hope your majesty doesn't mind." Before Old Man Gu Qiong could finish, Xiao Hua sighed and said, "Xiexan, you are really Xiexan, ah?" Xiao Hua's words were like a sudden clap of thunder that stunned everyone in the Immortal Palace. Even the East Sea Empress turned pale with fright. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and reward it. Thank you for all your support. Chapter 5249. Boom! Along with Xiao Hua's words, Wen Chu, who was standing next to him, suddenly slapped his forehead. The five energies' origin rushed out as the heaven and earth pagoda broke through the sky. Countless shadows in the shape of the sky and earth suddenly fell down and covered Immortal Emperor Go Chun. "Xiao Hua!" Immortal Emperor Go Chun roared. "What are you doing? Could it be that you want to rebel?" Along with his anger, the golden throne below him emitted a blinding golden light. Endless rays of light rushed out like dragons. The fate of the Confucian cultivators was like a belt and tried its best to attack the heaven and earth pagoda. Even with Wen Chu's control, the heaven and earth pagoda seemed to be unable to suppress this fate that represented the entire Confucian cultivator. What was special was that Immortal Emperor Go Chun suddenly raised his hand and took out the Son of Heaven's sword from his waist. He majestically slashed toward the sky. Whoa! Within the whistling wind, the fate of the Confucian cultivators and the rays of light broke through the suppression of the heaven and earth pagoda and rushed into the Son of Heaven's sword. Thousands of flowers, birds, insects, fish, men plowing, women weaving, mountains, rivers, and palaces all rushed out from the Son of Heaven's sword. Seeing the heaven and earth pagoda shaking and the Son of Heaven's sword coming out, Wen Chu decisively waved his hand. Whoa! A wild wind suddenly appeared as a huge sword pierced out from his hand. Thousands of suns, moons, stars, mountains, rivers, and grasses all turned into rays of light and fell into the rays of light. The Four Seas Unification Plan also turned into scrolls and slammed into the Xian Yuan sword. The Xian Yuan sword was indeed the nemesis of the Son of Heaven's sword. Needless to say, Wen Chu's strength was far above Xie's science. Even though the Xian Yuan sword didn't have any splendor, it had a heroic aura that carried a heaven-defying power and instantly pierced through the majesty and imperial power of the Son of Heaven's sword. Rumble! With a loud explosion, the Xian Yuan sword knocked the Son of Heaven's sword away and even suppressed the rays of light and fate. When the rays of light disappeared, Wen Chu was already holding the Xian Yuan sword in his hand. The sword energy of the Xian Yuan sword deeply pierced into Immortal Emperor Go Chen's dantian and suppressed his true energy. The heaven and earth pagoda above Immortal Emperor Go Chen's head was now like a mountain and firmly suppressed the golden light of the Son of Heaven's pagoda. Xiao! Minister Xiao, enlightened being Xiao, Scholar Palace Master. Immortal Emperor Gaochen stammered. "What were you doing?" Taoist Master Xiao. The East Sea Empress expression suddenly changed. She placed her slender hands on the golden throne. She didn't look at Wen Chu, but instead glared at Xiao Hua. Her eyes were spitting fire as she said, "What are you doing? You have a personal grudge with the Immortal Emperor. If you have any requests, just say it. Why do you have to humiliate the Immortal Emperor in front of so many cultivators? You might be able to suppress the Immortal Emperor, but as long as I don't want to, you won't be able to kill him." Although the East Sea Empress' voice was stern, there was also a pleading tone in her words. If she had any tricks up her sleeve, why would she say it out loud? Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Celestial Empress, Don't be anxious. With that, Xiaohua activated the Kunlun mirror and released Princess Qingqing and Princess Xixia. The two princesses were waiting for the lightning tribulation on Shenhua continent, waiting for the heaven and earth to collapse. They were quite surprised to see Wen Chu pointing his sword at immortal Emperor Gaochen. Xixia, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry. This is what I said before. I have a surprise for you." "Oh," Princess Xixia blindly replied. Since it was a surprise, of course, it had to be something she didn't expect. "What is this?" Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the Shiji paperweight. The East Sea Empress was stunned. She said anxiously, "Xiaohua, the Shiji paperweight is clearly with you. Why are you asking the immortal emperor for it?" "Mother," Princess Xixia said curiously, "Father put this in Liao Jianghai's eyes when he suppressed the boy." The East Sea Empress was shocked, as if she had realized something. "Tai Bai jinxing?" Xiaohua asked again. "That day, after His Majesty suppressed Princess Xixia, did he talk to you alone in the Overcloud Palace about what you should do in Longevity Town after the Sutra Seeking of Nirvana?" Tai Bai jinxing hurriedly stepped forward and answered, "Yes. That day, His Majesty said that when we arrived at the Longevity Town, he wanted me to mention Princess Xixia and ask for her pardon. However, at the Longevity Town, I did as I was told, but was rejected by His Majesty." "Very simple," Xiaohua said mockingly, "because he is Xie Xian, not immortal Emperor Go-Chun. Moreover, Xie Xian, why don't you dare to follow Wen Chu and even follow me to set up the great array of the 9 provinces? I'm afraid it's because you can't set up the array, right? Damn it." Xie Xian didn't admit it at all. He said angrily, "Something went wrong with my cultivation. My soul was damaged, and I even lost some of my memories. You don't want to admit it?" Xiaohua smiled. The Kunlun mirror in his hand vibrated again. Another immortal Emperor Go-Chun wearing a green robe and a pearl crown flew out. When this immortal emperor landed in the air, the entire space shook. Half of the righteous Qi and Confucian Qi that Wan Chong sent to Xie Xian landed on this immortal Emperor Go-Chun. The sun-moon crown and emperor's outfit gradually appeared. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the real and fake immortal Emperor Go-Chun in disbelief. They didn't know how to distinguish between them. The East Sea Queen's lips trembled. Looking at this immortal Emperor Go-Chun, she had a bad feeling. All of Xie Xian's previous doubts were cleared. However, it was only for a moment. She actually let out a long sigh of relief. After all, Xie Xian not going to the Hall of Fragrance and only favoring Fairy Yu of the Flower Medicine Palace was the biggest scar in her heart. Now, it was her greatest happiness. The East Sea Queen pointed at the paperweight and asked, "Your Majesty, what is this?" Immortal Emperor Go-Chun thought for a moment and smiled. "This is the token of love you gave me." "How could I not know? Isn't the Mountain River ink tablet from your Hall of Fragrance also a token of love from me?" The Shiji paperweight and the ink slab were the Emperor's and the Queen's personal belongings. They were deeply engraved in each other's hearts. Immortal Emperor Go-Chun used the paperweight to suppress Xian to explain to the Queen that he had no choice but to do so. The Queen, on the other hand, knew that Xie Xian had given the paperweight to Fairy Yu, so she angrily gave the ink slab to Old Man Gu Qion. Now, that immortal Emperor Go-Chun explained himself. How could the Queen not know that this was the real immortal Emperor Go-Chun? "Your Majesty." The Queen stood up from her golden throne and was about to greet him when a sudden change occurred. A pale yellow scroll suddenly appeared in front of Xie Xian's chest. The pages flipped and blocked the sword's edge. At the same time, Old Man Gu Qiong shouted, "How dare you!" Xie Xian naturally didn't care about the others. When his left hand slammed on the golden seat, another golden arm grew out from under his left arm. That arm easily broke through the restrictions of the heaven and earth pagoda and landed on the golden seat beside it, grabbing the East Sea Queen's neck. Xie Xian sneered after grabbing the Queen. He looked at the panicking immortal Emperor Go-Chun and coldly said, "You are already dead. Why do you still want to appear before me?" Don't forget that I am also Immortal Emperor Go Chun. Having said that, the queen swung her right arm and slammed on the throne as well. Boom! The shadow of a guillotine flew out from Xie Xian's throne and another guillotine platform from her throne. They turned into an immortal slaying platform and pounced on Immortal Emperor Go Chun. Of course, Immortal Emperor Go Chun used his techniques to block, but how could he escape from the immortal slaying platform that specialized in killing Confucian cultivators? Ha ha ha! Xie Xian laughed crazily. Right when he was about to speak, Xiao Hua's thunderous voice came from above his head. Xie Xian, your daydream is so good. This old man admires you from the bottom of my heart. Xie Xian was shocked. He felt the light in front of him shatter, and everything turned into fireflies. An illusory spirit treasure was floating on the throne. Wasn't this old man Gu Qiong's dream of peace? As for the real East Sea Queen, she had already controlled the throne to land next to Immortal Emperor Go Chun. Damn Taoist cultivators! Xie Xian cursed in a low voice. He wanted to activate the Golden Throne, but Immortal Emperor Gao Chun and the East Sea Empress' hands were tightly gripped. The Empress' Golden Throne emitted a boundless light that trapped Xie Xian's Golden Throne. No matter how hard Xie Xian tried, he couldn't activate it. Wen Chu frowned and activated the Heaven and Earth Pagoda as well as the Xin Yuan sword. He wanted to kill Xie Xian, but the book in front of Xie Xian's chest flipped and blocked the Heaven and Earth Pagoda's imprisonment and the Xin Yuan sword's attack. If that's the case, Xiao Hua smiled and took out the sword gourd. I am the lightning master of the Immortal Palace. It is my duty to eliminate the evildoers for the Immortal Palace. When Xie Xian saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at the golden seat with some reluctance. He opened his mouth and poured his true qi into the book. The book flipped rapidly, and a yellow door flew out from the book and landed in front of him. Xie Xian stood up from the golden seat and looked arrogantly at the supreme martial artist on his left. He sneered and said, "So what if there are many supreme martial artists here? I see all the supremes in the world as ants." However, just as Xie Xian stood up, the Golden Throne immediately flew down below Immortal Emperor Go Chun. The husband and wife were of the same mind. Immortal Emperor Go Chun and the Eastern Sea Empress pointed at the Golden Throne at the same time. Boom! The two Golden Thrones let out a huge roar and shot up into the sky. Immortal Emperor Go Chun opened his mouth, and a dragon-like cloud fell into the Golden Throne. The Golden Throne turned into the shape of a guillotine. The guillotine connected together into the shape of a mountain and emitted buzzing noises as it spun down. The Eastern Sea Empress wasn't slow either. She also opened her mouth, and a ray of cloud fell into the other Golden Throne like a phoenix. This Golden Throne transformed into a guillotine and surged with golden light. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The guillotine that was like a mountain and the guillotine that was like an ocean landed on the golden light. Inscription chains that were as thin as hair appeared in the golden light pillar and fell towards Xie Xian. They completely sealed the space around Xie Xian. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, donate it, and thank you for all your support. Chapter 5250. Xie Xian, who was about to step into the golden door, suddenly stopped and laughed. Gao Chun, you still have the nerve to use such a method? Sure enough, the golden light on the door blocked the chains, preventing them from descending. Damn it! Immortal Emperor Go Chun cursed as if there was nothing he could do. I said I would kill you. How can I let you go? As Xiao Hua spoke, he pointed at the sword gourd, and the executioner's spirit origin light streaked across the sky. Xie Xian was greatly alarmed and hastily tried to escape, but the executioner's spirit origin light was too fast, and in an instant, it landed on top of his head. At that moment, the book in front of Xie Xian's chest flew above his head, flipping and blocking the executioner's spirit origin light. Haha, good treasure. Xie Xian laughed and clapped. This book of luo fruit is indeed an item of the heavenly court. Xiaohua, what can you do to me? Is that so? Xiao Hua didn't say anything, but when Chu was furious, he raised his hand and slapped the door. 5 strands of Xiantian, true energy rushed out and fell into the void. Boom, boom, boom. A bloody light shot up from below everyone's feet, and a bloody execution platform appeared. On the platform, there are 81 pillars surrounding Xia Xian. When Chu raised his hand and pointed, woo, each pillar produced 81 chains. Under the chains, the light of the Confucian cultivator was imprisoned and his fate was frozen. The golden door in front of Xia Xian also fell into the scroll. Seeing the chains descending on his body, Xia Xian panicked. Your Majesty, Xiao Hua smiled and said, I won't interfere in the matter of killing an enemy. Thank you, Master Xiao Hua. Immortal Emperor Gaochen gritted his teeth and pointed at the golden throne. The scythe on the scythe exploded with lightning. Kacha! The scythe spun and fell down with a majestic lightning. This lightning also emitted an unstoppable destructive intent. All of this mercilessly fell on Xia Xian's body. The golden light on Xia Xian's body was imprisoned by the platform, and the Book of Luo above his head was pinned down by the soul execution light. How could it resist? With a loud crack, the mountain-like guillotine cleaved Xia Xian into 2 halves. Even his primordial spirit and sub-body couldn't escape. When the guillotine blade and the guillotine platform joined together, it looked exactly the same as what Xiao Hua had seen earlier. It looked exactly like the immortal slaying platform. Xia Xian was killed. The situation was similar to when Xia Xian killed the fake Xia Xian. The 3 Purities Palace Master, Tai Bai Jinxing, and the others were dumbstruck. Xiao Hua pointed at the sword gourd, and the execution spirit vital light brought the Book of Luo back to his hand. Just as Xiao Hua was about to speak, Yi Zhen hurriedly transmitted a voice transmission. Taoist Xiao, this Book of Luo is my Dao sect's supreme treasure. Xiao Hua actually didn't want to return the Book of Luo to immortal Emperor Go-chan, so he naturally kept it in his space. Even when Chu rolled her eyes at him before keeping the Heaven and Earth Pagoda and the Xian Yuan sword. Taoist Gu Qiong. Xiao Hua looked at immortal Emperor Go-chan and said loudly, Thank you for your spiritual treasure. Otherwise, Celestial Empress would have been in trouble today. Naturally, old man Gu Qiong had only released the treasure after receiving Xiao Hua's message. At this moment, he put away Meng Ping World and said with a smile, Since you are a traitor, everyone in the world will punish you. Don't thank me. No. Immortal Emperor Go-chan naturally knew the meaning of Xiao Hua's words. He raised his hand and put away all of Xia Xian's belongings before saying with a smile, This is the kindness of a Dao sect cultivator. This emperor will never forget it. Imperial Father, Princess Qing and Princess Xia suddenly understood. They hurriedly knelt down with tears on their faces and kowtowed. You have suffered. This emperor is fine. Immortal Emperor Go-chan helped the 2 up and said, This emperor was careless and actually allowed Xia Xian to succeed. I have caused you to suffer. Qing, this emperor will now give a decree to allow you to marry the lightning sage. Princess Qing's face was covered in tears as she kowtowed and said, Imperial Father, although this decree is late, this boy still wants to thank Imperial Father. Oh, both Immortal Emperor Go-chan and the EC Empress were stunned and asked, What do you mean? After Princess Qing explained everything, Immortal Emperor Go-chan fell into deep thought. After half a cup of tea's time, Immortal Emperor Go-chan raised his head and looked at Princess Xia and Princess Qing, then at Xiao Hua, and finally at Old Man Gu Qiong and Bright Moon Householder. He raised his hand and took out the supreme heavenly mirror. He handed it to Xiao Hua and said, Your Kunlun mirror is not complete. If you bring Qing and Xian to the immortal world, they will definitely die. If you put the Kunlun mirror together with the supreme heavenly mirror, the chances will increase by 30%. Immortal Emperor Go-chan did not finish his sentence, but Xiao Hua understood his intentions. Since the 4 continents had been formed and the Dao sect cultivators on the Yilin continent were so powerful, the Dao sect cultivators would inevitably find out that immortal Emperor Go-Chan used the supreme heavenly mirror to imprison the Dao sect cultivators. Then, the Penglai immortal realm would be a disaster. Xiaohua borrowed old man Guqiong's spiritual treasure to save the East Sea Empress, to give immortal Emperor Go-Chan a way out. Fortunately, immortal Emperor Go-Chan understood Xiaohua's intention. Xiaohua did not take the supreme heavenly mirror. Instead, he smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be better for your majesty to do it yourself?" Sigh. Immortal Emperor Go-Chan sighed and raised his hand to point at the supreme heavenly mirror. The supreme heavenly mirror flashed with 5 colors, and immortal Emperor Go-Chan said, "This emperor has received the grace of the Dao sect supremes. This emperor follows the will of the heavens and the earth, and pardons the citizens of the Penglai immortal realm. I hope that all of you can forget about the past and form a good relationship with us Confucian cultivators to build the 4 continents." Immortal Emperor Go-Chan frowned and looked at Xiaohua. He transmitted his voice to Xiaohua. "This emperor's Penglai immortal realm has lost a lot of cultivators. I'm afraid it's Xie Xian's doing." "That's right." Xiaohua smiled and said, "This guy must have colluded with the Grand Mist ancestor. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Penglai immortal realm would not have been able to leave." "Oh, right. Although the Grand Mist ancestor's main body was killed by this Xiao, a trace of his primordial spirit escaped and has not been found. I'm afraid that he has a clone. This clone might have colluded with Xie Xian. Your Majesty must be careful. This emperor understands. This emperor will definitely investigate the immortal palace and the hidden immortal continent thoroughly." Immortal Emperor Go-Chan said, and pointed his finger. Countless fireflies flew out from the clear sky mirror and landed on the hidden immortal continent. Xiaohua and the others could clearly see that there were many human figures within the clear sky mirror. "I'll leave it to you." Immortal Emperor Go-Chan willingly handed the clear sky mirror to Xiaohua and said, "I hope that you can protect this emperor's 2 princesses." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern." Xiaohua received the clear sky mirror and bowed. "This Xiao has misunderstood Your Majesty previously. It's not your fault. It's this emperor's fault." Immortal Emperor Go-Chan looked at the East Sea Empress lovingly, and then looked at Princess Qing and Princess Zixia lovingly. He said, "They are this emperor's most precious people. How can this emperor bear to let them be wronged? For their safety, this emperor is willing to exchange anything, including the position of a mortal emperor." Imperial Father, Princess Qing and Princess Zixia could not help but pounce in front of the golden throne and hug immortal Emperor Go-Chan. "Since that's the case," Xiaohua said with a smile, "then I will also give Your Majesty another gift." Xiaohua did not mention the 9 province cauldrons to immortal Emperor Go-Chan earlier, so immortal Emperor Go-Chan was stunned. He patted the 2 princesses' shoulders and looked at Xiaohua, asking, "Beloved subject, what other gifts do you have? After this gift is given, this Xiao might not be able to see Your Majesty again. I hope that Your Majesty can return the 2 princesses to this Xiao and lightning immortal." Xiaohua replied. Princess Qing and Princess Zixia knew that it was time for them to leave. They reluctantly bid farewell to the immortal Emperor and Empress and entered Shenhua continent. Xiaohua turned his head and said to Lightning Immortal and the others, "Let's go, fellow Taoists. We will re-establish the 9-province Great Formation for the Immortal Palace." "What? 9-province Great Formation?" Immortal Emperor Go-Chen's entire body shook. He suddenly realized, this emperor understands. This is Xie Xian's plan, yes. Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Xie Xian's plan is not shallow. Your Majesty really wants to thoroughly investigate the Immortal Palace." After saying this, Xiaohua smiled at old man Guqiong and the others and said, "This Xiao has promised you before. Now that you have come at the right time, I hope it will be of some help to you in the future." Old man Guqiong and the others did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Master Xiao, for your kindness." After saying this, Xiaohua turned around and was about to leave. Bright Moon Householder hurriedly said, Master Xiao, you rush from the 3 continents to the 10,000 demon realm, then from the 10,000 demon realm to the Lin continent, and then to the Dawn Rain continent. You have been saving the world nonstop. Have you prepared to transcend the tribulation? Alas, Xiaohua sighed and shook his head, saying, This Xiao doesn't have the time. Master Zhao's mercy is unparalleled in the world. Yi Zhen said with emotion, If Master Xiao can't transcend the tribulation, who can? Old man Gu Qiong also said sincerely, Since Master Xiao isn't prepared, it's useless to make any preparations now. However, this junior sees that Master Xiao had a few good spiritual artifacts. If you can't transcend the tribulation, you can discard them to save your life. Hee. Thank you for your reminder. Xiaohua's interest was greatly reduced when he saw that these supreme beings only said that they wouldn't practice and didn't take out any spiritual artifacts. He said with a smile, This Xiao will go and set up the formation. I'm afraid that it will attract the thunder tribulation. Please be careful. Master Xiao, be careful. Everyone replied. Immortal Emperor Go, Chun asked again. Taoist, what do you need me to do? Let's see Xian set up the formation. That's a strategy to lure the enemy. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, you only need to observe the situation of the hidden immortal continent. If you discover any abnormalities, inform me in time. Okay, thank you, Taoist. Immortal Emperor Go-Chun pulled the Eastern Sea Empress down from the golden throne and said, This emperor will hold the formation for you all. The supreme beings followed Immortal Emperor Go-Chun out of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. Below them was the mountains and rivers of the hidden immortal continent. Seeing the beautiful land, Xiaohua smiled. This was the place where the human race rested. It didn't only belong to the Confucian cultivators, but also the human race. How could he not care? Xiaohua retracted his gaze and opened his mouth. Buzz! With a rumbling sound, the 9 provinces' cauldrons fell into the sky. Xiaohua pointed at the cauldrons and said, Scholar Palace Master, you are the orthodox Confucian cultivator. Your Yuzhou cauldron is the center of the 9 provinces' great array. Okay. When Chu Chun spat out a mouthful of true qi into the Yuzhou cauldron. Then, he activated his body and flew away with the Yuzhou cauldron. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian. Vote for it. Vote for it. Vote for it. Donate. And thank you for all your support. Chapter 52-51. Under Xiao Hua's orders, Lightning Reverend took Jing Province Cauldron and headed to Jing Province. Feng Wu took Liang Province Cauldron and headed to Liang Province. Taoist Wu took Ji Province Cauldron and tore the void to Ji Province. Reverend Yun swallowed Su Province Cauldron and left while shaking his head and wagging his tail. Celestial and Huang Tong took Yang Province Cauldron and Yong Province Cauldron and left respectively. Finally, Xiaohua waved his Taoist robe and was about to leave with the Yin Province Cauldron and Qing Province Cauldron. In the distance, Immortal Emperor Gaochen hurriedly flew over and said, My dear minister, I have something to say. Xiaohua smiled and said, Your Majesty, do you think we can't lay down the 9-province grand formation? Immortal Emperor Gaochen hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Yes, I'm not worried about you or the Master of Literature Palace. I'm worried about the other immortals, the demon race or the dragon race. Oh, that 5-clawed golden dragon of the dragon race might be able to activate Su Province Cauldron, but even a great saint of the demon race might not be able to activate Yong Province Cauldron, right? Oh, also, do you want to lay down both Qing Province Cauldron and Gun Province Cauldron? Xiaohua's words were really shocking. He smiled and said, The Qing Province Cauldron is laid down by Mithriya Buddha. Immortal Emperor Gaochen almost fell from the sky. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, My dear minister, Mithriya Buddha is the future Buddha of Thunder Temple. How can he activate the Qing Province Cauldron? He even wants to help us lay down the 9-province grand formation? How about? I send a decree to the master of 3 Purity Palace and the masters of Dongfang, Nangong, Shimin, and Dark North clans to come and help." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty, you can ask the master of 3 Purity Palace about this. This is the last time I'm working for the people of Hidden Immortal Continent. If your Majesty doesn't allow it, then forget it." No. Immortal Emperor Gaochen hurriedly waved his hand and said, "That's not what I meant. I'm just afraid that if you fail to lay down the formation, you will be devoured by the 9-province cauldron. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry about this." Xiao Hua replied, "We've already discussed it earlier and felt that it was feasible, so we came together. Otherwise, Phoenix Saint and the others wouldn't have come to the Immortal Palace and would have directly returned to the Great Sage Hall. The number 1 great saint of the demon race has become the Phoenix Sage." Immortal Emperor Go-chan sighed and nodded. "If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you, Master Xiao Lei." Xiao Hua meaningfully looked at Immortal Emperor Go-chan and said, "Your Majesty, the current 4 continents are no longer the 3 continents of the past. The order of the 4 continents is gradually forming. During such a great storm, I hope that your Majesty will prioritize the legacy of the human race and not create any more wars. You invited the Alliance Masters of the Tao Alliance and the Heaven Alliance to the Immortal Palace, and you even asked the Alliance Master of the Tao Alliance to take action." Immortal Emperor Go-chan replied thoughtfully, "Moreover, I was imprisoned by Xiexin, so I know how difficult it is to be separated from one's family. So, my dear minister, don't worry. Unless I have no other choice, I will not take the initiative to start a war." "Good." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "Since your Majesty has such intentions, I's trip will not be in vain." Having said that, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. Lightning surged around his body as he stepped into the void. Xiao Hua stepped out of the void and released his divine intent. He had already sensed Wen Chu's divine intent, so he immediately used the twin spirit binding technique to connect with Feng Wu's group. Xiao Hua's group had used this secret technique countless times in the myriad demon realm. Today, they were able to use it again with ease. Since he was ready, Xiao Hua activated the Kunlun mirror in his hand. From the pillar of light, Mithriya Buddha stepped out of the void. Just as the Mithriya Buddha and the world-honored one stood on the hidden immortal continent, a huge whistling sound of wind sounded from all over the 3 continents. Above the earth and above the 4 seas, the Buddha's light was everywhere. The Buddha's light condensed into lotuses, and countless lotuses were connected together. It was as if a huge lotus had enveloped the entire 3 continents. Amidst this overwhelming lotus, a strange fragrance gradually spread. Mithriya Buddha chanted, "Namo Mithriya Buddha, I don't have much time left." Having said that, Mithriya Buddha stepped into the void. However, just as the void was torn apart, the river of faith immediately flowed out from the void and stopped Mithriya Buddha. "World Sovereign is setting up a formation here. I will go." Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He left the cauldron behind and swallowed it before escaping into the void. Fortunately, the immortal energy around Xiao Hua's body had reached its limit and stopped his Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. The river of faith didn't appear in the void. Xiao Hua flew to the sky above Qing province and sent out the cauldron. He blew a breath of Xiantian Qi into it, and the cauldron expanded to several thousand feet in size. It emitted a buzzing sound as it spun rapidly in the air. When it reached a certain place, it stopped. Thousands of inscriptions appeared on the surface of the cauldron. These inscriptions turned into images of mountains and rivers, and they began to spin rapidly. In just a moment, these images covered the entire sky above Qing province. Roar. At this time, in Qing province, a deafening sound like a dragon's roar broke through the sky. Xiao Hua's Dharma. I could clearly see that a gigantic dragon-like Confucian Qi began to swim in the depths of the earth. Buzz! The cauldron violently vibrated again. The nearby images were attracted by the providence of the earth, and also turned into dragon images that surged around the cauldron. Roar, roar, roar. A total of 8 dragon roars resounded in the other 8 provinces of the hidden immortal continent. When the providence of the Confucian cultivators appeared, the cauldron emitted a golden light. Boom! The golden light rushed up and pierced the sky. Looking at the entire hidden immortal continent, the 9 huge golden light pillars of the 9 provinces' cauldrons all rushed into the sky like pillars of heaven. Seeing the light pillars appear, the 3 purities palace master and the others all had a dignified expression. This was because the last time they set up the formation, they failed because the 9 9th level Confucian cultivators couldn't attack at the same time. Xiao Hua and his clones weren't afraid that they couldn't work together, but when Chu roared in his heart, "Release!" boom! The 9 light pillars reversed at the same time and turned into 9 golden nails that directly pierced into the ground of the hidden immortal continent. The entire hidden immortal continent violently shook. The providences of the Confucian cultivators on the ground were instantly nailed to death. Fall! When Chu roared again, the 9 cauldrons fell down at the same time. When the 9 cauldrons touched the ground, the earth seemed to be transparent without any resistance and instantly penetrated it. Whoa! Between the heaven and earth, the strange wind whistled again. After the heaven and earth flashed 9 times, an indescribable spatial fluctuation appeared in the void, even the firmament and the earth. The 9 providences of the 9 provinces borrowed the power of the 9 cauldrons to form the 9 provinces grand formation. The providences of the Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal continent were completed. Layers of 9 colored lights rushed into the sky along with the fluctuations and gradually converged towards the immortal palaces. The earth was bright, and the sky was filled with multicolored lights. Dragons and phoenixes were auspicious. The sacred images of the Confucians all appeared, and chants filled the heaven and earth. Good. Immortal Emperor Go-chan was the place where the providences of all the Confucian cultivators in the world gathered. Seeing the providences around his body like dragons and becoming several times clearer, how could he not know that the 9 provinces grand formation was completed? He couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. Unfortunately, before Immortal Emperor Go-chen's voice could be heard, the Buddhist light on the hidden immortal continent that had dimmed due to the Confucian cultivators' providence shone brightly again. Moreover, the lotus formed by the Buddhist light was several times larger than before. Namo Mithya Buddha, Namo Mithya Buddha, Namo Mithya Buddha. Countless Buddhist chants appeared in the void. Tens of thousands of heavenly dragons, heavenly maidens, and heavenly flowers began to appear along with the sound of wooden fish. The chants of the Buddhas were like the sounds of nature. Countless Buddhist lotuses covered the 3 continents and even spread towards the Yilin continent. Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha. More chants resounded from the south. The huge thunderclap temple emitted a Buddhist light in the sky. Countless images of the thunderclap temple began to appear in the world. Namo Mithya Buddha. The Mithya Buddha chanted and revealed his golden avatar. The moment this avatar appeared, strange phenomena immediately appeared in the surroundings. Rumble. The river of faith from before suddenly turned into a monstrous torrent that gushed out from the 3 continents. The Buddhist lotuses fell into this torrent of faith and rushed towards the golden avatar of the Mithya Buddha. Within a radius of several 100,000 miles to the left of the Mithya Buddha, lights and shadows distorted and the void cracked. Countless streams of faith seeped out and merged with the previous torrent of faith and fell into the light of the golden avatar of the Buddha. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky above the Pure Land, the sound of explosions rang out. The dome of heaven collapsed, and all the light and shadows were distorted. A rich fragrance and a Buddhist light that was as thin as a breeze slowly seeped out. Namo Amitabha Buddha. In front of the Thunderclap Temple, 2 Buddha lords, 2 bodhisattvas, and many other Buddhas clasped their palms together and chanted Buddhist chants. The little exquisite temple's Buddhas also stood in front of the Thunderclap Temple. Although they were different from the Thunderclap Temple's Buddhas, they still chanted Buddhist chants. Namo Amitabha Buddha. The Dipankara archaic Buddha asked in a low voice, World Lord, what do you think of the situation? Namo Amitabha Buddha. The Mahavarakana Buddha World Lord's face was expressionless as he said, I don't dare to speak recklessly. However, the Maitreya Buddha World Lord has the merit of saving the world and the merit of the hidden immortal continent's Confucian cultivators. With the protection of these merits, there shouldn't be any problems. The Buddha Kingdom's heavenly gate will definitely open. As for the most difficult part, how will the Maitreya Buddha World Lord step into the heavenly gate? As he spoke, the Buddhist lotuses all over the 3 continents bloomed. Within each blossoming Buddhist lotus, swastikas flew out. After these swastikas flew out, they all soared into the sky and flew towards the Thunderclap Temple. When hundreds of millions of swastikas had surged into the sky, they formed a golden radiance that was even more majestic than the flood of faith. Boom! As the golden radiance soared into the sky, a booming sound that sounded like the heavens and earth groaned resounded. At the place where the golden radiance landed, an even larger swastika gradually formed. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Chidian. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, donate it, and thank you for all forms of support. http://www. Chidian. Combook 10041444972. ASPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical, roaming the mortal cities. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company. In reality, I have a divine artifact within my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the solar star zone. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has been completed. It is the first Xianxia novel of 16 million words, The Legend of the Cultivation God. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. Chapter 52:52. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha. Sincerity appeared on the faces of all the Buddhas, knowing that the heavenly gates of the Buddhist kingdom were about to open. However, at this crucial moment, boom, 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 another earth-shattering boom resounded above the 1,000 demons' sacred realm to the north of the 3 continents. Those from the Immortal Palace, Thunder Temple, Heaven Alliance, and Tao Alliance were all shocked. They hurriedly shifted their gazes from the Pure Land world to the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Although the space was extremely far away, they could still see it clearly. The sky in the north cracked inch by inch, and starlight seeped out from the cracks. Woo! At this moment, the Great Sage Hall also appeared from the void. The Great Sage Hall starlight was resplendent, and it continuously spread in all directions like waves. In the blink of an eye, 3 Great Sage Hall silhouettes emerged from the starlight. Wong! Wong! 3 ear-piercing sounds broke through the air at the same time. The 3 silhouettes turned into morning stars, and under the illumination, rushed into the cracked sky. Rumble! Loud noises and starry flames appeared one after another in the cracked sky like the end of the world. The seemingly boundless northern sky seemed to have been wiped away by 3 giant hands. The fragments fell, revealing 3 completely different starry skies. The smallest starry sky was pure. It was only the size of a fist, and it looked abnormally radiant. The starry sky near this star was distorted, and a pitch-black radiance mixed with grayish-white radiance would occasionally appear. Beside this starry sky, there was another starry sky close to 1,000 times larger than this one. Within this starry sky, countless stars shone brightly, and every star had star runes that were distorted. These distortions were a little strange. Looking at it with the naked eye, It seemed as if every crease contained the radiance of the sun and moon. However, the radiance was obscured by the stars. The last starry sky looked similar to the starry sky beside it, but couldn't be considered a starry sky. This was because there were no stars, sun, or moon in this space. There were only tens of thousands of birds and beasts, and their bodies flickered with starlight as they roared crazily. Following their roars, the space also distorted, and a faint blood-red color shrouded the surroundings. Shattering the void? Immortal Emperor Gaochen was the first to exclaim, "Why are three great sages about to shatter the void? How is this possible?" However, before Immortal Emperor Go Chun could finish his sentence, rumble! Another explosion occurred in the sky, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the source of the explosion. Wasn't it coming from the northwest of the three continents? Earth, fire, wind, and lightning surged out like the heavens were collapsing, enveloping the space within 1,000,000 miles. Along with the devastation of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, the horizon gradually evaporated. The normal color disappeared and turned into a pure golden color. As soon as this golden color was formed, it gradually divided into several eye-catching layers. Roar! Countless dragon roars resounded from the northern sea. Within the flickering light, the mysterious dragon island revealed itself. Swish! The dragon-like shadow above the dragon island rushed out amidst the roar of 10,000 dragons and directly collided with the wave-like golden light. Boom! A blurry pupil of at least 1,000 zhong, 33 m per zhong, was revealed in the golden light. Heaven's eyes! Immortal Emperor Go Chun was shocked again and shouted, This is the legendary Heaven's Eye that the dragon race used to ascend to the dragon realm? How is this possible? Not to mention Immortal Emperor Go Chun. Even the Mahavajrana, revered Buddha, couldn't help but keep his calm. Looking at the closed eye in the distance, he exclaimed, Is this Taoist Yun's ascension tribulation? I haven't seen a dragon ascending to the dragon realm in such a manner for a long time. Before the Dipankara archaic Buddha, revered Buddha, could say anything, rumble! A solid shadow above the dragon island crashed into the other side of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning like a meteor. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, far away from the blurry heaven's eye, a clear golden eye with the size of 100,000 miles was formed once again. Understand now. Immortal Emperor Go Chun shouted, This is Taoist Yun's Heaven's Eye. If I'm not mistaken, the previous one should be Grand Elder Ao Jias. As soon as the three ascension phenomena appeared, buzz! A low buzzing sound began to resound between the heavens and the earth. A faint yet unparalleled confinement of the heavens and the earth began to spread toward the three continents. This is bad. AOE and the other dragons on the Dragon Island, Immortal Emperor Go Chun and the other Confucian cultivators in the Immortal Palace, and Mahavajrana of the Thunder Temple and the other Buddhist disciples all exclaimed in unison upon seeing this. After all, there was only one ascension previously. How could there be three ascensions now? The dragon race, the demon race, and the Buddhist disciples were all undergoing their tribulations at the same time? This was absolutely unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. Moreover, these three different ascensions would definitely interfere with each other. As expected, when the restrictions of the heavens and the earth collided with each other, they formed a sealing wave that sealed the 1,000 demons' sacred grounds, the blessed land world, and the North Sea. Even the hidden immortal continent, the East Sea, and the South Sea were affected. On the hidden immortal continent, Xiaohua and the others were both happy and worried. As soon as they laid down the 9 provinces grand formation, the Mithya Buddha, revered Buddha, activated the heavenly gate of the Buddhism sect. As the 9 exalts were originally one, Feng Wu, Huang Tong, and Taoist Yun immediately sensed their ascension tribulation. Everyone, seeing that the 3 continents were about to be sealed, Xiaohua hurriedly said in his heart, Let's try our best to separate. We'll meet again in the upper realm. All right, His clones did not dare to delay and responded. The Mithriya Buddha, revered Buddha, wanted to go to the Blessed Land world, but how could he enter the void at this time? Seeing that he could not tear it apart, he could only teleport to the Thunder Temple. Feng Wu and Huang Tong teleported to the Thousand Demons' sacred grounds at the same time. After arriving, they went to different places. Taoist Yun naturally flew to the Dragon Island, unlike the two great saints of the demon race. Fellow immortal, you don't have to go too far, Xiao Hua said to Wen Chu with a smile. This is the hidden immortal continent of the Confucian cultivators. We'll avoid it. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Xiao Hua's voice fell, he saw that in the sky above the hidden immortal continent, there was a crack formed by 4 types of lightning. The 5-chi righteous lightning was like a heavenly river pouring down. However, this 5-chi righteous lightning had only fallen for a few hundred li before it stopped again. It turned into a monstrous lightning tide, covering 1,000,000 li. Within the 5-chi righteous lightning, hundreds of millions of mighty pillars of energy fell down. The 5-colored light also covered the horizon. The huge scroll that was 1,000 zhang long, together with the sword light, began to condense within the 5-chi righteous lightning. A kind of vast and supreme aura leaked out from the scroll, enveloping the entire hidden immortal continent. The book gate appears, the clouds rise. Immortal Emperor Gaochen laughed and said, I knew it. How could the master of the literature star palace be willing to fall behind others? Boom, boom, boom. Just as Immortal Emperor Gaochen's smile appeared, another wave of 5-chi righteous thunders and clouds fell down and condensed into a scroll that was tens of thousands of feet long in another square. Immortal Emperor Gaochen was startled. Who else triggered the heavenly gate? Your Majesty, not far away, the master of the Supreme Purity Palace was surrounded by clouds. The fragrance of books came out of his body. He flew forward and bowed. I didn't expect to trigger the book gate today. I'm afraid it was also the work of the master of the Literature Star Palace. Today, I bid farewell to your Majesty. Please take care of yourself. Good. Immortal Emperor Gaochen clapped his hands and said, the master of the Supreme Purity Palace has gotten rid of the knot in his heart and can finally step into the heavenly court. Congratulations. The master of the Supreme Purity Palace smiled and said, however, I just triggered the heavenly gate. I don't know if I can step on the clouds to go up. Your Majesty, you congratulate me too early. With that, the master of the Supreme Purity Palace moved his body and landed on a vast land. When he saw Wen Chu, he said respectfully, thank you, master of the Literature Star Palace. Who knew that Wen Chu's face was solemn, and he warned, the 9 provinces grand array has just been completed and you are not prepared. This is not good for you. The immortal array is broken and the heaven and earth are changing. How can I be the only one to react hastily? The master of the Supreme Purity Palace smiled and said, sooner or later, I will have to take this step. The earlier I leave, the earlier I can finish this. Wen Chu was startled and said anxiously, my Confucian cultivator has a saying that opportunities are left for those who are prepared. You have been accumulating power for 10,000 years for today. However, this book gate came too suddenly, so you don't have to belittle yourself. Yes, I know. The master of the Supreme Purity Palace raised his head and looked at Wen Chu's huge book in the distance. He smiled and said, the master of the Literature Star Palace must also be careful. We will meet again in the heavenly court. It's a deal. Wen Chu cupped his hands. The two of them, one in the south and one in the north, stood at the two ends of the hidden immortal continent. They raised their heads and looked at the blue dome of heaven, waiting for the tribulation to descend. All his clones triggered the Ascension Tribulation. Xiao Hua was happy at first, but as the signs of the heavenly tribulation appeared, his heart became heavier and heavier. An indescribable fear emerged from all over his body, pressuring him to the point that he couldn't breathe. This feeling was like several sharp swords piercing deeply into his body. It was as painful as death by 1,000 cuts. This feeling was as if the heaven and earth were closed, and there was no way out. Since this was the case, how could Xiao Hua not know that if his ascension tribulation descended, it would be even more powerful? Similar to the helplessness of drowning, Xiao Hua urged the Thunderbolt Immortal to fly as far as possible in order to avoid the influence of the ascension tribulation on his clones. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. The Heaven and Earth Seal had already sealed the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm, the Pure Land World, the Northern Sea, and the Southern Sea. Whether it was immortal Emperor Go-chan or the Mahavarakana, revered Buddha, their divine abilities were all sealed. Even their bodies were slowly falling down, unable to bear the burden. However, as the main characters of today, Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal were able to handle this seal with ease. With teleportation, they quickly left the hidden immortal continent and flew towards the Western Sea. Just as Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal started flying, the Yilan continent and the Dawnrain continent were above the Western Sea. Boundless tribulation clouds poured down like a mountain torrent. In the high sky, layers upon layers took shape. Some were like mountain peaks, some were like ocean waves. Moreover, as the tribulation clouds surged, all sorts of phenomena grew. The sun and the moon seemed to be moving, and the stars were shining brilliantly. Following the changes of the sun, the moon, and the stars, an indescribable suffocation suddenly covered the earth and majestically fell down. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, and reward. Thank you for all forms of support. Wish all fellow Taoists a happy National Day holiday. Let's promote the new book, http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. ASPX King of Order. Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, hiding a strange artifact spirit. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical, moving unhindered in the mortal cities. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I'm the CEO of the Order Corporation. In reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the solar star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has already finished writing the first Xinxia novel with 16 million words, The Story of the Cultivation God. Readers who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116-565446, 170-5713, 64. Chapter 52-53. Xiao Hua and the Thunder Immortal were used to the formation of tribulation clouds, so they weren't particularly surprised. They just waited for the gate to appear behind the tribulation clouds. However, just as Xiao Hua, the Thunder Immortal, the celestial being, and Taoist which flew into the West Sea, the world suddenly fell into darkness. The darkness came so fiercely that all the creatures in the 4 great continents were at a loss. The darkness came from the Yilan continent, the Xiaoyu continent, and even the sky above the West Sea. The darkness was extremely dense, as if the world had not been opened yet. Although the book gate on the hidden immortal continent shone with 1,000 feet of light, the heavenly gate on the Pure Land world shone brightly. The starry sky above the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm shone brightly, and the heavenly eye on the North Sea shone brightly. All these signs seemed so powerless in the darkness, and their brilliance quickly dimmed. As soon as the darkness formed, a wave of silent desolation, loneliness, and fear arose in the hearts of the millions of creatures in the 4 great continents. The birds and beasts prostrated, the grass and trees trembled, and the heavenly might was unparalleled. Fellow Taoist, at this moment, Taoist which suddenly transmitted his voice in his mind, I have a bad feeling. This darkness is like the power of ghosts and gods, and it contains the aura of the 12 gods of soul cultivation. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the sky, replying in his mind, "That's right. This aura is extremely faint and obscure, and the power of this aura is far stronger than the other ascension tribulations. If I'm not wrong, this should be your ascension tribulation." "That's strange." Taoist, which was puzzled, and replied, "Why didn't I sense anything?" "The ignorant are fearless." The celestial being gloated. Before the celestial being's voice fell, a strange figure appeared from the darkness. This figure had a human head and a dragon body. Wasn't it the appearance of the 13th god of soul cultivation in the sealed space? The 13th god? Xiaohua and Taoist, which were dumbfounded. What? The celestial being loved to join in the fun and exclaimed, "The 13th god? Where is he?" The Thunder Immortal was also confused and looked at the direction of Xiaohua and Taoist witches' gazes. Pangu acts. The voice of the Thunder Immortal appeared in the hearts of all the clones. "I can't see the 13th god, but I can feel the aura of Pangu acts. This aura is billions of times more solid than I's Pangu acts." Xiaohua and Taoist, which came to a realization at the same time. They were probably the only ones who could see the figures of the 13 great gods. It was not only because they were soul cultivators, but also because they had reached the third heaven beyond the heavens. Damn it, Taoist sorcerer cursed under his breath. He did not expect that his tribulation of ascension would come so suddenly. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk right at this moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared. Xiaohua and Taoist sorcerer could see it clearly, while Reverend Yun could sense it clearly. It was the 13 earth gods who had split the darkness apart with the Pangu axe. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. The heavens and earth have split open. Xiaohua smiled as he looked at the 13th great god. Towards the witch world's ascension passage, however, before Xiaohua could finish his words, the first beam of light, which seemed to be the beginning of the world, fell on the sky above the 4 continents. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the void faded away, and a deep rumbling sound like the sound of a wooden fish was heard. Mount Meru, which was previously hidden in the void, revealed its majestic and vast shape. As soon as Mount Meru was revealed, asterisk rumble, asterisk a thick and incomparable thunderbolt came out of nowhere and streaked across the darkness, blocking the beam of light. Then, asterisk boom, boom, boom. Asterisk in the darkness, hundreds of millions of thunderbolts struck down crazily, shattering the darkness into pieces. The lightning bolts were like flowers, and the lightning bolts were like dragons, wreaking havoc on the Yi-Lin continent. Amidst the thunderbolts, the figure of the 13th great god and the aura of the Pangu axe were swept away. A kind of heaviness appeared out of nowhere, pressing straight towards Xiaohua and Reverend Yunlei. Phew! Taoist sorcerer heaved a long sigh of relief, not knowing whether he was glad or regretful. He whispered in his mind, "Like I said, I didn't sense any ascension tribulation at all. This is the ascension tribulation of 2 fellow Taoists. There's something strange about this." Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said, "There's clearly the aura of the witch realm, and there's clearly the 13th great god of soul cultivation creating heaven and earth. Why did it change to Tao cultivation's thunderbolt in the end? Only you and I can see such a phenomenon." Taoist sorcerer shrugged and urged his figure to continue forward. He said, "Billions of cultivators in the 4 continents can't see it. Who would believe you if you told them? Besides, this is the ascension tribulation. Perhaps it's just like this. Fellow Taoists, take care." Taoist sorcerer's voice became softer and softer, and the power of heaven and earth became stronger and stronger. Xiaohua's connection with his clones also became weaker and weaker. Xiaohua hurriedly checked the space. Fortunately, although it was the Ascension Tribulation, the space could still sense that there were no special changes in the Shanhua continent, where Princess Qingqing and Princess Zixia were. With a thought, Xiaohua asked the Reverend Yunlei to take the ocean-overturning seal, soaring dragon shears, and other Dharma treasures. He looked at the sky again. Although it was already bright, the tribulation clouds were still there. The lightning completely dyed the western horizon. However, if one looked carefully, there were still some differences between the lightning. In the Yilan continent, the lightning was mostly round like 100 blooming flowers. In the North Sea, the lightning was mostly ribbon-shaped like a dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. These two lightning covered an area of 1,000,000 miles, and their momentum was very close. After the time it took to eat a meal, the sound of thunder didn't show any signs of weakening. Instead, it became even louder. The entire sky seemed to have been shattered by two lightning hands. The will of heaven and earth that originally covered the Yilan continent and the West Sea had rapidly spread to the 1,000-demon sacred realm, the North Sea, and the South Sea. It was connected with the fluctuations of the seal of heaven and earth from before. Buzz! With just a tremor in space, the entire four great continents was covered by the strange phenomenon of the Ascension Tribulation. Because of the sudden appearance of darkness, the various strange phenomena in the four great continents were dimmed and colorless. Now, the unparalleled power of heaven and earth fell down from the sky. Even people as strong as immortal Emperor Gauchen, Vairocana, revered Buddha, and the scarlet flame vermilion bird couldn't stand in the sky. One by one, they fell to the mortal world. Somewhere in the Dawn Rain continent, a faint sacred light was burning. Zhang Jie's face was calm as he looked at the strange realm. He muttered to himself, "He is finally going. Thank you, Sacred Lord. I wonder what his future will be like." However, since he has the Namo merciful Great Guanyin Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, he probably won't kill too many people. His fellow Taoists are really powerful. I have never heard of a realm having so many cultivators going through a tribulation at the same time. I have also never heard of an ascension tribulation covering an entire realm. At this point, Zhang Jie's expression suddenly changed. He looked at a place far to the south with extreme disgust and asked in confusion, "Huh? Why is he here? Could this be a part of the ascension tribulation in the four great continents?" With that, Zhang Jie didn't hesitate and flapped his wings. Although it was a bit difficult, he still quickly left and flew towards the north. It was as if he didn't want to see the person who came. Zhang Jie had only flown 1,000,000 miles when the lightning in the sky exploded again. Countless balls of lightning flashed and emitted a five-colored brilliance. In an instant, all the spirit energy of the five elements on the Yilan continent went berserk. At the same time, above the Western Sea, the flashing lights became colorful. The entire Western Sea was surging with waves. Endless water-type spirit energy went against the heavens and poured into the void. Seeing the lightning that had just appeared, the heavenly tribulations all around responded at the same time. The four great continents shook at the same time. The sealing power was unprecedented. Zhang Jie smiled wryly and stopped. He quickly landed on a peak and said helplessly, "What kind of ascension is this?" Not only did it alarm the entire world, even I, a two-winged angel, was imprisoned. Just as Zhang Jie's voice fell, in a place extremely far away, near the Million Meng Mountains, Bai Fei walked out of the cave with difficulty. He raised his head and looked at the boundless lightning in the sky and the pressure that made people prostrate on the ground. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth and say, "Is this his ascension tribulation? Why is there such a huge commotion? Could it be that I will never be able to catch up to him in this lifetime?" Master. Even though Xiaoye was hiding in a place, she couldn't resist the power of the heavenly tribulation. She could only answer with a trembling voice. Such a huge ascension tribulation, heavenly tribulation, might. Naturally, did I ask you to answer? Bai Fei suddenly roared and shouted, "Do you think I don't know? In this Dawn Rain continent, I'm afraid that he is the only one who can ascension tribulation. If this ascension tribulation doesn't belong to him, then who does it belong to?" Xiaoya didn't say anything. However, after a while, she said in a low voice, "Master, don't be anxious. You have your own reliance and your own opportunities. Sooner or later, you will be like Taoist Xiao." "Shut up," Bai Fei said angrily. "Don't mention his name in front of me again. What reliance? What opportunity? Didn't you see it? That spiritual item. He didn't even look at it and threw it in front of me like it was trash. I, how can I catch up with him? Master. When Xiao Yu heard this, she couldn't help but remind him. There's one more thing that this servant wants to tell Master. The effect of the spirit item seems to be not as good as before. According to this servant's thoughts, could it be that Taoist Master Xiao did something to it? I've already said it. Bai Fei's face turned ferocious as he shouted, "Don't mention his name in front of me." Xiao Yu didn't say anything. After a while, Bai Fei said in a low voice, "This matter should have nothing to do with him." The spiritual item was only in his hands for a few breaths, and he immediately returned it to me. The disdain he had when he returned it to me was engraved in my heart. He didn't have the time, and he didn't have the ability to do anything to such a heaven-defying item. The reason why the spirit item is gradually losing its effectiveness should be because I haven't truly refined it successfully. Yes, this servant understands. Xiao Yu hurriedly replied. This servant will observe it further and report it to Master at any time. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support it. Vote a monthly vote, vote a recommendation vote, bookmark, gift, and thank you for all forms of support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. ASPX King of Order. Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, hiding a strange artifact spirit. Ordinary student Su Ji turned something rotten into something magical, moving unhindered in the mortal city. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company, but in reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the sun-star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has already finished writing the first Xinxia novel with 16 million words. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116-565446, 170-5713-64. Chapter 52-54. Xiao, it's been hard on you. Bai Fei squeezed out a smile and comforted her. He then looked into the distance and said in a low voice, I'm afraid I won't be able to compete with you on the Dawn Rain continent. But just you wait, I'll definitely go to the immortal world to find you. As for here, I'll take good care of your fortune gate, Wuqing, and the others. With that, Bai Fei no longer looked at the phenomenon in the sky and turned to return to the cave. Master, Xiao Ye was anxious and reminded. When a cultivator goes through a tribulation, the gate to the immortal world will open and endless profundities will be born, even if Master can't comprehend them now. But going through a tribulation is still a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I don't want to receive any favor from him. Bai Fei's footsteps were firm. I want to rely on my own strength to fight the heavens, the earth, and him. Xiao Ye was speechless again. Oh my God! At the same time, in the extreme north of the Thousand Demons' Holy Land, a tall figure slowly walked out from a dark corner. The force that had sealed the ground didn't seem to exist in this figure's eyes. With the help of the bright starlight, this figure's appearance was revealed. Wasn't this the Grand Mist Ancestor? At this time, the Grand Mist Ancestor's face was filled with shock as he looked at the phenomenon in the sky. He cried out, "What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? What kind of world is this? How can it have such a powerful force? I didn't feel anything special about this world before." However, in just a short moment, the Grand Mist Ancestor's face changed greatly, and he sneered, "I was wondering who it was. So it's them. They really deserve to die. How dare they kill my 100 million boy? How can I not take revenge for this kind of great enmity?" With that said, the Grand Mist Ancestor tried to fly up, but unfortunately, in the seal of heaven and earth, his flight was like a snail's. The Grand Mist Ancestor snorted coldly, and his body slowly transformed into the shape of a world-exterminating mayfly. As soon as the world-exterminating mayfly was formed, pa, cracks appeared all over its body. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Damn it. The world destruction mayfly cursed as it reverted back to its human form. With a sway of its body, it charged toward the great sacred hall much faster than before. Some wanted to stop Xiao Hua and his avatar from transcending the tribulation, while others prayed for their smooth ascension. On the Daybreak Rain continent, in the myriad Thunder Valley of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Zhuhanwu and the others had already flown out. They sat cross-legged outside the cave and prayed sincerely while facing the lightning. Fairy Xianhua, Reverend Lei Meng, and the others also flew out of the cave. Ignoring their own cultivation base, they looked up at the sky. Millions of cultivators and hundreds of millions of common people seemed to have a telepathic connection. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed while chanting Reverend Zhao's name. If the Xiaoyu continent was like this, how could the Yilin continent be different? The hidden immortal continent, the thousand demons' sacred realm, and the Pure Land world with the 3 rivers and 4 seas. How could those beings who had received Xiao Hua's grace abandon their own conscience before the seal of heaven and earth? Although they knew that they were weak by themselves, the faith in their hearts was tenacious. Strands of faith converged into streams, converged into rivers, converged into a river, converged into a river, and finally converged into an ocean. It was vast and boundless, and it resisted the ruthless might of heaven and earth and the crystal-like godhood behind Xiao Hua's head. The lightning was divided into 5 colors, and heaven and earth were divided into the 5 elements. In an instant, Xiao Hua felt that heaven and earth were insignificant, and the might of heaven was vast. An indescribable feeling of inferiority rose from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know if this was the effect of the ascension tribulation or the change in his state of mind, but it made him feel incomparably helpless. At this moment, the tiny power of faith that was as small as an ant entered his heart and gradually warmed it up. In the end, millions of different kinds of encouragement and piety turned into a torrent that lifted his heart up. Xiao Hua's face was instantly covered in tears. He groaned from the bottom of his heart. "Oh, heavenly Tao, did I save them? Or did they make me? Who can clearly explain the cause and effect of heaven and earth?" Boom, boom, boom. Another half an hour passed, and in the sky filled with lightning, an earth-shaking rumble was heard once again. The lightning above the Yilin continent was condensed like stars, and speckles filled the sky. The might of each speckles penetrated the space and fell in the sky near the thunderbolt immortal. All of them had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The lightning above the West Sea was mottled. It was like crisscrossing paths that completely covered the sky. Under each streak of light, there was a silk-like grayish-white color. This grayish-white color also penetrated the space and fell in the West Sea, sealing the space where Xiao Hua was. Each streak of grayish-white color contained the power to overturn mountains and overturn seas. Immortal, gate of the immortal world. Old Man Gu Qiong and Bright Moon Householder, who were on the hidden immortal continent, shouted at the same time. How was this possible? There are 2 completely different gates of the immortal world. Above the Yilin continent, a 5-colored sphere, which looked like a star, slowly took shape in the depths of the lightning waves. This 5-colored sphere kept rotating and flashing, and colors intertwined with each other. And above the Western Sea, behind the crisscrossing lightning patterns, there were enormous 5-colored stripes that were extremely distorted. It was like a vortex, but also like the outline of a door. It was also gradually taking shape, and billions of runes surged out from the stripes like butterflies. Old Man Gu Qiong and Bright Moon Householder were extremely puzzled, and they looked at each other. Although they had never gone through the heavenly tribulation, according to the records of the Heaven Alliance and the Tao Alliance, there seemed to be one gate of the immortal world. It was the huge 5-color gate of the immortal world on the Yilin continent, and they had never heard of a whirlpool and a gate. It took several hours for the two gates of the immortal world to take shape. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderbolts, which sounded like hundreds of millions of heavenly horses neighing, came from the western sky and dashed toward all directions in the sky. They were like arrogant war drums that shook heaven and earth, and they covered the scrolls, the heavenly eyes, the starry sky, and the heavenly gates. The magical power of the Taoist cultivators could suppress all sects, and this could be seen from the power of the Ascension Tribulation. Once the gates of the immortal world were formed, the world fell into an indescribable balance again. Thunderbolts, multicolored lights, Buddhist chants, and the brilliance of the stars and the moon began to gradually accumulate power. The four continents fell silent again, and a struggle of despair and rebirth began to spread between heaven and earth. Finally, it's the most critical moment. Xiao Hua sensed that the pressure in the sky was getting heavier, and there was a great pushing force in the nearby space. His body was about to be torn apart under this pressure, and Xiao Hua knew that the final thunder tribulation was coming. However, he didn't expect that he would wait for 3 days and 3 nights. These 3 days and 3 nights were extremely difficult to endure, and it felt as if a murderous guillotine was hanging above his head and could fall at any time. However, he didn't know when it would fall. If it weren't for the prayers of hundreds of millions of creatures, Xiao Hua felt that he wouldn't be able to endure it. If Xiao Hua was like this, how could the master of the Shanqing Palace, the golden-winged giant rock, Ao Jia, and the others be any better? His heart was full of complicated thoughts, and he couldn't dispel them no matter what secret techniques he used. Moreover, after these 3 days and 3 nights, after the strange phenomenon in the sky, a kind of scarlet color gradually increased, and a kind of ashen color gradually seeped out of the ground. It seemed like a kind of great furnace of heaven and earth. Bang! Xiao Hua suddenly felt relaxed, and he felt that the magic power in his body didn't need to be activated by him. His body, which he had tried his best to maintain, couldn't be suppressed, and it suddenly expanded. Then, golden light radiated in all directions, and it unexpectedly turned into a transcendent golden body that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was even more magnificent and vast than the great sage of the human race in the 10,000 demon realm. Bang! Meanwhile, the Thunderbolt Immortal's golden body also appeared in the Yilan continent, and it was also tens of thousands of feet tall. Oh my God! Gu Qiong, old man and bright moon householder, who had been immersed in silence for 3 days and 3 nights, were shocked once again, and they cried out in unison, "This! How powerful are Master Xiao and the Thunderbolt Immortal!" According to the ancient records, a Dharma body of 1,000 feet is already very rare, and those who enter the immortal world gate only need a few thousand feet. If a Dharma body of tens of thousands of feet reaches the immortal world, how powerful would it be? Boom! 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 Under the heavens, on the ground, the Maitreya Buddha of the Blessed Land World's World Lord exuded boundless Buddha radiance, and his golden body that was tens of thousands of feet tall exuded unparalleled benevolence. He stood on the 9 lotus platforms and stood high in the sky. Namo Maitreya Buddha. The Dipankara archaic Buddha of the World Lord couldn't help but call out the future Buddha Lord's Buddha name, and he exclaimed, "World Lord, with such a Buddha body like the future Buddha Lord, can I, the Pure Land World's Buddha, and the Buddhas of the Thunder Sound Temple withstand it?" The Mahavarakana Buddha of the World Lord was also shocked, but he remained calm. After pondering for a while, he said, "Namo Amitabha." If he didn't have any merit, how could he obtain such a Buddha body? If he didn't save the world and suppress evil, how could the future Buddha, Lord, open such a huge heavenly gate? With such merit, the power of billions of living beings should be able to help the future Buddha, Lord, enter the Buddha kingdom. On the hidden immortal continent. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions resounded, without any majestic chi pillars descending. The Wisdom Palace Lord and the Prime Clarity Palace Lord both revealed their subsidiary bodies. The Prime Clarity Palace Lord's subsidiary body was thousands of feet tall. His 5 chis surged and transformed into clouds beneath his feet. Although his subsidiary body's aura was extremely powerful, it was still like a baby compared to the Wisdom Palace Lord's subsidiary body that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Moreover, the Literature Palace Lord's subsidiary body was completely different from the Prime Clarity Palace Lord's subsidiary body. Other than the surging 5 chis, there were also 5 strands of early Heaven True Chi that transformed into inscription chains and inscription chains that roamed around. Above his head, there was even a faint outline of scroll that resembled half a flower protecting him. Immortal Emperor Gauchen opened his mouth, as if he wanted to exclaim something. However, when he thought of Inkei, he instantly understood why the Literature Palace Lord's subsidiary body was so shocking. Your Majesty, the Empress couldn't help but ask, isn't the Literature Palace Lord's subsidiary body a little too unbelievable? It's not just unbelievable. Immortal Emperor Gauchen could finally vent his frustrations. He replied in a low voice, it's simply unprecedented. To be honest, even if I were to ascend in this life, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be half the size of the Literature Palace Lord's subsidiary body. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe at Qidian, vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, gift it, and thank you for all your support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 10041444972. ASPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens with a strange artifact spirit. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical and dominated the mortal cities. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I'm the CEO of the Order Corporation. In reality, I have a divine artifact inside my body. I'm a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I'm the future enforcer of the immortal world. I'm the king of order of the Sun Galaxy. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book, the first Xinxia novel of 16 million words, The Story of the Cultivation God. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. Chapter 5255. How is this possible? Empress already knew the answer, but she still asked, Your Majesty is the head of all Confucian cultivators in the world. How can there be a body of providence that surpasses Your Majesty's? The master of the Scholar Palace had a fortuitous encounter. Immortal Emperor Gauchen couldn't help but send a voice transmission. It was after I was saved in the 9 Dragons coffin. But the master of the Scholar Palace is in the West Ocean. Empress was even more confused. Immortal Emperor Gauchen looked at Xiao Hua and smiled bitterly, who asked him to have a selfless, immortal friend. The scene in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm was similar. Feng Wu and Huang Tong's demon bodies had already covered the Golden Wing Peng's demon body. On the Dragon Island, Ao Jia's dragon body was over 10,000 feet long, but he had already lost the will to compete with enlightened being Yun's dragon body. How could the mortals in the 4 continents compare to the dragon cleansing liquid? While Immortal Emperor Gauchen was smiling bitterly, Xiaohua was also smiling bitterly. With the birth of his transcendence golden body, his nascent soul was also expanding rapidly, and so were the hundreds of scattered nascent souls. Xiaohua wanted to send these scattered nascent souls out, but seeing that the 4 great continents could no longer contain more immortal world aura, he didn't dare to do so, even if he was beaten to death. If he opened more than 100 immortal world gates, the whole world would collapse and be annihilated. Xiao Hua didn't dare to delay and hurriedly sent the hundreds of scattered souls into the Shanhua continent from his lower Dantian, fearing that there would be another catastrophe during his tribulation. Boom! Just when Xiao Hua's golden body was formed, the ascension tribulation of the Dao Sect's immortal world was the first to show its might. On the outline of the door of the immortal world, a white lightning bolt shot out from the door and descended towards the mortal world. This lightning bolt rapidly expanded as it descended. When it reached Xiao Hua's head, wouldn't it be 10,000 feet in size? The space rumbled, and Xiao Hua's golden body was also confined. Facing such a lightning tribulation, Xiao Hua was emboldened. He roared attack. He had already taken out the wishful staff from a space, and with a thought, the staff became 10,000 feet long and hit the lightning tribulation head-on. No way! Old man Gu Qiong almost lost his balance on the mountain peak. His legs went soft as he cried out, "Spiritual Master Xiao, are you trying to defy the heavens?" Bright Moon Householder's hands were also shivering. He wasn't scared, but rather excited, and he shouted crazily. According to the Heavenly Alliance's records, when a Taoist cultivator goes through a tribulation, he will use a magical artifact to resist the thunder tribulation. Those who dare to face the thunder tribulation will be engulfed by an even more ferocious thunder tribulation. But if he can resist the thunder tribulation and get a celestial body, he will be tainted by the heavens' murderous intent, and no celestial in the celestial world can resist it. I didn't expect Taoist Master Xiao to be so warlike despite his gentle and refined appearance. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Xiao Hua didn't like to fight. Back then, when he was in the Lin continent, he was only thinking about how to return to the Dawn Rain continent and how to break the immortal formation. He forgot to ask the Heavenly Alliance and the Tao Alliance to look for records in this area. As for the records that the Heavenly Alliance and the Tao Alliance wanted to give him, Xiao Hua didn't have the heart and didn't have the time to look at them. Boom! Under the wishful staff of the 5 elements, the lightning was instantly extinguished. However, the white thunderbolts were just as Bright Moon Householder had said. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they fell down. It seemed as if they were going to drown Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua brandished the wishful steel staff and used the heavenly staff technique. Nothing could enter his body, and he annihilated all the thunderbolts. How arrogant! One immortal world gate moved, so how could the other immortal world gate be willing to fall behind? On the Yilin continent, the immortal world gate, which was decorated with lightning balls, trembled. Then a white ball of lightning came down from the sky, streaking across the space and falling toward the thunderbolt immortal, who was standing high in the sky. The ball-shaped lightning was like a falling star. Its speed was extremely fast, and it even had an extremely long tail behind it. The immense impact caused the void to be extremely compressed. Although it was still a distance away from Thunderbolt Immortal, the void near him had already collapsed. The Thunderbolt Immortal smiled and raised his hand. Swish! The soaring dragon scissors streaked across the space like 2 giant dragons. They instantly cut the white lightning bolt in half. This lightning tribulation was also strange. After the white lightning bolt was destroyed, it immediately disappeared. Then, more lightning bolts came down from the sky like rain. The immortal world gate overbearingly took the lead. Above the Pure Land world, the huge swastika symbol that covered the sky finally began to rotate. As it rotated, countless golden swastikas fell with Buddha's light. Countless heavenly flowers gushed out with chanting. Heavenly ladies and heavenly dragons came into the world. Countless greater 1,000 worlds and lesser 1,000 worlds were born and destroyed in this Buddha's light. The Buddha's light formed a thick light beam, slowly crossing the space and descending on the 4 continents. Just as the Buddha's light touched the boundary barrier, Mount Meru appeared again. The chanting of thousands of Buddhas drifted down from the mountain, sprinkling around the Maitreya Buddha. In all kinds of exotic fragrances, the lotuses that were previously spread all over the 4 continents and now only gathered in the Pure Land began to fly. Blossoms, pieces, clusters rushed to the feet of the Maitreya Buddha. The 9-grade lotus platform emitted a clear Buddha's voice and began to rotate slowly. As it rotated, the lotuses that poured and turned into fireflies. As for the golden body of the Maitreya Buddha, it gradually rose in the rotation of the 9-grade lotus platform. Swish! The first falling heavenly flower touched the golden body of the Maitreya Buddha. The heavenly flower instantly turned into a light shadow. The environment within the light shadow was dense, firmly covering the Mithriya Buddha. Although the golden light around the Mithriya Buddha shone brightly, it could not be pierced. It was like a transparent mucosa was tightly attached to the golden body of the Mithriya Buddha. Namo Mithriya Buddha. The Mithriya Buddha chanted the name of Buddha, and the Sanskrit incantation of 9 syllables fell into an illusion. Pa 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 pa. Sound were heard. Everything was destroyed. The mucosa seemed to be gradually disappearing, but there were still thousands of strands that could not be removed. Swish, swish, swish. The heavenly flower naturally danced all over the sky. Countless illusory light shadows fell. The Mithriya Buddha's Sanskrit incantation of 9 syllables was already overwhelmed. His hands began to form seals. Oh, after the heavenly flower, it was the heavenly woman. All kinds of worldly affairs appeared in the eyes of the Mithriya Buddha in succession. Unfortunately, the Mithriya Buddha had just obtained human nature. Human nature was nascent, and Buddha nature was like heaven and earth. These Buddhist tribulations that were extremely difficult for ordinary people to deal with were easy in his eyes. Roar, roar. At the same time as the heavenly woman, a roaring heavenly dragon appeared. The heavenly dragon was multicolored. It did not attack the golden body of the Mithriya Buddha. Instead, it rushed bravely into the light behind his head. Every time a heavenly dragon crashed into it, the light would tremble, and the power of faith would weaken a little. Helpless, the Mithriya Buddha occasionally activated the Buddhist seal and used the power of faith to kill the heavenly dragon that rushed over. However, high up in the sky, the swastika was still spinning faster. The seemingly endless heavenly flower, heavenly woman, and heavenly dragon fell one after another. The guiding Buddhist light slowly fell again. Although the merits of the Mithriya Buddha in the 4 major continents were condensed into a tough lotus platform, after half a day, the Buddhist light on the golden body of the Mithriya Buddha had already dimmed. The heavenly flower had turned into a sticky liquid, covering the Buddhist light. The light behind his head was also riddled with holes, and the river of faith could not flow. Seeing the Buddhist light of the Mithriya Buddha flashing, it was like a candle in the night wind being extinguished. The Mahavarakana of the Mithriya Buddha's heart suddenly rose. He said in a low voice, "All Buddhas recite the meditation exorcism mantra to help the future Buddha meet the heavenly demon tribulation. Namo Mithriya Buddha, Namo Daxing Samantabhadra." Bodhisattva's heart also trembled. He knew in his heart that when ordinary Buddhas entered the divine gate, they would be met with the heavenly demon tribulation. The future Buddha actually faced the heavenly demon tribulation. He hurriedly instructed the Buddhas of the Xiaolonglong temple to start reciting. Woo-woo. A strange wind suddenly rose. The sky above the Elysium, like before, suddenly fell into darkness. Other than the guiding Buddhist light above the divine gate that slowly fell as usual, everything could no longer be seen. Not only that, this darkness was like a huge drop of ink that fell into the 4 continents. It started to spread from the Elysium to other places. Very quickly, the 4 continents fell into darkness again. At the same time that the swastika that covered the sky in the Pure Land world started to rotate, the 3 starry skies above the 1,000 demons' sacred realm also gradually turned black. Billions of star marks started to appear in the starry skies. These star marks were like a spider web that instantly covered the entire starry skies. Wisps of primitive aura mixed with the power of the stars and moon fell from the sky, covering the golden rock, Feng Wu, and Feng Tong, who were standing in the 3 corners of the 1,000 demon sacred realm. Mottled and messy light was emitted from the light pillars like dancing mosquitoes and flies, gradually covering the entire 1,000 demons sacred realm. As for the Great Sage Hall, at this moment, it started to distort again. A primitive star chart that no one had ever seen before slowly appeared. Feeling the star mark on his demonic body begin to burn and hurt, piercing straight into his heart, lungs, and soul, the golden-winged great rock knew that his final step was about to begin. He flapped his wings with difficulty, and the thick power of the stars and the moon landed on the star mark, urging it to appear and manifest. However, the thick aura of desolation suppressed the golden-winged great rock until he could not breathe, as if he was being pressed under a mountain. Ga. The golden rock let out a clear cry, and the starlight on his wings shone brightly. This starlight started from his wings and spread towards the golden rock's demonic body that was close to 10,000 feet tall. When his entire body was as bright as the stars, all the starlight fell on the star marks that had been formed by the power of the stars and moon. As the starlight gathered, the star marks turned into the shadow of a star, facing the star in the starry skies from afar. Gh. Two equally loud cries rang out, and the Phoenix Wu and Huang Tong's demonic bodies and even the starry skies changed. The starry skies above the Phoenix Wu's head were similar to the golden rocks. They were also mottled and distorted, but the difference was that the distorted star marks near each star were now brighter. The brilliance of the sun and moon separated each star, and the regions where each star was located were similar to the golden rock's starry skies. Like a flood, the primitive aura rushed down from each star and landed on the Phoenix Wu's body, firmly suppressing his demonic body. The Phoenix Wu's demonic body was covered in star marks, which were different from the golden rock star marks. There were a total of 132 million star marks, and these star marks did not appear on the surface of the Phoenix Wu's body. Instead, they were still engraved on the demonic body. However, many star marks gathered starlight, and as they dazzled, they corresponded with the 132 million stars in the shattered starry skies. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it a tip, and thank you for all forms of support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 10041444972. ASPX King of Order. Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical and moved unhindered in the city of mortals. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company, but in reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the celestial world. I am the king of order of the solar star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has been completed, and the first Xianxia novel with 16 million words has been written. Readers who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116-565446, 170-5713, 64. Chapter 52-56. Above the sacred realm of thousand demons, when the three starry skies turned dark and hundreds of millions of star marks began to appear in the starry sky, above the North Sea, within the area of 1 million miles where the earth, fire, wind, and thunder were wreaking havoc, layers of space were collapsing and piling up. The sky looked chaotic yet clear at the same time. Two heavenly eyes, one big and one small, appeared above the Dragon Island. Although the heavenly eyes were closed, their brows and eyes were very clear. The earth, fire, wind, and thunder had formed into clear lines, and surges of heavenly pressure that was a few times fiercer than the others came pouring down. Even the Dragon Clan, known as the strongest clan in the 4 great continents, had to crawl before this heavenly pressure. Yet, amidst such a mighty heavenly pressure, there was still a valiant dragon flying up into the sky. Although Aog's dragon body was only 100,000 feet long, much smaller than Reverend Yun's 100,000 feet long dragon body, the aura emanating from him was not any weaker than Reverend Yun. However, before Aog and Reverend Yun could fly up to 1,000 feet into the sky, the earth flames near the heavenly eyes began to fall down like rain. The rain of fire was like the tears of a lover, falling endlessly. As the earth flames fell, the void was blocked, and the flames soared, filling the entire heaven and earth with flames. When Aojia saw the ferocious earth flames, he opened his mouth and spat out a dragon item that looked like a round ring, spraying out a clear light that protected him. When the earth flames touched the clear light, they were extinguished amidst a sizzling noise. Reverend Yin did not use any dragon item. He just opened his mouth and activated the heavenly dragon speech technique. Even though the void was blocked, ice thorns and snowballs were still shooting out, bringing with them a strong wind that swept across the sky. Although the first layer of earth flames was extinguished in an instant, more earth flames poured down right after it was extinguished. Aojia held on for the time it took to finish a meal. Crack! The dragon item cracked and could no longer be used. Aojia looked at the sky, then raised his head. Another crown-shaped dragon item flashed past, but did not spit it out. Swoosh! The earth fire fell mercilessly, igniting Aojia's dragon body. Roar! Aojia roared crazily as the dragon patterns on his body lit up. Beams of golden light pierced out in an attempt to extinguish the earth fire. However, no matter how Aojia rolled, the earth fire was like a sticky autumn rain. It didn't fall and burn straight into Aojia's scales, charring the dragon flesh beneath the scales black. While Aojia was holding on, Reverend Yun's dragon aura was getting weaker and weaker. He looked at Aojia in the distance, pondered for a brief moment, and decided to stop using the heavenly dragon speech magic. Sure enough, the underground flame had plunged into Reverend Yun's scales. Strangely, Reverend Yun's scales were covered with dragon marks. The scorching earth flame had only burned the dragon marks away, but at the moment when the dragon marks were destroyed, the scales shone with a golden gleam once again, and another dragon mark was born. I see. Ao Sheng had long flown out from the dragon palace on the dragon island. Through the dragon shadows on the island, he observed Aojia and Reverend Yun's tribulation. He said in a low voice, "The holy dragon is formed from the dragon cleansing liquid of the dragon realm. His dragon body is different from the grand elders. The earth, fire, wind, and thunder cannot hurt him. Not necessarily." Ao Yi's eyes were filled with envy. Then he said, "Opening the heaven's eyes is a rare method of ascension for the dragon clan. The Grand Elder has prepared a lot of them, but I'm afraid they can't be used now. If the Grand Elder can't do it, the Holy Dragon might not be able to do it with his fleshly body alone." All the elders of the dragon clan remained silent. Ao Zhan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But when he saw the solemn expression on the elders' faces, he shut his mouth. The earth flame burned for another hour. Ao Jia was tormented by the earth flame to the point where he could neither die nor live. It was really unbearable. Reverend Yin, on the other hand, was swimming freely. After the earth flame, Ao Jia took a deep breath and flew another 1,000 feet higher. Then he heard the sound of wind and thunder coming from the sky. His expression changed drastically. He quickly opened his mouth, and a green dragon crown flew out, landing right on his dragon horn. A bright light flashed from the dragon horn and shot into the dragon crown. The green light fell again and covered Ao Jia. This green light seemed to be smaller than the previous dragon ring. Ao Jia tried his best to shrink back into his dragon body, but to no avail. Boom, 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 woo, woo, woo. Reverend Yin first exercised the heavenly dragon speech technique to test the power of the wind and thunder, then stopped and allowed the wind and thunder to strike. As expected, the dragon marks and golden light on his dragon body were still as strong as ever, and the wind and thunder could not hurt him at all. Reverend Yin gave a furious roar, then moved his dragon body and plunged straight into the earth flame, wind, and thunder, approaching the heaven's eyes. Reverend Yun's momentum was tremendous, and the sound of his flight had stirred up the earth flame, wind, and thunder. Ao Jia looked at Reverend Yun with envy, but could only try his best to resist the wind and thunder. When the wind and thunder came crashing down, it was even stronger than the earth flame. Not only was Ao Jia unable to fly higher, he was often blown away and fell to the ground. In the time it took to finish a meal, Reverend Yin had flown up a few levels into the sky. Cracks appeared on Ao Jia's dragon crown again. Boom, boom, boom. The clear light shattered, and the wind and thunder struck again. This time, Ao Jia was in an even worse condition. His dragon scales, which had been cracked by the earth flame, were shattered into pieces, and his charred dragon flesh was blown away by the wind. In just the time it took to finish a pot of tea, no dragon blood was dripping down, but Ao Jia had almost turned into a skeletal dragon. Grand Elder, Ao Sheng cried out with a heartache. But what could he do? He was the only one who kept staring at Reverend Yun's flying dragon body with a tight frown. Seeing that the earth flame, wind, and thunder had all passed, high up in the sky, near the golden heaven's eyes, strong gusts of wind blew out again from the void that seemed to have broken off. The gusts of wind were as sharp as needles, whizzing down and hitting Reverend Yun's body, causing countless golden lights to burst out. Ao Jia was in an even worse state. The gusts of wind pierced through his dragon bones, creating tens of millions of tiny holes, and the howling of the wind was heard again. The death by 1,000 cuts of a human race is nothing more than this. Ao Zhan could not help but tremble in his heart. After the strong gusts of wind passed, a rare tranquility appeared above the North Sea. The golden heaven's eyes began to tremble, and as it did so, layers of golden light sprinkled down like the sun. Seeing this, Ao Jia activated his body and soared into the sky without hesitation. When the golden light fell, the broken dragon body was gradually mended. What is the meaning of this? Fourth Elder Ao Ding looked at the golden light strangely and asked, could it be that he has already transcended the tribulation? How is that possible? He looked at Reverend Yin, who was also covered in golden light and was jumping around, and was very surprised. Although I don't know how to transcend the tribulation by opening the heaven's eyes, since the heaven's eyes are not opened, the tribulation is not over yet. Boom, boom, boom. As if the world was being split open, the two heaven's eyes, one big and one small, opened at the same time. Inside the heaven's eyes, layers of patterns that looked like growth rings spun and emerged. Crack, crack. The first layer of growth rings spun, and a red thunderbolt came crashing down, hitting Ao Jia and Reverend Yin. 33% of the dragon scales on Ao Jia's dragon body that had just been mended were shattered, revealing the red dragon flesh underneath. The pain made Ao Jia roll in midair. Of course, Reverend Yin was not spared. However, under the red thunderbolt, his dragon scales did not change and remained the same as before. Boom, boom. The huge heaven's eyes seemed to be infuriated, and the red thunderbolt, which was a few times stronger than before, came crashing down again. Crack! Finally, Reverend Yun's dragon scales cracked, but the dragon patterns were still moving around, trying to mend them. Boom! The third layer of red thunderbolt came crashing down, causing the entire void to collapse completely. Indescribable ripples spread out in all directions, and the thunderbolt finally shattered Reverend Yun's dragon scales. Oh, Reverend Yin gave a sorrowful cry. His dragon blood flowed out, and his dragon flesh was broken, as if 30% of his dragon scales were ripped off. Right after that, the two heavens' eyes did not stop. 6 thunderbolts of orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple came crashing down one after another, completely destroying all the dragon scales on Reverend Yun's body. Reverend Yin did not even have the chance to fight back. On the other hand, as Ao Jia's dragon body had been completely shattered by the heaven's eyes, he did not suffer any more pain when the heaven's eyes were opened. However, Ao Jia's heart was hanging in his throat for a long time. This was because every thunderbolt had exceeded the limits of what his dragon body could withstand. If he had not cultivated successfully and made sufficient preparations beforehand, he was afraid that any one of the thunderbolts would have annihilated his soul. Seeing that the heaven's eyes were divided into 9 layers, and the seventh thunderbolt had come crashing down, Ao Jia dared not to be careless. He focused his mind and waited for the eighth thunderbolt. Boom! The eighth pitch-black thunderbolt came as expected, piercing deeply into the dragon bodies of Ao Jia and Reverend Yun, who had lost the protection of their dragon scales. Awoo! Ao Jia and Reverend Yun roared crazily, their shrill cries echoing across 1,000,000 miles. As the black thunderbolts surged in their bodies, apart from their dragon horns and tail, all the other parts of their demon bodies, which were known to be the strongest, began to shatter. Even Reverend Yun's dragon body, which was condensed from the dragon cleansing liquid, was no exception. When their dragon bodies were completely shattered, Ao Jia and Reverend Yun's dragon horns suddenly glowed brilliantly. A beam of golden light wrapped around Ao Jia's dragon body, while a beam of nine-colored light wrapped around Reverend Yun's dragon body, leaving only two dragon tails swaying outside the brilliance. When Ao Jia and Reverend Yun looked at the heaven's eyes again, the golden beam came crashing down and enveloped Ao Jia and Reverend Yun. Their bodies, which looked like light balls, were sent flying high up into the sky, while a jaw-dropping transformation was taking place. The silhouette first shrank, and both the dragon horns and the dragon tail were retracted, turning into a ball of light. Then, the golden light gradually leaked out, and the ball of light appeared like a huge piece of meat. This piece of meat was mottled with golden light, but it looked more like a huge golden caterpillar. Outside the caterpillar's body, all sorts of illusory lights and shadows were pouring into it in a disorderly manner. The golden light began to flicker, and as the golden light swayed, so did the space. It was as if with every sway, the golden light of the caterpillar would be frozen. Damn it! Ao Sheng seemed to have understood something. He growled, This is testing the will of the dragon race. This is an insult to the dignity of the dragon race. Ao, he said calmly, it doesn't matter if it's an insult. Under the heaven's eyes, the strongest dragon body and the weakest caterpillar are both ordinary. If the Grand Elder and the Holy Dragon can't withstand the test of the weakest insect body, they will be reduced to caterpillars. Only they have the heart to control the weakest insect body, so they can better control the strongest dragon body. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, bookmark it, and reward it. Thank you for all your support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. ASPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical and dominated the mortal city. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company, but in fact, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal realm. I am the king of order of the Sun Star Field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has been completed. It is the first Xianxia novel of 16 million words, The Legend of the Cultivation God. Readers who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. Chapter 52-57. Ao Zhan continued. There's a saying among the Confucian cultivators of the human race. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. I'm not worried about Grand Elder, Ao Ding said. He has lived for so many years, he still has a humble heart. What I'm worried about is the Saint Dragon. That's a dragon body formed by the dragon cleansing liquid. How can he tolerate his noble dragon soul existing in a caterpillar's body? However, the dragons of the Dragon Island worried too much. Reverend Yun's humility was no less than Ao Jia's. He watched as the caterpillar sprouted its cocoon and turned into a butterfly. A 9-colored dragon butterfly flew to the boundary of the realm, but there were no further changes. On the contrary, Ao Jia, who the dragons were not worried about, his body shook violently the moment he turned into a butterfly and almost collapsed. It was as if he could not adapt to the change from a caterpillar to a butterfly. Just as he was about to touch the boundary of the realm, the last layer of white lightning struck again. Not only did it shatter the 9-colored dragon butterfly, it also surrounded the dragon butterfly's body. Layers of strange ripples fell from the Heaven Eye scripture and seeped into the light cocoon. Reverend Yun's light cocoon trembled violently, as if it could not adapt to the strange ripples. If Reverend Yun was in such a state, Ao Jia would not be able to withstand it. His golden dragon butterfly was wrapped in the light cocoon, and the ripples tore a tiny gap in the light cocoon. Layers of dragon patterns mixed with the aura of Long Sea gushed out. The elders of the dragon island naturally did not know about it, but when they saw the light cocoon breaking, they became anxious. At the same time, the sky suddenly dimmed and darkness fell. The Heaven Eye scripture of the dragon realm appeared. On the hidden immortal continent, the scroll gate of the heavenly court of the Confucian cultivators also took shape. 1,000 feet long scroll combined with a sword beam and another 10,000 feet long scroll formed amidst the 5 Qi righteous thunder. A vast and supreme aura emanated from the scroll and shrouded the entire hidden immortal continent. Even immortal Emperor Gaochen was shocked. Then, when the master of the Supreme Purity Palace revealed his 10,000 feet long child body, the 5 Qi around him surged and turned into clouds under his feet. Then, he saw the Hall of Literature Star's 100,000 feet tall sun form. There were also 5 streaks of Xiantian True Qi that turned into Ming Lu chains and Xing Ming chains. Above his head, there was a faint outline of a scroll that looked like half a flower. Amidst his shock, he couldn't help but think of Inkuei. After Immortal Emperor Go-Chun said a few words to the Eastern Sea Empress, the 5 energy righteous lightning that filled the sky came crashing down. Above Wen Chu's body, 6 waterfall-like lightning bolts condensed below the scroll. Your Majesty, the East Sea God Empress couldn't help but say in a low voice, the ascension of Heaven Tower has begun. She saw that the lightning was condensing into 6 gigantic inscriptions: rites, music, archery, imperial, calligraphy, and several others. Immortal Emperor Gaochen looked at the 6 runes and frowned. Why is the first round so simple? It was actually a test of the 6 arts? To be able to activate the Door of Scrolls, which one of them wasn't a literary saint or even a literary star. How could it not pass? I'm not sure. The East Sea Empress was also a little bewildered. She smiled and said, Your Majesty, please take a look first. This is a rare opportunity. That's true. Immortal Emperor Gaochen said, and couldn't help but look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua, who was like a god, was still waving the wishful staff and splitting the lightning tribulation into pieces. He was truly a peerless hero. However, Immortal Emperor Gaochen wasn't admiring Xiaohua's majesty. He was worried about Princess Zixia and Princess Qingqing inside the Kunlun mirror. After all, he had just given the supreme heavenly mirror to Xiaohua. Who knew if Xiaohua had the time to blood bond with the supreme heavenly mirror and the Kunlun mirror? Boom, boom, boom. Immortal Emperor Gaochen didn't have time to retract his gaze. Under the scroll, 8 lightning bolts rushed out from the thunder tide. On top of the Shangqing Palace Master's body, the 8 lightning bolts condensed into runes: zither, chess, book, painting, poem, wine, flower, and tea. A gentleman's 8 elegant matters? Immortal Emperor Gaochen looked at the East Sea Empress and exchanged glances. However, when Wen Chu's body fell into the chute lightning bolt and the Shangqing Palace Master's body fell into the chess lightning bolt, the two and all the immortal palace's Confucian cultivators suddenly understood. They saw that Wen Chu had fallen into a lightning illusion for 10 suns. The 10 suns were like 10 fire crows that flew disorderly in the sky. Each of the fire crows shot out endless heat waves that not only killed everything in the space, but also ferociously attacked Wen Chu's body. The light on Wen Chu's body was already on fire. The inscription law chains also shattered inch by inch and were annihilated by the flames. At this moment, only the inscription law chains on Wen Chu's body were still slowly moving and isolating the flames. As for the Shanqing Palace Master's body, it was actually the ground as the chessboard and the mountains as the chess pieces. Every time a chess piece moved, the Shanqing Palace Master's body would tremble as if he was expending a great amount of energy. "Your Majesty," EC Empress saw this and whispered again. These two places seemed to be dead ends. Immortal Emperor Go Chun knew that the EC Empress had not seen him for a long time and missed him. Thus, he did not mind her questions and whispered, "Yes, the Shanqing Palace Master will be playing against the Heavenly Court's Book Immortal. If he is careless, he will lose. Losing won't kill him, but he will lose the chance to ascend the Heavenly Palace. Channeling the true Qi in his body to move the mountains is even more dangerous. If he is not careful, the power of the mountains can invade his body. If his body is destroyed, the Shanqing Palace Master will not be able to return. The Wenxiu Palace Master is even more difficult." EC Empress nodded and said, "The 10 fire crows form a great formation. If one doesn't understand great formations, casually killing a fire crow will cause 9 fire crows to counterattack at the same time. The heavenly fire of 1 fire crow is enough to burn the Shanqing Palace Master's body, let alone 9 fire crows." Just as the immortal Emperor and Empress said, the Shanqing Palace Master fell into the lightning ball and began to deal with it. Wen Chu stood inside the lightning ball and watched the 10 suns wreaking havoc without making a move. Seeing that the Shanqing Palace Master's body was burnt to a thin layer, Wen Chu suddenly raised his right arm. Buzz! The space vibrated and a bow appeared out of nowhere. Wen Chu squinted his eyes and a 5-colored light surged on his right arm. A few strands of golden light shot out and landed on the bow. In an instant, they condensed into a small golden arrow. As Wen Chu's right arm pulled back, it was as if there was another invisible arm pulling the bow. The bow let out a creaking sound. Along with this sound, a strange phenomenon appeared in the space to the left. Thousands of lights and shadows were distorted. Strands of crystal-like, noble qi seeped into the small arrow. Even the space itself was pulled into the small arrow by this strange phenomenon. Even though Wen Chu's right arm had pulled back the bow, he didn't take the next step. His right arm was as steady as a mountain. The 10 fire crows seemed to be doing whatever they wanted, but in reality, they were dancing around with great profundity. The entire lightning ball became quiet. Suddenly, the sound of the bowstring pierced through the lightning ball. Whoosh! At the same time, a sharp whistling sound came from the bow. The small golden arrow paused for a moment. In the next moment, a group of blurry lights appeared one after another. The small golden arrow suddenly disappeared. Rumble! A huge roar came from the void. An invisible wave seemed to collapse. In the blink of an eye, the small golden arrow shot into the chest of a fire crow. Caw! The fire crow let out a mournful cry as the small golden arrow pierced through its chest. At the same time, another fire crow flew in front of the small golden arrow. Poof! The fire crow didn't even have the chance to mourn before it was killed. Then, the fire crows seemed to take the initiative to collide with the small golden arrow. Poof! The sound of explosions in the void continued. Layers of golden light filled the air. 9 fire crows were pierced by the small golden arrow. What's more, when the small golden arrow pierced into the lightning ball also let out a rumbling sound. The lightning was annihilated, and when Chu stepped out of the lightning ball, boom! The scroll in the sky slowly opened. Inside, there were clouds that looked like stairs that slowly descended. On the ground, the newly formed grand formation of the 9 provinces let out a dragon roar. The earth dragon pulsed, and its fate condensed into different colored flowers. Millions of plum blossoms came out and fell below Wen Chu's feet, carrying him forward for more than 1,000 feet. Wen Chu couldn't help but laugh after seeing the plum blossoms. He thought about the symbol of the Northern Ming clan. So this was the origin of the plum blossoms. It was not like what Xiao Hua thought, where the ancient Confucian cultivators flattered the four great clans. Good. Immortal Emperor Go Chan saw this and couldn't help but clap. The Literature Star Master's first victory is indeed a good start. I hope that he will be unstoppable and trample the heavens. The Eastern Sea Empress, on the other hand, was not optimistic. Your Majesty, the Literature Star Master has always been hiding his strength. Why did he reveal it today? If this arrow pierced through 3 fire crows, then it would be divided into 3 parts to break the formation. This is in line with the moderate path of our Confucian cultivators. Even if this arrow pierced through 9 fire crows, it would still be a display of bravado. But the Literature Star Master actually broke the lightning ball. I'm afraid this will be a disgrace to the welcoming envoy. This will make the test even more difficult. Immortal Emperor Go Chan didn't agree and smiled. Empress, you are underestimating the Literature Star Master too much. He is already very strong, and later on, he obtained some fortunes. These tests are really nothing. I feel that this should be the final test for him. The problem is, the Eastern Sea Empress looked at the Supreme Purity Palace Master who had already taken the initiative in the chess game and said, "The Literature Star Master is not the only one undergoing the tribulation." Ah, that's true. Immortal Emperor Go Chan sighed and nodded. This is the first time I have seen 2 people undergoing tribulations at the same time. I don't dare to recklessly predict their fate. As he spoke, a boom rang out as when Chu came to a stop in midair. From the hanging scroll, a clump of heavenly fire descended. The heavenly fire seemed thin, but by the time it reached Wen Chu's head, it had already transformed into the shape of a 300-meter-long flood dragon. Woo! As Wen Chu looked up, a fierce wind sprang up beneath his feet. An earthen wind appeared out of nowhere and swept him up. However, both the heavenly fire and the earth wind were very weak. They didn't even blow off a single petal of the plum blossom under Wen Chu's feet, let alone his python-like 5 energies. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qijian. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, gift it, and thank you for all your support. http://www. Qijian. Combook 10041444972. ASPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens with a strange artifact spirit. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company. In reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the celestial realm. I am the king of order of the solar star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book, the first Xinxia novel of 16 million words, The Story of the Cultivation God. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116-565446, 170-5713, 64. Chapter 52-58. However, just as the heavenly fire and earth wind enveloped the space where Wen Chu was, a bronze bamboo slip fell from the scroll. The bamboo slip tumbled in the air, and the scholarly cultivators could clearly see that there was a large cauldron inscribed on it. Not only were Tai Bai, Jinxing, and the others confused, but even immortal Emperor Gaochen was also stunned. He didn't know why this inscription suddenly appeared. When the bamboo slips fell into the heavenly fire, Kacha, the heavenly fire burned the bamboo slips until they cracked. From the cracks, the inscription armor fell from the bamboo slips. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the inscription armor touched the heavenly fire, it immediately let out a roaring sound. The heavenly fire fell into the inscription armor along with the roaring sound. Countless pillars of orange chi that emitted golden light rushed out from the void and fell into the inscription armor. The inscription armor actually broke in half. The eye on the top of the inscription armor let out a buzzing sound and turned into a huge cauldron lid. The corner of Wen Chu's mouth curled up. His big hand grabbed the half-cauldron character out of thin air. Unfortunately, his big hand grabbed nothing. Obviously, this half-inscription was not in the same space as Wen Chu. Woo-woo. The half of the inscription fell into the earth wind, and the earth wind immediately blew in. With a buzzing sound, the pillar of golden light fell down, and a huge cauldron was born. The heaven and earth cauldron? Immortal Emperor Gaoqian's expression changed as if he thought of something. The East Sea Empress hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, what is the heaven and earth cauldron?" "Let's wait and see." Immortal Emperor Gaoqian didn't explain and only hesitated. "I'm not sure yet." Boom! As soon as Immortal Emperor Gaoqian finished speaking, the cauldron flew up and the lid fell down, sealing Wen Chu's avatar inside. Woo-woo! Immediately afterward, above the scroll, the sky cracked, and the noble spirit in the shape of golden threads poured over the cauldron like a waterfall. Then, countless inscriptions appeared on the cauldron. Under the impact of the golden noble spirit, the spiritual qi turned into the shape of a dragon and began to circle around the cauldron. In the dancing, genuine qi, the cauldron gradually became transparent. The Confucian cultivator of the immortal palace saw the situation inside again. 5 genuine fires of different colors roared and pounced on Wen Chu. As expected, Immortal Emperor Gaoqian whispered, "This is the legendary heaven and earth cauldron, specifically used to test the 5 energy unifications of the ascending heaven tower Confucian cultivators. That's good." The East Sea Empress finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Rest assured, Your Majesty." The master of the Wenxiu Palace first was hailed as an immortal master because he offered the 5 Qis unification technique. Furthermore, the master of the Shangqing Palace also cultivated it before. That's good, that's good. Immortal Emperor Go Qin's expression became better, and he said, "My hidden immortal continent's 5 energies origin law has been lost. Without the authentic 5 energies origin law, this cauldron of heaven and earth would definitely not be able to pass." At this time, the master of the Shangqing Palace also came out from the lightning ball. Aside from his slightly pale face, there was nothing special about him. However, when he saw the huge cauldron in the distance, emitting the supreme authority of the heavenly court, he couldn't help but be shocked. Boom boom! Without waiting for the master of the Shangqing Palace to fly up, the scroll above his head let out a rumbling sound. Similarly, a bamboo scroll fell down, and on it was also the word cauldron. Damn it! The master of the Shangqing Palace also had a history. Seeing the word cauldron falling down, he understood and hurriedly patted his own head. Woo-woo! 5 mottled and impure genuine qi gushed out. The master of the Shangqing Palace's genuine qi was naturally impure and not mature enough. However, Wen Chu was different. Not only did his genuine qi reach perfection, he also had 3 strands of Xiantian genuine qi. After Xiao Hua returned to the Western Sea, he even gave 2 strands of Ing Kuei's genuine qi to Wen Chu. Even if the 5 flames of the heaven and earth cauldron of heaven and earth were like dragons, how could they hurt him? Seeing the 5 flames turning into pythons, Wen Chu only channeled his genuine qi to protect his body and squinted his eyes to observe. The fire pythons crazily swam and opened their mouths to devour the genuine qi. Moreover, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the fire inside the cauldron became even stronger, covering the sky and earth. Even the subbody showed signs of melting. Wen Chu slightly smiled and patted his own head. 5 strands of genuine qi shot up to the sky, 2 of which were especially thick and clear. Roar, roar, roar. After a few angry roars, the 5 strands of genuine qi turned into a huge dragon with 5 claws and fiercely pounced down. The huge dragon claw grabbed and immediately imprisoned the fire pythons. When the huge dragon opened its mouth, it swallowed the fire pythons back into its mouth. I understand now. Seeing the 5 strands of genuine Qi devouring the 5 elemental fires in the heaven and earth cauldron of heaven and earth, immortal Emperor Gaochen finally understood and said, "The master of the Scholar Palace is worry-free." "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" The East Sea Empress was slightly stunned. Immortal Emperor Gaochen transmitted his voice, in Kuei's things. Xiao Hua gave all of them to the master of the Scholar Palace. It can't be. Immortal Emperor Gaochen had already told the East Sea Empress about Kuei. The East Sea Empress was stunned and also transmitted her voice. "That's something that belongs to the Heavenly Court's book, Immortal. Even I would covet it. How could Xiao Hua give it to the master of the Scholar Palace so easily?" "Don't forget," Immortal Emperor Gaochen replied. "Xiao Hua is a Taoist cultivator. Why would he take something that belongs to the Heavenly Court?" The East Sea Empress was speechless. Just as Immortal Emperor Gaochen said, after the 5 strands of genuine Qi devoured the 5 elemental fires, the heaven and earth cauldron of heaven and earth let out a roar and separated. It turned back into the word cauldron and flew back into the scroll. Looking at the scroll again, with a loud boom, it fell down again. Another scroll gave birth to clouds. As for Wen Chu's feet, fate condensed into an orchid and lifted him up for another 1,000 feet. Wen Chu escaped from the heaven and earth cauldron of heaven and earth. The moment the master of the Supreme Purity Palace fell down, Wen Chu took the opportunity to see the master of the Supreme Purity Palace being burned by the 5 elemental fires. Whoosh! At this time, another bamboo slip fell from the scroll above Wen Chu's head. This time, the bamboo slip was even more severe and directly shattered. Boom, boom, boom. The broken bamboo slips transformed into armor inscriptions that were even bigger than mountains. Each of the inscriptions had the aura of the heavenly court. Every time they fell, the void would be torn apart. What was special was that although Wen Chu had the 5 energies protecting his body, they were easily destroyed by the inscriptions, as if they were natural enemies. Book Mountain. Immortal Emperor Gaochen was a bit hesitant, as if he wasn't sure if it was Book Mountain, because each of the inscriptions was really big and not in the shape of a mountain. Immortal Emperor Gaochen didn't understand, and Wen Chu was even more confused. He first channeled his genuine Qi to resist, but the moment it touched the inscriptions, it was immediately destroyed. Thus, Wen Chu could only move his body to dodge. In the beginning, the inscriptions fell like raindrops, but then they began to speed up and gradually condensed into lines. Wen Chu was swept by the inscriptions several times, and his genuine Qi protection was destroyed, almost injuring his secondary body. It was only a cultivation method for a meal, but Wen Chu discovered that the inscriptions that fell on his body didn't disappear, but instead, they piled up together. The strangest thing was that some of the inscriptions were like mountain rocks, and some were connected together to form sentences. There were even more inscriptions that condensed into articles and books. Book Mountain. It really is Book Mountain. Immortal Emperor Gaochen saw the huge book piled up by the inscriptions and was finally certain. The East Sea Empress had a worried expression on her face as she whispered, "Your Majesty, in the past there were also when stars that ascended from our immortal palace and the 4 great clans of the hidden immortal continent, but it didn't seem to be this difficult. I have never seen such a strange method of examination. The might of the heavens is hard to predict." Immortal Emperor Gaochen looked at the sky where the 5 Qi righteous thunder was. He transmitted his voice behind the book and said, "Even I can't understand the meaning behind it. Then how do we break this Book Mountain?" The East Sea Empress saw Immortal Emperor Gaochen's worry and quickly asked with a smile, "There's a path on Book Mountain." Immortal Emperor Gaochen said, "As long as we find the path and recite the inscriptions, we can reach the top." Oh, the East Sea Empress understood. Boom! Wen Chu opened his mouth, and the heaven and earth pagoda flew out. Wen Chu pointed at the heaven and earth pagoda, and the heaven and earth pagoda immediately flashed arrogantly and covered Wen Chu. The inscription armor that fell like rain hit the heaven and earth pagoda and immediately shattered into strokes. Oh my God! The East Sea Empress laughed and held her forehead, Why did the master of the literature Star Palace break the formation like a Tao cultivator? Immortal Emperor Gauchen shrugged and said helplessly, "One is marked by the company one keeps." He and Xiao Hua are very close, so he must have been influenced. However, the master of the literature Star Palace is very good at controlling treasures. The inscriptions on the book mountain can't break it, so this book mountain can be considered broken. The guide's face. The East Sea Empress didn't dare to think too much. The master of the Supreme Purity Palace has come out. Immortal Emperor Gauchen didn't have time to look at Wenchu and quickly looked at the other side. The heaven and earth cauldron, which was much smaller than before, had already separated. The master of the Supreme Purity Palace appeared in an extremely sorry state. His robe was burned to pieces, and the crown on his head was gone. His hair was disheveled, and even the skin that was exposed outside of his robe had traces of blood. However, before the master of the Supreme Purity Palace could breathe a sigh of relief, the bamboo scroll above his head shattered, and inscriptions also fell down like a mountain. Immortal Emperor Gauchen narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, "The master of the Supreme Purity Palace and the master of the Literature Star Palace are facing the tribulation together. It seems like they are at a disadvantage, but in reality, they are at a great advantage. This heaven and earth cauldron is the 5 cheese unification technique of the master of the Supreme Purity Palace. It can't be passed so easily. I'm afraid that because the master of the Literature Star Palace stepped out of Book Mountain, the other guide didn't dare to delay too much." Boom, boom. At this moment, the sound of a flood was heard again. Immortal Emperor Gauchen was shocked and hurriedly looked at the place where Wenchu was facing the tribulation. He saw that the other scroll had shattered, and countless tiny inscriptions flashing with golden light turned into streams of water and rushed towards Wenchu. "Damn it!" Immortal Emperor Gauchen cursed and ordered, "Where is Tai Bai Jinxing?" "Your Majesty." Tai Bai Jinxing was originally standing in the distance, not daring to disturb the reunion between Immortal Emperor Gauchen and the East Sea Empress. When he heard Immortal Emperor Gauchen's order, he hurriedly flew over. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian. Vote for it. Vote for it. Vote for it. Give it as a gift, and thank you for all your support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 10041444972. ASPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. Ordinary student Su Ji turned something rotten into something magical, and he dominated the city of mortals. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I'm the CEO of the Order Company, but in reality, I have a divine artifact inside my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the Sun sector. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has already been completed. It is the first Xianxia novel of 16 million words, the story of the cultivation god. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116-565446, 175-71364. Chapter 52-59. Pay attention to this sea of knowledge. Immortal Emperor Go Chan pointed at the bamboo below Wenchu's feet and said, "If the bamboo cannot stop the sea of knowledge, immediately order true monarch Shui De to use his immortal imperial equipment to stop it. Do not let a single drop of this sea of knowledge fall into the hidden immortal continent." "Yes, your servant obeys." Tai Bai Jinxing received the order and quickly left. East Sea Empress was confused and asked, "Your Majesty, this is the sea of knowledge? Why are you so nervous?" "Empress, have you forgotten?" Immortal Emperor Go Chun smiled. "In the ancient times, the hidden immortal continent was flooded. That flood was caused by Wenxing's tribulation." East Sea Empress covered her mouth in shock. "Of course." Immortal Emperor Go Chun nodded. From what I know, that negligent guide was punished to go down to the lower realms to control the flood. After 10 generations, he returned to the heavenly court. From then on, the guides became more cautious and no longer dared to use the Sea of Knowledge. Immortal Emperor Go-Chun looked at the space covered by the Sea of Knowledge. When Chu's figure was nowhere to be seen, he said worriedly, "The Sea of Knowledge is boundless, this suffering." However, before Immortal Emperor Go-Chun could finish speaking, another great gust of wind appeared. The Sea of Knowledge that was engulfed in space disappeared at a visible rate. Not only was Wen Chu's figure revealed, but space itself also gradually became clear. The heaven and earth pagoda that had just been recalled was now hovering above Wen Chu's head. All of the falling torrents were absorbed by the pagoda. When they fell below the pagoda, they all shattered into strokes. Sai, using force to break through again. Immortal Emperor Go-Chun shook his head and said to East Sea Empress, "In the future, don't say that the master of the literature palace ascended from my immortal palace. I don't know him." East Sea Empress, smiled with happiness in her eyes. Woo-woo. With the Sea of Knowledge broken, the hidden immortal continent's fate once again condensed into a chrysanthemum. This chrysanthemum was golden and beautiful. It carried Wen Chu into the sky and rushed towards the scroll. At the same time, the scroll also rumbled and cloud descended like stairs to welcome Wen Chu. However, in the split second that the ladder-like clouds touched the song of literature, an earth-shattering sound of a bell rang out. Wherever the bell rang, the scrolls were broken, the clouds were extinguished, the sea of learning was severed, and the chrysanthemum was destroyed. The space within 5,000 kilometers of Wen Chu was annihilated inch by inch, turning into chaos. When the bell chimes became indistinct and turned into a lingering sound, countless pitch-black, gray gas surged out from the shattered area. Waves of indescribable whistling sounds surrounded Wen Chu, and an aura of desolation, despair, helplessness, and annihilation surged out from this gray gas. Forget about the gray gas. Where this aura passed, all things withered. Even the surging clouds at the top of the celestial palace would fade and turn gray when they came into contact with this aura. Fortunately, this aura seemed to be heavy and couldn't travel very far. It only lingered in the area where the gray aura was condensed. Death. Death realm? Immortal Emperor Gao-Chun was dumbfounded and shouted in disbelief. "Isn't this guide a bit exaggerated? Your Majesty, the Lord of the Shanqing Palace." The East Sea Empress cried out in panic. How did he also fall into a death trap? It can't be. Immortal Emperor Go-Chun quickly looked to the other side. Sure enough, the scroll mountain was broken. It was the master of the Supreme Pure Palace who was chanting. He looked up in confusion and saw the destruction of the nearby space. His eyes were filled with shock. Before the Lord of the Shanqing Palace could do anything, Book Mountain was also destroyed by the gray gas. The Lord of the Shanqing Palace was gradually surrounded by the gray gas and sealed. I understand now. Today, the Lord of the Shanqing Palace and the Lord of the Wisdom Palace are undergoing their tribulations at the same time. This is out of the expectations of the Heavenly Court's guide. Today, only one guide will come out of the book gate to receive them. Immortal Emperor Gao-Chun heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. If that's the case, the Lord of the Shanqing Palace really benefited from the Lord of the Wisdom Palace. With his strength, he might be able to pass through Book Mountain, but it won't be easy to pass through the Sea of Learning. Now, he directly entered the death trap. There's only one last test left. Once he passes it, he will ascend to the Heavenly Court. At this moment, the gray aura was like a cocoon, blocking the vision of the scholarly cultivators. No one could see what was happening inside. However, the EC Empress could see that there were many phantoms outside the gray aura that looked like demons and ghosts. There were also layers upon layers of ghostly apparitions. The EC Empress couldn't help but whisper, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's not that simple." Of course it's not that simple. Immortal Emperor Gao-Chun smiled bitterly. This is the death trap. If one doesn't have the ability to come back from death's door, how can they escape? Immortal Emperor Gaochen naturally didn't know that when Chu, who was in the death trap, saw the ghost-like death gas rushing towards him. The light around his body dimmed, and his Xiantian, true qi withered. How could he not know that this was the death trap that everyone feared? If it was someone like the Lord of the Shanqing Palace, they could only protect themselves with a clear heart and wait for the death trap to self-destruct. However, how could Wen Chu be an ordinary one star? He slapped his forehead, and the 5 qis rushed out. As the 5 qis surged, half of the flower-like scroll shone like a star. Where the starlight shone, it had already blocked the gray gas. Not only that, Wen Chu, who was already proficient in the Tao of life and death, opened his mouth. Woo! The vitality in his chest spurted out. This vitality was just a breath, but wherever it went, green seeds were everywhere. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the seeds sprouted. Tenacious, tough, vigorous, and hopeful auras began to spread. Vitality was gradually born everywhere. When Wen Chu blew another breath, it was as if spring had returned to the earth. The seeds grew rapidly. Fragrant grass and trees had already occupied the nearby space. Wen Chu laughed. He opened his mouth again and was about to spurt out the 3rd breath of vitality. At this moment, woo-woo, the demonic sound was vast and mighty, and the earth suddenly turned pitch black. As for Xiao Hua and the Thunder Immortal, one wielded the 5 elements wishful heaven staff to destroy the tribulation lightning. The other used the soaring dragon shears to destroy the tribulation lightning. They were extremely arrogant. However, in the end, the white lightning fell like dense raindrops, enveloping the area around Xiao Hua. The pressure in the space gradually increased, forcing Xiao Hua to fall. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be surprised. That's not right. Xiao Hua stole a glance at the sky. He couldn't see the celestial world gate anymore. The sky was silvery white, and lightning tribulation power was everywhere. He couldn't see the end of it. Xiao Hua couldn't help but think, even if it's tribulation lightning, there has to be a change. It can't always be this white tribulation lightning. Didn't the celestial world gate have other tribulation lightning before? Why didn't they fall? Moreover, I'm ascending. The immortal qi in my body has already. Thinking of the immortal qi, Xiao Hua suddenly came to his senses. Almost at the same time, he seemed to have woken up from a dream. He slapped his forehead and said regretfully, "Damn it, didn't I become stupid?" As the celestial world's law enforcer, Su Ji didn't tell me about the celestial world's lightning tribulation. However, Fairy Xing, you had already vaguely mentioned that the process of ascension was the conversion of true core strength into immortal qi. How did the immortal qi convert? Su Ji didn't say, and neither did Fairy Xing Yu. However, wasn't the tribulation lightning in front of him the answer? When others resist the tribulation lightning, they are afraid that the tribulation lightning will fall on their bodies. They are afraid that they can't resist it. That's why they seek survival in the face of death. They hope that the immortal qi in their bodies can reach the requirements of ascension. My body is strong, far stronger than ordinary magic treasures or even spirit tools and spirit treasures. If others' spirit treasures can resist the tribulation lightning, my body can naturally resist it. Why do I need to resist the tribulation lightning? I just need to let the tribulation lightning fall on my body and generate immortal qi. Naturally, Xiao Hua didn't dare to act rashly. He just shook the wishful steel staff and made a gap. Boom! The white lightning fell and hit Xiao Hua's body. Sure enough, this tribulation lightning was a fatal blow to others, but when it fell on Xiao Hua's body, it only sank 3 feet and stopped. There were only some traces of smoke on the surface of his body. However, a wisp of silver light in the white lightning fell into Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua felt it carefully. When the silver light fell into his body, the immortal qi that had not been converted was immediately generated. Good. Xiao Hua understood and was secretly happy. He put away the wishful steel staff and let the white tribulation lightning fall on him. Ha ha ha! Since Xiao Hua understood, the Thunderbolt Immortal also understood. He put away the Tengjiao shears and shook his head and laughed. On the shore of the West Sea, Guqiong Old Man, Bright Moon Householder, and the others were already burning with anxiety. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't dare and couldn't fly over, they would have already explained to Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal that this was not the way to pass the tribulation lightning. At this time, when they saw the two of them put away the wishful steel staff and the Tangjiao shears, they felt relieved and looked at each other. Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal were ready to defend themselves. However, when they saw the two of them go from one extreme to the other, not only did they not release their defensive magic treasures, but they also let the tribulation lightning hit their bodies. This made them completely dizzy. What happened to the observation and experience? Where did it all go? Just as Guqiong Old Man, Bright Moon Householder, and the others were dumbfounded, the silver tribulation lightning fell on Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal. Boom! There was a loud sound. As expected, the two of them were submerged by the torrent of lightning and disappeared in an instant. It can't be, right? Yizhen's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. They died just like that. However, when Yizhen looked up the sky and saw that the celestial realm gate didn't show any signs of disappearing or retreating, he frowned again. Haha. Just as everyone was wondering, Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal laughed at the same time and flew out of the torrent of lightning that never disappeared. Countless lightning flashed on their bodies like a spider web, and every time it flashed, a wisp of celestial spiritual chi was born in their bodies. Boom! Boom! Before the two of them finished laughing, more tribulation lightning of different shapes fell again, but this time it was obviously much weaker than before. The ball-shaped, white tribulation lightning hit the Thunderbolt Immortal, and with a sizzling sound, the Thunderbolt Immortal's body fell a few feet. Then he came to a stop, and several wisps of celestial spiritual chi were born from his waist like smoke and entered his body. P.S. Fellow cultivators who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it a tip. Thank you for all your support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 10041444972. ASPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact from the heavens with a strange artifact spirit. Ordinary student Su Ji turns something rotten into something magical. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I'm the CEO of the Order Company, but in fact, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the celestial realm. I am the king of order of the sun-star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has been completed, starting from the first Xinxia novel of 16 million words, The Legend of the Cultivation God. Readers who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua, or add the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116-56-5446, 170-57-13, 64. Chapter 5260. Soon after, tribulation thunders fell one after another. Although their power didn't decrease, the number of thunders gradually decreased. In fact, it was far less than the number of heavenly thunders that Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal had faced for the first time. The two of them calmly stood in midair as if they were taking a bath, welcoming the baptism of the tribulation thunders. Mother ***. Kong Chong couldn't help but howl in grief. Alliance Master, Taoist Xiao, and the others, are they crossing the tribulation? What can we comprehend from crossing this kind of tribulation? Apart from challenging our limits, they're also trampling on our knowledge. I think that it's better if we don't watch it at all. Yizhen smiled and said, after watching Taoist Xiao cross the tribulation, we at least know one thing, and that is that our Tao sex cultivators don't just have to refine energy and give birth to nascent souls, they also have to temper their bodies. Since Taoist Xiao was able to modify the nascent soul and gold core cultivation techniques, he must have dabbled in the 39 golden body. Therefore, his body must have been tempered to a terrifying degree. That's why he was able to abandon his magic treasure and resist the tribulation thunders. Who doesn't know this principle? Bright Moon householders said indifferently. But which cultivator on the Yilin continent can do it? A person's energy is limited, Old Man Gu Qiong said with a bitter smile. In my early years, I also dabbled in the 39 golden body, and I even had a deep understanding of body cultivation techniques. However, I'm still unable to practice several cultivation techniques at the same time. Moreover, a cultivator's lifespan is also limited. Even a poor gold core cultivator might not be able to step into the nascent soul realm in his whole life, let alone practice the golden body. Yizhan raised his eyes and looked at the two different gates of the immortal world high in the sky. Cyan tribulation thunders fell again in the form of balls and spears. The Thunderbolt Immortal and Xiaohua were still able to resist them with their bodies. Yizhan said in an admiring tone, Taoist Xiao and the Thunderbolt Immortal must have had some kind of lucky chance to face the tribulation like this. Let's wait and see. The Cyan tribulation thunders weren't blocked by Xiaohua and the Thunderbolt Immortal, and they fell on their bodies like flowing water. However, they didn't cause any trouble to them except for the bright silver immortal energy. After the green tribulation lightning, it was blue tribulation lightning and red tribulation lightning. When the red tribulation lightning struck down, the immortal spiritual energy in Xiaohua's body had already reached a bottleneck, so the power of the red tribulation lightning increased by 30%. Seeing that he was repeatedly struck down from the sky by the red tribulation lightning, Xiaohua understood that in the four great continents, although the immortal spiritual energy in his body could allow him to leave this realm, it alone could not allow him to smoothly ascend to the immortal realm. Only the 5 elements tribulation lightning from the immortal world gate could help him complete his initial transformation. As for the final transformation, it was most likely the legendary spirit cleansing pool. Boom! The red tribulation lightning stopped, and the final yellow tribulation lightning of the immortal world gate crashed down. This tribulation thunder was more than twice as powerful as before. The Thunderbolt Immortal had already seen the illusion of a small world within the tribulation thunder. Strands of lightning were like rocks, flowers, and birds. They were all born from the center of the tribulation thunder. The Thunderbolt Immortal seemed to have thought of something. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slammed it down. Boom! It was a loud sound. At the top of his head, 5 bolts of lightning shot up into the sky, forming a giant hand that grabbed toward the sky. The 9 heavens divine lightning. Old Man Gu Qiong had good eyesight. When he saw the 5 bolts of lightning condensing in the sky, he couldn't help but praise. Senior Thunderbolt Immortal has cultivated the 9 heavens divine lightning to such a degree. He has really seized the fortune of heaven and earth. The fortune gate is indeed the fortune gate. Kong Chang also praised. Of course, the Thunderbolt Immortal's hand of lightning was indeed powerful, but it was no match for the tribulation lightning. When the yellow tribulation lightning fell, not only did it compress the void, creating many ripples, but the hand of lightning also dissipated when it came in contact with the yellow tribulation lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The Thunderbolt Immortal resisted the urge to use the soaring dragon shears and executed a series of lightning techniques. Finally, before the yellow tribulation lightning fell, more than half of it was destroyed. Although only less than half of the tribulation lightning was left, it was formed from a small world. Boom! With a loud sound, the yellow tribulation lightning smashed into the Thunderbolt Immortal's body. Woo-woo! Immediately after, a hurricane rose and the tribulation lightning roared. It expanded rapidly, as if it was going to burst the space within 10,000 miles. Old Man Gu Qiong and the others were shocked and hurriedly fled. Roar! However, after 100 miles, the Thunderbolt Immortal roared again. Before Old Man Gu Qiong and the others could turn around, another earth-shattering sound rang out. The Thunderbolt Immortal's hand stretched out from the yellow tribulation lightning and tore it apart. Before the Thunderbolt Immortal could fly out, he opened his mouth and swallowed the shattered tribulation lightning into his stomach. Oh my God! Yijin couldn't help but click his tongue again. Why is the Thunderbolt Immortal so powerful? He seems to be more powerful than Daoist Xiao. At the same time, Xiao Hua used his nascent soul hand to destroy more than half of the yellow tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning pierced through Xiao Hua's head and pierced deep into his body. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua's body was engulfed by the tribulation lightning from the inside out. However, the power of this tribulation lightning was much weaker than that of the Thunderbolt Immortal. However, just as the Thunderbolt Immortal tore apart the tribulation lightning, Xiao Hua flew out from it. As for the yellow tribulation lightning, only a faint trace of lightning was left, and it dissipated in the air in a moment. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Xiao Hua or the Thunderbolt Immortal, their bodies had already produced an extremely large amount of bright silver brilliance. These speckles of brilliance looked extremely strange, but these speckles of brilliance also produced a kind of enormous power, forcing the cultivators of the 4 great continents to feel fear in their hearts. Just as the first bolt of yellow tribulation lightning was annihilated, the second bolt of yellow tribulation lightning came pouring down from the celestial world gate. However, before the tribulation lightning could leave the celestial world gate, the silver light around Xiao Hua and the thunder immortal flickered slightly. The two of them were unable to control themselves and were sent flying for over 1,000 miles before they came to a stop. At the same time, the second bolt of yellow tribulation lightning unexpectedly disappeared. Old man Gu Qiong and the others were puzzled and looked at each other in dismay. Yi Zhan was about to say something, but he seemed to have thought of something and closed his mouth. If Yi Zhan could think of it, Kong Chong and the others might not, let alone old man Gu Qiong and the Ji Yin Immortal. However, the mystery of the tribulation lightning was the secret of ascension, and Yi Zhan might not be willing to share it. Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortals sensed that the immortal spiritual qi in their bodies was surging like a tide, rising and falling with the flickering silver light of the celestial world gate. They knew that the immortal spiritual qi in their bodies had reached the limit of ascension. However, when they looked up at the sky, they saw that the celestial world gate was still like a huge monster, and countless runes were still flying out. However, there were no light pillars falling down like they had expected, and no immortals were coming out of the gate. The two of them were quite surprised. The only thing they could do now was wait and see. Woo-woo! Just as Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal were waiting, a burst of silver tadpole-like runes gushed out from the celestial world gate above the Thunderbolt Immortal's head. Layers of golden runes gushed out from the vortex-like celestial world gate above Xiao Hua's head. Regardless of whether it was silver or golden runes, they all carried a kind of soul-shaking whistling sound and an aura that suppressed the heavens and the earth. As soon as the two runes appeared, they firmly covered Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal respectively, and an indescribable sense of crisis arose from the bottom of their hearts at the same time. This is the real tribulation lightning. Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal did not dare to be negligent. One of them took out the soaring dragon shears, while the other took out the wishful staff again. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and the earth shook again, and the thunder that had previously covered the sky rushed towards the golden and silver runes. After the golden runes were absorbed by the Thunderbolt Immortal, countless white tiger-like crystal threads burst out from the runes and gathered above Xiao Hua's head. As for the Thunderbolt Immortal's head, after the silver runes were broken, countless small sword-shaped crystal threads gathered. After the thunder tide, the heavens and the earth suddenly became silent. The crystal threads gathered silently, but in this silence, there was a gradual accumulation of oppression. After half an hour, above Xiao Hua's head, a white tiger's body flashed, and an aura that could devour the heavens was born. The pair of pupilless tiger eyes only reflected Xiao Hua's figure. Roar! The white tiger roared and fell from the sky. Wherever its aura passed, puff, 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 sounds of explosions rang out. The originally awe-inspiring immortal aura around Xiao Hua's body was now swaying and almost extinguishing. Although the white tiger's claws were still very far away from Xiao Hua, the murderous sharpness had already crossed the void and pierced Xiao Hua's golden body. The body that was not afraid of the tribulation lightning, just now, shwa shwa shwa, began to crack, not to mention the golden light that protected the body, which had long been extinguished by the sharp wind. Good timing. Xiao Hua's figure flickered, and the metal escape technique was activated. His figure faced the danger head-on, and the wishful staff swayed and stretched out between the tiger's claws. First, it hit the white tiger's right claw, and then, taking advantage of the white tiger's left claw, his figure flashed. The wishful staff lightly touched the white tiger's right claw, and his figure suddenly rushed out of the white tiger's claw like a shadow. Then, the wishful staff fell with a boom and smashed on the white tiger's forehead. Daoist Xiao is crazy. Jian Jinren shook his head with a wry smile and said, "This is the 5 elements primordial spirit formed by the tribulation lightning. How can an ordinary celestial artifact destroy it?" Yes, although this celestial artifact has destroyed the tribulation lightning before. Old man Guqiang was also worried. But the tribulation lightning is a dead thing. This tribulation lightning uses the soul of the gold element primordial spirit of the immortal world, which is more ferocious than ordinary spirit treasures. No, than heavenly spirit treasures. Even if Taoist Zhao's staff technique is superb, what's the use of hitting this primordial spirit? P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, and reward. Thank you for all forms of support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 10041444972. ASPX King of Order. Introduction 1. A celestial artifact with a strange artifact spirit hidden in it. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turns something rotten into something magical. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company, but in fact, I have a celestial artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the solar star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book, the first Xinxia novel with 16 million words, has been completed. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116-56-5446, 170-57-13, 64. Chapter 52-61. These Taoist supremes had good insight and knowledge, but they still underestimated Xiao Hua's 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel. However, there were many shadows of the stick, and in the end, it only turned into a unique heaven-reaching stick. With a poof sound, it smashed on the top of the 5 elements' original spirit. Roar! The white tiger let out a sorrowful roar, and its huge body collapsed rapidly. The silver primordial spirit's aura flowed in all directions. Just the aura of the primordial spirit alone was enough to tear the surrounding void apart. The white tiger's might was evident from this. How is this possible? Yi Zhen exclaimed. What prehistoric ominous weapon is in Taoist Zhao's hand? How can it kill the primordial spirits of the immortal world? 5 elements, wishful heaven cudgel. Kong Chong exclaimed in a low voice, as if he had just woken up from a dream. Impossible. Old man Guqiang seemed to have heard of the 5 elements, wishful heaven cudgel, and he said flatly, how can the Yilan continent refine an ancient, ominous weapon? Of course it's impossible for us. Bright Moon Householder said with a smile, it's just like how we can't resist the tribulation thunder with our bodies. But as long as it's Taoist Xiao, I won't be surprised no matter what it is. The Yilan continent can't refine the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel. Yi Zhen thought for a moment and said, after all, The laws of heaven and earth of the Yilin continent can't allow such an ancient, ominous weapon to exist. But Taoist Xiao might have gotten it from somewhere else. Don't forget that he has been to the 10,000 demon realm. That's true. Old man Gu Qiong nodded and looked at the Thunderbolt Immortal. After all, Xiao Hua had an ancient ominous weapon, let alone the 5 elements primordial spirits. Even the 6 elements primordial spirits were no match for this wishful heaven cudgel. Looking at the Thunderbolt Immortal again, he saw the crystal silk above his head condense into a golden sword with the power of thunder. This golden sword condensed the golden chi of the immortal world and fell down with a loud bang. Even the light shadow was cut in half by this golden sword. However, the Thunderbolt Immortal laughed when he saw this golden sword. He rubbed his hands, and strands of bright silver celestial art, which fell on the soaring dragon shears. Swish! The 2 dragons reappeared, swinging their tails, and they directly chopped the golden sword. The lightning immortal knows immortal arts? Yijin called out numbly again. He was truly speechless. This scissor-like spiritual treasure is unexpectedly an immortal artifact, Bright Moon Householder said with a smile. It seems like the lightning immortal's luck isn't any worse than immortal Zhao's. The Tongue Zhao shears did not disappoint the cultivators of the Yilin continent. Under the golden light, although it was not as powerful as the wishful staff, it still blocked the falling golden sword. Then, it once again urged the immortal spiritual energy, and as the golden dragon raised its head and roared, the golden sword was split in half. The golden sword was split apart and also shattered, turning into golden light that scattered in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the golden swords disappeared, more golden runes flew out from the celestial world gate. An even thicker killing intent was brewing under the celestial world gate. Shortly after, in the tribulation space where the lightning immortal was, the wood marrow took shape. The wood chi of the celestial world took shape, and it fell down like teardrops. The lightning immortal was caught off guard, and although he urged the tongue Jiao shears to destroy the wood marrow, a trace of the wood marrow still fell on his lightning dharma body. Just a trace of the wood marrow immediately destroyed half of his body. The lightning immortal howled in grief. He wanted to urge his magic power to repair his body, but his body was already at a critical point, and his magic power was unable to repair it. As for the immortal spiritual energy, the lightning immortal could only urge a few celestial arts, and it was impossible for him to repair his body. Therefore, when the celestial world's water vapor turned into ice and sealed the space, he did not think of a way to repair it. The ice and snow of the celestial world could not be compared to the ice and snow of the 4 great continents. It sealed the space in the blink of an eye, and even the lightning was frozen. If Xiao Hua faced this ice power, he would have to go through a lot of trouble, but the lightning immortal was different. The lightning around his body surged crazily, and his dharma body turned into lightning, rushing toward the sky recklessly. Ka. The ice and snow cracked, but did not completely shatter. Pooh! The lightning immortal opened his mouth, and the thunder annihilation pearl, which was almost broken, flew out. The lightning immortal raised his hand and pointed. Boom! It was as if a small chiliocosm was destroyed, and an enormous lightning power rushed out. Ka-cha-cha! The ice and snow seal was immediately shattered, and the lightning immortal flew out in a rather sorry state along with the lightning. However, the lightning immortal also used the ice and snow and the lightning of the thunder annihilation pearl to repair his dharma body. The lightning immortal had just stood still when silver tadpole-like characters fell again. Layers of magma, which seemed to be able to destroy the world, poured down in torrents without waiting for him to make any preparations. The lightning immortal hurriedly took out a few spiritual treasures. But how could these spiritual treasures withstand the celestial world's fire vapor? The spiritual treasures were melted by the heat, and the lightning immortal had no choice but to take out the innate primordial water. The water and fire met, creating a strange shape. There was no water vapor, but the void was destroyed again, and all kinds of light and shadow flashed chaotically in the void. The lightning immortal did not dare to be careless. Seeing an opening, he turned into a light and flew up to the sky, above the magma. Woo! Just as the lightning immortal's figure appeared, a loud whimpering sound was heard. A shadow, which looked as if the sky had been torn apart, flew out of the gate of the immortal realm. At first, it was only the size of a fist, but after passing through the waves of lightning, it had turned into a star that was tens of thousands of feet long. Damn it! The lightning immortal cursed. You won't even let me take a breath, and you want me to die? Since that's the case, I'll go all out. After saying that, the lightning immortal opened his mouth again and took out the seal of sea overturn. As the lightning in his mouth fell, the seal of sea overturn also turned into 1,000 feet long, and the coiling dragon pushed the seal towards the star. However, looking at the size of the seal and the star, the lightning immortal did not have much hope for the seal of sea overturn. When his figure once again rushed into the sky, he used his spiritual will like a hammer. Boom! Sure enough, the seal of sea overturn was like an ant trying to shake an elephant. When it collided with the star, it immediately rolled and showed signs of cracking. The lightning immortal hurriedly retracted it, and then heard the sound of the collision was more intense than firecrackers. Seeing that the star could not be shaken, the lightning immortal wailed, "Damn it, this is the time to use the wishful staff." Unfortunately, at this time, Xiaohua had just killed the white tiger, the azure dragon, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. At this time, he was facing the Qilin. How could he give the wishful staff to the lightning immortal? The 5 elements original spirits were more difficult to fight, and Xiaohua had also killed the vermilion bird. Now that he encountered the Qilin, he could only shake his spirit and desperately deal with it. After another round of martial arts, not to mention that the lightning immortal's Dharma idol was beaten into tatters, even Xiaohua's body was also scarred. Fortunately, the Qilin was also afraid of Xiaohua's wishful staff and did not dare to press too hard. When it saw the wishful staff coming, it dodged most of the time, so Xiaohua could also deal with it for a time. Even so, the supremes of Taoist cultivators were dumbfounded. Previously, in the forbidden land of Tianfeng, Xiaohua crushed Long Shenxi to death with one palm, and then used his benevolence and magnanimity to convince everyone. The Tao cultivators did not have a particularly intuitive understanding of Xiaohua's power. Now, they saw that in the high sky, in an unknown space, the immortal spiritual qi was wanton, and the murderous aura was soaring. Every attack of the Qilin original spirit of the immortal world had the power to overturn mountains and seas, and the tribulation cultivators of the mortal world were even more valiant. The wishful staff not only smashed the sky, but also destroyed the attacking thunder. A kind of unyielding spirit that dared to fight against the heavens, dared to fight against the earth, came out from that heaven-defying staff shadow, which made everyone's blood boil. They really did not expect that tribulation transcendence could be so carefree and unrestrained. The Qilin was an immortal and indestructible original spirit, but Xiaohua was not. With a moment of carelessness, the immortal spiritual qi was not easy to activate, and the Qilin immediately took advantage. Poof! With a sound, the Qilin's sharp claws passed through the void and grabbed Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua's flesh burst open, and he was hit to the point of rolling in midair. But the strange thing was, in the burst open wound, not a trace of blood seeped out. Illo! The Qilin raised its head and let out a long howl. The earthy yellow brilliance shone brightly, and where the brilliance fell, hundreds of Qilins were born in the air near Xiaohua. The imposing manner of these Qilins was not the slightest bit inferior to the Qilins earlier. One by one, they roared and pounced on the unsteady Xiaohua. Not good. Everyone was shocked, and their hearts clenched. Just at this critical moment, they saw Wu. A black and white light screen fly out from Xiaohua's hand. In the end, the execution spirit vital light was still sent out. That murderous black and white light soared into the sky. Even if it was the original spirits of the immortal world, seeing this kind of innate nemesis, they were also greatly shocked. However, without waiting for them to make any response, hundreds of execution's spirit vital light separately fell and precisely nailed on the heads of these Cheelants. Illo! Hundreds of beasts cried in unison, but this cry was also filled with sorrow, as if they knew that their doomsday had arrived. Hearing this, Xiaohua's originally raised finger did not fall. Instead, he faintly smiled and said, "You all are just doing your job. If I were to kill you all, it would really be inappropriate. Go." Finished speaking, Xiaohua raised his hand and beckoned. The black and white brilliance on the sword gourd revolved, and the hundreds of execution's spirit vital light unexpectedly withdrew. When the execution's spirit vital light disappeared, the hundreds of Cheelants felt as if they had been pardoned. "Illo!" they cried, and lightning flashed around their bodies. Hundreds of Earth original spirits transformed into threads of light and flew out of the Cheelants' bodies. They gathered under the gate of heaven and transformed into a huge Cheelant phantom. This Cheelant phantom rushed towards Xiaohua and nodded, then transformed into a light shadow and rushed into the gate of a mortal world, disappearing without a trace. As for where those Cheelants were before, after the Cheelant original spirits disappeared, they revealed immortal spirit vital crystals. Streams of dense immortal spirit vital qi seeped out from these vital crystals. Seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He opened his mouth, and with a howl, the vital crystals all fell into his mouth. Wong wong wong. As the vital crystals fell into his mouth, Xiaohua's entire body shone with silver brilliance. Between the previously separated silver spots, countless threads of light were added. Xiaohua's figure also seemed to have grown invisible wings as he soared into the sky. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support. Vote for a monthly vote. Vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, gift, and thank you for all forms of support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 10041444972. ASPX King of Order. Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, hiding an exotic artifact spirit. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical, moving unhindered through the mortal cities. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I'm the CEO of the Order Company, but in reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the Sun Star Field. Xiao Duan Tenhua City's new book already completed 16 million words, the first Xinxia novel, The Story of the Cultivation God. Book friends who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua, or add the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116-565-446, 170-57-13, 64. Chapter 52-62. Xiaohua released the spirit-slaying primordial light. The thunderbolt immortal also became ruthless. Seeing the falling star, he roared, "I'll kill you." Thunderbolts began to rumble around the thunderbolt immortal. 9-colored lightning, mixed with silver-white immortal qi, turned into a huge hand of lightning that grabbed at the falling star. The ancients said, when the heavens unleash killing intent, the stars move. When the earth unleashes killing intent, dragons and serpents rise. When a man unleashes killing intent, heaven and earth turn upside down. The Thunderbolt Immortal's current state was just like that. The star was like the heavens unleashing killing intent. However, the Thunderbolt Immortal's anger grew from his guts as he pounced at the star with a momentum that could turn heaven and earth upside down. The Thunderbolt Immortal was born for the Tao and had a Thunderbolt body. At this moment, he no longer cared about life and death, and instead showed the true nature of thunder. In this thunder tribulation, the tribulation, lightning near the hand of lightning couldn't help but be attracted by the hand. They either turned into a part of the hand or flew over to support it. Boom! A loud rumble resounded. The space within 10,000 miles was filled with lightning. No one could see what was going on. When the light and shadow shattered, the lightning clouds converged. In the torrential tribulation lightning, the star disappeared along with the thunderbolt immortal. Aha! While everyone was puzzled, the thunderbolt immortal slowly condensed his thunder dharma body again and stood up inch by inch. Good! Elder Gu Qiong clenched his fists in excitement and shouted, "If this thunderbolt immortal doesn't enter the immortal world, who else can?" Phew! In the distant immortal palace, immortal Emperor Go Chan was paying attention to Wen Chu's tribulation. However, the Empress was more cautious. Seeing the thunderbolt immortal so fierce, she was happy and proud of Princess Qing Qing's insight. However, she was still worried because Xiao Hua and the thunderbolt immortal hadn't taken out the Kunlun mirror. She didn't know if her two daughters could be safe in the Kunlun immortal realm. The thunderbolt immortal's dharma body was formed again, but this time it was indeed damaged. However, the thunderbolt immortal stood there proudly like the most majestic man in the world. Because the thunderbolt immortal's body didn't produce immortal chi, he couldn't fly as high as Xiaohua. He could only stand there proudly under the pressure of the heavenly tribulation. However, no matter where he stood, the wind tribulation would still come. Woo! Another crack appeared on the spherical celestial realm gate, and a colorless celestial wind suddenly descended. Within a few breaths, it landed on the thunderbolt immortal's head. Oomph! Thunderbolt immortal sneered. He opened his mouth and five-colored lightning flashed, trying to block the wind. However, the wind ignored the five-colored lightning. It blew past and closed in on Thunderbolt Immortal. Damn it! Thunderbolt Immortal frowned and cursed. He waved his hand, and the Xiantian true water flew out to form a defensive barrier. Unfortunately, the Xiantian true water that could subdue almost anything was unable to do anything to the wind. Not good. The Thunderbolt Immortal was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his body to retreat, but it was already too late. Woo! The heavenly wind poured into the Thunderbolt Immortal's head and cascaded down. It actually blew the Thunderbolt Immortal right through his heart. Ouch! The Thunderbolt Immortal, who had regained his humanity, was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly covered his lower body with both hands, thinking that he had been blown transparent. However, when the Thunderbolt Immortal lowered his head to look, other than the destruction of the true energy in his body, there was no change to his immortal energy. His lightning Dharma body was also completely undamaged. Strange. The Thunderbolt Immortal scratched his head, extremely puzzled. The Thunderbolt Immortal was puzzled, but Xiao Hua suddenly understood. He was the same as the Thunderbolt Immortal, unable to block any of his methods. As long as the wind poured into his head, the strange thing was that although the wind destroyed his magic power, it still blew towards his bones. The wind strands were like the world's finest and sharpest flying swords, madly stabbing towards Xiao Hua's bones. Damn it, damn it! Xiao Hua did not feel anything, but the celestial above the west sea roared and shouted, "Damned heavens, what did I do to provoke you? I am not going through the tribulation. Why are you stabbing me?" Huh! Xiao Hua laughed and thought to himself, so this is the wind tribulation, the heavenly astral wind of the immortal world. When this heavenly astral wind enters the body, it will shatter the bones. However, this Xiao's bones are refined with 7 colors. How can I be afraid of this heavenly astral wind? As the heavenly astral wind revolved in Xiao Hua's body, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, and other colors were born on the surface of Xiao Hua's body like a wheel. In the darkness where the tribulation lightning flickered, where the cultivators of the 4 continents could not approach, the Grand Mist Ancestor's figure quietly appeared. The unparalleled pressure of the heavenly tribulation fell on his body, as if he did not feel it. The Grand Mist Ancestor originally lowered his head to check if there were any flaws in the tribulation lightning, and prepared to attack. However, at this time, the 7 colors on the surface of Xiao Hua's body lit up the tribulation lightning's darkness like a candle, and the Grand Mist Ancestor's figure actually appeared. The Grand Mist Ancestor was stunned for a moment. Then he hurriedly swayed and forced himself into the void. When he escaped from another dark place, he looked at Xiao Hua with a shocked expression and said, "Damn it, is this guy a descendant of the upper realms god race? This is clearly the 7 colors of the god race's bones, and this is only 7 colors. If it is 9 colors, wouldn't he be able to enter the upper realm?" However, after a short while, the Grand Mist Ancestor's eyes turned, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a thought-provoking smile. Hee, this is really a fortuitous encounter from the heavens. If this lousy occupies this human's unformed divine soul, after cultivating in the immortal world for a while, won't this lousy be able to return to the upper realm? When this lousy returns to the upper realm, I won't be the insignificant insect in the eyes of the god race. Since that's the case, why should this lousy stay here and scheme against this guy? Once he enters the immortal world, it won't be too late for this lousy to kill him. After saying that, the Grand Mist Ancestor's body twisted strangely and turned into a stream of light that fell into the void, stealthily approaching the majestic, immortal world gates in the sky. The Thunderbolt Immortal was naturally baffled, because he was originally Xiao Hua's doppelganger. Although he was now an independent human, before the immortal world's body-shaping light pillar fell, he couldn't be considered to have a skeleton. Therefore, the heavenly astral wind of the immortal world was a pearl cast into darkness. However, when the heavenly astral wind blew, it could be considered to have cleansed the Thunderbolt Immortal's body from inside out. In addition to the cleansing from the 5 elements tribulation lightning, this lightning tribulation could be considered to have completely cleansed the Thunderbolt Immortal's mortal aura. When the heavenly astral wind passed, the Thunderbolt Immortal immediately flew high, tens of thousands of feet higher than Xiao Hua. However, at this time, suddenly, 2 fist-sized pitch-black things flew out from the 2 immortal world gates. When the 2 pitch-black things left the range of the immortal world gates, they immediately turned into dense black chi, rapidly enveloping the space where the tribulation was taking place. No one could see the situation inside. Good heavens! The Grand Mist Ancestor was originally sneaking towards the immortal world gates, but when he saw the black chi surging out, he was forced to fly out from the void. When he saw the black chi, he was inexplicably shocked, and he exclaimed in a low voice, "What's going on with this Tao cultivator? How can he be so ruthless to his own descendants? This is Death Chi Ya, and it's 1 grade higher than the Death Chi of the 3 continents. How can an ordinary human resist it? Using black chi to kill, he really can think of it. 9 deaths, 1 life, I don't understand. As he spoke, the Grand Mist Ancestor's mouth twitched, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He hid at the side and watched, waiting for the immortal world gates to open. Although the world-exterminating mayfly was an insignificant mayfly from the upper realm, its experience was not something Xiao Hua could compare to. However, when Xiao Hua saw the black chi seal the surrounding space, and dense death chi and despair rushed towards him, how could Xiao Hua, who had already explored the Tao of life and death, not know how to deal with it? Not to mention Xiao Hua, even the Thunderbolt Immortal sneered. The 2 of them slapped the top of their heads. Rumble! A huge hand of thunder flew out from the top of their heads at the same time, grabbing towards the air. Within the huge hand, there were tens of thousands of illusions made of thunder. The illusions were like small worlds, and the power of life and death gushed out, destroying the death chi. However, just as the black chi was about to be extinguished, a sorrowful voice sounded. "Darling Xiao." Xue Xue's figure appeared from the black chi. "Xue Xue?" Xiao Hua was startled. The giant hand could no longer grab her. "Husband." Xue Xue's face showed hidden bitterness, and she whispered, "This concubine is so cold. This concubine is not by your side. Are you well?" Xiao Hua looked at Xue Xue, and his heart was calm. Early on in the upper realm's ruins, Xiaohua had fallen into the trap of the heavenly devil. At that time, he had only relied on his obsession with Shui to escape. Now, this obsession had been sharpened into a golden needle, so how could he be tainted by the black cheese illusions? He was just unwilling to part with the memories that came from his heart, and he greedily looked at Shui's old appearance and voice. After Shui, it was Princess Zixia. Princess Zixia's illusions were completely different, and then Fairy Hongxia, Fairy Jing, Sun Shu, Huang Mengxiang, and the others appeared one after another. When the black qi turned white, a familiar small bridge appeared at the end of the white. The Guizhuang house. Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. The long-lost memories came flooding back like a tide. Unfortunately, before he could see the end of time, the world turned pitch black. The pitch black was like ink that began to drown the distant memories at the origin of the pitch black darkness. Ayo, ayo. Devil chi surged, and countless black shadows flew down from the outer realm. Then, a cryptic demonic voice with bewitchment sounded. Is this the future Buddha's tribulation? Heavens, what's going on? This devil lord has never heard of the three great Buddha's tribulation. The problem is, with our strength, how can we devour the Buddha light of the future Buddha? How can we benefit from this Buddha fire merit? Who cares? Let's eat it first. The place and that place. Oh my, why are there so many tribulation transcendents? No wonder this sovereign could come to this realm. It turns out that it's not just the future Buddha's tribulation, but also the demon race, the dragon race, and the human race's tribulation. Haha, this is the time to transcend the tribulation. It's also the time for us to be free and unfettered. Come, devil bastards, let's devour like crazy. This is our time. As Mayin laughed wildly, the extraterrestrial demons flew to the Pure Land world, the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, the hidden immortal continent, the West Sea, and the North Sea. The entire 4 great continents had become a place where extraterrestrial demons danced wildly. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian. Vote for it. Vote for it. Give it a recommendation vote. Collect it. Gift it. And thank you for all your support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. ASPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical and moved unhindered in the mortal city. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I'm the CEO of the Order Corporation, but in reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I'm a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I'm the future enforcer of the immortal world. I'm the king of order of the solar star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has been completed, and it's the first Xinxiao novel with 16 million words. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account, Xiao Duan Tanhua, or add the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116-565446, 170-5713-64. Chapter 5263. The demonic voice was like the autumn rain, yet it was also like the cold wind. It continuously attacked the Maitreya Buddha's world exalted golden body. After an unknown amount of time, a soft pop, a speck of Buddha fire appeared on the Maitreya Buddha's world exalted golden body. Although it looked thin, it was extremely tough. Pop! The Buddha fire reappeared. However, outside of the Buddha fire, devilish shadows appeared. The Maitreya Buddha's world exalted golden body was no longer complete. The devils roared wildly and devoured the Buddha fire. Woo! Before the Buddha fire reappeared, otherworldly heavenly devils reappeared and extinguished the Buddha fire. After a total of 81 times, a lotus-shaped Buddha flame was finally lit up, and tens of millions of heavenly fiends were howling and howling in the Buddha light. Umapa, The Dipankara archaic Buddha's world exalted Buddha forgot to chant his Buddhist mantras. He said softly, "This is the most difficult heavenly gate guidance I've ever seen." Fortunately, at last, before the Dipankara archaic Buddha world lord could finish his words, a series of ghostly wails resounded from Mount Meru far away. A few black figures leaped across the sky and pounced toward the Maitreya Buddha world lord. "Damn it!" The Dipankara archaic Buddha's world exalted Buddha yelled, "I forgot that the four great continents have Mount Meru. Above Mount Meru, there's the sky beyond skies." Nama Maitreya, the Mahavarakana world exalted Buddha, couldn't help but chant the future Buddha Lord's Buddhist mantras. Junior apprentice brother, the mountain-like devilish shadows had already surrounded the Maitreya Buddha. The descending Buddha light seemed to have stopped in mid-air. Gaga, countless devilish shadows came from the Pure Land. As soon as these devilish shadows appeared, the star formed by the phoenix parasol immediately stopped. The countless devilish shadows took advantage of this and entered the phoenix parasol's body. Outside the star, there seemed to be an endless number of heavenly devils that had transformed into starlight and were crazily yelling and dancing. The star started trembling rapidly. Damn it! Seeing this, the five-colored sea god shell couldn't help but curse. "Damn you, old bald donkey." When the demon race's great sage shattered the void, where did the devilish tribulation come from? Their tribulations actually brought a demonic tribulation to the Phoenix Sage. We demons only know how to use strength to overcome magic. How can we know how to destroy demons? The vermilion bird nodded and said, "The Phoenix Sage is in danger." "What about Phoenix Sage?" The flying feather void beast hurriedly looked towards another pitch-black starry sky. He looked at Huang Tong again. Her body was close to the realm barrier. A strange ripple came down, and Huang Tong's body shattered. The space shattered, and countless souls fell through the bloodlight. Light and shadow floated, and a blood shell formed on the surface of Huang Tong's body. This blood shell sealed Huang Tong like a phoenix egg. However, he was different from Feng Wu. The blood-colored phoenix egg had just been hatched, and the test of heaven and earth had appeared. All sorts of illusions fell into the blood-colored phoenix egg, just like Feng Wu. Such a test naturally could not affect Huang Tong at all. Just as the illusions were about to disappear and Huang Tong was about to succeed, the world suddenly turned dark. Huang Tong's blood-colored phoenix egg began to tremble. The souls that had been retracted flew out from various parts of the void and continued to pour in. After the souls, even more otherworldly demons flew over. They used the power of the souls to rush into the blood-colored phoenix egg where Huang Tong was. "The Phoenix Sage is in danger." The five-colored sea god shell shook its head. The ancestor once said that demons who cultivate their souls are more afraid of the soul backlash. With the help of the demons, these souls are much stronger than before. The Phoenix Sage will not be able to resist them. Just as the sages finished speaking, the heavenly demons of Mount Meru flew over. These heavenly demons from the heavens beyond heaven were even more powerful. Their bodies were darker than the heavenly demons, and their demonic aura was even stronger. The moment the heavenly demons rushed in, whether it was Feng Wu's star or Huang Tong's blood-colored phoenix egg, they all showed signs of collapsing. With the invasion of the otherworldly demons, the heavenly demons of Mount Meru swept away all the ascension tribulations. Although the dragons did not face any demonic tribulation when they ascended, the light cocoons of Ao Jia and Reverend Yun above the North Sea were also affected. Although the dragon aura could resist the onslaught of the extraterrestrial heavenly devils for a brief moment, it could not withstand the onslaught of the extraterrestrial devils, nor could it withstand the darkness, as the dragon aura had been weakened to the extreme. As the heavenly devils of Mount Sumeru approached the light cocoon with a ferocious smile, countless fiend marks appeared on it like water stains. Reverend Yun's light cocoon shone with a 9-colored glow, while strange dragon marks flew out from it like butterflies. On the other hand, fiend marks began to slowly seep into Aogia's light cocoon. On the hidden immortal continent, when the master of Shangqing Palace saw the aura of death approaching, he had no choice but to raise his hand and pat his head. His 5 energies rushed out and turned into the shape of Chao Yuan to protect himself. His 5 energies were born and died in the aura of death, barely holding on. In just a few moments, his 5 energies had withered, and his protective innate energy was as thin as a strand of hair. If it were any other time, Wen Chu's breath of life would have broken through his death realm, and it might have affected the death realm of the master of Shangqing Palace as well. However, with the arrival of the heavenly demons, the death realm was too eye-catching. Not only did the heavenly demons rush into the death realm, even the heavenly demons of Mount Meru were the first to rush in, as if the death realm was their homeland. The master of Shangqing Palace was severely injured, and his innate energy was exhausted. His mind was at the end of its rope in the death realm. The moment the heavenly demons invaded, the aura of death in the death realm immediately turned into tens of millions of knots. These knots fell on the master of Shangqing Palace like hailstones, as if they were testing him. Puff! One of the knots fell on the master of Shangqing Palace and fell into his body easily. Then, the master of Shangqing Palace, whose eyes were closed, showed a joyful expression. He opened his eyes and called out, "Pear Blossom!" As soon as he said that, countless heavenly demons laughed wildly and swarmed in. Pear Blossom. The body of the master of Shangqing Palace withered rapidly. Seeing his flesh and blood disappear, he could not help but say sadly, "I can't forget you after all." As soon as he said that, the master of Shangqing Palace turned into a skeleton. His head tilted, and his soul returned to the netherworld. Sigh. Although they were separated by the space of the tribulation, Wen Chu could still see the heavenly demons rushing toward him and the countless illusions. Ever since Wen Chu gained intelligence, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He knew that the master of the High Purity Palace was deeply in love with the Pear Blossom Fairy. He was afraid that the master of the High Purity Palace was doomed this time. As Wen Chu sighed, he really saw the body of the master of Shangqing Palace gradually turning into a skeleton in front of him. It was as if Wen Chu could save him with a stretch of his hand. Wen Chu hesitated. He did not know where to vent his third breath of anger. Above the 4 major continents, the heavenly demons of the extraterrestrial realm and the heavenly demons of Mount Meru gathered. All the cultivators who were undergoing tribulation were trapped in the demonic tribulation. Above the Nirvana world, the Mahavarakana, revered Buddha in the darkness, saw the Buddha light of Methria, revered Buddha, after 81 cycles of birth and death. He could not help but let out a long sigh. Phew! He knew that the Buddha light of Methria, revered Buddha, had been reborn. However, just as the Mahavarakana, revered Buddha, heaved a sigh of relief, woo-woo, a violent wind blew. The heavenly demons of the extraterrestrial realm swarmed over again. The remaining Buddha fire was annihilated again. The 81st cycle of Buddha fire was also annihilated. The Buddha light of Lane Temple declined rapidly. The expressions of the Buddhas changed. At this moment, at the seemingly critical juncture, a burst of wild laughter sounded in the pitch-black heaven and earth. Ha ha! I knew it. How can there be no heavenly demons coming out to join in the fun during this ascension tribulation? I left early to lure you guys in my trap. Since you guys are here, then obediently run into my mouth. Following this wild laughter, from the direction of the demon-resisting valley of Dawn Rain Continent, a demonic shadow that was even darker than pitch black rushed into the sky. Then, demonic chi danced in the air as Demon Sovereignture revealed his demonic formation. This was a demonic formation that could trap the entire ruins. In the pitch-black darkness, it could easily trap Xiao Hua and the other clones who were undergoing their tribulations. Freedom Heavenly Demon? Happiness Heavenly Demon? Demon Realm Supreme Demon Sovereign? Countless terrified cries came from the demonic shadows that surrounded Xiao Hua, devoured Methia, revered Buddha, corroded Feng Wu, and corroded Huang Tong. These heavenly demons were from the extraterrestrial realm and did not have a true body. It was extremely difficult for the mortal realm to eliminate them unless there were some specialized exorcism artifacts. They had not expected a demonic formation to trap them in the mortal realm. Furthermore, the demonic formation contained the aura of the sky of freedom and happiness melting heavenly devils, especially the demonic body of the demon Sovereign Shur and the demonic saber in his hand, which one of them was not a weapon that could kill them. It was just like how Xiao Hua killed the spirit world's spiritual bodies with the Permethar realm. Needless to say, this demonic formation of demon Sovereign Shur was used by the upper realm. How could the heavenly demons summoned by the ascension tribulation of the 4 great continents resist it? Even the heavenly demon beyond heavenly demon on Mount Meru couldn't resist it. Amid the horrifying cries, the voices gradually became softer. Although the demonic chi still soared into the sky, the pitch-black darkness gradually faded away. Namo Mithriya Buddha, the Dipankara archaic Buddha, was surprised. Namo Mithriya Buddha, the Mahavarakana archaic Buddha, was puzzled. They never thought that a demon sovereign would come to their aid at this critical moment. Moreover, this demon sovereign's aura made them feel fearful. Demon sovereign! Within the pitch-black darkness, the expressions of the ancient dome old man, bright moon householder, and the others gradually appeared. Realization flashed through their eyes, and they communicated with each other silently through their eyes. The demon sovereign that appeared in the heavenly wind forbidden grounds. Within the pitch-black darkness, another Buddha flame lit up within the golden body of the Mithriya Buddha. At this moment, the golden body of the Mithriya Buddha was no longer present, and the 9 lotus platforms had also disappeared. Only a fiery Buddha heart could be seen within the Buddha radiance. When the Buddha radiance flickered, the Buddha heart also started burning. The Buddha flame was so hot that it ignited the surrounding space. The heavenly demons that weren't devoured by demon Sovereign Shur retreated while howling in pain. Unfortunately, the void was already sealed by the demonic formation. Other than being devoured by demon Sovereign Shur, they had no other choice. Oh, why is a Buddha heart? The Mahavarakana archaic Buddha was also puzzled. Looking at the Dipankara archaic Buddha, both of their faces were filled with joy and confusion. It should be a Saraira, right? P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Chidian. Vote for it. Vote for it. Give it a recommendation vote. Collect it. And give it as a reward. Thank you for all your support. http://www. Chidian. Combook 10041444972. ASPX, The King of Order, Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something miraculous. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company. In reality, I have a divine artifact within my body. I'm a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the sun star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has already been completed. It is the first Xinxia novel with 16 million words. Those who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116-56-5446, 170-57-13-64. Chapter 52-64. Without waiting for the Dipankara archaic Buddha's world Lord's explanation, the Buddha's heart fell. However, when the Buddha's heart fell onto the 9 lotus platforms, thousands of lotuses appeared out of nowhere to support it. Wasn't that the Mithriya Buddha's virtuous lotus? Whoa! The lotuses supported the Buddha heart and surged into the Buddha heart. Under the Buddha heart's Buddha light, the lotuses gradually merged and turned into golden liquid, dripping around the Buddha heart. Gradually, A Buddha golden body that was 100,000 feet tall miraculously appeared in front of the Thunder Sound Temple and little exquisite temples Buddhas. When a golden body was formed, devilish chi surged, and the demon lord's arrogant voice resounded. Everyone, I've already repaid everything I owed you. If we meet again in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. After he finished speaking, thunderous booms resounded in the sky. The demon lord howled, "Damn it, I haven't left yet. This devilish tribulation isn't over yet." Despite his words, the demon lord didn't dare to stay here. He retracted the devilish formation and devilish chi and landed on the demon-resisting valley's mountain peak. At the mountain peak, Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly asked, "Master, how's the situation? Damn it, how could I make any mistakes?" The demon lord cursed. "Your junior apprentice brother Xiao, my big brother, relied on my devilish formation. How could Zhang Qingxiao not know that the demon lord was boasting? However, he only smiled and looked at the immortal world gate in the sky. The demon lord looked below the mountain peak. He wanted to break through the devilish world's barrier before the devilish chi dissipated. However, he was worried about Zhang Qingxiao. How could he really leave? Looking at the Maitreya Buddha of the Pure Land, the Buddha golden body was formed by the virtuous lotus again. As if it had a pair of wings, it flew towards the Buddha light. Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha of the world finally chanted and smiled. "World Lord, the devilish tribulation of my Buddhas has finally passed. With the future Buddha, Lord Strength, the mortal tribulation couldn't be disturbed." The final immovable tribulation was nothing. Namo Amitabha. The Mahavairakana, revered Buddha, nodded as well. That's how it usually is. The immovable calamity is the easiest to pass for our Buddhist sect. However, in the face of the future Buddha, Lord's strange tribulation, I dare not say much. Let's wait and see. Sure enough, just as he was about to touch the Buddha's light, shadows of mountains suddenly appeared above the Maitreya Buddha's head. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha, the World Lord, jumped up and yelled, "World Lord, strange things happen every year. Why did the unmovable tribulation change to Mount Meru? Mount Meru has 33 layers of heavens, and many more." Before the Dipankara Archaic Buddha World Lord finished speaking, the Mahavairakana World Lord smiled and said, "World Lord, don't forget how the future Buddha Lord walked out of the Thunder Sound Temple and established his Tao arena in the small, exquisite temple. This sovereign forgot about that thing." The Dipankara Archaic Buddha World Lord suddenly came to a realization and calmed down. He raised his head and looked up. Indeed, the Maitreya Buddha World Lord had a faint smile on his face. He raised his hand and took out the Seven Wonders tree. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of mountain phantoms shattered. The guiding Buddhist lights swept away the mountain phantoms and landed on the Maitreya Buddha World Lord's body. Namo Amitreya Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha. All of a sudden, thousands of Buddhas chanted, heavenly flowers, Sanskrit chants, and heavenly dragons appeared. However, the strange thing was, just as the Buddha's light landed on the Maitreya Buddha World Lord's body, a ray of Buddha's light separated and flew across the sky, landing on Xiao Hua's head. The Mahavairakana World Lord was stunned. The Dipankara Archaic Buddha, the World Lord, wasn't surprised at all. He smiled and said, "World Lord, don't forget that Xiao Hua is our Buddhism sect's Namo, Great Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva. Previously, I was thinking that if the Maitreya Buddha World Lord's heavenly door opened, what would happen to the Guanyin Bodhisattva's heavenly door? I didn't expect it to be like this. But the Mahavairakana World Lord hesitated for a moment and said, if that's the case, there should be two heavenly doors. However, something strange happened again. Boom, boom, boom. Pillars of light descended from the Yilan continent, the Thousand Demons' sacred territory, the North Sea, the buried immortal continent, and other places. They all landed on Xiao Hua's golden body, sealing off the space Xiao Hua was in. The blinding light was so bright that no one could see what was happening within. The Devil Lord slaying devil formation flew across the sky of the Thousand Demons' sacred territory and protected the Feng Wu's star and Huang Tong's blood-colored phoenix egg. After devouring the otherworldly heavenly devil and the Meru Mountain heavenly devil, the devil formation retracted. However, the devil chi didn't dissipate. When Huang Tong's blood-colored phoenix egg came into contact with the world barrier, a blood-colored pillar of light descended and enveloped the phoenix egg. However, the strange thing was that at the same time, another blood-colored pillar of light ignored Huang Tong and went straight for Xiaohua. Looking at the Feng Wu, where the devil chi slashed, the starry transformed and almost touched the world barrier at the same time as Huang Tong. The pillar of light that was guiding the stars suddenly separated, and like a blood-colored pillar of light, it shot toward Xiaohua. What? What is going on? In the Great Sage Hall, the saints were shocked. When they looked at the West Ocean, they couldn't help but cry out, "No, the Buddha Mithrya's Buddha light has arrived long ago." Reverend Yun was a body condensed from the dragon cleansing liquid of the dragon realm. He was born stronger than the otherworldly heavenly devils. Although there were some devil marks on his light cocoon, they were all destroyed by the dragon marks. When the Devil Lord slaying devil's devil formation swept across, the heavenly devils that surrounded the light cocoon were brushed away like dust. Soon, the light cocoon returned to its original white and flawless state. On the other hand, Aogia's light cocoon was a little dark. When the devil formation came, it swept away the darkness inside, and the entire light cocoon returned to its original state. Aojia was only able to survive because of the Devil Lord slaying devil. Reverend Yun's light cocoon was the first to touch the world barrier. Boom! A loud boom rang out. The heaven's eye's 9 growth rings closed, and a huge golden pillar of light pierced through the world barrier and landed on Reverend Yun's body. Just like Feng Wu and Huang Tong, when the golden pillar landed on Reverend Yun's body, it split off and pierced into Xiao Hua's body. It could only be said that the master of Shangqing Palace did not have enough immortal fate. Right after he fell, the Devil Lord slaying devil flew out while laughing loudly. When his body materialized, he laid out the devil formation. Seeing all the heavenly devils being devoured by the Devil Lord slaying devil and the illusion of the master of Shangqing Palace vanishing, Wen Shu smiled faintly and breathed out the third breath of life. The death zone was filled with life force, and when the aura of death faded away, the death zone vanished as well. After the death zone, the book door appeared once again. But this time, the door was dyed with a golden hue, and the clouds that hung down from it had rolled up Wen Shu. Then, a heavenly music rang out, and the scroll was retracted, with Wen Shu's body flying up to the door. At the same time, a golden beam as thick as 10,000 feet rushed out from the book door and enveloped Wen Shu. It looked similar to the Buddha Mithrya, the world sovereign, and the others. Then, the golden beam appeared again and landed in front of Xiao Hua's chest. Seeing the Devil Lord slaying devil formation withdraw and fly away arrogantly, Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. The Devil Lord slaying devil did not have good intentions. In fact, in order not to attract the attention of the heavenly devils, he did not warn Xiao Hua and the others in advance. But because of his intervention, Xiao Hua lost a good opportunity to restore his memory. Seeing Xiao Hua like this, the Thunderbolt Immortal also smacked his lips and said discontentedly, "That brat Mo Ling is too hateful. I just wanted to be intimate with Princess Qing Qing, but I was interrupted like this. Damn it." With that, the Thunderbolt Immortal waved his thunder hand again, and the remaining black gas was also swept away by him. Whoosh! After the black gas disappeared, the 2 immortal world gates did not emit light pillars like the other ascension tribulations. Instead, a bright white light flew out like snowflakes. This light was similar to the black gas. Just as it left the range of the immortal world gates, with a whoosh, it was as brilliant as the rising sun. Hundreds of millions of light spots emerged from this light spot like fireflies falling into the space, controlled by the tribulation lightning sea. Seeing this, the hidden grand mist ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air. Unable to suppress the shock in his heart, he cried out, Isn't this a death ray from a spatial fault in the immortal world? It looks like it's a sharp weapon that can wipe out all humans in that spatial fault. Although this death ray is broken, but it's still a death ray. Even the so-called immortals of the Tao cultivators would find it hard to resist, right? These immortals are really unworthy of being human. Damn it, the immortal world is so fierce, do I still dare to go there? The Grand Mist ancestor hesitated for a moment, but it only lasted for a moment. Then, with a bitter face, he muttered to himself, If I don't go to the immortal world, where else can I go? These 3 continents are already filled with strange auras. If I leave a few days later, I will definitely be killed like the boy. Moreover, Xiaohua is already there. If I don't devour him, how can I return to the immortal world? Oh, there's a chance. When he saw an extremely blurry but incomparably huge face appear near the immortal world gates, the Grand Mist ancestor's figure flickered and disappeared again. He quietly moved toward the immortal world gates. As for Xiaohua, he frowned when he saw the light and shadow sprinkling down and enveloping the entire space. The light and shadow emitted an aura that shouldn't exist in this entire realm. The 5 elemental tribulation, lightning in front of him, and the 5 elemental primordial spirits behind him were all within his expectations. Even the earth elemental primordial spirit in the end had somewhat exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. With Xiaohua's understanding of the cultivators of the 4 great continents, very few people could avoid the Qilin's annihilation. Needless to say, the heavenly astral wind and the black killing aura were even more powerful than Old Man Guqiong and Bright Moon Householder. Now, the white killing aura had appeared. This was not an ascension tribulation of the human clan at all. Not only Xiaohua, but even Ji Yin's spiritual master and Kong Chong were also greatly puzzled. The black and white killing auras were absolutely beyond their knowledge and had never been recorded in the history of the Heaven Alliance and the Tao Alliance. Yi Zhen was also frowning. However, when the light shone down and reflected the various scenes of the immortal world and the dense immortal spiritual qi, Yi Zhen's expression changed greatly, as if he suddenly thought of something. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it, Qi, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, and give it a tip. Thank you for all your support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 10041444972. ASPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens and contained a strange artifact spirit. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical and dominated the mortal city. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company, but in fact, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the Sun-Star Zone. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has been completed. It is the first Xianxia novel of 16 million words, The Legend of the Cultivation God. Readers who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account of Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. Number 116-56446-1-7057-13-64. Chapter 52-65. Fellow Taoist Yi. Kong Chong, who had been paying attention to Yi Zhen's expression, suddenly turned his head and asked meaningfully, Do you know about this black and white killing tribulation? This. Yi Zhen hesitated for a moment. When he saw Old Man Guqiong and Bright Moon Householder turn their heads to look at him, he pondered for a moment and said, Actually, I've never seen this kind of killing tribulation. The ancient books and records of my Yi family didn't record this kind of tribulation thunder. It's just that this Yi suddenly thought of an ancient legend. Only then did this Yi have some understanding. Old Ancestor Yi, Please tell us. Bright Moon Householder asked politely. Alliance Master, you're too polite. Yizhen didn't dare to be negligent and said in a low voice, it said that the immortals in the immortal world are divided into two categories. One is low level, and the other is high level. The low level immortals are the same as the cultivators of our Yilin continent. They cultivate qi, but they cultivate immortal qi, while the high level immortals cultivate spiritual light. If that's the case, doesn't the black and white killing tribulation correspond to low level immortals? And the white killing tribulation doesn't correspond to high level immortals? Hiss! When the cultivators heard this, they were shocked. Old man Guqiong couldn't help but ask in a low voice, so, Daoist Xiao and the Thunderbolt Immortal? It's just a wild guess. Yizhen waved his hand hastily and said, the Immortal Ascension Tribulation is the final test of the mortal world. It has many forms and strange methods. Who can say for sure? Since it's the white killing tribulation. Kong Chong smiled bitterly and said, how can the cultivators of the mortal world escape from it? Daoist Xiao and the Thunderbolt Immortal are in danger. All the supreme Daoist cultivators had the same thought. However, when Xiaohua, who was enveloped by the white killing tribulation, sensed the strange and terrifying aura coming toward him, he didn't hesitate. Lightning surged around his body, and he flew toward the immortal world gate with all his strength. After a short while, mottled lights and shadows appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Then, cloud-like fragments of the immortal world appeared in front of him. Good. Xiaohua rejoiced in his heart. With a thought, he entered one of the fragments. Boom! Without waiting for Xiaohua to stabilize himself, the immortal spiritual energy rushed into his body like a storm. Of course, this immortal spiritual energy was so domineering and powerful that Xiaohua's meridians and body trembled. Illo! In his lower dantian, Xiaohua's scattered nascent soul howled like a wolf. It opened its small mouth and sucked in the immortal spiritual energy like drinking water. As a result, the scattered nascent soul inside Xiaohua's lower dantian began to violently swell. Huh! Xiaohua laughed loudly. He released his consciousness and guided the immortal qi into the space. The 100 or so scattered nascent souls also began to crazily devour it. When Xiaohua activated the escape art of light, the Thunderbolt Immortal also came to his senses. His whole body turned into thunderbolts and blended into the white killing tribulation. At this moment, Buddha Mithria, Buddha Reincarnation, Feng Wu, Huang Tong, Reverend Yun, and Wen Chu had all entered the final stage. The entire 4 great continents fell into an indescribable fear. The vast sky was covered by tribulation clouds, tribulation thunders, and strange phenomena. A blood-red color was faintly emerging from these strange phenomena. When one looked at the ground again, one could feel a slight tremor, like a heartbeat or fear. A layer of blue gradually gushed out from the depths of the ground. The thousands of cultivators in the 4 great continents were terrified, and the billions of ordinary creatures were even more unbearable. It was also in this place where the angel Zhang Jie had swept his eyes with extreme disgust. The wisps of black smoke had become extremely dense and were floating above the ground. They had condensed into a strange rune that was tens of thousands of feet long. This rune was emitting a strong aura of the netherworld. As the aura drifted, all the creatures in the vicinity were annihilated. Just when Xiaohua and the Thunderbolt Immortal were enveloped in the light, the rune began to roll and turned into hundreds of millions of white bone-fine lines. The fine lines condensed again and turned into tens of thousands of ghost heads. When the ghost heads were formed, a chilly wind came out of nowhere and sucked all the wandering souls within 10,000 miles into these ghost heads. Swoosh! As soon as the chilly wind fell, the ghost head in the center turned into a pitch-black dot. This pitch-black dot spun rapidly and formed a fist-sized whirlpool. Immediately after, the ghost heads nearby shattered one after another, forming layers of whirlpools. Dense ghost aura overflowed from these whirlpools. After half a cup of tea's time, the whirlpool was formed, and a vast aura came out of it. Boom! Amidst a loud rumble, a body of black smoke that was tens of thousands of feet long flew out of the whirlpool. Moreover, in this space of 10,000 miles, countless wisps of death aura gushed out from the whirlpool and supported this body. Kacha! Before this body could stand firm, the laws of heaven and earth had already fallen from the void and hit this body. However, even though this body was enormous, and the rumbling sounds were also earth-shattering, it seemed insignificant compared to the tribulation lightning of Xiao Hua and the other clones. Aside from Zhang Jie, who was extremely far away, who had a look of disgust on his face, and who was surrounded by holy light that concealed his aura, it was likely that no one else knew that this figure had appeared. Although darkness covered the earth, this body's pitch-black color and scarlet color were even more intense than the darkness. Therefore, even in the darkness, this body could be seen clearly. It was a sinister-looking ghost. This ghost body was covered in an official's robe condensed from black smoke. This official's robe was very strange. In the midst of the pitch-black death aura, it presented a kind of terrifying scarlet color. The official's robe was engraved with a gray river and a sinister-looking ghost beast. The beast's head was like an ordinary general's armor, which protected the front of the ghost's chest. In the middle of the official's robe, there was an almost colorless robe belt. Looking at this ghost's head, it was wearing a red official's hat. On both sides of the hat, there were two ghosts transformed from death aura. They opened their sharp teeth and looked at the unfamiliar four great continents. Wasn't this ghost the underworld's judge? When the underworld's judge flew out, he immediately sensed the strangeness of the four great continents. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at the sky. A series of words that no one could understand exclaimed, "This is someone flying across the world? My goodness, this momentum is too great, isn't it?" After saying that, the underworld's judge sniffed around and muttered to himself in confusion. "That's not right. This world doesn't seem to have any wandering souls that haven't entered the cycle of reincarnation. Did I go to the wrong place?" Then the underworld's judge looked at the lightning tribulation in the sky and slightly moved his body. Along with the surge of death aura, he arrived at another place. However, when he looked around again, the surprise on his face became even stronger. He frowned and said, "Damn it, I really went to the wrong place. There isn't even a wandering soul in this world. How could there be billions of wandering souls that haven't returned to the underworld?" Then, the underworld's judge looked up at the lightning tribulation everywhere and laughed. "This world is lively. There are actually humans, demons, and dragons going through the tribulation at the same time." As he said that, the underworld's judge's robe shook and a scroll that was emitting thick black fog was taken out. Then, he took out the judge's brush in his other hand and pointed at the scroll. Shwa! The scroll opened, but there was another world inside. Waves of light were revealed like stars. This scroll was naturally the book of life and death. When the scroll opened, the laws of heaven and earth immediately changed. Hundreds of purple lightning bolts fell, but the underworld's judge's robe shook and an inexplicable fluctuation was produced, and these purple lightning bolts were destroyed. Within the book of life and death, as soon as the star-like radiance came into contact with it, the four great continents were instantly annihilated and transformed into shadows. The infernal judge of hell gasped in horror and hurriedly tried to close the book of life and death. Unfortunately, the starry skies within the book of life and death had already disappeared without a trace. "Damn it, damn it, damn it!" The underworld's judge roared in a low voice and shouted, "Who dares to snatch people from the underworld? Is it the Hell Messenger? Or the Hell Messenger? Or the Soul Demon Beast? These are billions of creatures. How can I explain it to the King of Hell?" Without waiting for the underworld's judge to finish his words, Xiao Hua and the Thunder Immortal flew out from the white light in the sky. Now the white brilliance had already dimmed, and there was no longer a terrifying aura. When Xiao Hua appeared, The underworld's judge, who was stamping with rage, suddenly raised his head, and a fierce look appeared in his ghost eyes, and directly fell on Xiao Hua through the layers of clouds and tribulation lightning. He was so angry that he laughed. "Ha! So you are the culprit who attacked this official's doppelganger. No wonder no matter how I investigated that Duanmu Liang Sheng, I couldn't find any trace of him killing this official's doppelganger. If this official didn't come to this realm to investigate the situation of billions of wrong souls not returning to the underworld, I'm afraid you would have escaped. When you go to the upper realm of the human race, there will be something like the immortal mark in your soul, and the mark that this official's doppelganger left in your soul will inevitably be washed away. Heaven's net has a long grind, and nothing escapes. See how this official will kill you today. Moreover, this official will take away your soul and let you suffer the pain of hundreds of ghosts devouring your body. Without waiting for the underworld's judge to move, boom! The gate above the Thunder Immortal and Xiao Hua's heads simultaneously emitted two huge golden light pillars, firmly enveloping Xiao Hua and the Thunder Immortal. Damn it! The underworld's judge cursed in a low voice. This official came too late. This guy is going to be led to the upper realm by the light pillar of the immortal realm. However, in just a few breaths, the underworld's judge's face revealed a sinister smile. What a pity! Although I don't know who you are, you actually reached out to stop me from killing billions of wrong souls that should belong to my underworld. How can this official let this go? Even if you have ascended to the immortal realm, this official will still catch up to the immortal realm and bring you to justice. The underworld's judge was naturally abusing his position for personal gain. At this moment, how could he know that Xiao Hua was the savior who took billions of souls? As he spoke, he put away the life and death book. The judge's pen drew a strange ghost head in midair, then raised his hand and pointed at the ghost head's forehead. The ghost head howled and fell into the vortex of death energy. Following the ghost head's entry, the vortex of death energy rapidly shrank, finally turning into a black robe that fell outside the underworld's judge's body, covering that scarlet official's robe. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qijian to subscribe to support. Vote for a monthly vote. Vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, gift, thank you for all forms of support. http://www. Qijian. Combook 10041444972. ASPX King of Order. Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens, hiding a strange artifact spirit. Ordinary student Su Ji turned something rotten into something magical, moving unhindered in the mortal city. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Corporation, but in reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the immortal realm. I am the king of order of the Sun-Star Field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book already finished 16 million words, the first Xinxia novel, the story of the cultivation god. Book friends who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua, or add the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116-56-5446, 170-57-13, 64. Chapter 52-66. Just as the Judge of Hell was sending the message to Dark Azura Palace, a few deafening booms rang out. A beam of light shot out from each of the spots where Buddha Methriya, World-Honored One, Wen Chu, Feng Wu, Huang Tong, Reverend Yin, and Reverend Thunder were transcending their tribulations. Not only that, 3 beams of light also shot out from Xiao Hua's light beam and landed on Dawn Rain Continent and West Ocean, enveloping Empyrean Sure, Celestial, and Taoist, which, when the light beams landed, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that his Naiwen Palace, Middle Dantian, internal organs, mysterious dark clouds, meridians, bones, flesh, and blood vessels had all disappeared. Intense pain once again rose from his nascent spirit and mind. As he screamed, Xiaohua couldn't help but be astonished. In just a few breaths of time, a perfectly fine person had been torn apart. All that was left was a naked nascent soul standing there shyly. Three heavens beyond the heavens? Taoist, which was covered by the light beam. While he was still puzzled, he suddenly realized that the door to the three heavens beyond the heavens had opened for him. Ha ha! Celestial being was even happier. He danced with joy and said, I'm finally complete. Damn it. Archfiend sure cursed when he saw the light beam landing. I'm still a part of Big Brother. It's not what I thought. Now, even if Celestial Being says it again, I won't believe it. This is recognized by the heaven and earth. Boom! Xiaohua's nascent soul was revealed. Lightning flashed around him, and his nascent soul avatar was revealed. Its aura was not any weaker than his physical body. Moreover, Xiaohua's nascent soul dharma body had just been formed, and the pillar of light condensed by the laws of heaven and earth faded away. Above the Pure Land, in the eyes of the Methriya Buddha world Zune, it was only a moment before the Buddhist light retracted and fell into the body of the Methriya Buddha world Zune. The Methriya Buddha world Zune's golden body followed the Buddhist light and flew into the sky. Inside Xiaohua's body, where Methriya Buddha was born, the Niwen Palace had already disappeared. Under the laws of heaven and earth, what belonged to the Buddha Lord was stripped from Xiaohua's body and returned to the Buddha Lord. The Saraira returned to its place. High up in the sky, the swastika symbol spun even faster. A lotus-shaped heavenly gate appeared. This heavenly gate was golden and dazzling, and there were countless golden swastika runes engraved on it. An indescribable benevolence emanated from it. Namo Methriya Buddha. A loud Buddhist chant resounded before Methriya Buddha landed on the heavenly gate. At the entrance of the heavenly gate, endless Buddhist lights rushed out from a gate. These Buddhist lights fell on the Pure Land world and turned into a sweet rain that fell on the earth. Namo Methriya Buddha. Methriya Buddha of the world stopped in front of the heavenly gate and turned around. He put his palms together towards the 4 major continents and chanted the name of Buddha. Thank you. A single word of thank you shook the hearts of billions of living beings, and the Buddha's fate and Buddha's roots silently sprouted. Looking at the Methriya Buddha of the world, he respectfully put his palms together and piously stepped into the heavenly gate. At this moment, the Methriya Buddha of the world suddenly stopped as if he thought of something. Then he slowly turned around and looked at the Yilin continent with benevolence on his face. Immediately, the Methriya Buddha of the world pondered for a moment and raised his hand to point at the light behind his head. Woo! A drop of Buddhist light, condensed like liquid gold, dripped from the light. The Methriya Buddha of the world raised his hand and flicked it. The Buddhist light carried the mercy of the Buddha kingdom across the sky and instantly fell into the Heavenly Alliance's heavenly wind restriction. Boom! The Buddhist light fell into the heavenly wind. This Buddhist light carried the law of the Buddha kingdom and instantly shattered the barrier of the 10,000 demon realm. Moreover, in the Buddhist light, the Methriya Buddha of the world had already contained the stabilizing power of the Yi family space channel. When the Buddhist light fell into the 10,000 demon realm, the space channel also quickly stabilized. Namo Methriya Buddha. The Methriya Buddha of the world chanted the name of Buddha for the last time, and his other foot also stepped into the heavenly gate. Woo-woo! After the wind passed, the heavenly gate disappeared and the Buddhist light converged. The light in the Pure Land world also gradually returned to normal. However, the Thunder Temple still stopped in the sky and could not hide in the void. That's strange again. The Dipankara archaic Buddha of the world was troubled. He scratched his head and said, The future Buddha Lord has already entered the Buddha kingdom. Logically speaking, the second transformation's golden body should immediately descend into my Thunder Temple. Why isn't there any movement? Could it be that he will descend into the small, exquisite temple? The Mahavarakana Buddha of the world looked at the other places in the 4 great continents. The Ascension Tribulation was also coming to an end. He said, thoughtfully, Maybe the ascension law of the four great continents has yet to fade, and the future Buddha Lord can't descend into this world yet. As expected, when Xiaohua finally entered the distorted heavenly gate, the thunder temple rumbled and slowly disappeared into the void. At the same time, the lotus cleansing pond in front of the thunder temple started surging, and a ray of Buddhist light shot down from the sky. Namo Maitreya Buddha. A familiar yet unfamiliar Buddhist chant resounded from the sky. The Maitreya Buddha of the world's figure appeared within the Buddhist light once again. Namo Amitabha. Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha. A smile appeared on the two Buddha Lords' faces. They went forward and clasped their palms together as they looked at the Buddhist light. However, who knew if this second transformation's golden body Maitreya Buddha of the world was the same as the Maitreya Buddha of the world who had just entered the heavenly gate. In the thousand demons' sacred realm, the instant the Buddhist light faded, the starry moon pillar and the crimson pillar of light retracted. Within the stars, Feng Wu and Huang Tong's fleshly bodies were rapidly growing. Wu Wu. Above Huang Tong's head, millions of black and white thunderbolts appeared in the starry sky. Seemingly unparalleled gales also blew down along with the thunderbolts. However, the crimson phoenix egg that Huang Tong had transformed into was as stable as a rock. As it spun, it didn't move at all. Huang Tong's fleshly body was born from this crimson phoenix egg. Kacha! Thunderbolts that resembled the heavenly river poured into the phoenix egg and landed within the 13,200 souls. Huang Tong's fleshly body emitted crimson light that was as blinding as the stars. The starry sky above was completely shattered, and a crimson whirlpool appeared. Within the whirlpool, boundless desolate aura poured out and landed on Huang Tong's body. Huang Tong proudly spread her wings and instantly flew below the whirlpool. Feng Wu was similar to Huang Tong. As the gales fell, the star that Feng Wu had transformed into did not even move, let alone spin. Along with the gales, Feng Wu let out a clear cry and proudly revealed her demon body. On the demon body, an aura that looked down on the world was surging. Boom! The body-shaping thunder suddenly fell and landed on the 13200 small dots. A huge whirlpool also appeared in the shattered starry sky. However, within this whirlpool, the stars were dazzling and unusually beautiful. Huang Tong proudly spread her wings and easily landed below the whirlpool. Whether it was Huang Tong or Feng Wu, they both looked at Xiaohua and then at the Yilin continent. They spread their wings and flew high. Half of their bodies rushed into the whirlpool in the starry sky. They didn't continue flying. Instead, like Maitreya Buddha and the world-honored one flapped her wings, and the Demon League star and moon pillar of light instantly rushed into the Heaven Alliance's forbidden land of split sky. She waved her sharp claws and similarly brought along the Demon League's boundary barrier and pierced into the Heaven Alliance's forbidden land of split soul. Seeing that the two boundary passages to the 10,000 demon realm had formed, the two great sages spread their wings and shouted, "Brother Xiao, what we owe you has been repaid. Let's meet again in the upper domain." Then, the two great sages disappeared. The huge whirlpool slowly shrank until it disappeared. It was the same above the North Sea. When the golden light retracted, the light cocoon shattered instantly. Reverend Yun's dragon body broke out of the cocoon. This dragon body was completely different from before. Other than the golden light that had formed the body, it was also because Xiao Hua's meridians had completely entered Reverend Yun's body. Roar! Reverend Yun let out a dragon roar. As the golden light rushed into the heaven's eye, the vast aura of the dragon realm poured down from the huge heaven's eye. Reverend Yun's dragon body entered the heaven's eye. He suddenly turned around. Boom! A ray of light shone out from his dragon horn. Together with the aura of the dragon realm, it transcended space and fell into the Heavenly Alliance's forbidden land of Kongxiu. Another boundary passage was formed. Brother Xiao, we'll meet again someday. Reverend Yin raised his head and let out a low roar. He rushed into the Heaven's Eye. When the Heaven's Eye closed, the golden light that illuminated the Dragon Island and the North Sea gradually disappeared. In the dim light, Ao Jia, who was supposed to rush into the Heaven's Eye, happily entered the Dragon Realm as the light faded away. The golden light was retracted. What could be different on the hidden, immortal continent? A mysterious smile emerged on Wen Chu's face as he looked at the retracted golden light entering his body. Crack! All of a sudden, the golden light trembled. Hundreds of golden thunderbolts fell like rain and smashed towards Wen Chu. If it were before, Wen Chu would have unleashed the heaven and earth pagoda. But now, he ignored the thunderbolts and let them smash into his body. As the thunderbolts fell into Wen Chu's body, wisps of golden light flashed out from the surface of his body. With each wisp of golden light, Wen Chu's body would rise by 1 foot. After a full hour, Wen Chu's body was completely covered by the golden light, and his appearance could no longer be seen. Dong! Another bell rang. The scroll rolled up and transformed into a lofty palace gate. A cloud flew out from the gate and landed under Wen Chu's feet, bringing him to the front of the palace gate. Wen Chu stood in front of the palace gate. Swoosh! Countless golden lights shot out from the gate. Countless golden auras turned into thousands of auspicious signs and fell towards the immortal palace and the hidden immortal continent. Wen Chu took a step forward and walked into the golden light. Then, he turned around and waved his hand. The golden light turned into a flying sword and whistled across the sky. It went straight into the Dao Alliance's Flood Dao Forbidden Area of the Yilin continent. A spatial passage to the 10,000 demon realm was instantly formed. Wen Chu looked at the thunderbolts again. Xiao Hua and the Thunderbolt Immortal were still undergoing their tribulations. He turned around and entered the palace gate. The palace gate closed immediately, and the golden light disappeared. Seeing that the Heavenly Court, Demon League, Buddhist Kingdom, and Dragon Realms portals were closing one after another, the spherical celestial gate above the Thunderbolt Immortal's head also began to emit a rumbling sound. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian. Vote for it. Vote for it. Vote for it. Donate it. And thank you for all your support. http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. ASPX King of Order Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens with a strange artifact spirit hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company. In fact, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavenly Tao. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the Sun-Star Field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has been completed. The first Xianxia novel with 16 million words has been completed. Readers who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can discuss the plot in the QQ group. 116-565-446, 170-57-13, 64. Chapter 52-67. Above the Thunderbolt Immortal's head, the star-like celestial world gate began to rumble and rotate. A huge, silver-white vortex appeared. The previous gate gradually turned into fragments and fell into the vortex. The golden light pillar that covered the Thunderbolt Immortal suddenly shrunk like a giant hand retracting. The Thunderbolt Immortal followed the golden light and landed in front of the vortex. Like Maitreya, Buddha, and the other clones, the Thunderbolt Immortal took a deep look at this world. His eyes flashed with lightning, and an indescribable feeling flowed with the lightning. Similar to Wen Chu and the celestial being, the Thunderbolt Immortal formed his human nature in the 4 continents. He had deep feelings for the 4 continents. Without any hesitation, the Thunderbolt Immortal stepped into the vortex and stood in the void. He raised his hand and grabbed. A beam of immortal chi turned into a giant lightning pillar. It rushed through space and fell into the forbidden land of Fu Ming of the Dao Union. Another world passage to the 10,000 demon realm was formed. Celestial being, the Thunderbolt Immortal, who was wearing a silver robe and whose appearance could no longer be seen, looked at the West Sea and laughed inwardly. "I made the passage for you. Let's see how you're going to F***CK that little rabbit." After laughing, the Thunderbolt Immortal looked at Xiao Hua, who had landed in another celestial world gate, and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, let's meet in the celestial world." Regardless of whether Xiao Hua could hear him or not, the lightning Taoist turned around and entered the immortal world gate. His silvery figure disappeared, and the huge immortal world gate began to rotate slowly. The silvery white light disappeared, and the thousands of lightning bolts gradually disappeared. The immortal world aura that was pressing down on the four continents also disappeared quietly. However, at this time, the Grand Mist Ancestor, who was quietly approaching the other immortal world gate, suddenly revealed half of his panic-stricken face. His figure swayed, and he turned into a distorted light shadow that entered the immortal world gate. His figure swayed, and he turned into a distorted light shadow that entered the immortal world gate. His figure swayed, and he disappeared with the tribulation lightning. Damn it, what is this thing? How can it enter the celestial world at will? Behind the Grand Mist Ancestor, Hell's Magistrate's voice came from a thin wisp of black chi. However, the Underworld Magistrate didn't pay any attention to Huang Xiaolong's actions. Just like the Grand Mist Ancestor, he pounced on Xiao Hua like a bolt of lightning. Just as he was about to reach the celestial world's gate, the black chi formed by the Underworld Magistrate suddenly trembled. Half a ghost face emerged from the black chi, and he looked at the sky in disbelief. After seeing the dark red color, fear appeared in his eyes, and he muttered in a low voice, How is this possible?" The Underworld Judge only said 2 words. Then, he didn't dare to stay in the air any longer. His figure flashed, and he landed in the direction of the Immortal World Gate, where the Thunderbolt Immortal had entered. However, the Underworld Judge was still a moment too late. The bright silver vortex had already disappeared, leaving only the outline of the star-like portal from before. However, this was not a problem for the Underworld Judge. The black gas that this guy turned and fell into one of the lightning threads and disappeared into another realm with the rolling tribulation lightning. The reason why Xiao Hua was half a step later than the Thunderbolt Immortal was because he still had one more thing to do. When the Celestial World's Gate above the Thunderbolt Immortal's head appeared like a vortex, the crisscrossing 5-colored lightning patterns above Xiao Hua's head began to intertwine. When they condensed in 2s and 3s, a golden word gradually appeared. Wasn't that the word Dao? When the word Dao was formed, the strokes in the middle turned into lightning and gradually disappeared. A regular portal began to appear. When the door was formed, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror and the Supreme Sky mirror from the space. He raised his hand and pointed at the 2 magic treasures. Pillars of light shot out from the 2 magic treasures. As soon as the pillars of light flew out, the pillars of light immediately collapsed and surged like boiling water. Then, the golden light rushed into the Kunlun mirror and the Supreme Sky mirror more ferociously than a mountain flood. For a moment, the 2 magic treasures shone with golden light. Xiao Hua looked at the 2 magic treasures that were already empty. His hands formed a celestial seal, and according to the Kunlun sect's method of refining the Kunlun mirror, he struck the 2 magic treasures. When 2 golden and silver colors appeared on the 2 mirrors, Xiao Hua's heart was set, and he put the 2 magic treasures into the space. Then, Xiao Hua took a deep breath and looked up. Now, the hundreds of millions of runes were like butterflies, flapping their wings, and returned to the edge of the huge portal. With a series of rumbles, the Immortal World Gate finally opened, and Xiao Hua's figure landed in front of the portal along with the guiding golden light. However, Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he turned around and looked at the West Sea that seemed to be far away, but also seemed to be right in front of him. He raised his voice and said, disciples of the Fortune Gate, cultivators of the four great continents. The spiritual energy of the four great continents has changed, and it is no longer suitable for cultivators to live in. Before I leave with you, I will do one last thing for you. I hope that you can cultivate well in the 10,000 demon realm and spread the name of the human race. With that, Xiaohua raised his hand, and several butterfly-like runes were caught in his hand. When Xiaohua waved his hand, golden light shone brightly, and it turned into a golden bridge that fell into the Tao Alliance's Xianpin Forbidden Land. The golden bridge carried the hope of the four great continents' cultivators, and it deeply penetrated the hinterland of the 10,000 demon realm. Another path of life for cultivators had taken shape. Then, Xiaohua looked in the direction of the Imperial Thunder Sect and the millions of Meng Mountains. After respectfully bowing, he turned and entered the gate of the immortal world. However, just as Xiaohua's figure submerged into the silver light, a sudden change occurred. Rumble! 9-layered lightning suddenly appeared above the door, transforming into a 9-color dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced toward Xiaohua. This 9-color true lightning was 10 times more ferocious than the previous tribulation lightning. Xiaohua was shocked, and without thinking, he urged the unstoppable thunderbolt. Whoa! The same 9-colored lightning flew out from the top of Xiaohua's head, and it condensed into a lightning that looked like the immortal slaying platform in midair, and it pounced on the 9-colored true lightning. When Xiaohua urged the unstoppable thunderbolt, he suddenly realized that this 9-colored true lightning was not a mutation, but because of his scattered nascent soul. When he was crossing the tribulation lightning, he relied on his physical body and did not let his scattered nascent soul come out. Now that his physical body had disappeared, he could only rely on his scattered nascent soul to ascend to the immortal world. However, his scattered nascent soul had not really been baptized by the tribulation lightning. How could the gate of the immortal world let him enter the immortal world? Sure enough, although Xiaohua's unstoppable thunderbolt was powerful, the 9-colored true lightning suddenly formed at the gate of the immortal world, and its power was far beyond Xiaohua's imagination. After Xiaohua's unstoppable thunderbolt was destroyed, it pounced on Xiaohua like a wave. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed in a low voice. If he knew that his physical body would be taken away by Feng Wu, he would have brought his scattered nascent soul. Now, this 9-colored true lightning was 9 tribulation lightning mixed together. How could his scattered nascent soul bear it? However, even if it could not bear it, Xiaohua still had to bear it, because the incomparable pressure of the immortal world boundary made him unable to face it at all. Only when his scattered nascent soul was baptized by the tribulation lightning, and his immortal chi was completely born, could his scattered nascent soul survive in the immortal world. Rumble! The huge lightning flood drowned Xiaohua, and an indescribable pain came from the surface of his nascent soul. Moreover, this lightning wave was more than the previous one, and it had reached the limit that Xiaohua could not bear. At this moment, a faint voice sounded, really useless. Although this voice was separated by the barrier of the immortal world and sounded like distorted thunder, Xiaohua could hear it clearly. This voice was very familiar. Senior Su? Xiaohua could not help but feel warm in his heart. He seemed to recall that day in the Star Moon Palace, when Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu were about to leave. Su Ji had said, "On the day you ascend, I will come and pick you up, swoosh." Following Su Ji's voice, the 9-colored true lightning that was about to destroy Xiaohua's scattered nascent soul suddenly disappeared. Xiaohua could see clearly again that in the distance, a tall silver figure was standing there. At this time, the silver was no longer as dazzling as before. Xiaohua could see clearly that it was Su Ji. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He urged his body to fly out and called out, "Su!" However, just as Xiaohua's figure moved, a terrifying barrier force surged forth and firmly suppressed Xiaohua's scattered nascent soul. This barrier force surged forth and submerged Xiaohua's consciousness. Xiao Hua's vision gradually turned black. However, just before Xiao Hua fainted, he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed greatly. Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the smiling Su Ji. He shouted, You are not Su Ji." "Oh." The silver figure was stunned and asked curiously, "How did you know?" "Because Su Ji will definitely not destroy the public interest for personal reasons." Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and resisted the fainting force that surged over him like a tide. He shouted, "He would rather watch me get turned into dust by the tribulation lightning than help me." Xiao Hua could only hear the cold laughter of the human figure in his ears. His consciousness gradually fell into darkness. Xiao Hua's body fell into the celestial realm gate. That Tao word slowly recovered. The crisscrossing lightning net also slowly fell into the Tao word. The last bit of the celestial might from the upper realm that enveloped the 4 great continents gradually disappeared. Just as the Tao word was about to disappear and the tribulation clouds also dissipated, the red color of the sky and the green color of the earth slowly converged into an enormous human face with only an outline. This human face swept across the 4 great continents and then looked at the aura of the celestial realm gate. It sighed and said, "AI, I am still too late." After saying that, the human face also disappeared in a direction like the celestial realm gate. Following the disappearance of the human face, the red color in the sky disappeared, and the green color on the ground disappeared. In the far east, a rising sun had already accumulated power. When the scene of heaven and earth appeared, the rising sun leaped out and sprinkled the earth with sunlight. It was a new day in the 4 great continents. The book is finished. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, reward, and thank you for all forms of support. Finally, after the book is finished, there will be a book satisfaction survey on the top right of the homepage of the story of the Cultivation God. Fellow Taoists who have fully subscribed have the right to vote. If the satisfaction level is over 85%, the 3rd place will be rewarded. I hope that fellow Taoists who are satisfied can vote. Thank you. In addition, the 3rd place has a small wish. The story of the Cultivation God has 16 million words. Up to this point, it should have cost you a lot of Qidian coins. You can take a look at your own fan points. If you are not far from the Alliance Master, 100,000 Qidian coins, and also like the story of the Cultivation God, the 3rd place earnestly requests that you reward me with a small amount of Qidian coins to be the Alliance Master. Perhaps in the future, the story of the Cultivation God will really become another legend of Qidian. This legend will be the legend of how many fellow Taoists gathered together to form a tower. New book, King of Order, http://www. Qidian. Combook 1004144972. ASPX. Introduction 1. A divine artifact descended from the heavens with a strange artifact spirit. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turned something rotten into something magical. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I'm the CEO of the Order Company. In reality, I have a divine artifact in my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the celestial realm. I am the king of order of the sun star field. Xiao Duan Tanhua City's new book has already finished writing the first Xianxia novel with 16 million words, The Story of the Cultivation God. Fellow Taoists who are interested in the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116-565446, 1705713, 64. Chapter 5268. As the sun rose, the golden sunlight illuminated the waves of the West Sea. Taoist which stood up and stretched. He looked at the celestial being who was floating on the waves and said, "Let's go. Since Taoist Xiao and the others have ascended, why should we stay in the West Sea? You go." The celestial being rolled his eyes at Taoist which and said, "You go back to Mount Ming. I promised Taoist Xiao that I would guard the fortune gate for him in the four continents. The celestial being looked at the dawn rain continent in the distance and said meaningfully, "Of course, now that the 10,000 demon realm and the four continents have formed a passage, how can I still guard the West Sea? It's time to bring Lu, Yi, and the others to the 10,000 demon realm to see Little White and greet the great sages of the demon race." Taoist friend, Taoist which frowned when he heard this. "If you go to the 10,000 demon realm yourself, I won't stop you. But if you bring my fortune gate's disciples there, that won't do. After all, it's the 10,000 demon realm, not a place where we humans can stay. Don't forget what happened to the profound alliance." "Don't worry, Taoist friend." The celestial being smiled. "You are the 6th master of the fortune gate, and I am the 8th master. How can I not think for my disciples? Yuanya, Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, Wang Bianfei, Chang Yuan, Yuzhong Chuan, Xiong Yi, Li Xiang, and the others are their disciples and our disciples. I will discuss this matter with them before making a decision." Taoist, which thought for a moment, looked into the distance, and said with a smile, "Since the leaders of the Heaven Alliance and the Tao Alliance are here, they must be worried about the cultivation of the two great immortal alliances. We can let Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, and the others discuss with them. It won't be too late to move after we have a thorough arrangement." "Of course." The celestial being shrugged. "You think you're the only one who knows? Let's go and find Lu, Yi, and the others. Let them discuss with the Heaven Alliance and Tao Alliance. You and I are not good at this kind of thing." "Yes, we must do it as soon as possible." Taoist, which also nodded. "Fellow Taoists, you left behind the last merit when you ascended. We can't let the demon clan great sage of the demon realm find out about it first. Otherwise, they may destroy the space passage." Following that, the heavenly being and Taoist Wu tore through space and landed in the Fortune Tao Palace. They were looking for Lu, Yi, and the other Fortune Gate disciples, as well as Old Man Gu Qiong and the other Yilin Continent cultivators. In front of the Imperial Devil Valley, Archdevil Venerable sure looked up at the azure sky. His earlier soul-stirring experience had turned into a legend for the four great continents. He turned to Zhang Qingxiao and said, "Let's go. It's time for us to go to our destination." "Yes, master." Zhang Qingxiao got up, but after flying a few feet, she could not help but turn her head again. However, the sky was still the same, and nothing unexpected happened. Archdevil Venerable sure wanted to reprimand her, but he could not help but take another look. Then, with a wave of his hand, Devil Chi appeared around him, and he rushed into the depths of the Imperial Devil Valley. He shouted, "There's no need to look anymore. If you have the heart, you should ascend to the Devil Swamp as soon as possible. Maybe you will have a chance to find Xiaohua." Big Brother Xiao, on the Heavenly Gate Mountain, Huang Mengxiang also stood in the air. His eyes were filled with determination, and he said, "Don't worry. Even if you ascend to the immortal world, I will go back to find you. You are the only one in my heart." In the Imperial Lightning Sect, in the small mound that looked like a grave, Sun Shu looked at the sky and the earth for a long time without saying a word. Suddenly, a figure flew over from the distance. Sun Shu did not look back and asked indifferently, "What are you doing here? I heard that you have already contacted the Fortune Gate's Bear Palm sect and the others. Are you busy with the Rejuvenation Chamber of Commerce?" The person who came was naturally Qiandiang. He smiled faintly and said, "Things have a priority. With the Fortune Gate in the Dawn Rain continent, my Rejuvenation Chamber of Commerce has nothing to worry about." "He has ascended, right?" Sun Shu looked at the earth and the sky again and asked in disbelief. Qiandiang nodded and also looked at the earth and answered, "Such a vast ascension phenomenon shook the entire Dawn Rain continent. If it was not him, who could it be? He is a divine dragon. We can only see his head and not his tail. We will never be able to catch up to him." Sun Shu looked at the sky and muttered, "He is a legend." Qiandiang also looked at the sky and said in a low voice, "He is also a savior. But in our hearts, he is still our senior brother, our family. He has ascended, but he is still in our hearts." "Thank you, you can go now." Sun Shu forced a smile on his face and said, I will stay here for a while, then I will leave immediately. Okay. Qian Diheng did not hesitate and flew up into the sky. He smiled and said, I will leave now, but remember, life without senior brother Xiao is still life. You and I still have to cultivate. I know. Sun Shu glared at Qian Diheng and no longer paid attention to him. Myriad Thunder Valley. A group of disciples were still outside the cave. Zhuo Wu also looked at the sky, unwilling to look away. Master's wife, Cui Hongshan said in a low voice. Senior brother, Xiao has already ascended. You don't have to look anymore. Okay. Zhuo Wu retracted his gaze and looked at the disciples on his left and said, Xiao Hua is the pride of our Myriad Thunder Valley. You all must remember that he's your role model, whether it is a person or a cultivator. Yes, disciples understand. The disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley answered respectfully, their faces filled with incomparable glory. In the entire Imperial Thunder sect, in the entire Dawn Rain continent, except for Xiao Hua of Myriad Thunder Valley, no one had heard of any cultivator passing the tribulation and ascending to the immortal world. Million Ming Mountains, in the Hutu stronghold, in the White Bone Hall, Ziming was prostrating on the ground and touching the ground with his head. He was really praying to the statue of Hutu, great God. At this moment, the door of the hall opened and Wu Lao came in. Wu Lao did not say anything, but floated in front of Ziming and kowtowed and prayed. Then, he got up and looked at Ziming and said, He is already gone. Ziming's body trembled slightly, but he did not raise his head and only asked in a low voice, Did it go smoothly? If he can't pass the tribulation and ascend, there will be no more Taoist cultivators in this world who can ascend to the immortal world. Wu Lao replied with a smile on his face. Phew! As if he had been worried for a long time, Ziming finally let out a sigh of relief and kowtowed again. Thank you for your mercy. Hutu, great God. Thank you for your mercy. Wu Lao wanted to say more, but seeing that Ziming still did not get up, he sighed and turned around. Dawn Rain Continent, Yilin Continent, Hidden Immortal Continent, Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, Pure Land World, regardless of Taoist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, demon race, Buddhist sect, or dragon race. They were all talking about the Ascension Tribulation with great interest. The opening of the heavenly gates of the four realms, which had never been done before and would never be done in the future, would definitely set off a new peak of cultivation and would also uncover a new situation. Of course, this would also be the arrival of a post-Xiao Hua era. However, everyone did not know that after the heavenly gates of the immortal world finally closed, another soul-stirring battle took place in a place that no one could see. The heavenly gates of the immortal world slowly closed, and the unparalleled pressure of the immortal world crashed down. Although Xiao Hua's body emitted a silver light, that silver light was very thin, and the nearby lightning light was still slowly pouring in, as if it was desperately expelling something that did not belong to the immortal world from the scattered infant's body. Seeing that Xiao Hua recognized him, the human figure flashing with silver light smiled coldly, and the silver light on his face seemed to peel off a piece of silk, revealing another face. At this time, Xiao Hua's consciousness was already blurred, so how could he see this person's face clearly? That person also looked at Xiao Hua indifferently and said, You are very careful, but unfortunately, the heavenly gates of the immortal world have already closed. Do you have any other choice? Damn it! Xiao Hua endured a moment of darkness and said with difficulty, Suji, what happened to him? That person did not answer and seemed to understand that Xiao Hua wanted to fish for information. He only flew over and said, Just take care of yourself. Tell me everything you know, maybe. With that person waved his hand and a bright silver immortal weapon flew out. This immortal weapon was like a rope, and when it flew out, it gave birth to restrictions that Xiao Hua could not match. However, before that person could activate the immortal art, he heard Xiao Hua roar, You dare to have ideas about your little grandpa? Go to hell for this little grandpa. While speaking, the 100 or so scattered infant that Xiao Hua had previously collected into the space suddenly flew out. As soon as these scattered infant flew out, They immediately arranged the golden crow, immortal, slaying demon formation in the space. When that person saw so many scattered nascent souls, he could not help being greatly shocked and cried out in shock, When did you all transcend the tribulation? Why didn't I know? There was no need for this person to know anything. Just as the scattered infant flew out, the gate of the immortal world that had not yet disappeared shook again. Boom, boom, boom. More than 909 colored true thunders crazily rushed out, attacking the 100 or so scattered infant. Roar, roar, roar. The 100 or so scattered infant roared like Xiao Hua, and all the spirits of the scattered infant showed signs of collapse as silver light rushed out rapidly. However, their faces were cold, and their eyes were like lightning as they looked at that person, seeing hundreds of angry eyes looking at him. That person was a little creeped out, but he still sneered, raised his hand and pointed at the rope-shaped immortal weapon and sneered. So what if there are more scattered infant? They just have more weapon spirits to refine immortal weapons. However, without waiting for him to finish speaking, the 100 or so scattered infant cast the immortal art at the same time, and the same thunderbolt was used. More than 100 immortal slaying stages flew out, and with the help of the golden crow immortal slaying demon formation, they condensed into a 9-colored immortal slaying stage that looked like a golden crow and angrily pounced on that person. Seeing such a thunderbolt that exceeded his expectations, that person turned pale with fright. Silver light flashed all over his body, and layers of phantoms appeared, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, he was still too late. Xiao Hua had persisted for so long. Wasn't it to lure him over? Boom! The immortal slaying stage fell, and it precisely chopped that person's immortal spirit body. That person screamed, and the silver light turned into fist-sized runes that overflowed. Layers of grayish-black light and shadow surged out from the depths of this light, like boiling water. Seeing the immortal weapon that was like a spirit snake falling from midair, Xiao Hua's vision turned black, and he finally fainted under the mighty power of the immortal world. The miserable Xiao Hua not only set foot in the immortal world with the body of a scattered infant, but he also encountered a black hand as soon as he ascended. What was the purpose of this black hand? What was the situation of Su Ji and Fairy Xingyue? When Xiao Hua ascended, the Grand Mist Ancestor, the Underworld Judge, and who was that voice that made the Underworld Judge afraid? Who knew what Xiao Hua's trip to the immortal world was like? It really made people look forward to it. P.S. Fellow Taoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support. Vote for a monthly vote. Vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, and reward. Thank you for all forms of support. Finally, after the book is finished, there will be a book satisfaction survey on the top right of the homepage of the story of the Cultivation God. Fellow Taoists who have fully subscribed are eligible to vote. If the satisfaction level exceeds 85%, the third place will receive a reward from Qidian. I hope that fellow Taoists who are satisfied can vote. Thank you. In addition, the third place has a small wish. The story of the Cultivation God has 16 million words. Up to this point, it should have cost you a lot of Qidian coins. You can take a look at your own fan value. If you are not far from the Alliance Master, 100,000 Qidian coins, and also like the story of the Cultivation God, the third place earnestly asks you to reward me with a small amount of Qidian coins to be the Alliance Master. Perhaps in the future, the story of the Cultivation God will really become another legend of Qidian. New book, http://www.qidian. Combook 1004144972. ASPX King of Order. Introduction 1. A divine artifact descending from the heavens. A strange artifact spirit is hidden within. An ordinary student, Su Ji, turns something rotten into something magical, moving unhindered in the city of mortals. Introduction 2. My name is Su Ji. On the surface, I am the CEO of the Order Company. In reality, I have a divine artifact within my body. I am a cultivator who cultivates by maintaining the order of the heavens. I am the future enforcer of the immortal world. I am the king of order of the Sun Star Field. Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book has already finished writing the first Xinxia novel with 16 million words, The Story of the Cultivation God. Fellow Taoists who are concerned about the development of Xiao Duan Tanhua's new book can join the public WeChat account Xiao Duan Tanhua, or join the QQ group to discuss the plot. 116-565446, 1705713, 64. Chapter 52-69. The Immortal World Chapter of Cultivating Gods HTTPS. Book. Chidian. Cominfo 1010594608. Conquering the Path of Immortality. Stepping on the Watchtower of Gods. I want to be free. Cultivating the nascent soul. Casting the immortal body. Engraving the supreme immortal mark. The starry sky opens. The battle of gods. The depths of the heavens. The road home. I am Xiao Hua. This is the story of me moving mountains and overturning seas in the immortal world, creating living beings free and unfettered, immortal, and even creating the universe. Clouds as mountain ridges, fog as valleys, clouds as neon garments, stars as hairpins. For seasons of beauty, 1 yuan ends, 1,000 generations of the Mu Zhao Jun returns. In the immortal world, in a certain lofty mountain range, a heaven-piercing lightning pillar fiercely flickered under the red light of the Scarlet Crow Sunday. That lightning pillar was several tens of mu thick, with holes like immortal spiritual energy madly pouring into it. Inside, there were arcs of lightning surging like waves. Within the arcs of lightning, golden lightning condensed into fist-sized balls that wantonly churned. The light of the lightning pillar not only covered thousands of li, but the sound of thunder also disturbed the secluded wilderness like a war drum. Sunset, thunder breath, the lightning pillar slowly shrank. When the dazzling flames of the lightning pillar disappeared, the lightning fell into the lofty palace. This palace seemed to be hidden between the boundless forest, but also seemed to be in another independent space. Left and right, the immortal mist was indistinct, unable to see the real thing. However, between the cornices and arches, one could clearly see that the palace had been in disrepair for many years and had collapsed. Although the palace was old, under the afterglow of the Scarlet Crow sun, it still gave birth to layers of scarlet light. Within this light, there were fist-sized silver runes rolling or arm-sized golden lights overflowing. Strands of enormous aura scattered in the surrounding lush trees and strange craggy rocks as if breathing. The immortal spiritual energy of the immortal world was extremely dense. Many places gathered into clouds, and there were even places where the clouds condensed into droplets. Any cave in the immortal world could be a heavenly paradise in the mortal world. In this kind of environment, the trees of the immortal world were even thicker. All of them were several tens of zhang thick and over 10,000 zhang tall. With trees like this, how could mountain peaks be low? Normally, mountains were several tens of thousands of zhang tall, not to mention lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, perhaps even 1,000,000 zhang tall. However, the trees here were slender, only several tens of zhang tall. However, on the surface of these trees, there were some faint runes that appeared and disappeared along with the flowing scarlet light. It was quite strange. As for the strange rock, it was densely packed with pearl-like objects. These pearl-like objects were the same copper color as the mountain rock, but under the crimson light, the copper color flowed like water droplets. Strands of golden light shone on them, revealing the shape of chains. Not only that, there were many strange rocks piled up, as if they were layers upon layers, but many times, these overlapping areas were actually folds, which should have fallen within the spatial faults. At this moment, an immortal beast that looked like a four-legged snake slithered down the tree. When it got close, it opened its mouth and coiled its blood-red tongue around the bead-like object on the rock like lightning. Just like picking a fruit, the bead-like object was swallowed by the four-legged snake immortal beast. The four-legged snake immortal beast had just stuck out its tongue again when it suddenly retracted it. It turned its head sharply and looked in the direction of the palace. At this moment, in the sky above the palace, The dark green Xiaohao had just poked its head out a little. The four-legged snake immortal beast was obviously not an artistic person, so it did not look at the picturesque Xiaohao. Just as it turned its head, a thunderous rumble came from within the palace. The entire palace began to shake violently, and the nearby mountain peaks and trees swayed as well. It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. Then, the scarlet light rushed out like a flood, instantly covering the surrounding trees and rocks. The greedy four-legged snake immortal beast was also caught in it. Wherever the light passed, the trees and rocks instantly produced runes that flickered with scarlet light. Unfortunately, these runes flashed and disappeared, and the trees and rocks were destroyed as if they were rotten wood. If the rocks and rocks were like this, how good could the four-legged snake immortal beast be? It struggled with all its might, and specks of light flickered crazily under its scales. Circles of strange patterns rushed out like waves, but its struggle was so weak that it could not resist the impact of the light at all. In a moment, it was minced into meat paste. Following another scream from within the palace, the light that rushed out retreated like a tide. When it returned to the palace, the crimson light dimmed a little. It was like the scarlet sun in the sky, but it had an additional feeling of the setting sun. After the scream, the palace regained its tranquility. Only the bleak night wind began to blow. As the light destroyed the trees that covered the palace, the entire palace was revealed. This palace had a radius of about 1,000 acres and a height of more than 10,000 feet. Except for the core part that was still intact, the rest of the palace had collapsed and abandoned. However, even so, the words Reception Palace could still be seen on the plaque hanging high above the entrance of the palace.
Chapter 878. The person who spoke was naturally White Yiksha, who had followed behind. Speaking of which, Villo, you're really omnipotent. White Yiksha crossed her arms as she floated beside Wu Ming. She was also receiving the baptism of the rain of life. The last trace of her mental exhaustion had also completely disappeared. This rain of life is enough to heal all the injured. I'll take my leave then. I won't be participating in the reconstruction of the outer sect of 54545. After all, there were still many things to deal with. After Wu Ming finished speaking, he flapped his wings and flew into the distance. Hey! Why don't you leave Vera behind? White Yiksha roared in annoyance. Vera can't help much anyway. It's not like she's missing. Wu Ming's voice came from the sky. Immediately after, black-purple ripples appeared. Wu Ming and Vera's figures disappeared. Seriously, my role is really just to clean up this Villo's mess. Although her tone was helpless, White Yiksha wasn't dissatisfied. After knowing that absolute evil had broken through the seal, she had thought of many endings. Now, all she had to do was sacrifice land and towns to kill absolute evil. It couldn't be better. Moreover, other than a small number of people who died because of the chaos at the beginning, there were basically no more casualties. Because of Wu Ming's reign of life, everyone's physical injuries and mental exhaustion had recovered. It could be said that everyone was happy. White Yiksha's mood was much better after eliminating absolute evil at such a low price. Even if she had to clean up someone else's mess, White Yiksha was happy. Go and make the final speech. After White Yiksha finished speaking, she flew down. After all, in the absence of Vera, only White Yiksha could make the final declaration of victory. At that moment, in a place far away that was not affected by the rain of life, a few people who were obviously Salamandra were carrying a person who had fainted from the ups and downs of the journey. They were still speeding up. Lord Mandela, we're almost at the next outer sect. You have to hold on. However, at that moment, Mandela could no longer speak. Immediately after, Mandela's head tilted and he completely fainted. Lord Mandela. Between 399999 and 40000000 was the place where the fire dragon's birth ceremony was held. As they had confirmed that Absolute Evil's doppelganger had completely disappeared, the restoration work had already begun. Whether it was the ground or the houses, they were all being restored by professionals with their blessings. The undamaged bell tower was the fastest to be repaired. At the highest point of the bell tower, dark purple ripples appeared, and Wu Ming, who had already transformed into his human form, emerged with Vera in his arms. Wu Ming sighed as he gently put Vera down. Previously, Wu Ming still had business to attend to, so he didn't pay much attention to Vera's body. Now that he had relaxed, Wu Ming realized how ridiculous Vera's body was. Where is this? Vera had some impression of this place because Wu Ming had asked Vera to wait for him here. Sorry, I've never been to the Northern District before. I'm only familiar with this place. Sitting on the edge of the bell tower, Wu Ming took a deep breath and exhaled. It had to be said that no one would come here. Moreover, at such a high place, the fresh but not cold air could also clear one's mind. Why did Villo bring me here? Imitating Wu Ming, Vera also sat on the edge of the bell tower, right next to Wu Ming. I wanted to tell you that Maxwell is dead. Wu Ming's words made Vera's body tremble, but it was only a slight tremble. Vera was clearly shocked. What, you don't believe me? Wu Ming put his hands on the edge and turned to look at Vera. Vera shook her head silently. I was just shocked. She wasn't shocked that Wu Ming killed Maxwell. Vera was shocked that she had forgotten the beginning. Vera only now realized that she and Wu Ming only wanted to deal with Maxwell in the beginning. When they met Maxwell in the outer gate of 54,545, Wu Ming signaled for Vera to leave temporarily and deal with Maxwell alone. Then, for some reason, the human final trial sealed under Raging Flame City was released. Raging Flame City and even the entire outer gate of 54,545 fell into the territory. The entire outer gate of 54,545 also turned into AZ Dakaha's Demon Denver. After that, Vera and the surrounding outer gate communities formed a not-so-good alliance. Vera really didn't know what to do next. She did have many methods, but when facing the black mud, she couldn't use them, or they were completely ineffective. She believed that Wu Ming, who was still in the black mud den, would be fine. She had no basis, just pure trust. From the beginning, when Wu Ming was willing to help Vera deal with Maxwell, Vera also began to trust Wu Ming. However, she was still worried. In the end, she could only pray that White Yiksha could come as soon as possible, or that the Sky Army of the upper echelons of the Box Court could come as soon as possible. However, who would have thought that Wu Ming would be able to kill Absolute Evil? Moreover, he had used so many amazing moves. Even White Yiksha's understanding of Wu Ming was renewed. Vera, who didn't know as much about Wu Ming as White Yiksha, also had a renewed understanding of Wu Ming. Therefore, Vera wasn't surprised that Wu Ming, who could kill Absolute Evil, could also kill Maxwell. Don't you want to know how I killed Maxwell? Wu Ming was a little depressed. No. Vera shook her head hard. The existence of foul on her chest also shook a little. The corner of Wu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. He silently turned his head and no longer looked at Vera. Maxwell is dead. You don't have to hide anymore. This was the message Wu Ming wanted to convey to Vera. In Wu Ming's opinion, a large part of the reason why Vera didn't have a fixed place to stay all day was because of Maxwell's pestering. Now, Vera could stay in the community obediently and take on the responsibility of being the leader of the community. However, why did Vera wander around all day? Vera was probably the only one who knew. Wu Ming suddenly thought of something and looked at Vera again. By the way, Vera, Maxwell dropped a gift after his death. Are you interested? It could be said that Vera helped Wu Ming lure Maxwell out. If they were to split the loot, Vera would definitely have a share. At that moment, Vera shook her head frantically. At the same time, Vera's chest trembled. Okay, I got it. Wu Ming, who turned his head again, sighed. Sure enough, even if Maxwell was dead, Vera still didn't want to have anything to do with him. Then, the gift that Maxwell dropped could only be enjoyed by Wu Ming alone. Then, Wu Ming turned his head again to look at Vera. I'll send you home. After all, Vera shouldn't have returned to her community for a long time. It just so happened that she could go back now. Home. Not knowing what to think, Vera smiled and nodded. Chapter 879. Inside the inherent enchantment of the staff of Anzavulgan, the 7th floor, the lava zone. Galgi sat alone on a higher rock with his eyes closed as if he was resting. Although the terrain was higher, the rock was still slightly red due to the temperature of the lava zone. Not only that, but the surrounding temperature also made Galgi quite uncomfortable. Helplessly, he could only silently half-activate the simulated another cosmology to resist the heat of the rock and the surrounding temperature. At this moment, there was a spatial fluctuation around Galgi. A black-purple ripple appeared, and Wu Ming jumped out from it. After sending Vera off, Wu Ming immediately came here. He had something to discuss with Galgi. You don't look too bad. Wu Ming joked with Galgi. Galgi opened his eyes and looked at Wu Ming, his eyes full of shock and fear. He didn't know what he saw and couldn't remember it at all. It was as if he had seen something beyond his level. His brain began to tremble, and his body began to feel uncomfortable as if he was about to explode and die. Galgi subconsciously cancelled the half-activated simulation of another cosmology, bent over, and kept retching. Ugh, if Galgi had the courage to resist Wu Ming before, then he had no thoughts of resisting the current Wu Ming. Would ants try to kill Earth? Ants didn't have such thoughts at all. They didn't even realize what Earth was. At this moment, Galgi was somewhat similar to an ant. However, this ant realized what Earth was, so he couldn't resist at all. Moreover, it was as if understanding what Earth was beyond the scope of understanding for an ant like him. Galgi's body couldn't bear it and was about to explode. Wu Ming silently frowned when he saw Galgi like this. Why is Galgi so rude? He vomits as soon as he sees someone. However, what Wu Ming didn't know was that the reason why Galgi was like this was because the half-activated simulated cosmology allowed Galgi to see the high-level Wu Ming. If Galgi fully activated the simulated cosmology, he would probably explode on the spot with just a glance. Wu Ming was a little unhappy at this moment. He didn't care about Galgi and let him retch alone. Galgi retched for a while and spat out some unknown liquid, which was instantly evaporated by the high temperature of the lava field. Then, Galgi tried to raise his head again and look at Wu Ming. Sure enough, after cancelling the simulation of another cosmology, Galgi's feeling of looking at Wu Ming again was not much different from before. Galgi himself also understood that it was probably the simulation of another cosmology that allowed Galgi to glimpse a corner of Silent Cry's true self. After adjusting his state of mind, Galgi stood up with a respectful attitude. At this moment, Galgi no longer had any thoughts of resisting Wu Ming. Are you okay? Wu Ming looked at the strange Galgi and was puzzled. Why is he so respectful after vomiting? I'm fine, Sir Villo. May I ask what happened to Absolute Evil? Galgi looked at Wu Ming respectfully. Az Dakaha is dead. Wu Ming wasn't used to Galgi's attitude. Wu Ming turned his head and didn't look at Galgi. He really is dead. Galgi wasn't surprised as if he took it for granted. This puzzled Wu Ming. You killed him, didn't you? This piqued Wu Ming's interest. Galgi clearly knew that humans wouldn't be killed by non-human existences in the final trial, and this information was given to Wu Ming by Galgi. So why was he so sure that Wu Ming had killed Az Dakaha? How so? Wu Ming asked. The aura you give me now is very different. There was a hint of seriousness in Galgi's respectful eyes, as if he wanted to get to know Wu Ming all over again. Right now, I don't have any thoughts of resisting you at all. It was mainly because of the half-activated simulated cosmology that Galji saw some existences in Wuming that he couldn't understand and couldn't bear. After all, Galji had been considering whether to fully activate the simulated cosmology to kill Wuming immediately after Wuming appeared. In the end, he had almost died. Galji now understood why Wuming dared to leave him alone. It was because Wuming had that kind of strength. The corner of Wuming that Galji saw could completely reflect Wuming's strength. Even if the simulated cosmology was the power of a universe group, it couldn't instantly kill a bug like the root dragon. At most, it could only cause some damage. After all, it must be known that Galji was able to see those things just now because of the simulation of another cosmology. Since he was able to see the truth of silent wonder, it would at least have some effect. But it was probably only a little. Moreover, if Galji really used the simulated cosmology to launch his sneak attack on Wuming, today would probably be his death anniversary. I was indeed the one who killed Azidakaha. Wuming had no intention of hiding it. Instead, he openly admitted it. But Wuming didn't say how he killed Azidakaha. However, Galji didn't need Wuming to tell him. What a joke. He almost died just by looking at Azidakaha, so how could it be difficult for Azidakaha to deal with absolute evil? Immediately after, Wuming said. By the way, Maxwell is also dead. Galji was taken aback. Before the battle with absolute evil, Wuming clearly told Galji that Maxwell was captured by Wuming. And now, Galji and Wuming had only met for less than a day, and Galji was told by Wuming that Maxwell was dead. No matter how one looked at it, it was full of contradictions. But immediately after, Galji calmed down. Logically speaking, Wuming wouldn't lie about such a thing. In other words, Maxwell died during this period of time, or Wuming immediately executed Maxwell after killing Azidakaha. The correct answer was that Maxwell died during this period of time. The boon game that Wuming set up for Maxwell was to defeat the host in a specified location and time. After Galji killed Wuming's clone with another cosmology, Wuming created another clone and got it to accompany Maxwell while he went to look for Galji. At that time, Maxwell wasn't dead yet, so Wuming wasn't lying when he told Galji and the others that Maxwell was captured by me. And now, Maxwell was naturally executed as a death penalty by the boon game. Not to mention that Silent had already left, leaving behind only a doppelganger. Maxwell couldn't even beat a doppelganger. Silent's doppelganger watched as Maxwell gradually went crazy due to the approaching death. In the end, it was punished by the bestowment game, turning into light and disappearing. And the reason why Galji calmed down was naturally because he realized the problem. Based on the indescribable truth that he saw about Wuming, how could the current Wuming not be able to kill Maxwell? Chapter 880. Moreover, as Vera had previously understood, Wuming was an existence that could even kill humans in the final trial. How could he not be able to deal with a mere 4-digit number of demon kings? I understand. Thank you, Sir Villo, for helping me get rid of Maxwell. Galji respectfully thanked Wuming. After all, Maxwell was someone sent by the higher-ups to monitor them, and Galji wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Do you know the secret of Maxwell's immortality? Wuming suddenly asked Galji. Galji revealed an expression as if he already knew. Sir Villo, I know the power in Maxwell's body. It's the power of the third perpetual motion mechanism from the future. So you do know. Wuming said as he waved his hand, and a small ball of light filled with a strange light appeared in Wuming's hand. The ball of light emitted a strange light that seemed to be constantly moving. This was the source of Maxwell's power that Galji had mentioned, the third perpetual motion mechanism from the future. Wuming didn't know much about science. When Wuming arrived at the 5th floor of Nazalik and his doppelganger handed the ball of light to Wuming, Wuming was still confused. The appraisal of the third perpetual motion mechanism was done by Collis. Collis had a large amount of information stored in her database, and with her processing system, as well as Collis' highest-grade magic attire, as well as the influence of her origin power, Collis could easily do this. Moreover, Collis had also made the same judgment on the already dead Maxwell. Maxwell was a hypothetical, humanoid demon, or similar mechanism proposed by the British physicist James Clerk Maxwell that could detect and control the movement of a single molecule. Later generations called it a hypothetical spirit, or demon. Maxwell was a demon born from a paradox that was denied from the beginning, so he naturally didn't have a physical body. As a hypothetical demon born from this paradox, his strength couldn't even withstand a slightly stronger physical attack. But because of the third perpetual motion mechanism, Maxwell combined it with his own characteristics of not having a physical body to be able to produce himself infinitely and resurrect instantly after death. However, even with the perpetual motion mechanism, Maxwell couldn't resist the rules of the box. Maxwell was successfully killed by Wu Ming using the gift game, and the perpetual motion mechanism naturally became the dropped item that killed Maxwell. After all, this third perpetual motion mechanism wasn't Maxwell himself. According to Collis, the third perpetual motion mechanism was a byproduct of Maxwell. In that case, could Maxwell, who could freely control Absolute Evil's doppelganger, have something to do with Absolute Evil Azidakaha? However, after having this thought, Wu Ming immediately stopped thinking. In any case, those two fellows had already been killed. What was the point of pondering over this? After Maxwell died, he dropped this ball of light. Wu Ming wasn't afraid that Galji would snatch it away, so he openly showed it to Galji. "Congratulations, Sir Villo." Galji smiled as if it was from the bottom of his heart, and this made Wu Ming feel quite awkward. "But I presume that you don't need this now that you've fully recovered, right?" Galji's words had a hidden meaning. "You've already guessed it." Wu Ming wasn't surprised. Galji's fully recovered referred to Wu Ming's recovery of his body. Galji had seen Wu Ming before, or rather, he had seen Wu Ming wrapped in black mud. Although he didn't know where he had seen it, Galji was completely certain that he had seen Wu Ming's body before. Moreover, Galji's mind wasn't the same as 16 Nights. After calming down, he probably realized that Wu Ming, who killed Absolute Evil, had already retrieved Wu Ming's body. And if Galji had really seen Wu Ming's body, he would naturally understand that Wu Ming didn't need the third perpetual motion mechanism that much. "You want it?" Wu Ming looked at Galji with a playful expression and tossed the two balls of light in his hands. "To tell you the truth, we've already figured out Maxwell's nature. We originally planned to kill him after this incident." Galji's words implied that the perpetual motion mechanism was something that they had long planned to use, but who knew that it would be intercepted by Wu Ming halfway. "So, you want to continue the deal with me?" However, Wu Ming was amused by his own words. "I'm afraid you haven't realized the situation you're in, Your Highness." Although all of Galji's subordinates addressed Galji as Your Highness, it was rather ironic for Wu Ming to say these two words. "Putting aside the fact that your another cosmology is useless against me, even if you have other trump cards, do you think they will work on me?" It wasn't that Wu Ming was arrogant, but his body had experienced countless years of accumulation in the box court world. Even though it was still underage, it was only a step away from adulthood. In Wu Ming's knowledge, an adult origin dragon and an underage origin dragon were two different species. If an underage origin dragon was considered a living creature, an adult origin dragon was no longer a living creature. As for what it was, Wu Ming would only know after he became an adult. All in all, even though Wu Ming wasn't an adult origin dragon, Wu Ming, who was only a step away from adulthood, was no longer the same as before. Wu Ming was so powerful that even Wu Ming, who had returned to his body, was taken aback. If Wu Ming's strength were to be classified according to the box court world strength, Wu Ming's strength would definitely be in the double digits. As for why it wasn't in the single digits, it was because, firstly, Wu Ming wasn't sure about the strength of the single digits. Secondly, Wu Ming's strength might have exceeded the single digits and reached an unmeasurable level. If it were an adult Wu Ming, there wouldn't be a need to worry because an adult origin dragon would definitely exceed the single digits. But it was also important to clarify that Wu Ming's hypostasis had only become in existence in the double digits. In other words, he had completely embodied the hypostasis that an origin dragon should have, unlike before, when any random person dared to provoke Wu Ming. Of course, Wu Ming had always subconsciously concealed his hypostasis, but Wu Ming didn't realize it. After all, whether it was the world that Wu Ming lived in or everyone in this world, their hypostasis was lower than Wu Ming's. If Wu Ming completely released his aura, anyone who sensed the aura of a higher hypostasis would die instantly. At that moment, Galji became extremely respectful. It was precisely because he had glimpsed Wu Ming's hypostasis when he activated the simulation of the another cosmology that he survived. But it was also because of this that Galji was completely convinced by Wu Ming. At the very least, Galji would never go against Wu Ming again in the future. He didn't even have any thoughts about it anymore. This came from the bottom of his heart like a different kind of curse. Therefore, Galji wouldn't make any more deals with Wu Ming. Chapter 881. You're wrong, Lord Villo. What I meant was that you can use this on your subordinates. Galji smiled and shook his head. If it was the old Galji, he might have tried to make a deal with Wu Ming. However, after being affected by Wu Ming's hypostasis, he had no intention of taking advantage of Wu Ming or even making a deal with him. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to ensure your subordinates' loyalty. However, Wu Ming looked at Galji strangely. What's wrong with this guy? Master, I'm afraid he saw your hypostasis and was affected by you. Collis directly spoke to Wu Ming in Wu Ming's mind. Did he pry into my status? Wu Ming immediately thought of Pest. He didn't know what Pest had seen when he was summoned, but his attitude toward Wu Ming had completely changed. Unlike Galji's respect, Pest's attitude toward Wu Ming was one of extreme fear. Pest could see Wu Ming's true self because he had established a master-slave relationship with Wu Ming. However, how could Galji see his true self? My aura is indeed suppressed, isn't it, Collis? Wu Ming asked Collis. Since Wu Ming had just returned to his body, he might not have gotten used to it yet. Thus, Wu Ming had Collis monitor his condition. Master, your aura has been subconsciously suppressed by you. It doesn't seem to have been released. Collis had indeed been monitoring Wu Ming's condition, but Wu Ming had been subconsciously suppressing his aura all this time. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have leaked out. Could it be that the another cosmology simulation allowed Galji to see my hypostasis? Wu Ming thought about it. Perhaps only the another cosmology simulation could allow Galji to see his true self. Moreover, his current hypostasis wasn't something someone like Galji could withstand. The difference between the old Wu Ming and the current Wu Ming was like a balloon filled with slow air and a balloon filled with water. As long as the balloon didn't burst, the latter's fall from a high altitude was more lethal than the former's. If Galji had looked at him for a while longer, he might have really died. But now, Galji seems to be very respectful toward me. Wu Ming had an idea. Galji. What is it, Lord Villo? Galji looked at Wu Ming. Tell me everything about the person behind you. That's right, Wu Ming was trying to use Galji's current state to get information about the person behind Galji. But Galji shook his head. Lord Villo, I'm afraid that won't do. It seemed that even if Galji was very respectful, he wasn't at the point where he would listen to Wu Ming's every word. Master, he clearly respects you because of your strength. Everyone knows that respecting the strong is common knowledge in any world. Collis complained in Wu Ming's mind. I know. I just want to try. Wu Ming replied to Collis in his mind with some regret. However, Wu Ming had other ways to get Galji to reveal information. Let's make a deal, Galji. You tell me everything about the person behind you, and I'll deal with them. Wu Ming's words made Galji's eyes light up. After all, when Galji first learned of Wu Ming's existence, he wanted to make a deal with Wu Ming. He would provide the information, Wu Ming would help him deal with the enemy, and he would gain his freedom. Although they had fallen out before, Galji, who was now affected by Wu Ming's status, was naturally shaken when he heard this deal. 2105-380 Outer Gate, No Name's Base Camp. At this moment, in No Name, Black Rabbit, Letitia, 16 Knights in Reverse, Jo Yuasuke, and Kasuga Hikari stood at the entrance of No Name, ready to go. Ren, Lily, and Pest stood at the entrance and watched the 5 of them leave. Black Rabbit, Letitia, when you reach the North District, you must take care of 16 Knights and the others. Ren reminded Black Rabbit worriedly. I'll try my best, young Master Ren. Black Rabbit looked at the 3 problem children who were full of fighting spirit and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead helplessly. Although Letitia was also helpless, she still comforted Ren. Don't worry, Ren. Master is still in the North District. When the time comes, there's no need to worry about not being able to control these 3. What a joke. When we reach the North District, I must teach that bastard Villo a lesson. There's a demon king and he didn't call me. 16 Knights in Reverse was very excited. He looked like a wild horse that was about to explode. Same. Seconded. Jo Yuasuke and Kasuga Hikari agreed in unison with 16 Knights in Reverse. The 2 of them were also people who wanted to see the world in chaos. Don't joke around, stupid adults. According to Lord White Yiksha, the Demon King this time is the absolute Demon King of one of the humans' final trials. That's one of the strongest in Hakata. If you continue to underestimate the enemy like this, Black Rabbit won't bring you along. Black Rabbit reprimanded from the side. These 3 problem children were too noisy. The enemy this time was clearly not easy to deal with. That's right, when White Yiksha went to the North District, he sent a letter to No Name. The content was that the seal of absolute evil had been broken. However, White Yiksha had been in the North District for a long time, and No Name had just reorganized their people and prepared to support the North District. It was completely because they could not make a decision. The main reason was that 16 Knights and the other 2 were too suitable for their identity as problem children. They clamored about fighting the Demon King. That was absolute evil, a Demon King with a 3-digit number. Even people with a 2-digit number did not dare to underestimate it. It was fundamentally different from the Demon King that 16 Knights and the other 2 had dealt with during their time in Hakata. If they let the problem children go, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? They might even lose their lives. In the end, Black Rabbit and 16 Knights and the other 2 came to a compromise before they were ready to go. However, No Name was actually not too late. White Yiksha wrote a letter to tell No Name that it was only because Wu Ming was fighting against absolute evil in the North District. Most of the communities in the East District, more than 99% of them, did not even know that absolute evil had broken the seal in one of the humans' final trials. After all, when Glowing Flame Capital was attacked, many people did not know that absolute evil had broken the seal. Therefore, No Name was not too late. Seeing the 3 problem children obediently shut their mouths, Black Rabbit sighed again. Problem children were just too difficult to deal with. Right on the heels of that, Black Rabbit patted his face to encourage himself. Black Rabbit revealed a smile and raised an arm high. Then, everyone, let's go. It had to be said that Black Rabbit looked like he was going on a vacation. It looked like he had underestimated the enemy even more. The 3 problem children complained in their hearts. Right on the heels of that, the 3 problem children looked at each other and smiled tacitly. When they reached the North District, Black Rabbit would be completely useless. However, at this moment, a familiar voice entered everyone's ears. Where are you going? Chapter 882. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound and saw Wu Ming standing there, his face full of confusion. Wu Ming had just returned to No Name when he saw the other members of No Name about to go on a long journey. How could he not be confused? "Villo, mister!" The members of No Name screamed as if they had seen a ghost. "What's wrong?" Everyone shouted in unison, causing Wu Ming to be stunned for a moment. "What the hell happened?" "Mr. Villo, weren't you fighting against Absolute Devil King in the North District?" Black Rabbit's ears twitched, looking confused. "I killed the Devil King, and then I came back." Wu Ming's tone was very calm, as if he was saying, "I came back after eating." But everyone had different reactions when they heard this. Ren and Black Rabbit were shocked, Restia was proud of Wu Ming, the three problem children were unhappy, and Pest was indifferent. After that, Wu Ming shrugged his shoulders and no longer cared about his companions, who he didn't know what they were doing. He walked straight into the interior of No Name. "I'll go back first." "Wait. Wait a minute, Mr. Villo, that was Absolute Devil, how could you kill him so casually?" Black Rabbit turned around and wanted to chase after Wu Ming, but because he was too excited, his footsteps were a little shaky. "I didn't kill Absolute Devil casually, I fought with him for a day and a night before I killed him," Wu Ming replied without turning his head. Although he said that, it still didn't seem like it was difficult for him to kill Absolute Devil King. Furthermore, Reverse 16 Nights was very unhappy. "Not bad, Mr. Villo, you actually took the big prize without anyone noticing," Reverse 16 Nights said as he suddenly jumped up and kicked at Wu Ming. Clatter, a golden chain suddenly emerged from Silent Cry's clothes like a cold spear. The sharp end of the chain was aimed at 16 Nights, who was trying to turn back. Realizing that the chain was not ordinary, 16 Nights did not choose to fight it head-on. Instead, he changed his movement in mid-air and kicked the chain directly. Bang! The deafening sound of steel colliding rang out, and the airwaves produced by the collision spread out, impacting everyone. This caused Black Rabbit and the others to subconsciously raise their hands to resist the airwaves. At the same time, Wu Ming's aura changed and a tyrannical aura enveloped everyone present. However, the aura disappeared in an instant and everyone felt as though they were hallucinating. In the next second, the originally rigid chain became like an extremely resilient steel whip, ruthlessly lashing toward 16 Knights who had yet to land on the ground. 16 Knights reacted instantly and kicked the golden chain. With the help of the reaction force of the golden chain, he jumped back into the air and did a 360-degree spin before landing steadily. Everyone looked at Wu Ming and 16 Knights in a daze. They could not tell whether the terrifying aura just now was an illusion or real. However, because the terrifying aura appeared for less than a tenth of a second, no one could tell whether it was real or an illusion. "You've become stronger, Villo." Reverse 16 Knight's face was filled with an excited smile. He was excited that Wu Ming, a strong opponent, had become stronger. "Just as you saw, I accidentally found my body, so my strength is naturally different from before." After comforting Enkidu, Wu Ming put the chain back into his sleeve and turned to look at everyone. "So, Mr. Villo found his body." "That's great, congratulations." Black Rabbit subconsciously felt happy that Wu Ming found his body. However, Black Rabbit immediately reacted. "Wait, that's not the point. Don't fight in front of our community." Black Rabbit rushed towards Reverse 16 Knights in a frenzy, trying to subdue this problematic child who started the fight. "Stop, Black Rabbit, I won't fight anymore." However, Reverse 16 Knights stopped Black Rabbit with words. "Villo has become beyond my imagination. I can't beat him now." Reverse 16 Knights shook his head silently. "Ha!" Black Rabbit, who came to Reverse 16 Knights' side, made a strange sound. Reverse 16 Knights, this problematic child, actually admitted that he was not a match for Garen and stopped the fight. Did the sun rise from the west? The truth was not as exaggerated as Black Rabbit thought. It was just that Reverse 16 Knights was more aware of Wuming's strength than the others. When Enkidu helped Wuming block Reverse 16 Knights' attack, Wuming subconsciously wanted to fight back. However, he did not control it well and almost used his full strength. After all, Wuming and Az Dakaha were fighting too intensely. During that one day and one night of fighting, although Wuming did not really use his full strength, every move he made was not casual either. It might not be strong for Az Dakaha, but for the people in the middle and lower levels of the community, it was a very strong move. In short, Wuming was used to fighting seriously. When faced with Reverse 16 Knights' greeting kick, he almost became serious. However, even so, Reverse 16 Knights was still aware of the difference between the two of them. He was no match for Wuming now. Reverse 16 Knights was not someone who did not know when to back down. He still had some self-awareness. Moreover, this was just Reverse 16 Knights' greeting to Wuming. He did not have any intention of fighting Wuming properly. Even if he did, he would not fight in front of so many people in no name. Therefore, it was impossible for them to fight. Black Rabbit was worrying too much. When I become stronger, let's fight again. Reverse 16 Knights revealed an unruly expression and looked at Wuming with joy and anticipation. No, it's too troublesome. After Wuming finished speaking, he turned around and walked into No Name again. Reverse 16 Knights did not mind and followed Wuming into No Name. After all, if they really wanted to fight, it was not something that could be rejected just because one of them was unwilling. Wait. Wait a minute, Mr. Villo, you have to explain the matter of the Absolute Demon King, Black Rabbit said and immediately chased after Wuming. Let's go everyone, it's time to go back. Letitia said and walked back into No Name. In the end, our anticipation was in vain. Not good. Jiu Yuao and Hiroi Hiroyuki looked at each other helplessly and followed Letitia for a while. Ren looked around. Other than himself, only Pest was left. However, before Ren could say anything, Pest snorted coldly and silently walked into No Name. Ren smiled awkwardly and walked into No Name unhurriedly. As the leader of the community, Ren successfully became the last member to enter his community. Chapter 883. In the No Name chat room, everyone sat together and chatted with Wuming. They learned about absolute evil bit by bit from Wuming. So that's how it is. Mr. Villo has experienced quite a lot of things along the way. Black Rabbit pointed at several things that Wuming said. Fighting with the Undying Demon King, fighting with the heroes born in the apocalypse, and finally fighting with the humans in the final trial. I'm jealous. 16 Knights wished he could replace himself with Wuming to experience all that. 16 Knights was excited just by thinking about it. Who knew how happy Wuming, who had experienced all that, would be? But that's only for Villo. If it were us, our lives would be in danger. Jiuyuan Fei Niao held her teacup and took a sip gracefully. Letitia said, agreeing with Jiuyuan Fei Niao's words. Yes, Fei Niao is right. Other than Maxwell, whether it's Galgi with his another cosmology or absolute evil in the final trial, they are all very strong enemies for you. Even I would have a hard time winning against them. 16 Knights, on the other hand, didn't care. How would I know if I don't try? I have to see it with my own eyes before I comment. The more dangerous the enemy, the more he liked it. After all, they were problem children. I just didn't expect that Galgi would have another cosmology. It's really surprising. Ren was quite concerned about Galgi, who looked to be the same age as him. By the way, what's this another cosmology? Jiuyuan Fei Niao raised a question. Oh right, Miss Fei Niao, you guys have just arrived at the box court. I'm afraid you guys don't know about another cosmology. It seemed like Black Rabbit wanted to explain. To put it simply, it contains the powerful gift of cosmology. It can be infinitely magnified to interfere with the powerful forces of the outside world. Every another cosmology is unique, which means that every another cosmology has different abilities. Zhou Yuanfei now nodded thoughtfully. Simply put, it's an extremely powerful gift. You can think of it that way, Miss Flying Bird. However, another cosmology is much more precious and powerful than ordinary gifts. After all, Black Rabbit did not simulate the another cosmology and could not explain it in detail. It could only give Long Flying Bird a general understanding. Wu Ming interjected. It is said that the existence with the simulated cosmic atlas has the potential to become the center of a group of gods. Because of the power of the simulated cosmic atlas, I am afraid that only those with the simulated cosmic atlas can compete with it. Wu Ming recalled how Galji had killed Wu Ming's doppelganger by forcibly activating the simulated another cosmology. It could be said that if it was not Wu Ming's doppelganger that was killed, but the spiritual base body, that blow would have also killed Wu Ming's spiritual base body. Therefore, in Silent's opinion, to fight against that kind of power, unless they also have the simulated cosmology, they can only fight against it without the simulated cosmology. Otherwise, only Silent, the bug, can fight against it without the simulated cosmology. Interesting, a simulation of an alien cosmology. 16 Knights Reversal smiled, but no one knew what he was thinking. However, Black Rabbit was frightened by 16 Knights Reversal's smile. 16 Knights, San, don't think too much. Black Rabbit has a feeling that you will do something. Black Rabbit said as he looked at Zhou Yuanfei Niao and Haruai Biao. Really, these problem children were too good at causing trouble. Black Rabbit had to be prepared for a rainy day. Then, Black Rabbit noticed that Haruai Biao seemed to be thinking about something. Miss Biao, what's troubling you? Although they were problem children, they were all companions. Black Rabbit was happy to help his companions solve their problems. I'm a bit concerned about the griffin Villo mentioned. Haruai Biao hugged Sanmao Cat and said the reason for his deep thoughts. Is it the genome tree on the griffin? Wu Ming guessed the reason for Haruai Biao's concern. This was something that Wu Ming mentioned before. Yes. Haruai Biao nodded. The genome tree was a gift from my father, and according to what Villo said, the genome tree on the griffin seems to be almost complete. In this way, Haruai Biao had to guess whether the griffin was related to his father. That's easy. Just ask the griffin. Wu Ming said casually. Everyone was shocked. But, Villo-san, can you find the griffin? Black Rabbit was puzzled. Of course I can. Galji's group is still trapped in my inherent barrier. Wu Ming explained and then looked at everyone innocently. Didn't I say that? You didn't say that. Everyone shouted at Wu Ming in unison. Villo, I really didn't know that you're actually a natural airhead. 16 Knights crossed her arms and looked at Wu Ming jokingly. Ahem, in short, Galji's group is locked up by me. I didn't have time to hand them over to White Yiksha. If you want to talk to the griffin, I can do it at any time. Everyone looked at Haruai Biao. Finally, Haruai Biao looked at Sanmao Cat in his arms and nodded. Nasolic's inherent barrier, 6th layer, forest. When Galji's group was locked up in Nasolic's inherent barrier by Wu Ming in the form of a gift competition, they were all separated. Galji was in the lava area of the 7th layer, Aurora was in the underground lake of the 4th layer, and the unconscious Ling was directly thrown into the wilderness of the 8th layer by Wu Ming. The seriously injured Glea was taken care of by Wu Ming and placed in the forest area of the 6th layer. And it turned out that the griffin could indeed settle down in the forest. Glea, who had woken up from his coma, was lying quietly on the ground at this moment to avoid physical exhaustion. Although it was very weak, Glea's injuries were indeed recovering. In short, it was better than nothing. I wonder how His Highness and the others are doing. Glea muttered to himself. Glea, who had woken up from his serious injuries, saw the contract document in front of him at a glance and knew that he was trapped in a place that was not a forest. I'm afraid it's some kind of personal space, Grove thought. After all, there were many people who had such a space in the box court world. Basically, it was used to hold gift competitions. At this moment, he was obviously trapped in the gift competition, so Grove guessed that this was Wu Ming's personal space. I wonder how His Highness and the others are doing. Grove didn't know if His Highness and the others had escaped, or if they were captured like him. But right now, it was more important to recover from his injuries, so Glea simply lay down here peacefully. However, at this moment, there was a fluctuation in space, and two extremely obvious figures appeared not far away from Glea. Glea couldn't help but be vigilant. Chapter 884. Villo. Glea, whose eyesight was much better than humans, saw the two people walking towards them at a glance. The one in front was Wu Ming. Supporting his body that had not fully recovered but was almost able to fight, Glea stood up, and a fighting spirit emanated from him. Although Glea's wings had not recovered yet, he had enough time to rest, which allowed Glea to have the power to fight. What, Glea, do you still want to fight me? Wu Ming, who was walking in front, did not release his aura to intimidate Glea. Instead, he snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, the ground where Glea was standing cracked slightly, and chains rushed out one after another, throwing all of them onto Glea's body and tightly entangling him. Glea, who did not react in time, instantly fell to the ground because his limbs were all tied up. Damn it! Glea raised his head and looked at Wu Ming rather unbearably. Galji and the others are fine, I just locked them up. You should be honest, I don't want to do anything to you, but I will still hand you over to White Yiksha after this. Wu Ming walked in front of Glea and patted his griffin's head. Up to you. Glea could not beat Wu Ming anyway, and he was now a prisoner, so what could he do? I came to see you this time because I have a companion who is quite interested in you. You can talk to her. Wu Ming said, and Haruai Hibaku walked past Wu Ming from behind and came to the front. Hello, Mr. Glea Grove. The quiet girl holding the three-furred cat took the lead to greet him. Hello, little girl. Grove responded to Wu Ming. Let's not talk about Wu Ming first, at least the little girl in front of him looked pretty good. I'll leave first, Grove. If you're done talking, knock on the chain, and I'll come and pick you up. Wu Ming had no intention of listening in, so he left after instructing Haruai Hibaku. Haruai Hiroyuki nodded, then looked at Grove again. My name is Haruai Hibu. Do you know this? Haruai Hibu said as he took out the pendant hidden in his clothes. This. Could this be? After leaving the 6th floor, Wu Ming arrived at the 7th floor, which was Galji's floor. Sir Villo, what do you think? Galji, who was sitting on a rock that was colder than other places, immediately stood up when he saw Wu Ming. Wu Ming helped Galji find a rock that was not so hot. Galji did not need to keep the another cosmology on to prevent the heat. After all, if he accidentally glanced at Wu Ming when the another cosmology was half turned on, it would definitely be uncomfortable. I haven't done anything to those people yet. It'll take some time, but I'll deal with them in a way that won't put the blame on you or me. After Galji told Wu Ming everything he knew about the people behind him, Wu Ming did not immediately make a move on those existences. First of all, Galji had never really come into contact with the higher-ups. The people he came into contact with were people who were not at the highest level. At most, they were at a higher level than Galji. Even so, Wu Ming was very sure that some of the gods in the upper levels of the box court were behind this. However, because he did not know which gods were behind this, Wu Ming could only make a move on the people Galji knew. After finding these people, Wu Ming would slowly dig out the people behind these people. However, these people's whereabouts were always unpredictable. Wu Ming could not find them at the moment, but Wu Ming had a way. After returning to the root, Wuming could use the root's authority to find people in the box court. By then, they would not be able to escape. Oh. What is it? Galji was quite interested in the method Wuming had prepared. Not only could he deal with those people, but he could also do it without exposing his identity. However, Wuming had no reason to tell Galji that it would be the same even if Galji's attitude toward him became slightly more respectful. You don't need to know that. Then, Wuming snapped his fingers. A golden chain extended from Wuming's sleeve and bound Galji. It was the celestial lock. The celestial lock was infinitely long. It could still be used after binding Galji. Although Galji did not recognize the chain's true identity, he knew it was a divine spark weapon. Lord Villo. Galji did not resist, but he was a little puzzled by Wuming's actions. He was trapped in Wuming's game of gifts and could not break free. There was no need to use a divine spark weapon to tie him up. I'm going to hand you over to White Yiksha, so I need to do this. As Wuming spoke, he reached out and pierced Galji's body. He did not want to kill Galji. When Wuming stabbed Galji, a ripple appeared in front of him. Wuming only reached his hand in. Wuming found what he wanted without much searching. Then, Wuming fished out a slightly curled piece of parchment appeared in Wuming's hand. It was the contract scroll that Wuming used to force Galji into a gift match. Game name of gift, accumulated time contestants, Galji, Aurora, Ringtone, Glea Grove contestant victory condition 1, stay in the designated venue, unlimited, contestant victory condition 2, defeat the organizer contestant defeat condition, leave the designated venue contestant defeat punishment, repeat the game organizer victory condition, defeat the contestant organizer defeat condition, the contestant wins oath, respect the above content, based on the glory, flag, and organizers. Authority, host the gift game. Originate God, seal. That's right, it was such an unsolvable contract document. Not to mention the victory condition, the failure condition was obviously problematic. This obviously did not allow Galji to leave here, even if he had a way to leave, because the failure penalty was to repeat the game. In other words, if Galji and the others used their own way to leave the designated venue, which was Wuming's inherent enchantment, then they would fail, and the failure penalty would make them return here again. The only way was to defeat the organizer. However, after Wuming locked them here, he did not care about them anymore. Wuming only met Galji twice, and Wuming did not even see the others, let alone defeat them. And this was not against the rules. After all, there was no rule that the organizer could not leave the designated venue, so this unsolvable gift game essentially became a gift game that restricted the movements of Galji and the others. And now, Wuming wanted to destroy this gift game. Kaka. Wuming condensed a power that Galji did not recognize in his hand, and the soft parchment made the sound of a hard object shattering. Wuming was using the source power to destroy the gift game. As long as the gift game was destroyed, Galji and the others could be freed from the shackles of the gift game. As for why he did not pause it, after all, deleting and pausing were two different things. After Wuming handed Galji over to White Yiksha, he did not want to care about them anymore, so Wuming chose to destroy this gift game directly. Crack! With Wuming's continuous force, the entire parchment shattered. Chapter 885. Snap! Wuming snapped his fingers and two figures instantly appeared beside Galji. It was Aurora and Belle. Your Highness. Although Ling was unconscious when he caught her, it had been a long time since then and she had already woken up. You paused our game of grace. Aurora stood vaguely in front of Galji and looked at Wuming with vigilance. Sir Villo didn't pause the game. He directly destroyed the forced game of grace, Galji answered on behalf of Wuming. Although Aurora and Belle were shocked that Wuming could destroy the game of grace, they were more shocked by Galji's attitude toward Wuming. Your Highness. Aurora and Belle were puzzled by Galji's attitude. Why was he so respectful? Belle, Aurora, you must correct your attitude as a prisoner. Galgi looked at the two of them and gestured for them to not act rashly. I made a deal with your highness. I will help him deal with the enemy, and he will willingly be handed over to White Yiksha to be imprisoned. Waving the heaven lock in his hand, Wuming explained to the two of them. Although Aurora and Belle were a little surprised, it was not impossible to accept after thinking about it carefully. After all, if it was a deal of this level, His Highness would still be able to accept it. However, Wuming and Galji's deal wasn't like this. However, Wuming wouldn't let Galji off, and Galji was aware of this, so he didn't expose Wuming's words. Besides, Galji didn't know if it was due to Wuming's influence, but he thought through a lot while meditating on the 7th floor. How could dragging out an ignoble existence compare to living honorably? Galji indeed had to pay the price for his previous actions. If not, wouldn't those who died indirectly because of him be wronged? He was a hero who appeared in the post-apocalyptic world, so he had to do something worthy of the name Galji. And most importantly, Wuming would help him deal with the enemy. Therefore, even though he was about to be imprisoned, Galji felt that he had gained freedom. Freedom from being dominated by others. Sir Villo is right. We're about to go to jail. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Galji looked at the two of them apologetically. What are you talking about, Your Highness? Since you want to go to jail, we will definitely accompany you. Grabbing the trapped Galji, Ring shook her head. Aurora had the same idea. There was no need for apologies between them. The reason they had gathered together was because of Galji. Since Galji was going to jail, they would accompany him. Wuming was very clear about this, so he only bound Galji. After all, as long as Galji was still there, the others wouldn't leave him. It was precisely because he knew this that Galji said, "Sorry for implicating you," instead of, "You can leave." Of course, even if they wanted to leave, Wuming might not allow it. No, Wuming definitely wouldn't allow them to leave. Although Galji was the mastermind, Aurora and Ring's sins weren't small either, so they had to be punished. So, where's Glea? Aurora looked at Wuming again. She and Ring had been summoned to Galji's side by Wuming using teleportation, but why wasn't Glea there? One had to know that Glea was seriously injured in order to block Wuming's weapon salvo. Could it be? Aurora and Ring suddenly felt sad. Both of them were guessing if Glea had died from his serious injuries. However, only Galji looked indifferent because he knew very well that Glea must be fine. Wuming wouldn't attack Glea, and without external influence, a griffin's vitality was very tenacious. It wouldn't die so easily. Don't worry. It's just because a companion in my community is looking for Glea for something. It's just that the discussion hasn't ended yet. Just wait a little. This made Aurora and Ring feel helpless. In this day and age, they still had to wait when they were sent to prison, but at this moment, the celestial lock binding Galji made a clanging sound. According to Wuming's request, as long as Haruhibu Yao and Glea finished their discussion, they could knock on the heaven lock that bound Glea and send a message to Wuming, asking him to pick her up. Although the interval was very short, there was no doubt that Haruhibu Yao had finished talking to Glea. My companion has finished talking to Glea. Wuming snapped his fingers again. In an instant, the surrounding scene suddenly changed, and everyone came to a forest. Your Highness. Glea's surprised voice entered everyone's ears. Glea and Galji were also bound by golden chains, and there was a girl beside them. The girl was Haruhibu Yao. Elder Glea, are your injuries okay? Ring immediately ran to Glea's side, looking rather worried. Then, Aurora and Galji followed. After all, Glea was indeed seriously injured at that time. Except for the wings that have not recovered yet, the injuries on my body have mostly recovered. Glea was right. At that time, he had his back facing Wuming's attack. Therefore, as a griffin, his wings had suffered the most serious injuries. It's good that you're fine. At this moment, Galji was also relieved. While Galji and the others were talking, Wuming also talked to Haruhibu Yao at this moment. How is it? Did you get anything you want to know? Haruhibu Yao thought for a moment and nodded, but then shook his head. This made Wuming a little dumbfounded. Are you not satisfied with the answer? Wuming guessed. Yes. This time, Haruhibu Yao nodded honestly. However, I'm already very satisfied to be able to talk to Glea. Haruhibu Yao showed a satisfied smile. It seemed that he had made friends with Glea. Wu Ming, on the other hand, felt that Haruhi Hiroyuki was quite content. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to find clues when looking for something they want. Although Wu Ming didn't know what Haruhibu Yao was looking for, Haruhibu Yao should be satisfied to be able to find a clue. Do you need my help? Whatever Haruhibu Yao was looking for, Wu Ming would find it in an instant when he returned to the route. However, Haruhibu Yao refused. I can do it myself. Then, Haruhibu Yao's face showed a trace of unwillingness to admit defeat. As expected of a problem child. At this moment, Wu Ming could only smile helplessly. But it was also true that if it was something important to Haruhibu Yao, then it was better to let Haruhibu Yao do it alone. Then, Wu Ming looked at Galji and the others who were still chatting. It's almost time to go. It was time to go to jail. Chapter 886. North District, 54545 Outer Sect Ruins. At this moment, the magma lake had been artificially cooled. White Yiksha methodically issued one order after another, allowing the Alliance's community to begin the restoration of 54,545 Outer Sect. Because the time between Absolute Evil's appearance and its destruction was too short, there were no high-ranking powerhouses near 54545 Outer Sect. Even Vera had been abducted by Wu Ming, leaving White Yiksha alone. Therefore, the restoration of the North District's 5-digit Outer Sect 54545 Outer Sect fell to her. Seriously, I'm not the ruler of the North District. Why should I be the commander? White Yiksha kept complaining. In fact, the main reason was that no one came to help, which caused White Yiksha's dissatisfaction. After the rulers of the North District received the news that Absolute Evil had been destroyed, they did not even think of going to 54545 Outer Sect. When there was a powerful external enemy like Absolute Evil, perhaps they would unite, but once Absolute Evil was eliminated, they would fall back into a state of internal strife. Anyway, it was not their outer sect, so there was no need to care. Moreover, White Yiksha could not care about them if they did not come. After all, Absolute Evil had been destroyed, so it did not matter if they came or not. But she was definitely dissatisfied. Villo, that brat, really abducted Vera. Although Vera did not play much of a role in command, she was at least someone from the North District. Now that the North District's outer sect was being rebuilt, how could a ruler of the East District be in command? However, at this moment, White Yiksha happened to sense Wu Ming's presence. Why is that brat Villo here? Although White Yiksha complained and hoped that someone could replace her to command the reconstruction of 54,545 Outer Sect, she really did not expect Wu Ming to come back. Are you looking for me to talk about the Dragon of Origin? Or is there something else? White Yiksha guessed in her heart. Yo White Yiksha. Wu Ming greeted White Yiksha as he walked into the small command post that was temporarily set up. Where's Vera? Where have you abducted Vera? White Yiksha asked in annoyance. I sent Vera back to her community. Anyway, Vera can't do anything here, can she? As if it was his own home, Wu Ming sat down without hesitation, but because there were no chairs, Wu Ming could only find something to sit on. Then why did thou come back? What's the matter? White Yiksha didn't mind Wu Ming's behavior. He was used to it. I'm here to hand Galji and the others over to you. As Wu Ming spoke, he extended his hand and a translucent ball of light appeared in his hand. Galgi, Bel, Aurora, and Gria could be vaguely seen in the ball of light. This is just a simple sealing boundary formed by Lune runes. You should be able to open it easily. As for why he treated Galgi like this, the three of them and a griffin were indeed not small. It was really not good to hand them over to White Yiksha. This way, they were sealed in a ball of light and handed to White Yiksha. It was also convenient for White Yiksha to carry them around. Thou is thoughtful. White Yiksha took the ball of light that sealed Galgi and the others. He took out the gift card and the ball of light disappeared with a wave of his hand. After I'm done with this, I'll lock them up in the East prison. It was reasonable to say that Wu Ming's mission was completed, but Wu Ming showed no signs of leaving. Is there anything else? I have to leave Hakata for a while. As if he was waiting for White Yiksha to say this, Wu Ming immediately answered after White Yiksha asked. It's not like thou hast never left before, White Yiksha complained. Or are thou preparing not to come back for a long time this time? White Yiksha hit the nail on the head. After all, my purpose in coming to Hakata was to find my body. Since my body has been found, I should go and deal with my enemy. This enemy, Wu Ming referred to Gidia. Even without the Black Origin mud, Gidia was already considered a tyrant in the Type Moon world. With the Black Origin mud, it could be said that Gidia had become even more terrifying. Wu Ming was not afraid of an enemy like Az Dakaha who only used the Black Origin mud as a weapon, but it was impossible for someone like Gidia to only use the Black Origin mud as a weapon. Simply put, it was the difference between a magician and a magician. Magicians only used magic as a weapon, but magicians would delve deeper into it. If Gaia were to delve deeper into the Black Origin mud and discover something that would allow her to completely master it, it would be very troublesome. Wu Ming had to take the initiative to attack Gidia before Gidia made a move. In that case, the reason thou came to find me is very clear. Without a doubt, Wu Ming wanted to ask White Yiksha about the Dragon of Origin before leaving. White Yiksha's expression became serious. With a light wave of her hand, the place where the two were changed. White Yiksha brought Wu Ming to a special space. In the distance was a large white snow mountain. Wu Ming and White Yiksha stood on a plain that resembled ice. A trace of light shuttled through the mountain range in the distance. In the distant horizon, one of the venues of White Yiksha's gift game. I don't know much about the Dragon of Origin. I can only provide you with some information. Putting away her usual playful expression, White Yiksha straightened her attitude and looked at Wu Ming. That's right. White Yiksha brought Wu Ming here to tell Wu Ming about the Dragon of Origin. That was a long time ago. It was so long ago that it was longer than my lifespan. As for why White Yiksha said that, it was because, when I first gained sentience, I accidentally saw the Origin Dragon. As if recalling the past, White Yiksha's aura became slightly in line with her age. That was at the end of the day. I didn't know how I discovered the other party. At the same time, the thought of this is the Dragon of Origin automatically appeared in my mind. Although the other party noticed me, it only glanced at me lightly. There was no emotion in its eyes. After that, it immediately left as though it was just passing by. Turning her head to look at Wu Ming, White Yiksha continued speaking. I didn't feel that feeling from thee, but judging from the appearance, thy body is exactly the same as the Dragon of Origin's body that I saw. It's just that the size is different, and there's another very important point. White Yiksha flew into the air and looked at Wu Ming. The Dragon of Origin I saw was much stronger than thee. Even at that time, I felt that I wasn't its match. One had to know that the original White Yiksha was not White Yiksha, but the White Knight Monarch. It was a powerful existence whose spirit lattice had not been shrunk. The Dragon of Origin that White Yiksha mentioned made the White Knight Monarch feel that he was not its match. Without a doubt, the other party must be an existence that exceeds a single digit. White Yiksha judged. By the way, White Yiksha, are there no single-digit existences in Hakata? Chapter 887. Wu Ming had been in Hakata for a while and had seen existences with 3 to 7 digits. Although White Yiksha had fallen from 2 digits to 4 digits because he had converted to Buddhism, Wu Ming had a rough understanding of the strength of 2 digits after fighting with Az Dakaha. After all, Az Dakaha, who had the black soil root, could no longer be in 3 digits. He had almost displayed the strength of 2 digits, but Az Dakaha's essence was still in 3 digits. However, Wu Ming had never heard of or seen the existence of a single digit. In the ancient books in No Name's underground library, Wu Ming had not found any content related to a single digit. Therefore, Wu Ming could not help but be curious about a single digit. Actually, from 3 digits onward, you can't divide them according to strength. You have to look at your own spirit lattice. Logically speaking, below 3 digits, you had to look at your spirit lattice to divide them. However, spirit lattice below 3 digits did not have an overwhelming effect on strength. Therefore, from 3 digits onward, you had to divide them according to strength. If your spirit lattice reached 2 digits, your strength would naturally be in 2 digits. Of course, there were those without spirit lattice. At that time, you could only look at your own strength. For example, 16 Knight's essence was human. In addition, there were no traces of spirit lattice on 16 Knight's body. Logically speaking, 16 Knights should be in the 7 digits. However, 16 Knights had an inhumanly strong physique. This allowed 16 Knights' strength to be in the 4 digits. Therefore, 16 Knights' strength was in the 4 digits. However, for an ordinary human to have the strength of 4 digits, 16 Knight's body probably had some hidden power that he had not figured out. In any case, that was what Wu Ming believed. After that, let's take a look at Az Dakaha. If 1,000,000 gods surrounded Az Dakaha and Az Dakaha activated Avesta to copy the strength of the 1,000,000 gods into himself, Az Dakaha's strength would instantly reach 2 digits. However, under normal circumstances, Az Dakaha's spirit lattice would still be in the 3 digits. Therefore, Az Dakaha's strength in Hakata was a 3-digit demon king who would not cower in the face of a 2-digit enemy. In short, not having a spirit lattice did not mean that one was weak. However, the stronger the spirit lattice, the stronger one was. As for the single digit you mentioned, there is none. With this foreshadowing, White Yiksha's answer to Wu Ming was much easier. None. Wu Ming was stunned. I can't say that there aren't any. 1-digit numbers do exist, but they're no longer creatures with self-awareness. They're things like laws. Since 1-digit numbers were something similar to laws, in that case, Hakata's strongest combat power is only in the 2 digits, right? Wu Ming deduced. You are not stupid. However, Hakata's 2-digit numbers are very rare. There are only 17 in total. As for the 2-digit level, do you know Shakyamuni? That bald donkey belongs to the 2-digit category. This made Wu Ming come to a realization. It turned out that there were only 17 2-digit numbers in Bok Sting. It was indeed as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. However, if the founder of the world's 3 major religions like Shakyamuni had a 2-digit number, then the main gods of other myths and religions' founders would probably have a 3-digit number. After all, there were only 17 2-digit numbers. However, Hakata had 100 god groups. There were very few god groups that could have a 2-digit number. However, 3-digit god groups were almighty. Therefore, most of the main gods of the god groups should have a 3-digit number. Only a very small number of the main gods of the god groups should have a 4-digit number. Ordinary gods would have a 5-digit number. Therefore, Hakata had said that Absolute Evil's clone body had the strength of a god. After all, most of Absolute Evil's clone bodies had a 5-digit number. A 6-digit number was in existence with some ability. A 7-digit number was probably an ordinary person. That's why I've never heard of the existence of a single-digit number after being in Hakata for so long. This suspicious point had been resolved. No, if it were now, there would still be a single-digit number, White Yiksha said as he stared at Wu Ming. Are you referring to me? Wu Ming pointed at himself. I'm referring to you. White Yiksha smiled knowingly at Wu Ming. Didn't you reveal your true body when you destroyed Az Dakaha? Although I don't know how you hid your spirit lattice, your body leaked a trace of the aura of a spirit lattice. Based on that aura, I can determine that even if I return the Godhead and retrieve the spirit lattice, I won't be your match. Furthermore, it will be an overwhelming victory. Without a doubt, you aren't on the same level as us. You are undoubtedly a single-digit number. The so-called spirit lattice referred to heritage and merit. Hyunryong's heritage was Hyunryong's, and the Villow's merit was the Villow's. Sawdrake was considered a figurehead. As the root dragon, Wu Ming didn't have any heritage or merit. Logically speaking, he didn't have a spirit lattice. Therefore, it wasn't that Wu Ming had hidden his spirit lattice, but that he really didn't have one. However, White Yiksha said that she had sensed it. As the root dragon, Wu Ming wasn't bound by the box court. Wu Ming guessed that his own status had replaced the spirit lattice, causing White Yiksha to make the wrong judgment. However, if one really only looked at Wu Ming's status, Wu Ming was indeed higher than any existence in the box court. At this moment, Wu Ming was an existence that was only one step away from entering the adult stage. Although he had not taken this crucial step, Wu Ming would definitely not be in the double digits now. After all, his hypostasis had been liberated to the maximum. In that case, he would definitely be in the single digits. However, you are much weaker than the root dragon I first encountered. Even so, I can determine that you aren't a two-digit number, but an existence higher than that. As a former two-digit number, White Yiksha's judgment was definitely correct. Although it was unbelievable, it was completely confirmed that Wu Ming was a one-digit number. After that, did you not see the root dragon again? Wu Ming asked again. The next time I saw you was you. Speaking of which, when I saw your true body previously, I couldn't recall it because it was too long ago. However, I kept feeling that it was déjà vu. Fortunately, I'm not that old. I still remember. White Yiksha opened her fan and waved it twice proudly. Then let's end it here. Since White Yiksha had nothing else to say, it was time to end it. No name, I will use my methods to take care of them in secret, but I still have to ask you to take care of them. Wu Ming's secret care was not as effective as White Yiksha's, the local snake's, care on the surface. You don't have to worry about this. Just based on the fact that you defeated absolute evil and No Name's performance during this period of time, No Name can be raised by a single digit to 6 digits. Furthermore, I'm prepared to give No Name the authority of a region ruler. The community's hierarchy was related to the entire community. It wasn't something that could be promoted just because one person made a significant contribution. However, 16 knights and the others had indeed contributed a lot to No Name during this period of time after coming to the box court. Just the matter of defeating absolute evil's avatar was enough. Their strength had also been recognized by the lower 6 or 7 digits. With Wu Ming's defeat of absolute evil as an opportunity, No Name would have no problem rising to 6 digits. As for the region ruler, there was no need to mention it. No Name was originally a region ruler, and now it had the strength. White Yiksha was just returning it to its rightful owner. Then I'll leave it to you. Chapter 888. After bidding farewell to White Yiksha, Wu Ming returned to No Name in the East District. After all, even if he wanted to leave, he had to at least let his companions know. What was rare was that Wu Ming did not directly use the teleportation gate to enter No Name. Instead, he used the teleportation gate to arrive at a place that was still some distance away from No Name. Wu Ming was prepared to walk into No Name on foot, treating it as an experience. After all, I don't know when I'll be back again. Wu Ming finished speaking and walked towards No Name. The first thing that entered Wu Ming's eyes were naturally the two stone giants guarding the door. Then, Pest appeared in front of Wu Ming's eyes. Pest. Pest stood at the door, as if he had guessed that Wu Ming would go through the main entrance and quietly waited for him. Master, Senior Letitia asked me to wait for you here. Pest called out with some reluctance and even bowed. However, due to Wu Ming's abuse of power, Pest did not dare to be rude. He had always listened to Wu Ming and the others in no name. As expected, he guessed it in the end. Wu Ming revealed a half-helpless and half-happy smile. He was helpless that his actions had been guessed. It was really contradictory that his companions could guess his actions. Let's go, Pest. Wu Ming did not say anything else. Since that was the case, the others in no name probably knew that Wu Ming was preparing to leave. After all, Wu Ming had come to the box court to find his body. Since he had already found it, there was no need for Wu Ming to continue staying. Master, are you leaving? Although Wu Ming knew that Pest definitely knew about this, Pest's bluntness still surprised Wu Ming. That's right. Speaking of which, who guessed that I was leaving first? Wu Ming also asked without mincing his words. 16 Knights in reverse. Pest had no intention of hiding anything and went straight to the point. It had to be said that the two of them were indeed a master-servant duo. They were really straightforward. Upon hearing Pest's reply, Wu Ming thought to himself, as expected. In the current no name, other than Wu Ming, only 16 knights had such a brain. However, Wu Ming knew that he was going to leave soon, so he didn't care about this. Forget it, I'll do as you wish today. After that, Pest didn't say anything. He just obediently led the way for Wu Ming. Speaking of which, did they hold a banquet? It doesn't look like he's in the house, and he even asked you to lead the way. It was obvious that Pest wasn't leading Wu Ming in the direction of the house. Instead, the two of them were circling around No Name's house. It looked like they were heading towards the back of the house. Yes, Senior Letitia and the others have prepared a banquet for Master. Firstly, it's to celebrate Master defeating absolute evil. Secondly, it's to bid Master farewell. Wu Ming nodded silently. If that was the case, the entire No Name would be present. It was no wonder that it wasn't in the house. After all, even if No Name didn't have many members, there were still more than 100 of them. Most importantly, most of them were children. Compared to holding a banquet in the house, it was more comfortable to hold it in the open air. It could be said that they were considerate of the children. Wu Ming turned his gaze and saw Pest's frail, childlike figure. Although Pest was the Demon King, he was only pushed to the front by the 80 million wraiths who died from the Black Death as their representative and sat on the Demon King's throne. To be honest, Pest was just a child. Pest, have you mastered 4-digit strength recently? Wu Ming's tone was like an elder caring for a junior. Hearing Wu Ming's words, Pest froze for a moment and his footsteps slowed. But shortly after, Pest regained his composure and continued walking forward. Are you wondering why I care about you? Wu Ming, who saw through Pest's thoughts, asked again. Yes. Pest, who was walking in front of Wu Ming, nodded and replied softly. Thinking about it, it's not strange at all. You're my servant, so of course I care about you. Little did he know that Wu Ming's words could easily cause misunderstandings. Although Pest wouldn't misunderstand, these words were still jarring to Pest's ears. Pest stopped in his tracks and spoke with a heavy tone. But I'm only a slave of the master of No Name. Pest didn't care about Wu Ming's identity and began to throw caution to the wind. After all, she was the Demon King who was defeated by Wu Ming. She was a defeated Demon King who belonged to No Name. To be honest, although there was a saying that a defeated Demon King would be included in the community of the person who defeated them, this rule wasn't mandatory. If the community didn't need it, they could reject it. From Pest's point of view, the reason she was included in No Name was because No Name currently lacked combat power. If that wasn't the case, what awaited Pest would be death. Now that the community lacked manpower, Pest was included, so she was no different from a slave of No Name. Previously, when Wuming was talking about his experiences in the Northern District in the chat room, although Pest was present, she didn't speak. She only listened quietly as if she didn't have the right to speak. In the end, it was because of this reason. However, this was Pest's personal opinion. In fact, no one in No Name thought of Pest as a slave. Not even the slightest bit. Since she was part of the community, everyone was a family. Back then, Letitia joined No Name because she was defeated by the main force of the previous generation of No Name. Now, Letitia was completely integrated into No Name. She didn't look like a slave at all. Instead, Black Rabbit treated her intimately and even called Letitia Senior. First of all, we don't mean to treat you as a slave. That's just what you think. Wuming used his status as Pest's master to walk to Pest's side and rub Pest's little head with his large hand, as if telling Pest not to think too much. No one in No Name has ever ordered you around, right? And I didn't give you any unreasonable orders. Moreover, Wuming didn't give Pest many orders. Ever since he summoned Pest, Wuming had been running around outside and didn't see Pest much. You have to work hard to communicate with the others in the community, Pest. However, Pest didn't seem to care. I don't think I can communicate with the people of the community who killed my companions and enslaved me. That was true, but Pest was still a child. In this regard, Wuming could only sigh silently. Then, Wuming quietly reached his hand into the golden ripples that had opened up at some point and searched for something. Then, Wuming placed the item in front of Pest. Here. Chapter 889. What appeared in front of Pester was a bunch of cotton candy. Pester was stunned when she saw the cotton candy. This reminded her of the first time she met Wuming. At that time, Wuming had also bought cotton candy for her. She had to admit that the cotton candy was quite sweet. Let's not talk about how you are with the others for now. We have to get closer to each other. This cotton candy was bought by Wuming the last time. It was kept fresh by magic, so it had been left in Wuming's space. However, Pester didn't take it and turned her head to the side. Also, about your companions, if you use the method I used to summon you, they will definitely respond. However, when Wuming finished speaking, Pester was clearly stunned. You need a holy relic, right? I don't have their holy relic, Pester said in a fit of pique. Luting's case wasn't too bad. The flute she used was left behind, but it had been confiscated by White Yiksha. It was difficult to find it back. As for Wei Shi, he really didn't leave anything behind after disappearing. You should have seen how powerful your master is, right? Even without the holy relic, I can still find them. This is the agreement between you and your master. Trust me. To put it simply, Wuming was prepared to use the Great Origin to continue cheating. As someone who had seen Wuming's main body the moment they formed the contract, Pester naturally understood that Wuming was special. Since it was a promise made by such a person, it definitely wouldn't be a lie. However, Pester still seemed to be a little hesitant. She moved her small hand and wanted to grab the cotton candy in front of her, but she couldn't make up her mind. Take it. Wuming grabbed Pester's hand and placed the cotton candy stick in her hand. If you need anything in the future, just tell your master. I'm your master. Although Pest was summoned as an Avenger, it didn't mean that he had revenge in his heart. It was just that the Avenger job was most suitable for him. After Wuming finished speaking, he didn't care about Pest's reaction. He held Pest's hand, which was still holding the cotton candy, and headed towards their destination. At this moment, Pest felt his heart warming up a little. Pester raised his head slightly and looked at Wuming. He started to think that his master wasn't that bad after all. One more thing. You have to build a good relationship with the other members of the community. Don't keep a straight face all the time, got it? Wu-Ming was like a long-winded father, constantly reminding Pest. But Pest couldn't refute that. I got it. The favorability points that he had just added dropped instantly. Before this, Pest was ready to go all out. Even if Pester angered Wu-Ming with her words and Wu-Ming wanted to kill her, it didn't matter. But now, her words were restricted. In addition, Wu-Ming was Pest's master. In short, Pest couldn't raise his head in front of Wu-Ming now. However, when Wu-Ming saw Pest's helpless expression, Wu-Ming also felt helpless. Forget it. Let's take it slow. After all, Rome wasn't built in a day. He didn't want to force Pest. As long as there was change, it didn't matter if it took a long time. However, just as Wu-Ming and Pest were chatting, the two had already arrived at their destination. As everyone knew, as the largest community in the Lower East District, No Name's land was very vast. Behind No Name's castle-shaped building, there was a large open space. No one knew what it was for, but it was very spacious. At this moment, dozens of tables were placed on the originally spacious ground. The tables were covered with a not-so-fancy tablecloth. Plates of different shapes and sizes were placed on the tablecloth, and on the plates were various delicacies from the box court world. Did you rob someone? Wu-Ming couldn't help but shout when he saw this scene. After all, there were so many sumptuous delicacies. Whether it was the appearance, color, or even the aroma that Wu-Ming smelled, it all represented the value of these delicacies. How could it be a robbery, Mr. Villo? Everyone bought these from a high-class restaurant together. Black Rabbit's very recognizable voice came from behind Wu-Ming. Wu-Ming turned his head. More than 100 people stood not far behind Wu-Ming. Without a doubt, after seeing Wu-Ming arrive, they secretly came out from the nearby building. Although Wu-Ming used his psychic ability to detect them, he had to pretend that he didn't know. Among the community members, most of the children were lined up like bushes. Compared to these children, Black Rabbit, 16 Knights, and the others clearly had the advantage of height. Even Letitia in her lowly form was half a head taller than these children. Perhaps, only Ren and Pest were as tall as these children of the community. Oh, Pest is actually holding hands with the Villo. Jiuyu and Osaka looked at Pest, who was holding hands with Wu-Ming, as if he didn't care about the situation. There's a situation. Haruai Hiroyuki, who was holding the three-furred cat, said simply, but the gossipy look in his eyes proved that this guy and Jiuyu and Osaka were both problematic children. Hearing this, Pest also reacted. He immediately shook off Wu-Ming's hand and shrunk to the side. I think the two of you have nothing better to do. Wu-Ming looked at Jiuyu and Osaka and Haruai Hiroyuki as if he had already given up. The heavens took pity on him. He really didn't have any messy thoughts about Pest, but being ridiculed by others really made Wu-Ming a little unhappy. Wu-Ming stopped looking at Jiuyu and Osaka and Haruai Hiroyuki and looked at Ren and Black Rabbit. Since I'm already here, don't let the children stand there like idiots. Hurry up and eat. After all, they were supposed to celebrate and send off Wu-Ming, so they had to let Wu-Ming speak first. Otherwise, they would have already started eating. They didn't need to wait for Wu-Ming. Wu-Ming's sharp eyes noticed that many children were salivating. They hadn't eaten such good food in the past 3 years. It was the same even 3 years ago. After all, 3 years ago, most of their teeth weren't fully grown yet. Naturally, they couldn't eat such delicious food. More importantly, 3 years ago, some of the children didn't even know how to walk yet. In short, they were basking in Wu-Ming's glory today. Alright, everyone. Since Mr. Villo is here, let's start the banquet. Oh, oh, oh. The cheers of the children seemed to break through the sky. This made Wu-Ming feel a little deafened. Sure enough, the children were hot-blooded and their voices were loud. Under Black Rabbit's encouragement and lead, the children, including Ren, happily ran to the front of the tables and began the long-awaited journey of delicious food. Chapter 890. Even Pest was squeezed to the edge of the table by the crowd of over 100 children. However, Pest, who had never faced such a situation before, was instantly at a loss. He glanced at Wu Ming from time to time, trying to seek help from Wu Ming. However, only Wu Ming's lips responded to Pest, "Eat as much as you can." If it was said that some of the children in No Name had enjoyed such delicacies before, then Pest was the only one who had never seen such a sumptuous meal in front of him. After all, Pest couldn't even fill his stomach when he came to the box court. After coming to the box court, Pest, who was bent on revenge, had never enjoyed such delicacies before. The considerate Wu Ming naturally wouldn't stop Pest from enjoying the delicacies. Pest looked at Wu Ming resentfully and was still hesitating. But soon, Pest was surrounded by Lily and a few other warm-hearted children. He half-willingly and half-forced to enjoy the delicacies with them. As expected, they are a bunch of children. Wu Ming looked at this heartwarming scene and was in a rather good mood. Although it's a banquet held with the excuse of celebrating you, that's just a passing remark. It's actually just to let the children of the community enjoy a rare celebration. 16 Knights walked to Wu Ming's side and crossed his arms behind his head. He looked at the children of the community eating heartily with a smile on his face. I don't know when our Lord 16 Knights has become so arrogant. Wu Ming crossed his arms and looked at 16 Knights with the same gaze that Juya Sudara and Kasuga Yayoi used to look at Wu Ming and Pest, mocking him. Oh, you want to play games with me? I'm very confident. 16 Knights' eyes flashed as he looked directly at Wu Ming. I don't want to play games with you. Wu Ming spread his arms and looked like he was surrendering. What a joke. Who could beat a problem child when it came to talking? Wu Ming would not ask for a snub. By the way, when did you start preparing? Wu Ming was naturally referring to the banquet in front of him. The dozens of tables of delicacies in front of him must have taken a lot of effort. Even if he counted from the time Wu Ming left to find White Yiksha, time was rather tight. Letitia, who did not participate in the banquet and was standing behind Wu Ming, suddenly spoke up. Master, actually, everyone has been planning this banquet to celebrate the community's continuous progress. It's just that you didn't know about it. Because they had already started preparing, the members of No Name were able to prepare these delicacies in such a short period of time. At the same time, it was precisely because 16th Night had already started preparing for it that celebrating and sending off Wu Ming was really just a matter of convenience. In other words, 16th Night wasn't lying. Ahem. Indeed, we should hold a banquet like this. Wu Ming ignored 16th Night's teasing gaze as he coughed. Since the community had begun to develop steadily, they could not always lead a hard life. How could it be that they were eating chaff when they had a house full of gold? Of course, no matter what, it had to be done in moderation. By the way, since it's a banquet, Letitia, there's no need for you to be my maid anymore. Join the banquet with Black Rabbit and the others. Look, aren't they greeting you? Wu Ming was not wrong. Black Rabbit, Lily, Ren, and many other children of the community, as well as Jo Yuasuke and Kasuga Hikari, who had already joined the banquet, were all greeting them from time to time. I'm afraid they're calling for you, Master. Letitia playfully retorted. Letitia's words were not without reason. They might actually be calling for Wu Ming and the other two who had not yet joined the banquet. At that moment, Wu Ming could only smile and shake his head helplessly. Let's go. Although you're just a matter of convenience, we're still here to celebrate and send you off. After 16th Night finished speaking, she ignored Wu Ming and went straight to the banquet. I really don't know what to do with you guys. After all, Wu Ming had already said that he would follow the wishes of everyone in the community. If that was the case, then it was better to comply. Not sure if it was the universe or some other special space that stretched as far as the eye could see, there were large transparent yet opaque balls arranged in a regular pattern. A meteor was moving forward at a speed that normal people would not be able to see. It seemed as if there was no end to it. This was the gap between the worlds, a special space that had no end. Between the worlds. And that meteor was Wu-Ming, who had left the box garden world. After happily attending the banquet, Wu-Ming interacted with his no-name companions for a while, gave Letitia and Pest some instructions, and chatted with 16 Knights Reversal for a while. After that, Wu-Ming left in an extremely natural manner, as though he was going out. There were no excessive goodbyes, no complicated words. It was really as if he was going out for a normal trip. At most, it could be considered as a long trip. Wu-Ming left just like that. The main force of No Name understood that Wu-Ming's long trip this time was not simple. However, no one directly said it out loud. Instead, they treated it as normal. They did not think that Wu-Ming would really not return. They all believed in Wu-Ming and believed that he would definitely return soon. Just like what Wu-Ming had said to White Yiksha and Vera previously, it was fine as long as they trusted Wu-Ming. There was no need to care about anything else. And 16th Night, Black Rabbit, and the others did the same. As for why, perhaps, this was what they meant by companions. Wu-Ming collected his scattered thoughts, shook his head, and suppressed these thoughts. He then increased his flying speed. Because Wu-Ming's body had spent a long time in the box garden world, his entire dragon body had been greatly strengthened. Therefore, even if he did not deliberately activate his phoenix transformation and only revealed his original body, it was already easy for him to reach this speed. At this moment, Wu-Ming was preparing to use his body to fly through the gap between the worlds to return to the route. Because Wu-Ming's backup machine was guarding the route, the entire route was hidden. Even the entrance was not the one that Wu-Ming had seen before. Apart from using a special method to enter, or Wu-Ming removing the route's concealment, there was no other way to enter the route. However, Wu-Ming's backup machine inside the route was like a lighthouse that guided Wu-Ming through the fog at night. Wu-Ming only needed to rely on his senses to constantly move forward, and he would be able to reach the route. For example, Wu-Ming did not know what was going on. All he saw was the scenery around him blurring, and Wu-Ming had returned to the route. Chapter 891. It felt as though he had fallen into an environment, but Wu-Ming knew that it was just a special way for Wu-Ming to enter the route through his backup machine. The route was still the same universe, and there were not many changes. On the platform at the center of the route, a white dragon that was smaller than Wu-Ming's curled up body and spread its wings. It lay there quietly as though it was asleep, but at the same time, it looked like it had lost its life. In short, it was quite contradictory. That was Wu-Ming's backup machine. It wasn't wrong to say that it was alive, but it wasn't wrong to say that it wasn't alive either. If you really had to name it, it was a mechanical life form mixed with magic. Like a swallow returning to its nest, Wu-Ming flew to the platform naturally. The small platform automatically expanded a little after Wu-Ming flew over, just enough to accommodate Wu-Ming and his backup machine. Even so, the space around them did not change at all, as though it was infinite space. That was not wrong. After all, this was the route, and there was no concept of size in the space inside. Not to mention space, there was not even the concept of time. It was just like the route of the M-shaped moon, where everything was chaotic. The route was essentially the same. Apart from Wu-Ming and the route Black Mud, which was born from the route, no one could walk out of the route alive after entering. After landing on the platform, Wu-Ming had no intention of putting away his backup machine. He continued to let the backup machine act as the host and take control of the route. After all, Wu-Ming would have to leave again soon. Although it doesn't feel real, I've become a lot stronger. Looking at the backup machine next to him, Wu-Ming could feel that his body had indeed grown a lot in size at such a close distance. Compared to the backup machine in the route, Wu-Ming was now many times bigger. Wu-Ming even felt like the backup machine beside him was a figurine. Although Wu-Ming's body could freely expand or shrink, the size of his body in the realm of worlds was something that Wu-Ming subconsciously controlled. In other words, Wu-Ming's current size was what Wu-Ming subconsciously thought was appropriate. This meant that Wu-Ming's strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. After confirming the increase in his strength once again, Wu-Ming made up his mind. It was time to find trouble with Gidia. But before that, Wu-Ming had to act on the promise he made in the box world. He had to help Pest summon Wesley and Latine, punish the person behind Galji's words, and finally, and most importantly, the problem of absolute evil in the box world. However, Wu-Ming didn't intend to let himself handle these matters. Wu-Ming was going to let Collis help Wu-Ming with these matters. It wasn't that Wu-Ming was lazy. Collis could totally do it, and the results might be several times better than Wu-Ming's. Collis's brain alone was hundreds of millions of times faster than a human computer. In addition, Collis was a product of the mysterious realm, so her efficiency was many times higher than Wu-Ming's. She could do these things with half the effort. That was why Wu-Ming had the idea of letting Collis do it for him. When Collis and Wu-Ming's bodies were lost in the box world, Wu-Ming was troubled by certain things. Now, he had finally found Collis. If everything was left to Collis, what would Wu-Ming do? Wu-Ming was naturally going to make a trip to the seventh singularity. As early as when Wu-Ming obtained his dependent avatar, he could already multitask. In other words, even if his consciousness stayed in the root, he could still control the spirit base avatar to go to the singularity in real time. It was just that Wu-Ming didn't like to do it. Wu-Ming felt that it was a little perfunctory. If he got used to it, he was afraid that the future Wu-Ming would become a central processing machine. Although it would not cause schizophrenia, Wu-Ming still liked to put all his consciousness into the spirit base avatar and use it to encounter anything in the singularity. Such words made Wu-Ming feel like he was more like a human than the mysterious and noble origin dragon. Taking a step back, Wu-Ming had already left the trivial things to Collis to prepare. If he stayed in the root, he would have nothing to do. So, he might as well put all his attention into the spirit base avatar and seriously deal with everything that he encountered. I suffered a big loss at Gorgon's hands. How can I not get back at him? After temporarily taking over control of the standby machine, Wu-Ming lay on the platform. Some of the necessary details still had to be handled by Wu-Ming himself. After that, he could leave it to Collis. I wonder how Tachika and the others are doing. According to Wu-Ming's speculation, Tachika and the others should have reached the last singularity by now. Just in time. I can solve the problem of absolute evil while I'm at it. He decided to solve the problem of the singularity as soon as possible, and then go on a crusade against Gidia with Tachika and the others. Wu-Ming stretched out his dragon claw and tapped the empty space in front of him. A naked spirit base avatar appeared in front of Wu-Ming, and the face was exactly the face of Wu-Ming's human form. Then, Wu-Ming spoke to Enkidu and Collis. Enkidu, Collis, I'm counting on you. Wu-Ming meant for Enkidu and Collis to accompany Wu-Ming's spirit base to the singularity in the form of avatars. Enkidu didn't say anything. Instead, the golden heaven lock wrapped around Wu-Ming's dragon claw arrived in front of Wu-Ming's spirit base like a swimming dragon, causing a series of clanking sounds. The wedge at the tip of the heaven lock gently tapped Wu-Ming's spirit base. In an instant, a silver-white chain appeared on Wu-Ming's body. Not only that, but the silver-white chain also had a hint of gold, which made it look quite extraordinary. From this, it could be seen that Enkidu had already connected his avatar to Wu-Ming's spirit base. Next was Collis's turn. Hum. A buzzing sound that sounded like an auditory hallucination appeared inside the great source. However, this wasn't an auditory hallucination, but rather the sound of Collis's movements. Wu-Ming even felt his head vibrating slightly. Instantly, an invisible and mysterious signal like an electric wave was emitted from the dragon horn headpiece on Wu-Ming's head. In the next second, a headpiece that looked like a dragon horn crown appeared on Wu Ming's avatar's head, shining with a light that seemed to be full of wisdom. At this moment, Collis had also completed the connection with Wu Ming's spirit base. Next, it's absolute evil. Chapter 892. With that, Wu Ming waved his hand, and Az Dakaha's three-headed dragon body appeared in the center of Wu Ming's dragon claw. Wu Ming tapped Az Dakaha's body lightly, and for some unknown reason, Az Dakaha's body instantly disintegrated into mysterious particles, and all of them were absorbed into the newly created spirit base by Wu Ming. In that case, Collis, you must complete the absolute evil problem first. After all, if he did not complete the absolute evil problem first, this spirit base would not be able to be used in the singularity. Yes, Master. The dragon horn on Wu Ming's head responded. Then, Wu Ming gave Collis the authority. After everything was ready, Wu Ming tapped his spirit base lightly. Go. A summoning magic circle appeared under the spirit base's feet, and in an instant, Wu Ming's spirit base disappeared. Collis, Enkidu, I'll leave it to you. Wu Ming finished and fell into a deep sleep. The moment Wu Ming fell into a deep sleep, the golden chains wrapped around Wu Ming's dragon claw rattled, and as if they were endless, they danced around the entire route, as if they were protecting Wu Ming, who was at the center of the platform. At the same time, the dragon horn on Wu Ming's head also glowed, as if it was using Wu Ming's authority to do something. Soon after, the entire route fell into darkness once more. Only the golden chains that covered the route and Wu Ming's dragon horn headdress shone, both of them fulfilling their duty to the fullest. In the northern fir forest, in an inconspicuous bush, a magic array suddenly appeared and glowed brightly. The light of the magic circle disappeared, and the magic circle lost its form, but a figure appeared in the bush. How did I end up here? Wu Ming walked out of the bush, took off the grass and other things on his body, and used magic to transform into a set of Europe clothes. Wu Ming began to complain. By the way, this should be Gorgon's territory, right? How did I end up here? When Wu Ming inserted the spirit base into the Mesopotamia singularity, he clearly aimed in the direction of the Uruk, and Wu Ming thought that no matter what, he could at least get closer to the Uruk. But instead of getting close to the Uruk, he ended up near the enemy's base. Although Gorgon said that she would not come out of her temple before she recovered, if Wu Ming, who once heavily injured her, appeared in front of Gorgon's gate again, she might not be able to resist the urge to come out and beat him. In any case, I should leave this place first. As for the idea of taking advantage of this opportunity to kill Gorgon, Wu Ming had considered it before, but the real enemy was probably not Gorgon. Wu Ming thought of the dream he had the night when he left the Quetzalcoatl's territory. At that time, Wu Ming only sensed that there was a stronger enemy behind all this, and according to his discussion with Gilgamesh and Merlin, that existence was probably the real Tiamat. He did not know what effect eliminating Gorgon would have on Tiamat. If it could weaken Tiamat, it would be best, but if Gorgon's death caused Tiamat to appear in person, it would be really bad. Collis hadn't dealt with the absolute evil issue yet, and Wu Ming's current spiritual base was temporarily no match for Tiamat, so he had to wait for a while. Then, according to his own judgment, Wu Ming began to move in the direction of the Uruk. In order to avoid encountering magical beasts that might exist in the fir forest, Wu Ming did not choose to directly pass through the fir forest. Instead, he chose to detour to the highlands in the southwest, preparing to return to the Uruk from there. Even if it was a magical beast, it was impossible to run to such a desolate place. That was why Wu Ming chose this place. Standing on a bare mountainous platform, Wu Ming couldn't help but complain. If the magical beasts can detour from the mountainous area, perhaps the Uruk will be doomed. But that was impossible. Gorgon alone couldn't produce a large number of magical beasts with the ability to fly or travel in the highlands. Besides, if it could, perhaps Gorgon would have done so long ago and there would be no need for it to fight to the death with the humans on the magical beast's front. Could it be that Gorgon was waiting for something? In Wu Ming's opinion, this was too unrealistic. And as a non-human servant, Wu Ming naturally heard it clearly. Snore. As the growl got closer, Wu Ming scanned his surroundings. Wu Ming was standing on a small platform, but even if it was a platform, it was still a highland. Therefore, if there were creatures walking from a low place to a high place, Wu Ming wouldn't be able to see those creatures with his eyes because of the wide platform. And if those creatures spread to surround them, not to mention ordinary people, even the slightly weaker servants could only wait for death. That's right, Wu Ming was surrounded. Wu Ming's mental power clearly transmitted the images of the creatures that were constantly spreading to Wu Ming's mind. They were some red-haired magical beasts that were more than 2 meters tall and looked like hyenas. Yulidim, Silent's eyes shone with a bright light. The last time he came to this singularity, Wu Ming saw a magical beast called Yulidim produced by Gorgon, but they seemed to be a lot bigger than the last time I saw them. As mentioned before, these Yulidim were more than 2 meters tall. Roughly speaking, they were more than 2.5 meters tall, close to 3 meters tall. The Yulidim that Wu Ming saw last time weren't that big, at most, they were more than 2 meters tall. As a result, these Yulidim that appeared in front of Wu Ming were close to 3 meters tall. I'm afraid that Gorgon is really focused on healing his injuries. Otherwise, how could there be so many Yulidim? At present, only Gorgon didn't go out to heal his injuries and focused on producing enhanced magical beasts could explain why these Yulidim were so big. Are they treating me as prey? Wu Ming couldn't help but scratch his head. They should be able to realize that Wu Ming wasn't a human, or they couldn't see the difference in strength between the two sides. It was fine if they couldn't feel the difference in strength, but Wu Ming was emitting a very dangerous aura at the moment. Magical beasts were also beasts, and their perception of danger wasn't as slow as humans. But even if they felt Wu Ming's powerful aura, the Yulidim were still quite bold and bravely surrounded Wu Ming. It seems that there is a leader behind the command. It was precisely because of the existence of a leader that these Yulidim didn't retreat because of Wu Ming's aura. After all, hyenas relied on numbers to compete with leopards and lions for food. Chapter 893. Unfortunately, at this moment, Wu Ming was neither an ordinary person nor a weak servant. He was a divine servant with an extremely powerful spirit base index. It could only be said that the leader of Yulidim had found the wrong prey. Wu Ming would treat them as prey instead. While Wu Ming was thinking, all the Yulidim climbed up the platform and completely surrounded Wu Ming. However, these Yulidim did not launch an attack. They just surrounded Wu Ming as if waiting for something. Then, the earth began to tremble. Boom! 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 A behemoth walked up from the mountainous platform. It was a red-haired, golden-haired kobold with a rag around its waist. Because it walked upright, it was much taller than the other Yulidim, and its body was full of muscles. Compared to Wu Ming, it was like a small giant. Its head was the same as the head of the Yulidim, but this kobold's eyes were blood red. There were no whites or eyeballs. They were completely blood red, just like a berserker who had gone berserk from all the killing. The key point was that this kobold exuded a much stronger aura than the other Yulidim. It seemed that this kobold was the leader of these Yulidim. Roar! The kobold roared at Wu Ming as if it was saying something, but ordinary people could not understand the language of the demonic beasts. However, Wu Ming unexpectedly understood. The kobold's general idea was more or less like this: I am Yulidim, one of the 11 sons of Tiamat. I am also a son of the Mother Goddess. Why do you betray the Mother Goddess, Lachum? This made Wu Ming confused. How did he become Lachum? Although Wu Ming did not know why the kobold called him Lachum, he understood one thing. The kobold walking upright in front of him was different from other mass-produced demonic beasts. It was probably the real Yulidim of the 11 sons of Tiamat. The original Yulidim alone was far more intimidating than the mass-produced Yulidim. If this Yulidim was converted into a servant, it was probably a god-level servant, and a very strong one. There were also levels in the god level. Take Absolute Evil's avatar for example. Absolute Evil's two-headed dragon avatar was mostly a 5-digit number, which was a god-level disaster. But first of all, anything above 5 digits was a god level. And if the Eulidim in front of Wu Ming was a god-level servant, it was at least a top-level god-level servant. Legend has it that the god Kingu led the 11 sons of Tiamat to fight against the Sumer gods. Although the result was a defeat, the fact that the 11 sons of Tiamat could fight against the Sumer gods was enough to show the strength of the 11 sons of Tiamat. If such an existence interfered with the demonic beasts in the north wall, even if there were many servants on the front line, it would be quite difficult to resist. Not to mention that this guy seemed to be quite smart. As for why? Just based on Wu Ming's encounter with Eulidim in this mountainous region. Wu Ming wanted to bypass the demonic beasts in the north wall through the southwest mountains and return to Uruk. And these Eulidim happened to ambush Wu Ming. Obviously, these Eulidim came here in advance. In that case, could Wu Ming think that these Eulidim were also preparing to bypass the demonic beasts and attack the Uruk? If it was really an irrational demonic beast, it wouldn't choose to go through the mountains. Only in the presence of this Eulidim leader would these Eulidim follow the leader into the mountains. Perhaps it accidentally found Wu Ming coming out of the fir forest, so the kobold Eulidim chose to ambush him. I don't care what Lachim you are. You just want to hunt me. After Wu Ming finished speaking, the kobold Eulidim showed a human-like smile, as if admitting that Wu Ming was right. What a coincidence. I also want to hunt you, Honorable the 11 Sons. Wu Ming said. The distorted golden 7-headed snake staff emerged from the ripples beside him and fell into Wu Ming's palm. Wu Ming's spirit base was rider, but that didn't stop Wu Ming from acting as a caster. Roar! The original Eulidim roared. Along with Eulidim's roar, the other mass-produced Eulidim rushed toward Wu Ming. At that moment, it was as if a sea of red and yellow was about to devour Wu Ming. Wu Ming didn't panic. He tapped the 7-headed snake staff on the ground gently, and letter-like special runes covered the ground, which were trampled by the charging Eulidim. Crack! With a crack, the Eulidim closest to Wu Ming was instantly frozen. Although the ice was very thick, the frozen Eulidim could be seen clearly. For example, the frozen Eulidim closest to Wu Ming still had a ferocious expression on its face. It was simply lifelike. Whether it was the rippling hair due to running and jumping in the ice, or the unknown shredded flesh between its teeth, Wu Ming saw it all. Feeling the chill of the ice, some of the unfrozen Eulidim in the rear felt a little afraid and took 2 steps back. But because of the original Eulidim, they didn't dare to run away directly. Even if the minions are strengthened, they are still minions. Silent Wonder tapped the ground with his 7-headed snake staff once more, shattering the ice that sealed Eulidim. Eulidim and the rest of the ice turned into fine powder and scattered on the ground. The ground was covered in a layer of white, without a single trace of blood to be seen. This made the mass-produced Eulidim even more terrified. Some of them even turned around and ran away in fear. But in the next second, these mass-produced Eulidim were smashed into pieces by several other Eulidim that flew out of nowhere. Disgusting purplish-black blood splattered all over the ground, and indistinguishable broken limbs and flesh splattered everywhere. The remaining nerves made some of the flesh move twice, but it soon returned to normal. How cruel! Wu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the kobold Eulidim who had retracted its hand. He clearly saw that the kobold had casually grabbed a few Eulidim around it and threw them at the fleeing Eulidim. It seemed that the kobold didn't treat these mass-produced Eulidim as its own kind, but as tools instead. Roar! The kobold Eulidim roared a few more times, as if reprimanding these Eulidim for being useless. When the remaining Eulidim heard their leader's words, they slowly retreated from the platform. In an instant, only Wu Ming and the kobold were left on the platform. Chapter 894. Does this mean you want to duel me? Wu Ming saw through Eulidim's intentions. It wasn't hard to understand. After all, even if the mass-produced Ulidim rushed forward, it would be useless. As expected of the 11 sons of Tiamat. This guy isn't simple. He has some brains. Wu Ming thought to himself. Moreover, since he still chose to duel Wu Ming after seeing Wu Ming's methods, it meant that he was confident in his own strength. Moreover, he didn't show any mercy when dealing with the mass-produced Ulidim that were scared out of their wits. He didn't even treat the mass-produced Ulidim as his own kind and directly captured them as weapons to kill the few mass-produced Ulidim that tried to escape. In addition, this prototype Ulidim brought the mass-produced Ulidim to the southwest mountains. It was very likely that he wanted to bypass the front line of the demonic beasts and go to the Uruk. Such a smart, powerful, and resourceful demonic beast. If this guy was allowed to return to the fir forest, who knew how much damage it would cause to the demonic beast's front line? I can't let him go. This was Wu Ming's thought at the moment. Coincidentally, Ulidim also had the same thought at the moment. From the beginning, Ulidim commanded the mass-produced Ulidim to ambush and hunt. In fact, he was preparing to devour the traitor of the 11 sons of Tiamat. The cunning kobold Ulidim clearly knew that his compatriot Lachimo, Wu Ming, had betrayed the mother goddess. Hunting Lachimo would not only help the mother goddess get rid of a scourge, but it would also strengthen itself by devouring its own kind. Why not? I can't let him go. This was also Ulidim's thought at the moment. A servant and a demonic beast looked at each other. A battle was about to break out. Roar! Ulidim roared. He didn't use any weapons and rushed at Wu Ming barehanded. It seemed that he was very confident in his physical strength. Wu Ming, on the other hand, used the Yggdrasil spell on the staff of Anzirgong to test Ulidim. Fire, ice, holy light, darkness, lightning, and even poison. All sorts of magical attacks were unleashed by the staff of Anzirgong, but none of them had any effect on Ulidim. However, no matter what, these spells should have been able to hinder Ulidim for a moment or two. In the end, Ulidim didn't seem to be hindered at all. In the blink of an eye, it had reached Wu Ming's side and used its sharp claws to viciously swipe at Wu Ming. Although Tiamat and the 11 beasts were all defeated and killed by Sumer, this didn't mean that the 11 beasts were weak. On the contrary, they were very strong. The 11 sons that Tiamat gave birth to did not possess the authority of a god because they were demonic beasts. They were only born as demonic beasts that far surpassed the Sumer gods in terms of physical strength. They perfectly matched the strength of the demonic beasts born by the gods of creation. The magic of the staff of Anzirgong had no effect on Ulidim, one of the 11 demonic beasts that could fight against the gods. Wu Ming, who had guessed this result, used the substitute magic of the staff of Anzirgong to block Ulidim's claw attack. Then, Wu Ming put the staff of Anzirgong aside and let it float beside him. Then, he unhurriedly took out an ancient book from the golden ripples and opened it. It was the nameless spellbook that Wu Ming hadn't used for a long time. The nameless spellbook recorded all the magic related to YGG-SALL. Logically speaking, it should not have any offensive capabilities. The only reason the Shuoyu Mansion's temple could use the power of the nameless spellbook to release magic was because the Shuoyu Mansion was a silent temple. Therefore, he had a deep understanding of the useless Wu Ming of the nameless spellbook. As early as the root, Wu Ming had already transformed the nameless spellbook into a spellbook that could release the magic recorded in the book. If this was put in the lunar world, it would be the original spellbook of the original spellbook. In short, it was a super dangerous original spellbook. Since Wu Ming wanted to make a cameo appearance as caster, then he would definitely make a good cameo appearance. For example, he would use this spellbook. At the moment when Wu Ming took out the spellbook, Ulidim, who felt a sense of crisis, quickly retreated and took the initiative to open a distance from Wu Ming. As a magical beast, its beast instinct told it that if it rushed up, it was likely to be injured. It turned out that Ulidim's feeling was not wrong. A wind blade appeared around Wu Ming. It was a penetrating magic that could not be defended against, and its level was naturally the 10th order. Even if Eulitim's physical fitness was high, it would still be afraid when it encountered penetrating damage. You're quite alert. Wu Ming smiled. Indeed, if Eulitim rushed up just now, it would indeed be injured, or even lose an arm or a leg, so Eulitim and Wu Ming opened a distance. However, Silent Cry's initial goal wasn't to cast a penetrative tier 10 spell, but rather a supreme spell. The penetrative tier 10 spell was just a side dish that came along with it. At the moment when Wu Ming took out the Nameless Spellbook, he activated the plural supreme magic recorded in the Nameless Spellbook and entered the pre-roll. The supreme magic of Yggdrasil was a special skill with a very long pre-roll time. Generally, it was either an ambush in advance or using a Krypton item that could shorten the pre-roll time to achieve the effect of instant activation. The supreme magic recorded in the Nameless Spellbook was not immune to this drawback, and it also had a very long pre-roll time. But coincidentally, Wu Ming happened to have a Krypton item that could shorten the pre-roll time to instant activation. If the Kobold Eulitim had rushed up, Wu Ming would have immediately used the Krypton item, and Eulitim would have been covered by the supreme magic in an instant. But because of the penetrating magic surrounding Wu Ming, Eulitim did not rush up to Wu Ming, so Wu Ming did not activate the Krypton item. At the same time, because supreme magic users did not have any attack power when they were pre-roll, Eulitim was not too worried. It was only a little wary because of the penetrating magic surrounding Wu Ming. Simply put, it did not discover the existence of a supreme magic spell. The reason why the 11 magical beasts could not defeat the gods of Sumer was because they did not have the authority of the gods. In the end, they were defeated and killed by the gods who had the authority of the gods. And the plural supreme magic was comparable to the attack of the gods' authority. What Eulitim did not know was that although it had opened a distance from Wu Ming, it was still within the range of the supreme magic spell. Simply put, Eulitim was already half a step into the kingdom of death. Bang! Chapter 895. Wu Ming suddenly crushed the hourglass-like crystal in his hand. In an instant, extreme energy covered the surroundings with Wu Ming as the center. Sensing the danger, Eulitim's heart trembled. The other mass-produced Eulitim also fled in all directions, but it was all in vain. The white light of destruction covered them all in an instant. With Wu Ming as the center, a thick pillar of light appeared in the entire southwest mountain region. The pillar shot straight into the sky. The entire Mesopotamia shook as if there was a major earthquake. Even the Abif mountain in the northwest was shaken. Although they were demonic beasts, they were still children raised by Mother Earth. At this moment, the earth was angry. Although the demonic beasts that were attacking the north wall didn't panic to the point of running away, they subconsciously stopped their current actions due to the earthquake and stood rooted to the ground. Leonidas I, who was commanding the soldiers, was also shocked by the earthquake. However, he quickly realized that the earthquake wouldn't affect the north wall much. Now. Therefore, Leonidas I took the opportunity to command the soldiers to deal a heavy blow to the demonic beasts that were rooted to the ground due to their instincts. But then, the demonic beasts seemed to have been commanded and retreated one after another. Leonidas and the soldiers weren't surprised. They didn't chase after the demonic beasts. Instead, they cleaned up the battlefield. Rescuing the wounded, retrieving the corpses of the soldiers, cleaning up the wreckage of the demonic beasts, there were still many things to do. What happened over there? After that, Leonidas I looked in the direction of the pillar of light that was still continuing. Leonidas I shook his head silently. As the front line, all he needed to do was to defend. Anyway, King Gilgamesh in the Uruk must have seen it. There was no need for him to worry. Although the pterosaur acted as a carrier pigeon, it's still not as good as the wind demon. Leonidas I muttered to himself. He turned around and joined the ranks of cleaning up the battlefield. Leonidas I was right. The giant pillar of light covered such a wide area and was so powerful that the entire Mesopotamia could see it, not to mention the Uruk. the Uruk people all knelt on the ground. They all thought that God had appeared, and they all prayed devoutly. At the French skylight at the top of the tower, the sage king, Gilgamesh, who had returned from searching for the elixir of immortality for half a year, and the current chief priest, Siduri, stood together at the window and looked towards the southwest. Originally, Siduri had rushed over to report the earthquake to Gilgamesh in a panic. However, under the influence of Gilgamesh's calm aura, Siduri had also become calm. When the earthquake gradually subsided and the pillar of light slowly faded, Gilgamesh finally spoke. Hyunryong's return has already caused such a huge impact. How ostentatious. Upon hearing this, Siduri's face lit up with joy. King Gilgamesh. Are you saying that Lord Hyunryong is back? Siduri was still wondering what made King Gilgamesh put aside his work and observe. It turned out that Lord Hyunryong was back. Since Wuming and Gorgon were both injured, Gorgon was seriously injured and returned to his temple to recuperate, and Wuming directly disappeared. The Uruk people fell into a temporary panic. After that, it was Gilgamesh who spoke again to cheer the people up. The people who had not completely separated themselves from the gods naturally fell into a depression once again because of Hyunryong's return to fight against the enemy. The most serious one was Siduri. As a god who sincerely cared for the people of Mesopotamia, Hyunryong's temple was close to the Uruk and he worked for the people. Later on, he almost replaced the idol Ishtar as the Uruk city god. This made Siduri's devotion to Hyunryong surpass that of most other gods. She was even willing to sacrifice her life for Hyunryong. However, Hyunryong sacrificed himself in the process of fighting against the enemy god and disappeared again. How could this not make Siduri's heart not ache? However, as the chief priest, Siduri could not abandon her duties because of heartache and sadness. Perhaps because Gilgamesh noticed that Hyunryong's departure was a big blow to the Uruk, King Gilgamesh made a new speech to cheer up Siduri and even the entire Uruk people and restore their previous extremely optimistic state. However, this did not mean that Siduri would not be sad about Hyunryong's departure. Almost every few days, Siduri would go to the temple abandoned by Hyunryong to pray. Therefore, Siduri was quite excited when she heard the news of Hyunryong's return. Probably Hyunryong wanted to go from the highlands in the southwest to the Uruk, but he encountered Tiamat's 11 magical beasts and fought with them. As Gilgamesh spoke, he returned to the throne behind him, sat down, picked up the clay tablet, and began to deal with various affairs. "My king, should I send someone to welcome Lord Xianlong?" Greeting the return of a deity that he had devoutly believed in was something that should be done. Not only that, since Wuming could fight with the enemy in the southwest, it must mean that there were enemies there. Since there were enemies, it was hard to guarantee that there would be reinforcements. In the current situation, if more than half of the 11 sons of Tiamat besieged Hyunryong, there would definitely be an accident. A lot of things had happened in the past 6 months. After Gorgon was seriously injured by Wuming's self-destruction, he had been holed up in his temple in the fir forest all day long. Because of the battle between Hyunryong and Gorgon, the magical beasts produced by Gorgon were basically affected, causing a lot of casualties. The north wall was not attacked for a long time. However, on a certain day 3 months later, a large number of magical beasts flocked to the north wall, and there were 11 magical beast commanders with strength comparable to gods. They called themselves the 11 sons of Tiamat, and the existence that looked like Enkidu was one of them. If King Gilgamesh did not summon many servants to assassinate the 11 commanders at the cost of sacrificing themselves to buy time for the North Wall, perhaps the North Wall would have been breached by now. Even if Gorgon himself came in person, he would definitely choose to retreat after receiving that attack. "Don't worry about Hyunryong," Gilgamesh said while constantly changing the clay tablet in his hand. One by one, he quickly corrected the instructions on the clay tablet. Gilgamesh saw the attack just now. That kind of attack was like the combination of multiple military noble phantoms. Even Gorgon would certainly be injured, let alone the magical beasts. But, Siduri still wanted to say something, but at this time, Gilgamesh put down the clay tablet in his hand and looked up as if he could not stand Siduri anymore. Which servants are there in the south now? Chapter 896. Siduri's veiled face revealed a hint of joy. Judging from King Gilgamesh's words, did he agree to support and welcome Lord Hyunryong back? Yes, my king. Chaldea has just been sent by my king to the southern jungle to support the feathered serpent god. However, before Siduri could finish her sentence, Gilgamesh instantly interrupted her. Then let Chaldea welcome Hyunryong. Moreover, they have formed a bond with Hyunryong. They are the best candidates. After Gilgamesh finished speaking, he once again picked up the clay tablet with his clawed hand. At this moment, there were still many things waiting for him to deal with in Mesopotamia. He couldn't afford to waste a single second. If he delayed any longer, he wouldn't even have time to sleep. Bond. My king, are you referring to the matter of the master of Chaldea possessing Lord Hyunryong's scale? Siduri clearly remembered that when Merlin brought Chaldea and her party to the Uruk, when they approached the shrine of Hyunryong in the Uruk, the girl took out the scale because it was hot and was coincidentally discovered by Siduri. After seeing that the scale was connected to the shrine, Siduri reported the matter to King Gilgamesh. According to the master of Chaldea, the scale was a gift from a friend who had helped them in other singularities. It was said that it would be useful in this singularity. Siduri still remembered King Gilgamesh's reaction at that time. After learning about this matter, King Gilgamesh did not seem to care. However, when he met the master of Chaldea, the first thing he asked was to see the hot dragon scale. He was obviously anxious, but he had to show a calm expression. Siduri did not know what to say about King Gilgamesh. After confirming that it was a dragon scale condensed from Hyunryong's magic, Gilgamesh was very happy to give the master of Chaldea and her followers an extraordinary trial. At that time, Siduri wondered if King Gilgamesh wanted to kill Chaldea and her party. After that, it was said that the people in the Chaldea organization were in an uproar. It would be a joke if they died in the hands of their allies after passing through 6 singularities. However, because of this, Chaldea also confirmed that King Gilgamesh was really a former tyrant. In short, a certain person who sounded like a loser to Siduri had a shadow in her heart. In the end, it was King Gilgamesh's court magician, Merlin, who brought Chaldea and her party back. Under the condition of not touching King Gilgamesh's bottom line, he helped Chaldea and her party a little. This allowed Chaldea and her party to barely pass the trial. This king is especially strict with outsiders who suddenly join because the entire Mesopotamia has become extremely dangerous. Although you barely passed, you completed it with the help of Merlin. This is enough to prove that you are not qualified. You should train in the Uruk for a period of time first, bastards. Siduri wanted to complain. It was King Gilgamesh who was interested in Chaldea and her party because King Hyunryong entrusted them with a dragon scale and went overboard. However, what King Gilgamesh said was true. The current situation in Mesopotamia was extremely dangerous. The strengthened demons and the number of demon commanders that still existed not only made the northern wall miserable, but also made Uruk, the rear of the army, constantly vigilant. One of the 11 sons of Tiamat, a 4-legged serpent-type demon known as Musu Hushio. Half a year ago, when the 11 demon commanders appeared, they led a large number of Musu Hushio to attack Uruk from underground. Because of the sudden attack, they had to sacrifice a servant called Saber, swordsman, summoned by King Gilgamesh to suppress the demons that attacked from the ground. However, the demonic beast commander who personally led the demonic beasts to attack was also killed. In terms of war losses, neither side gained an advantage. The demonic beasts lost an extremely powerful demonic beast commander, and the human side lost an equally powerful servant. Although there were no more incidents of monsters attacking from underground, Gilgamesh still carried out a defense against the monsters underground. In a very short period of time, he successfully developed a powerful barrier called Nabiston's Tooth and buried it under the Uruk. Not only that, King Gilgamesh also carried out a series of defenses against the sky, the two rivers, the Persian Gulf, and even the highlands in the southwest. Even Siduri had to admit that King Gilgamesh was really a genius. But strangely, since the beginning of Mu Xiu's surprise attack on the Uruk, there were no such monster attacks in the past 6 months. Perhaps they were too cautious, but almost all the monsters attacked from the north. However, King Gilgamesh proposed the possibility of waiting for the humans to relax and then take them down in one fell swoop. Therefore, even if there were no monster attacks, they had to be vigilant in the rear. Therefore, when Gilgamesh said that the master of Chaldea was not qualified, he was not completely looking for an excuse. There was a certain reason behind it. After that, King Gilgamesh arranged the so-called Chaldean embassy for Chaldea's group in the Uruk. He really let them do a variety of things in the Uruk, such as building walls, weeding, feeding livestock, shearing sheep, removing rats in the sewer, and other things that were quite boring but interesting. The significance of this was that Chaldea's master and her followers had successfully integrated into the Uruk. And just yesterday, after Siduri reported the situation of Chaldea's master to King Gilgamesh received information from the Quetzalcoatl through the small pterosaur. A large number of monsters had been discovered in the southern jungles, and there were even signs of monsters coming ashore from the Persian Gulf. However, the monsters had become their own people, and the Quetzalcoatl worked together with Gilgamesh's soldiers to repel them. Although such a situation was rare, monsters would invade from the southwest jungles and the Persian Gulf from time to time. But since it was related to monsters, the Quetzalcoatl would still report it to Gilgamesh. However, Gilgamesh did not pay much attention to it. After all, monsters did try to invade from the south jungles and the Persian Gulf from time to time. Therefore, after realizing that Chaldea's group had enough time to train, Gilgamesh gave them their first mission, which was to support the Quetzalcoatl in the south. However, Gilgamesh understood one thing at this moment. Through the light beam on the southwest plateau today, he could confirm that the monster commanders seemed to be planning something again. However, when he thought about how they had coincidentally bumped into Wuming, Gilgamesh faintly wanted to laugh. This was the so-called coming at the right time. Chapter 897. Didn't Merlin and the servant he brought back also go with Chaldea's people? Use the small pterosaur provided by the Quetzalcoatl to convey the news to Merlin, and let him tell the Chaldea's people that after meeting with Hyunryong, they must listen to Hyunryong's instructions just like this king. Although the Uruk also had carrier pigeons, ever since the Quetzalcoatl turned against them, the Uruk began to use the small communication pterosaur provided by the Quetzalcoatl. It had to be said that this small pterosaur was better than the carrier pigeons in all aspects. That's all. We'll talk about other things when Hyunryong returns to the Uruk. After Gilgamesh finished speaking, he stopped talking and focused on dealing with various matters on the clay tablet. Yes, King, I'll do it right away. Siduri responded and left the throne room. Southern jungle. The hot and humid environment made the group of people who came from the Uruk to support them suffer. Especially Gadotsi, the people accompanying her were either servants or subservants. Only Gadotsi was a pure human. Moreover, the magic concentration in Kanzaki was much higher than in the sixth singularity. If it weren't for the magic dress specially made for Gadotsi by Leonardo da Vinci, perhaps Gadotsi wouldn't be able to move so freely in this singularity. However, even with the magic dress, the magic atmosphere of Kanzaki and the humid tropical jungles still made Gadotsi breathless. Leopard Man, San, haven't we arrived yet? Matthew, who noticed that his senpai was quite uncomfortable at the moment, asked the servant leading them in front, the god Sama, who claimed to be the Leopard Man but seemed to be a comedic character. As Matthew understood, this servant looked like an older girl wearing a leopard costume. The item on the ground that looked like a spear was more like a large toy than a weapon. Right away, the Leopard Man, who was defined as a strange servant by Matthew, turned around and smiled at Matthew rather reluctantly. Matthew was already immune to the Leopard Man's joking because she said this sentence several times. However, Matthew still noticed that the leopard man's expression was slightly depressed at the moment. Leopard man, San, are you okay? Matthew, who fully displayed his little personality, asked with concern. It's okay, how could the leopard man be frightened by the earthquake just now? Ah ha ha ha. There was no doubt that Miss Leopard Man was frightened. That was what Matthew judged. The appearance of the giant pillar of light caused the earthquake, and at that time, they happened to meet the leopard man outside the jungle who was about to lead them. Because the sudden earthquake was very close to the southern jungle, Gadotsi directly fell to the ground. Matthew barely supported his body to protect Gadotsi, so as to prevent the surrounding trees from collapsing and causing harm to Gadotsi. However, it seemed that the earth and trees in Kanagawa were extremely tough, and there were no signs of trees collapsing or the ground cracking. In the end, the leopard people, who had senses that surpassed that of wild beasts, were the ones who received the most severe effects, to the point of being ridiculously severe. The leopard man was so scared that he buried his head in the ground. Although this ostrich-like behavior was worthy of ridicule, what was more worthy of ridicule was that burying one's head in the ground should be more affected by the earthquake. After all, it was the earth that was shaking. In short, after the earthquake ended for some time, the leopard man pulled his head out of the ground in a daze, and he looked like he was about to leave. After that, when the leopard man led the way for them, he looked like he was trembling with fear. In short, the leopard man at this moment was very unreliable. Matthew, who understood this, sighed helplessly, but even if they didn't know when they would reach their destination, they still had to go on. Thinking of this, Matthew looked at the cloaked girl who followed them silently behind them, the servant who claimed to be Anna. Anna, who was good at using sides, didn't panic much during the earthquake. She was almost unaffected by the earthquake. It could only be said that even if she was petite and looked weak, she was still worthy of being called a servant. Subconsciously, Matthew felt that he was still immature. As for the leopard man, Matthew subconsciously ignored her. Miss Anna, do you know where Merlin went? Matthew asked Anna. Originally, as a court magician, Merlin should have stayed in the Uruk temple to serve King Gilgamesh, but under King Gilgamesh's order, May, as a court magician, and Anna followed Gadotsi and Matthew to the southern jungle. As for why Matthew asked Anna this, it was entirely because Merlin told Anna to remember to protect the two of them during the earthquake and quickly left. I don't know, probably he went to the epicenter. Hearing Matthew's question, Anna's purple eyes under the cloak looked at the place where the giant pillar of light appeared before, and no one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, Matthew also looked at the place where the giant pillar of light appeared before. When Merlin left, he did go in that direction. Probably he really went to investigate the situation. Mr. Merlin is really reliable. Matthew thought so. After that, Matthew saw that Anna didn't answer anymore, so he didn't ask anymore. After all, a good relationship has to be done step by step. On the other side, in the place where the giant pillar of light disappeared, Merlin, unlike Castor, walked quickly in the mountains and jumped to a relatively high mountain. Oh, this is really amazing. Fufu heard the sound of someone wanting to kick someone. Not far from Merlin, there was a huge pit that could be called a basin. This huge pit was the trace of the giant pillar of light. Around the huge pit and even in the center, there was a thick black smoke, but the black smoke was dissipating quickly. If you don't look closely, you won't see it at all. As expected of a Villo, it seems that those magical beasts should have been killed by you. Merlin didn't know who he was talking to, but his tone of praise was a little funny. You mean the kobold? Wu Ming's figure slowly came out of the smoke. Although he came out of the smoke, Wu Ming's clothes didn't have the slightest trace of contamination. Merlin judged that Wu Ming probably wrapped himself with magic to avoid being contaminated by the smoke. But this guy is really strong, worthy of being one of the 11 sons of Tiamat. Merlin, who was looking in the direction of Wu Ming, slightly widened his eyes. Because behind Wu Ming, a huge kobold body was following Wu Ming. No, it wasn't following Wu Ming. Instead, it was being dragged by Wu Ming with one hand. Chapter 898. Wu Ming dragged the blackened World of Warcraft Eulidium with one hand. When he walked out of the smoke, Wu Ming threw Eulidium heavily. Thump. There was a loud noise, and dust flew everywhere. With Wu Ming's strength and Eulidium's body weight, a huge crater was created on the ground. As expected of our British silver dragon, Vero. Speaking of which, is he dead? Merlin jumped down from the high ground and walked unhurriedly to the large piece of mixed black flesh. Although I think it should be dead after taking that hit, it's a pity. Wu Ming shook his head. This guy was still alive. It could only be said that it was worthy of being the original demon born from Tiamat. Its body was so strong that it was able to survive such an attack. Wu Ming's attack just now was multiple super-level magic, and this guy was still alive. Even if it was a servant, it would not survive such an attack, unless it had a special skill or a special noble artifact. But those mass-produced Eulidium should be dead. If multiple super-level magic couldn't even kill a mass-produced Eulidium, then it would be too cheap. It's not hard to understand why this guy is still alive. This is the so-called prototype. According to King Gilgamesh and my judgment, they are indeed Tiamat's the 11 sons. Merlin poked Eulidium with his staff and told Wu Ming his information. I've fought with it before, so I'm pretty sure of this. Then, Wu Ming walked to Eulidium's head and created a weapon with a high-grade item. He was ready to pierce Eulidium's brain through its eyes and kill it completely. Why did you abandon your mission and come to me? The reason Merlin appeared in this place must be because he had a mission. Otherwise, why would a court magician like him come to this border? While Wu Ming was talking, Eulidium's body shook a little. It was the desire to live. Wait. Wait. If it's not dead, don't kill it. Merlin grabbed Wu Ming's hand and quickly stopped Wu Ming's action, saving Eulidium, one of the 11 sons of Tiamat. Eulidium, who was still conscious, heaved a sigh of relief. Thanks to the Mother Goddess, Eulidium could breathe more air between heaven and earth. It felt like he was in the embrace of the Mother Goddess. It's Tiamat's son, and it's an existence that can be communicated with. It's a pity to kill it. In other words, Merlin wanted to take Eulidium as a prisoner to obtain information. Let me say this first. I don't think you can get any useful information. Wu Ming knew what Merlin wanted to do. It was nothing more than to use an illusion to obtain information. However, Wu Ming didn't think highly of Merlin, or rather, he didn't think highly of the magical beast. Wu Ming didn't think that this magical beast had any information in its head. The plan of the magical beasts was nothing more than to attack the humans. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Silent Wonder wasn't exaggerating. Since Silent Wonder had returned, he wasn't afraid of not being able to stop the attack of the magical beasts, even if it was a strengthened version of the magical beasts. No, Vilo. A lot has happened in the 6 months you left Uruk. The magical beasts have undergone earth-shattering changes, and they have caused a very serious impact on this world. At that moment, Merlin didn't care about Eulidium's presence. He told Wu Ming some things. Half a year ago, 11 magical beast commanders who called themselves the 11 sons of Tiamat appeared. In order to eliminate the magical beast commanders, a magical beast commander attacked the Uruk and killed all his servants. The Sage King summoned new servants and established new defense systems in the sky, rivers, lakes, underground, and so on. Although it was just a general description and didn't explain the details, if the audience was Wu Ming, they would definitely understand. Don't think that it's easy for you to defeat Eulidium. This is a magical beast comparable to a god-level servant. Wu Ming was also aware of this fact. Previously, Eulidium had used only his body to resist the multiple supreme-level spells he had cast. Although Eulidium was already half dead, the fact that he could withstand multiple supreme-level spells without dying was enough to prove his strength as a demon commander. Moreover, the servants summoned by King Gilgamesh basically killed a few magical beast commanders at the cost of 2 to 1 or even 3 to 1. That was why Gilgamesh chose to summon new servants. After all, there was a shortage of manpower. It seemed that the Uruk side was able to eliminate the magical beast commander that attacked the Uruk in a suicidal manner. It could be said that they took a big advantage. However, Wu Ming said this. I really didn't mean to underestimate the magical beast commander. He didn't underestimate the magical beast commander. This made Merlin feel very helpless, so Merlin continued to explain. Since the magical beast commander has good wisdom, then we can't treat the magical beasts as beasts. Merlin's implication was that they must treat the other side as a country where soldiers are magical beasts. Since they could capture one of the generals alive, naturally, they couldn't kill it easily. They had to squeeze out the last bit of value before killing it. If this kobold Eulydium knew about this, he would definitely call Merlin a monster. Anyway, I didn't mean to refute you. You can do whatever you want. Shrugging his shoulders, Wu Ming walked to the side and removed the weapon in his hand. The weapon turned into blue magic particles and dissipated. Yes, you've helped me a lot, Merlin nodded with a smile, then walked to the front of Eulydium, who had lost the ability to resist. Then, he gently tapped Eulydium's head with his staff. Alright, Eulydium of Warcraft, relax. I'll be gentle. I'll take care of you like a dream. Then, Eulydium fell into an illusion that Wu Ming could not see. After about a minute or two, Merlin dispelled the hallucinating spell, and the last trace of Eulydium's life force dissipated. What did you do to it? Wu Ming glanced at the lifeless Eulydium, then looked at Merlin strangely. Ahahaha, nothing, Merlin laughed proudly, which made Wu Ming speechless. It had to be said that in comparison, Merlin was even more ruthless than Wu Ming. Anyway, I've already obtained information about the magical beasts. Then, Merlin quietly looked at Wu Ming. How about it, Villo? Do you want to hear it? Wu Ming snapped his fingers in response to Merlin. Paw! The instant he snapped his fingers, Eulydium's corpse instantly burst into flames. Although Eulydium had said that he wanted to eat Wu Ming was not perverted enough to eat Eulydium. However, the sudden burst of flames gave Merlin a fright. Clearly, this was Wu Ming's answer to Merlin's question. Okay, calm down, I'll tell you now. As the flames burned, Merlin told him the information he had obtained from Eulydium's mind. Chapter 899. The magical beasts are preparing to attack the north wall and destroy it in one fell swoop. Is that so? Wu Ming replied to Merlin unhappily. After all, this didn't seem to be any important information. Not only that, the magical beasts are also preparing to launch a fierce feint attack on humans from the mountains in the northeast, the Persian Gulf in the southeast, and the highlands in the southwest. Depending on the conditions, they will turn the feint attack into their main force. If that's the case, we will be in danger. The strengthened magical beasts posed a great threat to humans. If 2 or 3 people could barely deal with an ordinary magical beast in the past, now it would take nearly 10 people to deal with an ordinary magical beast. Moreover, if it weren't for King Gilgamesh calmly issuing new defense regulations and strengthening the defenses of the North Wall and even other areas, the Uruk wouldn't have been able to hold on for more than half a year. But even so, the North Wall could only barely hold on. It wouldn't be surprising if it was broken through at any time. And if the number of magical beasts was large enough to besiege the Uruk from all directions, the humans in Mesopotamia would be completely finished. Merlin told Wu Ming about this analysis and also some details about the magical beasts, reminding Wu Ming not to underestimate them. I see, it's already that serious. At this moment, Wu Ming had a thorough understanding of the current situation. Wu Ming even wondered if Gidia had made some changes to the last singularity. Then, Wu Ming realized a problem. Speaking of which, does the commander of the magical beasts want to break the agreement of the three goddesses and include the Quetzalcoatl in the attack? Or has the fact that the Quetzalcoatl changed sides been exposed? The mountains in the southwest were adjacent to the forest of the Quetzalcoatl. Even if they went around the edge of the Yurok, they would still be considered to have stepped into the territory of the Quetzalcoatl. However, if they did so, they would be considered to have crossed the border. Therefore, if they wanted to cross the border and attack the Yurok from the southwest, they would have to face the wrath of the Quetzalcoatl. Although the commander of the beasts was at the level of a deity, the Quetzalcoatl was still one of the three goddesses in the alliance, an existence equal to Gorgon. Since they were intelligent, they wouldn't do something so ridiculous. Because the goddess of the underworld is unable to leave the underworld, the magical beast commanders haven't had any designs on her for the time being. I don't know whether the feathered god has been exposed or not, but from Ulydim's memories, the feathered god has indeed been included in their list of targets to be destroyed along with the humans. Through Ulydim's memories, Merlin knew that there would be a new magic beast commander coming to support Ulydim, preparing to annihilate the humans along with the feathered god. As for whether or not the feathered god's betrayal of the three goddesses' alliance was exposed, Merlin had no way of knowing. If the feathered god has to face more than 3 magical beast commanders, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the feathered god to deal with them, Merlin judged. The Quetzalcoatl that appeared in this world was only a servant. Even if it was a servant at the level of a god, it was still a clone. When facing the 11 sons of Tiamat, it was inevitable that it would not be able to do much. It's better not to underestimate the feathered god. Wuming did not think that the feathered god, as the main deity of South America, would be weak. Although Wuming used Enkidu to capture the feathered god at that time, if the feathered god had refused, the result would have been unpredictable. The most important thing was that the feathered god's heart was with the humans. Wuming only told the feathered god the fact that there is still hope for the humans, so the feathered god finally chose to compromise. King Gilgamesh also has great expectations for the feathered god. After the feathered god defected to our side, Gilgamesh let the feathered god expand the scope of the jungle, including the entire south and southwest into the feathered god's jungle. This is to guard against the magical beasts that try to bypass the north wall from the southwest plateau. Letting the feathered god guard the southwest was part of Gilgamesh's defense plan. However, it's better to be cautious. The servants on the human side dared to gamble, but the humans could not afford to gamble at the moment. If they failed, it was likely that they would lose everything. I'll go back to Uruk first and see the king. The current situation was not something that Wuming and Merlin could decide. They had to discuss it with Gilgamesh. By the way, why did you come to the remote border? Merlin didn't answer this question from the beginning. If it wasn't for the fact that Wuming was going to Uruk to find Gilgamesh, he almost forgot to ask Merlin the purpose of coming here. Actually, I accompanied the people of Chaldea to support the feathered god. When Merlin said that, Wuming's eyes lit up. Sure enough, Tachika and the others have arrived. They just arrived in Uruk not long ago. After being trained by King Gilgamesh, they began to carry out the king's first order. And that order was to support the jungle in the south. Sure enough, the speed of time passing is not the same. Wuming said to himself for a while. The speed of time passing was not the same, Wuming already knew that, so Wuming didn't make a fuss about it. If that's the case, then I won't go to Uruk for now. No matter what, he had to meet Gadotzi and the others first. At this moment, a small pterosaur descended from the sky and came to Merlin's side. Oh, is this news from King Gilgamesh? Merlin untied the clay tablet fixed on the small pterosaur's back and handed it to Wuming. It must be related to you, you can take a look first. Indeed, as Merlin guessed, the clay tablet said that Merlin and Chaldea were to find Wuming and meet up with him, and they were to follow Wuming's instructions in the following operation. It's just for you to meet up with me. Wuming didn't read it out loud. After reading it, he crushed the clay tablet. Hey, Hey, I haven't read it yet. If King Gilgamesh knows about this, he will definitely blame me. Merlin looked like he was going to suffer. Don't I know you? Your skin is thicker than Chaldea. Wu Ming's implication was that Gilgamesh's scolding would not affect Merlin, and Merlin would still eat and drink as usual. As expected of my best friend, Villo, you really understand me, ha ha ha. Merlin laughed shamelessly. Let's go find Tachika and the others. Ignoring Merlin, Wu Ming stepped forward and walked in the direction of the jungle. Not good. Merlin's sudden shout made Wu Ming turn around helplessly. What's wrong? Because I fell behind halfway, I'm not sure where the destination is. Sorry. Merlin had an apologetic expression, but no matter how Wu Ming looked at it, Merlin's face was full of annoyance. If I'm not mistaken, it's Eridu. I've been there before, follow me. Thank you so much, as expected of my best friend. Accompanied by Merlin's strange laughter, the two entered the jungle from the opposite direction.